Chapter 1. The Legitimacy of Medicinal Enhancement. Copper skin, iron bones, golden body. The so-called three realms of the physical body consist of these three stages. In ancient times, reaching the copper skin realm would allow one to barely step into the martial world, while attaining the golden body realm would earn one the title of a top-tier expert in the martial community. But what about now? It is merely the minimum requirement for high school graduation, and presently, in our class, the senior class of high school, apart from classmates Yu Fei and Zhao Miling, not a single person has achieved the golden body realm. In the Human Alliance, on the 7th-star realm, on the 4,715th habitable planet, the homeroom teacher at the 8th high school of Tsuisher City lamented from the podium. The alloy desk, capable of withstanding small quantities of TNT, echoed with resounding thuds as it was struck. We often say, the three realms of the physical body are the starting point for martial artists to transcend the mundane and attain divine prowess. And they're also the most crucial foundation for whether one can ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. This phase requires a solid foundation to be laid. But you cannot spend 3 years merely laying the groundwork. Especially for certain students, I do not wish to speak ill, but if one lacks talent, it is one thing. Yet the key is that they do not seek solutions. Listening to the teacher's speech, the students lowered their heads, unable to suppress their murmurs. It sounds nice, but isn't it just a ploy to get us to buy medicines from you? Buy medicines? Yes, so what if I want you to buy medicines? The teacher's hearing was remarkably acute, and he immediately widened his eyes, his voice turning sharp. Yes, I do want you to buy medicines. Although the official regulation states that no drugs should be used before the age of 18, starting a little earlier is really not a big deal. It is no longer a novelty for senior students to use enhancements to enter college. If I am not mistaken, you all should have begun laying your foundations at the tender age of 6, right? At 6, you were introduced to martial arts. At 12, you honed your physique, and at 16, you refined your vital energy with various nutritional supplements continuously provided since childhood. The teachers at school have selflessly imparted the crystallized knowledge of martial arts, condensed to the utmost degree and rational to perfection. This has been nurtured for a full 12 years. In ancient times, you might not have even enjoyed the treatment of a prince. And the result? You have not even reached the golden body realm. The teacher spread his hands, looking around with an expression of innocence and shock. With such treatment, for a full 12 years, you are already in your senior year and have yet to cultivate to the golden body realm. Do you still harbor unrealistic fantasies about your talent? Indeed, medicinal enhancement can lead to a martial artist's potential being capped, resulting in the permanent loss of the opportunity to reach the pinnacle. But your talents are evident, are they not? What? With this level of ability, do you still wish to tread the path to greatness? Martial artists without talent must resort to medications. With enhancement, at least you can break through to the golden body realm. And when you graduate, you can rely on your lightness skill to save on an electric bike for deliveries, earning several hundred more than your colleagues each month. If luck is on your side and you get into a higher vocational school, upon graduation, you might have a chance to work as a security guard in more developed regions, bringing honor to your family. Moreover, purchasing medicines from the teacher is certainly better than acquiring them from dubious sources. As he spoke, he retrieved a thick stack of documents from beneath the podium and tossed them onto a student's desk. Whoever that is, distribute the materials. Here are the quality products that I specially obtained from a reputable pharmaceutical factory, based on your circumstances, with significantly fewer side effects. As a teacher-student relationship, I do not intend to profit from you. Those who place orders within 3 days will receive a 5 discount. For bulk orders exceeding 10 items, there will be a 10 discount. Those who order an entire year's supply will enjoy a 15 discount. Limited slots, first come, first served. Of course, those with talent should not assume they can forego enhancement. The golden body realm is merely the baseline for high school graduation. Do not speak of entering a junior college. As long as you do not reach the Wu-Lu realm, it is a delusion. In summary, he paused. Those without talent must use enhancements. Those with talent may choose, but I still recommend you partake. Everyone should communicate well with your parents at home. Do not let yourselves fall behind at the starting line. If your family is facing difficulties, feel free to speak privately with me. I will assist as much as I can. All right, class dismissed. As the teacher exited the classroom, A commotion erupted among the students. In the seven-star realm, martial arts students attend school for 4 years, meaning they're all 18 years old. With their own judgments, some students disdainfully held the materials. Huh, he speaks of teacher-student relationships, of not profiting from us, yet the discounted price is barely cheaper than the outside rate. I really do not wish to buy from him. Not buying? Do not forget we still have to stay in his class for another year. If you do not purchase from him, be wary of being treated unfairly. Better hurry home for cash. Besides, you need to start with at least 10 purchases. If you buy in bulk, he may not remember you. But if you buy little, rest assured he will remember you. 10 purchases? That's just the beginning. I calculated, even for the exceptionally talented, at least over 100 purchases are needed throughout the year. That amounts to a staggering 70 to 80,000. And that's just the minimum. Others remain calm, showing little reaction. A bit cheaper is still cheaper. Every bit saved counts. To be honest, I do not mind using enhancements. I have indeed been stuck at the copperskin realm for far too long. I also do not oppose it. In fact, Teacher Lei is correct. For us talentless martial artists, if we do not use enhancements, how long must we wait to advance to the golden body realm? Indeed, do not let it come to the point where you cannot even obtain a high school diploma, and no one wants you for deliveries. Despite varying attitudes, the majority of classmates ultimately decided to buy. There was no other option. After all, with the talents of most students, they truly lack the confidence to reach the golden body realm before graduation. Without achieving the golden body realm, they could not obtain their diplomas. Without diplomas, they could not secure employment. Without employment, their lives would be in ruins. Aside from Yu Yufei and Zhao Meiling, does everyone else basically need to use enhancements to graduate? Everyone else? That includes all of us. Indeed, if those two do not enhance, failing to enter university would squander their talents. Suddenly, a classmate turned and glanced back, speaking with a hint of sympathy. If anyone is to be pitied, it would be you, Wang Zhe. By the way, does your family have the means to purchase enhancements? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe, appearing youthful and somewhat delicate as he organized his backpack, paused momentarily. He smiled and replied, I will ask my family first. If they truly cannot afford it, I will find another way. And did not the teacher say that families in difficulty could seek his assistance? The others sighed in resignation. With Teacher Lei's character, the help he offers will surely be. Hey, the speaker was pulled by the shoulder, and he immediately fell silent, awkwardly responding. All right, then do your best. With that, the group no longer lingered and began packing their belongings to head home. Though no one explained, he did not mind. On the contrary, he felt a sense of elation. Finally, I have reached the age where I can legally use enhancements. Chapter 2. Legal Loans. Why is Wang just so eager for enhancements? The reason is quite simple. System. With a thought, a pale blue panel materialized before him. Name, Wang Zhe Realm. Copperskin Realm Physical Strength. 2.68 Vital Energy Concentration. 2.71 Mental Strength. 2.10 Internal Skills. Middle School Basic Breathing Technique. Level 45, 7th grade. 21. External Skills. Middle School Basic Body Refinement Technique. Level 44, 8th grade. 90. Martial Arts. Middle School Basic Fist Technique. Level 35, 8th grade. 90. Mental Method. None Talent. Enhancement. User your physical structure deviates from the norm, greatly enhancing the positive effects of medications while providing immunity to most negative effects, albeit with certain side effects that do not impact potential and strength. As a transmigrator, Wang Zhe had possessed this panel since birth. This panel serves two primary functions. Firstly, it allows one to observe the current proficiency levels of skills and techniques, revealing how much further one must progress to reach the next stage. Secondly, it unveils one's innate talents. Initially, he was rather dismissive, believing his talents to be of little value. If he could be entirely immune to all side effects, he might consider utilizing them. However, the presence of side effects deterred him. As a transgressor, he felt confident that he could ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts without relying on drugs. Yet, upon reaching the age of 12, witnessing other children achieve tranquility in mere seconds and refine their vital energy within 10, he found himself struggling after 3 days of arduous practice to barely produce a trace of blood energy. His convictions began to waver. He realized that perhaps the assistance of drugs in cultivation was not entirely without merit. At 16, Wangzhe finally ascended to the copper skin realm, only to be deemed of mediocre potential and assigned to the 8th high school. By this point, he understood that a more nuanced perspective towards drug-assisted cultivation was necessary. After enduring 2 years of the torment of high school life, Wangzhe's mindset had undergone a complete transformation as he now yearned to leverage drug assistance in his training. He was eager to commence using them. His innate talent allowed him to be immune to most adverse effects of drugs. Why not take advantage of that? What is wrong with drug-assisted cultivation? Oh, you possess high comprehension and good roots as your talent. Is my high tolerance to drugs not a talent? Were it not for his family's financial constraints, he would have acted long ago. Exiting the classroom, Wangzhe proceeded directly to the office door, raising his hand to knock when he heard, "No need to knock. The door is open. Come in." "Thank you, teacher." Wangzhe was not surprised. Teacher Lei was a martial artist of the Wulu realm. He likely recognized Wangzhe's identity from 10 meters away based on the sound of his footsteps. Upon entering, he found the teacher organizing some documents. "Is this about purchasing drugs?" Teacher Lei asked directly. Wangzhe hesitated momentarily before nodding. "Yes, teacher. You are aware of my family's circumstances, and the expenses for the drugs are a bit too." "Enough, I understand." Teacher Lei interrupted impatiently, returning to his desk with the organized documents. "Wangzhe, you entered as a copper skin martial artist, and 2 years have passed, yet you remain in the copper skin realm. Your talent can only be described as exceptionally poor. Without using drugs with your current copper skin status, you would struggle to find a position, even in an office, let alone those labor-intensive jobs. Others at the Golden Body realm can work 18 hours a day. Iron Bone realm martial artists can manage 15 hours. You, a copper skin martial artist, would struggle to endure even 12 hours a day. How do you expect to find employment? If you can reach the Wu-Lu realm like me, working 23 hours a day would be entirely feasible. You could spend all your time in the office apart from eating, drinking, and other necessities. That is what we call competitiveness. Wangzhe, do you think that the teacher sells drugs to profit from you? The teacher has your best interests at heart. Will my elevated status guarantee me better job prospects in the future? Wangzhe nodded repeatedly. But, teacher, we truly have no. Teacher Lei frowned and abruptly waved his hand, interrupting him again. No money? Does it mean you won't eat? Will you stop drinking water? Will you sleep on the streets if you have no money? These are merely excuses. Let me put it this way. I understand your family situation. Just tell me, do you want to improve or not? Of course, he wanted to, teacher. Wangzhe gritted his teeth and spoke up. Very well. Upon hearing the desired response, Teacher Lei's expression brightened considerably. That's more like it. As long as your resolve to pursue the path is strong enough, lack of funds is no obstacle. There will always be a way. Now, hand me your phone. Teacher Lei fiddled with Wangzhe's phone for a moment before returning it. Take a look. He spread out several freshly printed documents and handed a few sheets to Wangzhe. Upon inspection, Wangzhe noticed several loan applications had appeared on his phone. Looking at the documents, they were all loan contracts perfectly corresponding to the applications. Training loan, limit 30,000, annual interest 10.44, equal principal and interest repayment. Kidney loan, limit 6,000, annual interest 3, requires live kidney removal. Vital energy loan, limit 40,000, annual interest 5, requires monthly contribution of vital energy. Second loan. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe it. A teacher pushing loans onto his students? Such outrageous loans? Yes, loans, but these are all educational loans, Teacher Lei replied with a smile. I understand your situation. You currently lack any collateral. Therefore, these are the only options available. But rest assured, these are all legitimate platforms in partnership with the authorities. If you cannot accept the kidney loan or the second loan, then select the training loan. I've calculated it for you. If you repay over 3 years, you will need to pay just over 1,000 per month, which is entirely within your family's means. You're currently in the copper skin realm. You can only borrow 30,000, but once you purchase the teacher's drugs and break through to the Iron Bone realm in a few months, it will not be an issue. At that point, your training loan limit will significantly increase, enabling you to borrow another 30,000. More importantly, once you reach the Iron Bone realm, you can attend school during the day and take on part-time work at night. By then, you will have some capacity to repay the loan. If you strive hard enough to reach the Golden Body realm before graduation, after obtaining your high school diploma, and find a job that offers shift from 4 in the morning to 10 at night, earning $3,000 a month would not be a dream. Wouldn't life then be delightful? Listening to Teacher Lei's vivid depiction of a bright future, Wang Zhe found himself momentarily speechless. After a long silence, he finally nodded. After all, with money, he could purchase the drugs. However, he knew he could not buy them from the teacher. Although the black market drugs had significant side effects, they were at least half the price of those here. And with his unique talent, he could negate the side effects. All right, I will sign. With that, he pulled out his phone and began to fill out the contract. Teacher Lei, clearly experienced in this process, commenced his operations with ease. Before long, everything was completed. A notification pinged on Wang Zhe's phone, indicating that funds had been deposited, bringing him joy. Finally, he had money. He eagerly opened his phone, only to find, not received. Then what was that notification sound? He did not see the anticipated deposit confirmation. Looking up, he found Teacher Lei also checking his phone. The latter smiled as he tucked his phone away, revealing a large pile of medicine bottles from beneath the desk. Here, this is worth 30,000. Take it home quickly. No. What the hell? Wang Zhe was completely bewildered. Chapter 3. The path of medicinal enhancement is the true way. Natural body refinement is the deceptive path. Why are you looking at me? It is said that the cultivation loan is for training. Can provide you with money? Of course, it is solely for cultivation. Is your loan not intended for this purpose? This is the guarantee I provide you. Teacher Lei's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Yes, it is indeed for cultivation. Faced with the shameless demeanor of the other, Wang Zhe could only humbly choose to yield. It is important to note that Teacher Lei is not only a Wu practitioner of the Wu Lu realm, but also their class instructor and physical education teacher. If it were a cultural subject teacher, even if Wang Zhe's cultivation level were somewhat inferior, he could still argue back with reason. However, in the presence of a physical education teacher, he felt utterly powerless. Although both types of teachers are educators, they belong to entirely different tiers. It is no exaggeration to say that a physical education teacher can claim any cultural class they desire. No cultural teacher would dare to speak up. Even if they monopolized every cultural class for an entire academic year, the school would merely offer a few verbal criticisms at most. The elevated status is self-evident. Isn't that the case? Rest assured, teacher isn't profiting from you. You've even received an extra dose of medicine. If there is nothing else, take the medicine and head home. Quietly cradling the medicinal supplies, Wang Zhe turned to leave, but suddenly paused. Wait, Teacher Lei, is there something else? Perhaps due to the successful transaction, Teacher Lei appeared to be in good spirits. May I take a glance at the other loan projects? Upon exiting the school, Wang, clutching the medicinal supplies worth 30,000 yuan, gritted his teeth and pulled out 2 coins to board the bus. By the time he returned home, it was already 7 in the evening. Fortunately, his father had not yet returned. There were still approximately 3 hours until my father returns. I must elevate my cultivation level to the Taigu realm before he arrives. Wang Zhe let out a sigh of relief. His father, Wang Meng, currently worked as an assembly line worker at a factory outside the city. As a practitioner of the Taigu realm, he had no authority for overtime and had to finish work by 10 o'clock, arriving home around 10:30. If his father were to return and see this pile of medicine, he would likely be struck down in an instant. With a rip, the box's seal was torn open, revealing over 10 different types of medicine arranged before Wang Zhe. Muscle Dragon, which enhances protein synthesis, improves the speed and efficiency of cellular construction of proteins, and promotes muscle growth. Metabolic Boost, which raises the basal metabolic rate, increases blood oxygenation, enhances the absorption of calcium and trace elements, and significantly accelerates recovery from injuries. Multi-hormonal Complex, which stimulates skeletal redevelopment and accelerates physical growth. Tendon and Ligament Fortification Agent, an oral medication that stimulates the activity of tendon cells and enhances blood circulation efficiency. Observing the materials provided by Teacher Lei, Wang Zhe quickly identified each type of medicine. Without hesitation, he followed the tutorial, retrieved a syringe, gently shook the vial, warmed the syringe with his body heat, and injected Muscle Dragon directly into himself. 1 dose of Muscle Dragon was divided into 4 portions, evenly distributed across his limbs. Next, he extracted the second medicine, Metabolic Boost, and injected it into his abdomen. Following that were the Multi-Hormonal Complex, Tendon and Ligament Fortification Agent, and Bone Strengthening Pill. By the time he reached the 6th medication, Wang Zhe could distinctly feel his body beginning to warm up. His muscles were subtly trembling. Merely bending his arm during the injection made his biceps feel incredibly pumped. What a powerful effect! Wang Zhe felt exhilarated. The state that previously required intensive training to achieve was now effortlessly accessible with just a simple injection. He could not determine if the potency of the medicine was due to teacher Lei's provision or if his own talents were exceptionally formidable. Regardless, this was splendid news for him. Soon, he had injected all the medicines into his body. At this moment, his abdomen felt as if it had ignited into flames. His skeletal muscles and fascia were enveloped in warmth. The blood and energy within him seemed to accelerate as if fueled by nitrous oxide, operating at several times their usual speed. However, simultaneously, his stomach signaled a response, with its peristaltic activity increasing exponentially. Subsequently, Wang Zhe retrieved a black plastic bag, and as he opened it, a bulging mass of white viscous substance emerged. He grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, the rich flavor of chicken exploding across his palate. He immediately displayed an expression of delight. Indeed, flavorful food is delightful. This was the chicken-flavored synthetic food he had purchased, resembling the texture of yogurt. Although its appearance might not stimulate human appetite, it was rich in nutritional value. Naturally, he did not typically consume such food. He had chosen to indulge this time to commemorate his first experience with injections. Let the training begin. Without daring to delay or indulge excessively, Wang Zhe quickly devoured several handfuls of food and immediately commenced his cultivation practice. Soon, the difference between being injected and not became glaringly apparent. Previously, he needed to sit and cultivate for at least 10 minutes to allow the blood energy to flow smoothly within him. Now it surged like a high-speed train. It pulsated through his meridians continuously. In less than 3 minutes, he had completed a full cycle of energy circulation. Moreover, Wang Zhe could distinctly feel the intensity of his blood energy increasing more significantly than before. With such a substantial increase in blood energy intensity, what about the strength of his physical body? Maintaining the operation of his foundational technique, Wang Zhe rose and began to practice his fundamental body refinement exercises. Just as he entered the third repetition, crack, sounds of popping resonated from within his bones. Wang Zhe could even distinctly feel his bones absorbing energy frantically, growing thicker and harder. The restless energy was gradually being absorbed into his body, becoming part of his physical strength. His blood vessels and meridians expanded, blue veins bulging as if twisting like thick earthworms. The large quantity of synthetic food he had just consumed was now entirely depleted. He then glanced at his status panel. Realm, Tongpai Realm, 91. Physical strength, 270. Blood energy concentration, 275. Mental strength, 211. Astonishingly, both his physical strength and blood energy concentration had skyrocketed by 0.02 and 0.04 within a mere 10 minutes. Is this the advancement achieved through medicinal enhancement? Wang Zhe inhaled sharply, eyes filled with astonishment. This level of enhancement was even more exhilarating than indulging in chicken-flavored synthetic food. I had previously misjudged those who relied on medication. His worldview was shaken, and he no longer harbored any resistance toward medicinal enhancement. Medicinal enhancement is the true path. Natural body refinement is the deceptive path. With that, he hastily stuffed more synthetic food into his mouth, his stomach churning wildly as he activated high-speed digestion. Chapter 4. The Square Street Showdown. Only the victor is worthy of using medicine. The thrill brought about by the substantial enhancement of his strength was even more addictive than practicing techniques with the class beauty. Wang Zhe was instantly entranced. Yet, his body instinctively propelled the technique into continuous operation. The strength of his physical body and concentration of blood energy exhibited noticeable changes every few minutes. The food in the bag was rapidly diminishing. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it had been. Bang! Wang Zhe halted, a series of dull collisions resonating within him. It's happening. His eyes snapped open, filled with joy. His bones seemed to break free from some constraint, all resounding in unison. The blood energy surrounding him surged like boiling magma, racing frantically through his meridians. A torrent of power radiated from every inch of his skin, every bone within him. Deep within his bones, faint cracking sounds echoed, as if they were reshaping, undergoing a transformation. This marked the final hurdle in breaking through from the Tongpai realm to the Taigu realm. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Yet at this moment, the medicinal potency was nearly depleted. If the breakthrough failed, he would likely have to wait until tomorrow to continue. Without a trace of hesitation, he forcefully shoved the last remnants of synthesized chicken flavor into his mouth to replenish his nutrients. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged and began to fervently circulate his internal energy, accelerating the peristalsis of his stomach. Another strong acupuncture needle was thrust directly into his neck, and, as the medicinal potency rapidly dispersed, nearly all of his energy seemed to evaporate into the depths of his bones. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air. Wang's body suddenly jolted slightly, a sign of a profound transformation within his skeletal structure. This also symbolized a breakthrough in his realm. With a deep exhale, he rose to assess his physique. Pinching his arms and limbs, he had grown a little taller, and he could distinctly feel an enhancement in his muscular resilience and bone density. I must have successfully broken through, he thought. Opening his status panel, he noted, Realm, Tegu Jing, Physical Strength, 301, Vitality Concentration, 301, Mental Strength, 210, Internal Skill, Middle School's 45th Basic Breathing Technique, Level 7. 10. External Skill, Middle School's 44th Basic Body Refining Technique, Level 8, 12. Martial Skill, Middle School's 35th Basic Fist Technique, Level 8, 90. Indeed, he had broken through. Glancing at the realm displayed on the panel, Wang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, his heart settling. Having reached Tiegu Jing, he could barely defend himself in front of his father. The time was now 10:05 p.m. Soon, his father should return home. His father, Wang Ming, had once been a consummate practitioner at the Jinshan realm. However, after his divorce from Wang Zhe's mother, he lost more than half of his assets, and a significant portion of his vitality was also siphoned away. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe's mother successfully broke through to the Wu realm using that very vitality, transcending her previous class and becoming a distinguished community security guard. From that point on, both father and son severed all ties. Wang Ming, having had his vitality forcibly extracted, could barely stabilize himself at Tiegu Jing, even after exhausting all his savings. He dreamt of returning to his former glory, breaking through to Wuluo, and seeking vengeance against his mother. However, having fallen to Tiegu Jing, he could only work 15 hours a day. His overtime pay barely sufficed, amounting to around 1,800 a month. Forget about regaining his peak. Sometimes, he couldn't even afford basic living necessities. The physical strength that came with the Jinshan realm had gradually diminished due to prolonged malnutrition. With no money, Wang Zhe's well-being was often disregarded. Had he not reached school age, the public school would not have provided free, synthesized food, and he might have starved at home. If his father were to discover the box of medicines, any semblance of paternal affection would likely vanish. Wang Ming would seize the medicines at first sight. Given their relationship, the enforcers would merely regard it as a domestic dispute, offering no intervention. In such a case, Wang Zhe would have nowhere to express his anguish. Burdened with debt, while his opportunity for ascendance was snatched away by his own father. For now, he decided to stow the medicines away, reorganizing them into the cluttered box. This was a rented space, merely 12 square meters, devoid of a bedroom, kitchen, or bathroom. Besides the cluttered box and 2 blankets, there was nothing else. Thus, there was no place for the medicines apart from a box. Fortunately, his father rarely touched the cluttered box. It had remained undisturbed for months prior to today. Although somewhat risky, it was still better than leaving it out in the open. He then picked up the black plastic bag and began to suck on it, ensuring not a morsel of food residue remained before licking his lips and reluctantly stopping. Now, he needed only to wait for his father to return home. At 10:32 p.m., the door creaked open, startling Wang Zhe, who was engrossed in meditation. Soon, a tall, somewhat disheartened middle-aged man entered, his father, Wang Ming. Casting a glance at Wang Zhe, who was meditating, his father paid him little heed, instead lying down on the other side of the room and pulling out synthesized food to eat. Watching his father's meal, Wang Zhe couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he had just consumed a substantial amount, the energy from his breakthrough had nearly depleted his reserves. However, he understood that being allowed to share this rented space was a compromise made by his father, who feared being accused of abandonment by the enforcers. As for sharing food, that was out of the question. Having just broken through, his physical strength and vitality concentration were still quite low. Acting rashly could be perilous. He resolved to cultivate for a while longer. Once his values reached 50, he could act without hesitation. Wang Zhe felt a surge of anxiety, but maintained a calm facade. If he could endure a few more hours until 3 a.m., his father would have to return to work, and then the day would have passed. However, fate has a way of thwarting one's plans. Just minutes after consuming the synthesized food and lying down, Wang Ming seemed to catch a whiff of something. Furrowing his brow as he turned to Wang Zhe. "Did you buy medicine?" Wang Zhe's heart raced, yet he continued to feign ignorance. "Huh? What do you mean, Dad? What medicine?" Had he detected it? But I'd opened the door for over 10 minutes to ensure the scent dissipated before closing it. "Bring out the medicine. Remember, even though I'm merely a Tiegujing now, I once reached Jinshin. My senses are not far from those of a Jinshin practitioner." There was no scent in the room, but he could still detect a familiar aroma emanating from Wang Zhe, faint yet unmistakable. "Haha, it must be the smell of sweat." Wang Zhe replied awkwardly, adamantly denying it. "Dad, don't joke around. How could I afford auxiliary medicines?" Wang Ming, growing impatient, fixed his gaze on the cluttered box, for it was the only place in the room where anything could be hidden. "I've raised you for so many years. What's wrong with taking a few of your medicines? Is in the box." Wang Zhe's heart sank. If the box were opened, the hidden medicines would be laid bare. There was no alternative. He had to act first. "Wait, what for?" Wang Ming asked, not even glancing back as he approached the cluttered box. "I love you, Dad." Wang Ming halted mid-step. After all, he was the son he had lived with for over a decade, and such a sudden declaration stirred something within him. Wang Zhe's words seemed to ripple across the still waters of their relationship, creating unexpected waves. However, before he could finish his thought, a fierce gust of wind whipped from behind. As he turned, a massive fist came hurtling toward him. The most powerful move from middle school's 35th basic fist technique, the meteorite strike. Wang Zhe had seized the perfect moment to strike, distracting his opponent with his words. Wang Ming barely had time to raise his arm before the punch collided with his face. The force sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the wall of the rental unit. Bang! The wall trembled violently, and the neighbors shouted in outrage. "Do you have no public decency? I have to work in 3 hours. Are you trying to disturb me? If you keep it up, I'll call the enforcers." Hearing this, Wang Zhe paused, fearing further noise would attract the enforcers. He had no choice but to halt his advance. If the neighbors truly summoned the enforcers, it would be a minor issue to spend a few days in detention, but he could also end up paying for the emergency response. Coughing, Wang Ming quickly rose, his face already swelling. "With that speed and strength, you broke through to Tiegujing in just a few days of high school." He was utterly astonished. To understand, initially, it was only after the latter half of the 4th year that he barely broke through to the Taeguo realm. He only achieved the Jingshan realm at the age of 25. "As you can see, my father, my talent surpasses yours." Wang Zhe's expression shifted as he calmly picked up the cluttered box and walked toward the door. "It would be a waste to use auxiliary medicine on you. Come on. Father, only the victor on Guangchang Street deserves the medicine." Chapter 5. We didn't have such conditions back then. On Guangchang Street, Wang Zhe found a location equipped with a camera, set the box down, and then turned to face his father. "I apologize, Father. It is not that I am unfilial, but my martial arts potential far exceeds yours. Instead of squandering auxiliary medicine on you, it is better if I use it myself. You have always dreamed of avenging my mother, haven't you? Hand me your savings, and I can help you realize this dream." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming did not respond immediately, but pondered for a moment before inquiring, "May I ask where you sourced the money for the medicine?" "Is a loan," Wang Zhe explained. "Teacher Lei arranged a 30,000 yuan training loan for me." "A loan?" Wang Ming realized, nodding thoughtfully. "So that is it. I cannot believe a teacher would be willing to arrange a loan for a 4th-year student. You have indeed found a good teacher. We certainly did not have such conditions back in my day. Had my teacher been willing to arrange a loan for me, I might have had the chance to obtain a high school diploma. Even if my realm had declined, I would not have fallen to working in a black factory. Indeed, Teacher Lei is truly a good teacher." Wang Zhe nodded in agreement. Initially, he felt some resentment towards Teacher Lei for arranging a loan for him. But upon careful reflection, as a destitute student, where would he purchase medicine without a loan? How could he cultivate? How could he excavate his martial arts potential? In this world without money, even cultivation is an uphill battle. let alone stepping onto the pinnacle of martial arts. On his way home, he had come to a clear understanding. As long as the platform is willing to lend, what difference does it make between the loan limit and his savings? He not only intended to borrow from legitimate official online loans, but also from some shady roadside loans. The higher the limit, the more money he could spend. The more money he could spend, the more medicine he could buy. The more medicine he obtained, the more thoroughly his martial arts potential could be excavated. In other words, the online loan limit represents his martial arts potential. It does not matter if the limit is low now. Once he raises his realm, the limit will naturally increase. At that time, he could borrow and repay simultaneously, and with an elevated realm, he could even earn a profit. Thus, left foot stepping on the right foot. Climbing the path to the upper realms would undoubtedly not be an issue. Just then, he felt a sudden coolness in his mind and glanced at the panel. Mental strength, 260. His mental strength had unexpectedly increased by 0.5. Wang Zhe chuckled softly. Mental strength is on the rise, and at such a significant rate. Does that mean my martial arts will have been acknowledged? As expected, my thoughts are correct. At this moment, he felt completely at ease, with a clear path ahead. No more entanglements or hesitations. Come on, father. Wang Zhe slowly bent down, assuming the starting posture of the 35th basic fist technique, the father and son duel, where the victor holds the right to use the medicine. The loser, on the other hand, must exhaust all loans to lay another foundation for the opponent's martial arts journey. Wang Ming shook his head. Alone? Unfortunately, ever since your mother divorced me, my limit has long been squandered. No limit? But your body seems quite healthy. Does it not? Wang Ming was taken aback, but quickly reacted. A mortgage loan? Exactly. Wang Zhe unabashedly admitted. I have specifically selected several options suitable for your mortgage loan project from Teacher Lei. I have brought the contracts, and the app is already downloaded, sitting in the box. After all, those parts of your body are of little use. Instead of letting them remain idle, why not use them to secure some money for me? Wang Ming was initially a bit dazed, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, good. Truly, my son, I never expected your determination to pursue the path of martial arts to be so resolute, even if it means sacrificing my kidney. You are determined to forge ahead on this journey. In that case, Wang Ming slowly bent down, assuming the same starting posture. His gaze was sharp. Both father and son were impoverished, naturally practicing the same set of martial techniques. Let's begin. Boom! As the words fell, the two almost instantaneously collided. The two charged forces collided violently before separating once more. TSK, you appeared to be chatting earlier, but were secretly gathering strength? Wang Ming said, slightly surprised. Haha, father. Are you not also gathering strength in secret? Wang Zhe's right fist trembled slightly. The disparity in physical strength between them was considerable. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be too disadvantageous. Wang Ming narrowed his eyes and charged forward again. But do not forget, your father was once a Jingshen realm martial artist. Even if my realm has declined, in terms of physical strength and martial techniques, you are no match for me. Bang! Wang Ming's form suddenly transformed. A series of leg techniques were unleashed. His speed surged dramatically. Wang Zhe's eyes sharpened. He recognized it. This was the 33rd basic leg technique of the Human Alliance's students. Furthermore, due to his reluctance to take a vehicle, he had consistently run home for years, meaning his father's proficiency in this set of martial techniques had likely reached level 10. His form became ghostly, flickering unpredictably. If one was not careful, he would slip into Wang Zhe's blind spot. Before Wang Zhe could react, a sinister voice echoed from behind him. Good son, your loan limit shall be collected by me. Boom! A Thomas spin, accelerated to the extreme, accompanied by a howling wind, struck down like a vicious axe. Level 10 basic leg techniques, combined with Wang Ming's physical strength of at least 30 or more, packed a tremendous punch. It was enough to cleave through gold and break bones. Even if Wang Zhe attempted to block with his hand, he would undoubtedly suffer a fracture and lose all combat capability. Yet the next moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Wang Ming focused, only to see that what Wang Zhe held was, shockingly, his phone that he had used for 15 years. With that kick, it remained uncertain whether Wang Zhe would lose his combat ability, but his phone would surely be destroyed. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, forcing a change midair. Originally descending straight down, the kick abruptly redirected and struck a nearby alloy railing. Clang! The crisp sound resonated throughout the square. Wang Ming fell to the ground, clutching his leg in agony, a mask of pain etched across his face. "All right, father, now your speed advantage is lost." Wang just spoke calmly. He was not surprised by this outcome, although his father's phone had seen better days. It was purchased during his Jingshan realm days and was worth several thousand yuan. The moment his father saw the phone, he would instinctively evade. Moreover, he had deliberately chosen to stand beside a solid electric pole to catch his father off guard. "Was that the phone I casually took when you ambushed me earlier?" Wang Ming, barely managing to rise from the ground, found Wang Zhe already clutching the box, creating distance between them. "Despicable. Despicable?" Wang Zhe shook his head. "I never expected, father, that your cultivation talent is lacking and your combat talent is not that impressive either. Or have you returned all the things the school teachers taught you?" The path of martial arts inevitably involves combat. How one engages in battle is an art in itself. Maximizing the diminishment of one's adversary while simultaneously fortifying oneself embodies the very essence of combat, whether through innate combat awareness or by leveraging the surrounding terrain and objects. The means by which victory is achieved bears little significance. What truly matters is the triumph itself, which attests to one's martial prowess. For instance, the taunts he currently engages in serve to provoke emotional fluctuations in his father, thereby enhancing his chances of victory. In Chapter 6, concerning the matter of filial piety, Wang Ming's right leg still trembled. However, after a brief respite, he was able to rise. After all, he was once a practitioner at the Jinshan realm, and his foundational strength remained intact. "Do you believe that just because I am injured, you can best me? If I am not mistaken, you have recently ascended to the Taegigu realm, correct? What are your stats? 30? 31? Or perhaps 32? If I am not mistaken, it certainly does not exceed 32. Meanwhile, my physical strength and vitality exceed 45. Even if I were unable to move, standing here to engage you, you would still have no chance of victory. My leg injury merely requires half an hour to heal. By then, you shall still be the one to lose." Wang just shook his head. "Father, your martial talent truly disappoints me. Is this the extent of your imagination?" As he spoke, he opened a nearby storage box. At that moment, Wang Ming realized it was filled with various stones of differing sizes. Furthermore, Wang Zhe did not pause. He retrieved 2 pills from his sleeve, one red and one blue. The red one was a blood-boiling pill, while the blue one was a body-forging pill. Both are auxiliary cultivation drugs. Yet they also possess the ability to temporarily enhance a warrior's physical strength and vitality. With his current physique, he could boost his stats by a point. For advanced warriors, this enhancement is negligible, but for those of lower ranks, it is formidable. A difference of 1 point between 30 and 40 translates to a significant enhancement of over 30%. If a warrior with a value of 30 cannot strike you, what about one with 40? A stone thrown with a physical strength of 40 would be nearly impossible for him to evade in his current, half-lame state. Gazing at the pills and then at the pile of stones, cold sweat beaded on Wang Ming's forehead. He clearly recognized these commonly used cultivation supplements and finally understood his predicament. "Father, concede." Seeing that the moment was ripe, Wang Zhe urged, "You ought to recognize these 2 pills and understand their effects. Shall I not waste any more time?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's body trembled violently. His expression contorted as if a tranquil sea had been stirred into a tempest. He struggled internally, torn and conflicted. "But ultimately, you have won." With that, he raised his right hand and struck himself forcefully. Bang! Ah! Wang Ming cried out in agony. This strike was without restraint. He immediately curled into a ball, his complexion turning a shade of purple. He had completely lost his combat capability. Observing this, Wang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. The method of conceding among warriors involves striking one's own non-fatal areas until combat capability is lost. All other forms of concession are seen as attempts to showcase one's martial talent, even between father and son. With a clatter, Wang Zhe emptied the stones and retrieved several contracts from a box, presenting them to his father. "All right, father, no need to cover up. This paper has a QR code. Scan it, download these lending apps, and verify your information. By the way, remember to fill in my account for the funds." As he spoke, he handed over the phone. Wang Ming, gritting his teeth against the pain, took the phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The apps were downloaded, and all necessary verifications and information were uploaded. Without keeping them waiting long, within half an hour, The first loan platform's personnel arrived. May I inquire, who is Mr. Wang Ming? We are the representatives of the Lao Air Collateral Loan Service. It is I, Wang Ming said, raising his hand tremulously. After half an hour of recovery, he was now able to stand. Mr. Wang Ming, correct? After our investigation, we found that you were once a practitioner at the Jinshan realm. But due to the division of your assets and cultivation, your rank has fallen to Taegigu. Therefore, we can only provide you with a loan based on the value of a Taegigu practitioner. Is this acceptable to you? The staff explained while recording with their phone. That is acceptable. Wang Ming nodded. Furthermore, our maximum repayment period for the collateral loan is 1 year, with repayments made in equal installments. If you fail to repay the loan within a year, we will reclaim the collateral. If you repay the loan, the contract will conclude. Now, please remove your trousers. I need to mark your collateral. As an adult warrior, Wang Ming only needed collateral to obtain a loan. As 4 staff members arrived in succession, every part of his body was marked. The loan amount was naturally settled. However, as the staff departed, Wang Ming fell into deep contemplation. He held a phone, staring blankly at the screen, neither requesting funds nor uninstalling the app. Wang Zhe pondered for a moment, gathering his courage to approach from a safe distance of 10 meters. He then took a deep breath. Father, what are you hesitating about? Even now, you remain indecisive. He frowned and began to admonish loudly. Have you not always sought revenge? Your martial potential has been exhausted. You will never have the chance for revenge in this lifetime. But I am different. I still have limitless potential. Come, father, lend me your loan amount. Allow me to fulfill the dreams you could not achieve. Wang Ming was startled, furrowing his brow in resignation. It sounds good, but do you truly know what my dreams are? Of course I do, and I will pursue them with all my might. Including beating your mother? Including beating my mother. Upon hearing Wang Zhe's unwavering response, Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a wry smile. You rascal, since you desire it. He finally acted, swiftly sliding his finger across the screen. Soon ding, 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 ding. The notifications of funds arriving caused Wang Zhe's phone to vibrate wildly. He picked up his phone to find notifications from various loan platforms. However, did we not sign with only 4 loan platforms? Why are there 5 notifications? Wang Zhe puzzledly opened the details and discovered that the highest transfer amounted to an astonishing 14,000 yuan. Moreover, the sender was Wang Ming. Wang Zhe was somewhat incredulous. Did my father transfer money to me? 14,000 yuan. Certainly the entirety of his meager savings. As if that were not enough, he even offered to assist with the savings? Is it a mistake? Or is it, father? You transferred an extra 10,000 yuan. That is for you. At that moment, Wang Ming collapsed to the ground, no longer exhibiting the bravado he had before, and burst into a hearty laugh. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? You wanted it? Then take it. My dreams, my savings, my future, my spleen, right kidney, lower stomach, and even mine are all yours. Remember to give your mother a couple of punches. In Chapter 7, Ranking of Martial Potential, upon returning home, it was already the early hours of the morning. After a brief 2-hour nap, Wang Ming hastily set out again, practicing fundamental leg techniques as he made his way to work at the factory. Although he had just endured a fierce battle, he could not afford to delay his job. Fortunately, he would be on enforced leave the following day to maximize work efficiency and expedite production. The factory mandated that only practitioners of the Jinshan realm could work 18-hour days with only 1 day off per month. In the realm of the Iron Bone, warriors are restricted to a mere 15 hours of labor each day and are mandated to rest for 4 days each month, effectively enforcing a day of compulsory leave each week. Originally designed to limit the overtime earnings of lower-tier warriors, this regulation now affords Wang Ming a much-needed respite. After approximately an hour of his shift, Wang Zhe awakened. With his ascension to the Iron Bone realm, his requisite sleep duration had significantly diminished. The first thing he did was open the storage cabinet, marveling at the fact that his father had indeed left his medicinal supplies untouched. If there had been lingering doubts about his father's intentions, they had now mostly dissipated. Once I attain the Willow realm, I shall assist my father in repaying his debts. Should the opportunity arise, I will also help him elevate his own cultivation level. Although Wang Zhe does not harbor profound respect for his father, he remains dutiful. For instance, when selecting collateral for loans, he chose non-lethal parts such as the second kidney, ensuring that he would not risk his life should financial difficulties arise. It is time to cultivate. Wang just sat cross-legged, commencing his practice. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The circulation of his vital energy had reverted to a sluggish state. Has the effect of the medicine already worn off? He pondered, rising to assess his internal condition. No, there is still a faint residue, albeit scant. Logically, after a single day's dosage, the potency should only begin to wane significantly after 3 to 5 days of cultivation. Furthermore, as long as it does not exceed 24 hours, the efficacy should remain relatively stable regardless of whether one is actively cultivating. Yet, after merely half a day, the effects seem nearly depleted. Is it due to my innate talent? Wang Zhe quickly deduced. No wonder I remarked on the intensity of the medicine's effects yesterday. It was the synergy of the medicine and my talent that fully activated its potency in a brief span. Nevertheless, it is understandable, as my attributes had increased by a substantial 0.5. It is only natural that the medicine would be consumed entirely. On the positive side, my rate of strength enhancement will be exceedingly rapid. However, my demand for medicinal supplies will far exceed that of an ordinary warrior. It is a double-edged sword indeed. With clarity on the situation, Wang Zhe resumed his meditation. Though the effects may be faint, they are still effective and should not be squandered, as they represent a significant monetary investment. By 7:30 in the morning, the students of the 8th high school had already arrived on campus. The students of Class 4 in their senior year gathered on the playground. The first period was originally scheduled for mathematics, but was unexpectedly replaced by physical education class under the direction of their homeroom teacher, Teacher Lei. Upon entering their senior year, time became a precious commodity, with subjects deemed less useful, even if they were not occupied by physical education. Students would not engage earnestly in class, but rather choose to cultivate or meditate. Apart from the academically inclined, few students diligently pursued knowledge. As the saying goes, a scholar is often deemed of little use. If anyone expressed a desire to become a scholar, they would surely be ridiculed by their peers. Conversely, those who aspired to be athletes were regarded as ambitious and idealistic youths. Before long, the class period commenced, and Teacher Lei arrived punctually. He carried an enormous medicinal box that stood as tall as 2 individuals and approached the group, clearing his throat. Ahem, let us begin class. However, there are a few matters I wish to clarify before we proceed. He glanced toward the back row and waved his hand. Wang Zhe, why are you still in the 6th row? Advance 2 rows to the 4th. Understood, teacher. Wang Zhe stepped forward, still adjusting to the realm he had just broken through, his footsteps feeling somewhat heavy. Teacher Lei paused momentarily, then inquired, You broke through yesterday? Yes, teacher. I have become an Iron Bone Realm warrior. Wang Zhe replied honestly. Excellent. Then move forward another row to the 3rd. Teacher Lei said with a smile, nodding approvingly. By the way, how did you achieve your breakthrough? Why not share with everyone? Wang Zhe understood the unspoken cue and organized his thoughts. Teacher, I followed the medicinal combinations you provided and conducted my first round of auxiliary cultivation. The result was a dramatic increase in my internal energy and physical strength. Upon awakening, I found myself in the Ironbone realm. In summary, it is all thanks to the medicinal assistance. His response instantly sparked a flurry of murmurs among his classmates, who were astonished. Their amazement stemmed from 2 sources: the disbelief that Wang Zhe, once considered a failure, had ascended to the Ironbone realm, and the sheer potency of the medicine itself. Well said. Teacher Lei's previously furrowed brow relaxed. Advance to the 2nd row. No, come to the 1st row. Thank you, teacher. After demonstrating the effects of the medicine, Teacher Lei turned to the students in the 1st row and gently inquired. Now, I wonder if you all inquired about the matters I asked you to explore yesterday? Yu Fei, Zhao Miling, what are your plans? Teacher, we currently do not intend to purchase, they replied. That is perfectly fine. Just focus on your efforts. It is not mandatory to buy, and I hold no grudges. Teacher Lei nodded before addressing the 3rd student with a smile. Lu Jiaojiao, what about you? How much do you plan to buy? Is it permissible not to purchase? Lu Jiaojiao felt a wave of relief wash over her, as her earlier concern about not having enough money for the medicine dissipated. Teacher, I reached the Iron Bone realm last year and wish to see if I can advance to the Golden Body realm through natural cultivation. Teacher Lei nodded, his expression suddenly turning cold. Not purchasing? That is fine. Please stand at the back. Huh? Lu Jiaojiao was taken aback and reluctantly retreated to the 6th row. Lu Jia, 15 portions? You need not stand in the 5th row. Come to the 3rd. Zhang San, 5 portions? Stand in the 5th row. Li Si, 50 portions? Excellent. I have long recognized your considerable potential in martial arts. Come to the 1st row. In no time, Teacher Lei had arranged the seating according to each student's martial potential. Meanwhile, the cabinet behind him was already half empty, with many students placing their recently acquired medicinal supplies at their feet. All right, the medicine has been distributed. We will now commence formal instruction. Today, we will cover the 35th set of foundational leg techniques and the 11th set of foundational mental techniques for middle school students. Chapter 8, Breakthrough. Teacher Lei, a seasoned educator, seamlessly integrated movements into his lesson, meticulously deconstructing each action with great detail. He dedicated his focus to the students in the front row, occasionally checking in with those in the 2nd row, and occasionally prompting inquiries from the 3rd row. The noise emanating from the 4th, 5th, and 6th rows went largely unheard. By the end of the class, Wang Zhi's panel had transformed. Physical strength, 301. Vitality density, 301. Mental strength, 260. Internal skill, middle school's 45th set of foundational breathing techniques, level 7. 10. External skill, middle school's 44th set of foundational body forging techniques, level 8. 12. Martial technique, basic fist technique, level 8. 90. Basic leg technique, level 0. 85. Mental technique, basic mental technique, level 0. 80. The mere presence of skill names on the panel indicated that he had mastered them. A level of 0 signifies proficiency, while a level of 1 denotes entry-level understanding. The numbers displayed filled him with satisfaction. In the past, it had taken him an entire day to grasp the foundational breathing and body forging techniques. He had only managed to achieve basic understanding by persistently adjusting his cultivation posture based on the panel's guidance. Now, standing in the front row, he was on the verge of mastery after just 1 class. This rate of advancement far surpassed his previous experiences. I once held reservations about Teacher Lei's teaching methods, but it seems they do possess their merits. Wang Zhi mused inwardly. Are there any remaining questions regarding martial techniques and mental disciplines? Teacher Lei inquired as he stood before the assembly. None, I presume. Then, those who have not procured the medicine may engage in free training, while those who have may gather here, as I shall instruct you on the proper methods of medication administration. The process of administering medicine is indeed nuanced. While pills take effect gradually, injections yield more immediate results. Therefore, to maximize the efficacy of the medication, one should first consume the pills, followed by the injections. Moreover, the sequence of administration varies according to the training regimen. Given the limited variety of medicinal substances, Teacher Lei's explanations were succinct, concluding within a few minutes. Wang Zhi first ingested several pills of red, yellow, blue, green, black, and white hues. Subsequently, he administered an injection of the medicinal formula into each thigh. Following that, he injected the metabolic enhancer and a hormonal compound into his abdomen. In an instant, an intense warmth surged forth from his dantian. A cool sensation coursed down the inner sides of his thighs as the potency of the medicine flourished. Wang Zhi promptly channeled his mental discipline and internal energy, guiding the 2 streams of medicinal power to intertwine. Basic breathing technique 1. Basic mental discipline 1. Physical strength 001. Vitality concentration 001. Wang Zhi could perceive that his metrics were steadily ascending at a slow, yet resolute pace. It was as if steam were emanating from his head, while his skin flushed a vivid red, reminiscent of a boiled lobster. His remarkable transformation instantly drew the attention of those around him. As martial artists, they were well aware of the implications of such a display. This was a manifestation of Wang Zhi's internal organs operating at their utmost limit. It also indicated that his training efficiency had reached its zenith. Teacher Lei was equally astonished. Could it be that I misjudged him previously? Or perhaps Wang Zhi's potential in martial arts truly requires the aid of medication to be unveiled. Yet, his current state is somewhat precarious. Although Wang Zhi's physical strength and vitality concentration are escalating rapidly, the energy within him must also be depleting significantly. If he does not replenish it promptly, he may experience considerable depletion within minutes. Pondering this, he casually seized a student who had not purchased any medicine. You, take my card and fetch 5 pounds of synthetic food from the cafeteria. Opt for the most flavorless and economical variety. Be swift. If it is not delivered within 5 minutes, I shall deduct your credits. Upon hearing the mention of credit deductions, the student dared not delay. Ceasing his training, he took the meal card and hurried to the cafeteria. In under 3 minutes, he returned, breathless, carrying a black plastic bag filled with food. He opened it and inquired, "For whom?" The student was momentarily taken aback. "For Wang Zhe." Was it truly for the Wang Zhe who was currently in the midst of his training? Teacher Lei was indeed purchasing provisions for a student. "I instructed you to provide it to Wang Zhe." Understood. The black plastic bag was spread out before Wang Zhe, revealing steaming synthetic food. Wang Zhe's nostrils flared, as though he caught a whiff of a familiar aroma. Without hesitation, his body instinctively grasped a portion and stuffed it into his mouth. Within 2 or 3 bites, as the food entered, the white steam, previously dissipating from his head, surged once more. Could it be converted into energy within a minute? Such formidable digestive capabilities, even with the digestive enhancer administered. This speed was not typical of an ordinary individual. Wang Zhe's sensitivity to medication exceeded my wildest expectations. Teacher Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement, his emotions surging. He was well aware of the efficacy of the medicines he sold. For safety, the medications provided to students were diluted versions. Typically, even for ordinary martial artists, the effects would only reach about 5 or 6 points. An enhancement in training efficiency of 15 to 20 times would be quite remarkable. Yet before him, Wang Zhe had surpassed an increase of 5-fold. If he were to serve as a spokesperson for the pharmaceutical company and showcase his performance post-medication in a video, it would undoubtedly serve as the most compelling advertisement for efficacy. There was no need for scripting or direction. A single continuous shot from a moment of medication administration would suffice. With Wang Zhe's sensitivity to drugs, as long as he performed normally, the advertisement's impact would be undeniable. However, his current level was somewhat insufficient. A practitioner at the iron bone realm lacked persuasive authority. Furthermore, his tolerance to medication remained uncertain. It would be prudent to observe for a while longer. Should he ascend to the golden body realm without exhibiting significant side effects? Perhaps a conversation with the manufacturers could be arranged to negotiate a minor advertising role. While he contemplated, Wang Zhe was nearing the conclusion of his meal. The synthetic food within the black plastic bag was entirely consumed. With a powerful tremor, Wang Zhe's body seemed to expand by a margin. The white steam above his head erupted, and he slowly rose. His previously lean yet defined physique now appeared more robust. As he opened his eyes and stood, he realized that his peers had gathered around him, crowding the space. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Teacher Lei approached with a monitoring device, swiftly pricking his arm. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, 2 numbers appeared on the device, and Teacher Lei could hardly contain his smile, triumphantly lifting Wang Zhe's right hand alongside the monitor above his head. "Attention, everyone! A value of 32. A martial artist who just broke through the iron bone realm yesterday has, today after a single dose, surged to 32. The monitoring device was compact, roughly the size of half a palm. Yet, the students present were martial artists with keen eyesight. Upon closer inspection, they discerned physical strength, 321, vitality concentration, 320. By heavens! Is that truly a physical strength and vitality concentration of 32? The surrounding students could not restrain their astonishment. They were familiar with Wang Zhe, who had only just demonstrated the copper skin realm during class the day prior. His transition to the iron bone realm was not particularly surprising. After all, he had reached the copper skin realm during his first year of high school. Although his progress had been somewhat slow over the past 2 years, ascending to the iron bone realm was expected. However, the issue lay in the fact that before his breakthrough into the iron bone realm, his maximum value was capped at 299. On the very day of his breakthrough, the value would only naturally rise to around 30. Yet now, his metrics had astonishingly soared to 32. It is worth noting that for a martial artist, a monthly training regimen typically results in an increase of just 0.1. Yet he had managed to achieve a growth of 0.2 in merely a day's time. This was simply absurd. Was it true that Wang Zhe had only just broken through yesterday? Was the enhancement from medication truly this remarkable? The magnitude of his improvement seemed unfathomable. Listening to the gasps of admiration from his fellow students, Teacher Lei's spirits soared, and his perception of Wang Zhe improved significantly. He understood that this was attributable to Wang Zhe's unique constitution. Even others consuming medication would not achieve such rapid training speeds. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate. After all, in advertising, isn't it customary to embellish the effects slightly? He had not engaged in false promotion. Do you see that? This illustrates the distinction between natural body refinement and drug-assisted training. Indeed, while there are side effects to drug-assisted training, the advantages are equally apparent. If you do not take advantage of your youth and health now, will you wait until your body deteriorates to consider it later? Those of you hesitant to purchase medication, you have 2 days remaining. The discounts I previously mentioned are still valid for the next 2 days. Having showcased the results sufficiently, Teacher Lei finally released Wang Zhe's hand, patting him on the shoulder in encouragement. Well done. Thank you, teacher. I must also extend my gratitude for the food you provided earlier. Without it, I would have. No need for thanks. Let us settle the bill. The total for 5 pounds of synthetic food is $10. You may give me 15. As he spoke, he presented the payment QR code to Wang Zhe. Beep. Payment completed. Teacher. Very well. Consider yourself fortunate. Wang Zhe seethed silently within, masking his fury on the surface. Teacher, did you not mention that upon reaching the Taigijing realm, one could pursue part-time work? He inquired. I lack societal experience and struggle to find decent employment. Given your extensive connections, might you assist me in securing a position? He reassured the teacher. Rest assured, every penny I earn will be devoted to purchasing medicine. Although his talent as a Yaoren allowed him to maximize the effects of the medicine he consumed, it simultaneously escalated his demand for such substances. While other students required merely 1 portion per week for their training, he found even a single daily dose somewhat wasteful. Ideally, he would require 3 to 4 portions each day. However, funds were scarce. Even if he were to mortgage his father's assets, he would only possess a little over 26,000 yuan. This sum, even with the additional medicine provided by Teacher Lei, would soon be depleted, not to mention the monthly interest obligations. Though 26,000 seemed like a substantial amount, it would not last more than a few months without a stable income. The prospect of earning money for medicine, Teacher Lei's demeanor softened considerably. He stroked his chin in contemplation. If you were at the Jingshan realm, I would indeed have a commendable opportunity to introduce you to. However, as you are currently at the Taigijing realm and must attend school during the day, your only option may be to work in a black factory. A black factory? Wang Zhe mused. It was not without its drawbacks, but at least it promised financial compensation. Moreover, his father worked in the same establishment, thus continuing the family legacy. Teacher, may I inquire about the pay at the black factory? What can I expect to earn monthly? Working part-time for 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. You might earn between 300 to 600 yuan weekly. Teacher Lei replied. Is that all? Wang Zhe exclaimed. That equates to merely 300 yuan. Such a meager sum barely covers the interest, let alone provides for medicine. Furthermore, the long hours would encroach upon my training time. To sacrifice my cultivation for the sake of money seems counterproductive. Disappointment washed over him. Yet, if he did not work at the black factory as an 18-year-old student, he seemed to have few alternatives. Perhaps I could work there for a few months and transition to another opportunity later? Sensing his inner turmoil, Teacher Lei continued. If you find the pay unsatisfactory, I have another job to propose. This position requires no more than 5 hours of work each day and offers between 300 to 800 yuan in income, albeit with a degree of danger involved. Wang Zhe's eyes sparkled, momentarily disregarding the 800 figure. Earning 300 yuan for just 5 hours of work. That amounts to an hourly wage of 60. Wouldn't that total 9,000 yuan for a month? What a miraculous part-time job. But what do you mean by a bit dangerous? Earning money must come with risks, Teacher Lei clarified. I know a few acquaintances in pharmaceutical companies seeking steady test subjects to evaluate new drugs. However, new medications can be unpredictable, and mishaps may occur. Fortunately, being in a pharmaceutical setting means that, should anything happen, medical equipment and professionals are readily available. The likelihood of fatal outcomes is quite low. Perhaps only a few casualties occur annually. What do you mean by only a few? Wang Zhe was left speechless. It seemed there had indeed been fatalities, and not sporadically, but rather a consistent number each year. If the probability of death was so high, how could the risks of injury or adverse effects be any less? It appeared Teacher Lei was eagerly anticipating his plunge into this venture. Nevertheless, becoming a test subject was an option he could only consider. He feigned reluctance and said, "You truly want to go through with this? Just know that I won't take responsibility if anything goes awry." "No problem," Wang Zhi replied. "Very well." In the next moment, the payment QR code was presented to him. Wang Zhi hesitated and glanced at Teacher Lei, who wore an innocently feigned expression. "What? Did you think such a high-paying job would be easy to come by? A 500 yuan introduction fee is quite reasonable. Of course, it is not excessive. I should be thanking you." "Teacher," Wang Zhi gritted his teeth and smiled as he pulled out his phone. The sound of the transaction echoed, and Teacher Lei smugly reclaimed his device. "I'll send you the contact information shortly. You should receive notification about your new job after class today." As he spoke, he turned to a corner and activated the connection with a pharmaceutical contact. "Brother, I found a high-sensitivity yarn for you. Interested? The introduction fee is 5,000. Chapter 10. Zhao Miling's sudden favor after bidding farewell to Teacher Lei. Wang Zhi took a moment to rest before heading to the cafeteria to purchase a plastic bag filled with synthetic food for his training. The enhancement of both his physical strength and blood vitality demanded a substantial energy intake. Although eating while training would diminish efficiency, for him, the only means of replenishing energy was through meals. If he had the funds, he could afford to consume an energy pearl, which would provide a continuous supply of energy during training. Once depleted, the pearl could be recharged. However, such luxuries were far beyond the reach of someone like Wang Zhi. Before long, Wang Zhi exhaled deeply, exiting his meditative state. He glanced at the time. It was past 11:40. Looking at his stats, he noted realm, Taiyujing, physical strength, 328, blood vitality, 325. His physical strength had increased by 0.07, while his blood vitality had risen by 0.06. Compared to the previous half hour, this improvement was significantly lesser, only 1/3 of the earlier increment. Since consuming the medicine, 3.5 hours had elapsed. Yet the effects had dwindled to nearly negligible levels. This indicated that his talent allowed the medicine to exert at least 95 efficacy within the first 3 hours. The initial half hour had yielded approximately 60 to 70 effectiveness. Having missed the opportunity to observe yesterday, Wang Zhi carefully documented the data today. His Yaran talent was undoubtedly his greatest asset, and it was crucial to explore its application to its fullest potential. In the future, when funds were available, he could take a single dose and train for only half an hour before administering a second. For now, however, he needed to exercise caution with his resources. Suddenly, he realized it was nearly noon. The morning physical education class had concluded, and everyone was returning to the classroom. Teacher Lei's voice rang out from a distance. The students, who had been training, rose in unison and headed to the classroom. Wuda Zhongxue did not have a lunch break, but typically included a cultural class at noon, allowing students to eat and rest. Students, please take out your textbooks and turn to chapter 12. Today we will discuss the refraction of light. The physics teacher, sporting a pair of glasses, spoke softly from the podium, attempting to engage the class. Yet few students paid him any heed, each engrossed in their own activities as if they were still on the playground. The physics teacher sighed and turned the pages of his book, embarking on a monologue. Wang Zhi shook his head. He felt sympathy for the teacher, but it was evident that during his own school years, he had neglected physical education in favor of immersing himself in mathematics and physics. During the critical 4 years of high school, he had chosen to pursue academic excellence instead of honing his physical abilities. It can only be said that those who are pitiable often possess qualities that are deserving of disdain. Those who had not endured the rigors of physical training during their school years would inevitably face the hardships of life later on. To prioritize studying during the most crucial period of growth was to invite disdain. As Wang Zhi contemplated continuing his training while the effects of the medication still lingered, an unexpected figure materialized before him. Zhao Miling, the second-best student from Class 4. A martial arts prodigy who had already ascended to the golden body realm before the 4th year. At this moment, she was gazing intently at him. Though it felt somewhat presumptuous, she inquired, "Would you be interested in adding me as a friend?" Zhao Miling's voice was melodious and clear, exuding an aura of aloof elegance. Her porcelain-like hand was extended, revealing her satellite QR code. Wang Zhi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a rush of flattery. Logically speaking, someone of Zhao Miling's caliber, a martial arts genius, should belong to an entirely different social stratum than he, a mere underachiever. If Zhao Miling represented the Brahmins of martial arts, then before his medication, Wang Zhe might not have even qualified as a Shudra, but rather an untouchable, a lowly peasant whose very existence was deemed disrespectful if they were to accidentally cross paths with her. The idea of befriending someone of her stature seemed utterly implausible. Of course, Wang Zhe replied, his spirits lifting. Who wouldn't relish the company of an attractive individual, especially one who had once seemed so unattainable? Ding! Friend request accepted. Zhao Miling smiled radiantly, her beauty striking. We've never spoken before. I thought you might decline. Wang Zhe chuckled foolishly in response. How could anyone refuse a request from someone as lovely as you? Thank you. Zhao Miling blushed slightly, appearing somewhat bashful. I didn't expect you to be so agreeable. Could you lend me 500 yuan? Absolutely not. Wang Zhe snapped back to reality, rejecting her request with unwavering decisiveness, leaving no room for negotiation. At this, Zhao Miling's expression shifted, her lips curling in discontent. All right, I'll add you to the group. Pay attention to the group messages. Remember to check in after class. With that, she turned and returned to her seat, beginning to meditate. Wang Zhe stood momentarily stunned, glancing at his phone. Bazhong Trial Drug Alliance, 15. Wang Zhe has been invited to group chat. Luda from class 4. Welcome new member. Please change your nickname. Wang Zhe changed nickname to Wang Zhe from class 4. Deng Fei from class 4. Does the newcomer have money? Lend me 1,000. I'll pay you back in a few days. Song Mingyu from class 8. Wang Zhe? ISNT He from class 4's Copper Skin Realm? How did he get into the group? Qi Mei Xian from class 10. Hello, Wang Zhe. I only need to borrow 300. Perhaps due to the midday cultural class. The group was abuzz with activity. As soon as Wang Zhe entered, he was met with enthusiastic greetings. The group name was straightforward, clearly consisting of colleagues working part-time at the pharmaceutical factory. However, the identities of the group members surprised him. Whether it was Deng Fei, Song Mingyu, or Qi Mei Xian, they were all renowned martial arts geniuses at Bazhong. All had advanced to the Golden Body realm before their senior year, likely to ascend to the Impervious realm before graduation. But why were they in such a part-time group? Hadn't they been training naturally? Moreover, why did they all immediately seek to borrow money from him upon his arrival? Pondering this, he clicked on Zhao Miling's profile. Wang Zhe, what is this group about? Why are so many top students from our school here? After a brief pause, Zhao Miling replied, consultation fee, 500. Wang Zhe, all right, I'm not particularly keen to know. Zhao Miling, 200. Wang Zhe, 5. Zhao Miling was typing. Sao Meiling, no. Do you know how to negotiate? Who negotiates from the ankle up? Wang Zhe, 10. That is my highest offer. Zhao Miling deal. Zhao Miling. Gorilla extending a hand JPG. Chapter 11. Introduction to loans. Transferred 10 yuan. Transfer received. Zhao Miling. This group is our trial drug testers chat, initiated by Teacher Lei, who will post the meeting times and locations daily. Wang Zhe, I understand, but why are all the top students in this group? These individuals had all entered the Golden Body realm before their senior year. Wasn't it supposed to be through natural training? Zhao Miling, because we all use drugs. Upon reflection, Wang Zhe realized why he had been assigned to Bazhong after the midterm exams. The response was prompt enough to catch him off guard. He had been allocated to Bazhong due to his mediocre martial arts aptitude. As he typed, realization dawned upon him. In the entire Chui Shi city, there were 10 high schools, and students were assigned based on their tested martial arts potential, ranked from highest to lowest, beginning with the first high school. If he had been placed in Bazhong due to his lack of talent, then it followed that the others were similarly lacking. If they all had poor potential, how could there be such a stark difference after 2 years? He had never slacked off in his training. Wang Zhe, so you mean those from our school who advanced to the Golden Body realm before senior year essentially did so through drug use? Zhao Miling, exactly. And not just us. The high school students above us are even more fervent in their drug use. Wang Zhe, may I ask when you all started using drugs? Why did so many people seek to borrow money from me as soon as I joined the group? Zhao Miling, most of us began in the second half of our first year, and the fund for the drugs naturally came from loans. Teacher Lane knew this long ago. He even helped guarantee my loan. As for the request for money, of course, it's because we can't pay the interest. I currently owe over 200,000, with monthly interest nearing 2,000. 200,000. Wang Zhe's fingers trembled as he typed. Wang Zhe, how could it be so much? The prices for teacher Lay's medications weren't exorbitant. Accumulating 200,000 over 3 years would be considered extravagant. With frugality, around 150,000 would suffice for 3 years. Furthermore, it had only been 2.5 years since Zhao Miling began using drugs to train. Logically, she shouldn't need 200,000 at all. Zhao Miling. Once you reach the golden body realm, continuing with low-quality drugs significantly diminishes their efficacy. Hence, it is reasonable to invest in higher-quality auxiliary medications. Moreover, once foundational martial arts and skills reach their limit, one must select advanced techniques and skills. Additionally, upon reaching the golden body realm, dietary requirements become critical. Simple synthetic food cannot sustain the vital energy concentration necessary for advancing to the impervious realm. Though each individual expense may seem trivial, they accumulate into a substantial monthly expenditure. This revelation was eye-opening for Wang Zhe, a novice in the world of drug use. The depths of the pharmaceutical realm were far more intricate than he had initially surmised. With such high expenditures, it was no wonder everyone was seeking ways to borrow money and earn income. He lowered his head and continued typing. Reaching the golden body realm was sufficient to obtain a high school diploma. Yet, the fact that others continued to strive for further mastery indicated that their ambitions extended beyond mere certification. Wang Zhe. So, are you planning to apply for a junior college? Zhao Miling. Precisely. You're serious about junior college? Wang Zhe felt a jolt of surprise. Wang Zhe, are you out of your mind? This decision borders on insanity. Gaining admission to a junior college is reserved for the exceptional, the creme de la creme of martial arts geniuses. Entering such an institution and breaking into the impervious realm is merely a matter of time, destined to become a formidable force, revered by many. Yet, you're merely a top student from Bajong. Even a student who ascended through drug use dares to claim they aim for junior college? It's utterly fantastical. Even I, possessing extraordinary abilities, wouldn't dare to dream so grandly. As for universities beyond junior colleges, they remain an unattainable legend. Zhao Miling. Let's give it a try. It won't cost anything. Oh wait, it seems like it does cost money. Wang Zhe. After a moment of silence. Wang Zhe. How did you manage to borrow over 200,000? What student has that kind of limit? Without a guarantor, you wouldn't even be able to borrow. As soon as the information was sent, the other party promptly returned with a dozen links, seemingly well prepared. Wang Zhe clicked on them one by one, and his expression changed slightly at first glance. Wang Zhe, Black Online Loans. Are you daring to borrow from Black Online Loans? Forgetting to repay a legitimate loan might result in losing a kidney or an organ. If you can't repay a Black Online loan, you could be forced into labor, coerced into studying chemistry, mathematics, and other subjects for them. Some ruthless black lenders even compel martial artists to take cultural talent exams. Many martial artists, unable to endure the humiliation, have committed suicide after passing these exams. Zhao Miling, what's wrong with Black Online Loans? Are you too timid to borrow from them? Your determination to pursue the path is rather fragile. Don't forget, aside from medicinal enhancements, the prices of slightly advanced techniques are typically in the tens of thousands. How much can you gain from legitimate loans? Borrowing is a necessary path to enter a junior college. Of course, if you merely wish to graduate, then I misjudged you. He fell silent for a moment. Wang Zhe. All right, you were right. Thank you. Zhao Miling. No need for thanks. Just remember to click through the links I provided. A child without an umbrella must run desperately. A child without money must borrow desperately. Closing the chat window, Wang Zhe opened a shopping app and entered keywords related to the Jinshin realm. Soon, a plethora of martial techniques appeared before him. The inner strength, outer strength, and mental techniques corresponded to the values of blood vitality, physical strength, and mental strength, respectively. The better the quality of these corresponding techniques, the quicker the enhancement of these values would occur under the same conditions and time. As for martial skills, they were aimed at improving one's combat capabilities. Having decided to borrow heavily, Wang Zhe intended to purchase several techniques related to the Jinshin realm to practice. Among the dazzling array of techniques, he quickly selected 3, totaling over 80,000. They were somewhat expensive, but the price was justified as they were several times more effective than basic techniques, and the subsequent advanced techniques were equally top-notch. However, Wang Zhe noticed something amiss. The total limit from the dozen download links Zhao Miling provided amounted to only over 20,000. Each app's lending limit hovered around 1,500. Wang Zhe, screenshot, Screenshot sister. Why is my limit so low? After a while, a message finally came back. Zhao Meiling. You are a student who ranks near the bottom in the 8th middle school. And without any notoriety, your limit is naturally low. As for me, not only am I second in the entire 8th middle school, but I also broke through to the Jinshin realm before the 4th year. Not to mention my appearances in several high-profile competitions. Without collateral, you can only borrow credit loans, which depend on your strength, potential, and notoriety. How could your limit possibly be the same as mine? If you want to increase your limit, you need to seek more opportunities to showcase yourself and participate in competitions. Additionally, remember to update your information every time you advance in rank. Each advancement will significantly increase your limit on those platforms. So that's how it is. Wang Zhe realized. He never expected there were so many details to pay attention to when it came to loans. Wang Zhe, thank you. Chapter 12, Lightweight Technique. Renwu Body Refinement Technique, a light blue panel unfolded before him. Name, Wang Zhe Realm, Iron Bone Realm. Physical Strength, 328. Blood Vitality, 325. Mental Strength, 260. Inner Technique. Middle School's 45th set of Basic Breathing Techniques, Level 8. 10. Outer Technique. Middle School's 44th set of Basic Body Refinement Techniques, Level 9, 12. Martial Skills, Basic Fist Technique, Level 8. 90. Basic Leg Technique, Level 0. 85. Mental Technique, Basic Mental Technique, Level 0. 80. Talent, Pharmaceutical Human. Your body structure is unlike that of ordinary people, significantly enhancing the positive effects of medications while simultaneously immunizing against any negative effects, though with certain side effects that do not impact potential or strength. The outer technique was nearly at maximum level, so preparations could be made. After contemplating his panel for a moment, Wang Zhe successively clicked on several black online loans, inputting his information and verifying his identity. In class, he was busy speaking, blinking, and shaking his head. Soon, the loan limit was approved. He unhesitatingly extended the installment period to the maximum and selected to borrow. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. 3 crisp sounds of funds arriving echoed. Wang Zhe switched apps and opened a shopping app again, entering outer technique. A series of information swiftly appeared. Buying grandfather's corpse, prices far exceeding competitors. Don't discard your deceased grandfather. We can recycle it here. Ashes buyback. Unleaked ashes can be exchanged for 4-digit amounts. Rebirth of Een Energy, Grandfather Resurrection Technique. Oh, oops, I made a typo. Deleting grandfather, I re-entered outer technique. A moment later, the information displayed correctly. He directly skipped the substandard techniques, such as super strong outer technique, the universe's #1 outer technique, and the strongest outer technique of the 7-star realm. Scrolling down and clicking to purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. In the next moment, an electronic version of the Renwu Body Refinement Technique was sent to his phone. Along with it came a training license. In the Human Alliance, aside from the basic techniques taught in schools, all other techniques require a training license. If you are caught practicing without a license at home, even if you go undetected, you will face a fine 100 times the amount. You might even be sentenced to 5 to 10 years of uncompensated factory labor. Each day, you would suffer the torment of forced labor, akin to hell. I hope this $3,000 technique does not disappoint me. The Renwu Body Refinement Technique is a common, yet currently one of the best-selling lightweight techniques on the market. Priced at $30,000, it is suitable for realms below the unleaked realm. It also has 2 advantages. The first is that this technique serves as a prerequisite for the Earth Martial Technique and Heaven Martial Technique. If Wang Zhe has the opportunity to ascend to higher realms in the future, he can seamlessly transition to more advanced techniques. The second advantage is that this outer technique shares the same origin as the basic body refinement technique. If Wang Zhe later wishes to switch to other advanced techniques, it will only require minor adjustments. Glancing at his balance, he had 600 remaining. After purchasing this technique, he was back to square one. However, fortunately, I still have 6 platforms where I can borrow. My father can also help me borrow a bit more. If he lends me money, the online loan will also give me a rebate. Although I cannot afford advanced inner techniques, the repayments for next month and the month after, as well as the money for medications, should not be a significant problem. Additionally, the prices of medications from Teacher Lei are a bit high. I will have to find a way to buy some cheaper medications from the black market later on. After all, I have the pharmaceutical human talent, so I'm not afraid of side effects. Aside from that, there is also the potential for increasing the loan limit. Just as Wang Zhe was deep in thought, the school bell finally rang. The physics teacher, who had been struggling to teach at the podium, rushed out of the classroom as if liberated. The afternoon class was martial skills class, still taught by homeroom teacher Lei. He led the students through 2 rounds of basic leg techniques and basic mental techniques, then promoted several medications for a few minutes before allowing everyone to practice individually. The class took place in the martial arts practice room, where students could train independently or spar with each other to hone their combat skills and techniques. It was a self-study class format. However, Wang Zhe had no intention of honing his martial skills for now. He moved to a corner, pulling out a clump of colorful plastic-wrapped spherical objects from his pants. Unwrapping the plastic, a vibrant array of syringes and pills appeared before him. It was indeed the potion he had brought from home. First, he would cultivate the foundational external martial arts and breathing techniques to their fullest extent. As he spoke, he seized a vial of white liquid and injected it directly into his neck. This was the awakening needle, capable of slowing the user's perception of time while enhancing their sensitivity to bodily changes. This significantly accelerated the progress of martial artists. The side effects, however, included a chance of reduced cognitive speed and distorted perceptions of time. Even teacher Lei dared not sell this drug recklessly. Following this, he took a blue pill and swallowed it whole. The body refinement pill temporarily increased the resilience of one's bones and the strength of the flesh, hastening the cultivation of external martial arts. Here it came. Due to his innate talent, the effects of the drugs manifested rapidly in Wang Zhe. In less than a minute, he felt a marked change. Bang! He unleashed a punch that produced a sound akin to the shattering of air. This was the initiation move of the foundational body refinement technique, and soon after, Wang Zhe's speed began to accelerate. His eyes remained glued to the panel, repeatedly practicing the body refinement technique. Basic body refinement technique 1. Basic body refinement technique 1. Basic body refinement technique 15. So it turns out this motion requires a certain degree of restraint. Basic body refinement technique 05. Alright, excessive restraint is counterproductive. Utilizing the progress displayed on the panel, Wang Zhe gradually adjusted his movements. The panel could not directly correct his errors in cultivation, but he could compare his progress through different movements to make corrections. Previously, due to minimal progress, it often took hours to observe any changes, making timely adjustments to his movements difficult. After practicing the body refinement technique hundreds of times, he was often left uncertain about where the problems lay or what required improvement. However, after taking the drugs, he received clear feedback after just 2 or 3 repetitions. Naturally, this made corrections far easier. After several dozen minutes, external skill, basic body refinement technique, level 10-0, reached its peak. Originally, he had been just 1 level away, and typically, it would take at least half a month of diligent practice to reach the maximum level of such techniques, yet he had accomplished it within a mere hour. Wang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Furthermore, it appeared that the side effects of the awakening needle had not manifested, allowing him to choose a more direct injection site next time. Without delay, he seized another red pill and swallowed it, commencing his training in the foundational breathing technique. Once both the foundational body refinement and breathing techniques reached level 10, he could seamlessly transition to human martial arts. Chapter 13. The Drug-Enhancing Sacred Body. An hour later. Name, Wang Zhe Realm, Iron Bone Realm. Physical strength, 329. Blood chi density, 326. Mental strength, 260. Internal skill, basic breathing technique, level 10-0. External skill, basic body refinement technique, level 10-0. Both foundational internal and external skills had reached level 10. However, due to not consuming an excessive amount of drugs, the increase in physical strength and blood chi density was not significant, having only increased by 0.01. Even achieving this modest enhancement was thanks to the pills. Next, Wang Zhe opened his phone and accessed his newly purchased human martial body refinement technique. This was the time to cultivate the advanced, luxurious martial arts. He hoped it would not disappoint. Though Wang Zhe's innate talent and martial arts aptitude were not particularly high, he was blessed with a commendable memory and learning ability. The electronic version of the human martial body refinement technique not only contained a detailed textual introduction, but also featured professional animated demonstrations. After a few brief reviews, Wang Zhe began practicing. Once he had memorized the movements and the steps of the technique, he glanced at the panel. External skill, human martial body refinement technique, level 0-10. Reaching level 0 also indicated that he had entered the threshold of this external skill. His movements exhibited no major flaws, nor were there any severe errors that could lead to adverse side effects. Seizing the moment while the effects of the awakening needle still lingered, he tossed another body refinement pill into his mouth. He focused on the panel, adjusting the finer details according to the numerical changes displayed. After half an hour, despite having practiced only a dozen times, the skill level had already risen from 0 to 1. Indeed, drug-assisted cultivation was the true path Wang Zhi mused. With the drug effects in full swing and the technique newly initiated, coupled with the timely error correction from the panel, the skill level was escalating at an astonishing rate. On the other hand, the distinct movements and techniques had caught Teacher Lei's attention. From the moment Wang Zhi began his cultivation, he recognized that the student was practicing the human martial body refinement technique. Why spend money on such an advanced, luxurious technique instead of purchasing drugs? The price of such a level of martial arts was no trivial matter, and even with drugs, an ordinary student would typically require at least half a year to see results. As a senior in high school, could this slacker not simply buy some pills to graduate smoothly? Yet, he was investing in high-level techniques. After years of lackadaisical effort, what good would striving now do? Such lofty aspirations. Initially, he paid little heed, merely feeling a twinge of frustration for the student's lack of focus. However, less than an hour later, he was astonished to discover that despite Wang Zhi's limited practice time, the fluidity of his movements, while still lacking, had begun to exhibit a hint of grace. It hinted at a certain effortless skill. Could it be that Wang Zhi possessed an extraordinary talent for comprehension? Teacher Lei was somewhat taken aback, but quickly dismissed his own speculation. If he truly had such high comprehension, how could he possibly be attending Bajong? At the very least, he should be at Wuzhong or above. Perhaps it was merely a fortunate alignment with this particular technique. Though he rationalized this, his gaze was inexplicably drawn back to Wang Zhi. Time ticked away, and Wang Zhi's progress began to plateau. Just as Teacher Lei thought he had hit a bottleneck, pop, Wang Zhi produced a white syringe, unhesitatingly injecting it directly into his forehead. No way. Teacher Lei leaped up in shock. Did he dare to administer the awakening needle like that? Injecting it into his forehead. He recognized that white syringe all too well. It was one he had sold himself and had specifically cautioned about its usage and side effects. Other drugs, when overused, would take years for side effects to become apparent. And if something went wrong, he would be hard to find. But an overdose of the awakening needle could lead to mental chaos or even brain death in a short period. Ordinary martial artists typically injected the awakening needle into the abdomen or ankle, as the farther the injection site was from the head, the safer it was. Only those above the no-leak realm dared to inject above the neck. A reckless individual who directly jabbed their forehead would likely suffer severe mental repercussions, if not death. If he died outside, it would be manageable. But should he perish within the school grounds, the trouble would be substantial. Alas, had he known better, he would not have given him this medication. With a clatter, 2 pills fell from his sleeve, resting in his palm, poised to be thrown. Yet the next moment, something felt amiss. Teacher Lei halted, realizing that Wang Zhi exhibited no signs of discomfort. Instead, after the injection, his progress accelerated back to its previous state. The proficiency of the human martial body refinement technique began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. Was his drug tolerance this high? Yet, at the Iron Bone realm, he possessed a resilience comparable to that of a no-leak realm martial artist. Did he truly possess an extraordinary martial arts talent? Others may have been oblivious. But how could he, as a teacher, remain unaware? Though regulations prohibited high school students from using drugs, it should be noted that the rule merely forbade their use without imposing penalties. Without penalties, was that not an encouragement? Many high school students have begun experimenting with drugs as early as their first year. However, the students from Bajong are characterized by their lack of talent and impoverished backgrounds, rendering their martial potential exceedingly unremarkable. Consequently, there is little incentive for anyone to sell them drugs. In contrast, students from Air, and Sanzhong are commonly involved in drug use. The vendors at the school gate are representatives of various pharmaceutical companies. Could it be that Wang Zhi possesses a hidden talent for drug use and martial arts? Have I stumbled upon a treasure? Teacher Lei felt a surge of interest. Although Wang Zhi's innate abilities might be somewhat lacking, If his resistance to drugs is indeed as formidable as it appears, his future potential could be substantial. It is essential to remember that we no longer live in an era where one must endure extreme training in winter and summer. Having a talent in one aspect does not imply versatility. However, strong drug tolerance signifies an all-encompassing strength. Weak foundations? Then consume digestive enhancers to build muscle. Low vitality? Take blood-boosting pills and energy injections. Limited comprehension? Utilize drugs that accelerate thought processes and enhance mental acuity. Address weaknesses where they arise. You may have deficiencies, but modern technology does not. As long as the body can endure, even a small worm can transform into a mighty dragon. Of course, this pertains solely to muscle. Nevertheless, it remains unclear whether he genuinely possesses strong drug tolerance or is merely enduring the experience. It will be prudent to observe for a while longer. In Chapter 14, titled The Unnatural Refinement of Body Pharmaceuticals, Wang Zhe was oblivious to teacher Lei's thoughts and was wholly absorbed in his cultivation practices. The price of the awakening needle is exorbitant. The 30,000 yuan package contains merely 3 doses, and its effects last only about 2.5 hours for him. Every second wasted causes him considerable distress. When he is focused on his work, time always seems to slip away faster than anticipated. Before long, the effects wear off, and Wang Zhe's mental acuity plummets dramatically, as if his brain has transformed from a quantum computer to an ancient abacus in an instant. He found it somewhat disorienting. However, the benefits derived from the 2 doses of the awakening needle were equally impressive. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. Bang! It surprisingly produced a light sound. Looking at his status panel, he noted physical strength, 335, vitality, 328, mental strength, 260, internal skill, basic breathing technique, level 10. 0. External skill, basic body refinement technique, level 10, 0. Human martial body refinement technique, level 5, 76. My human martial body refinement technique is now at level 5, 76. My physical strength has soared to 335. Wang Zhe was filled with excitement. It is indeed a luxury-level martial art. Compared to basic techniques, the rate of improvement is astonishingly rapid. Even without the aid of drugs, with complete focus on enhancing his skill level, his physical strength still surged by 0.05. If he were to fully master his techniques and then use drugs, wouldn't his numbers rise exponentially? Although the awakening needle is costly, its efficacy is remarkable. Wang Zhe mused that if he had another 5 or 6 doses, reaching the pinnacle of human martial body refinement would be well within reach. Unfortunately, at 1,000 yuan per needle, this amount is rather steep for Wang Zhe at present. Not to mention, he still requires an advanced internal technique. As a martial artist burdened with numerous online loan apps, the advanced internal skill must also be of luxury caliber. Moreover, enhancing his values necessitates drug use, which ultimately demands financial resources. There are far too many expenses and far too few means of earning money. The limits on his loan amounts have not improved. Just as he was reveling in his success, Wang Zhe found himself troubled once more. He possesses talent, yet his martial potential leaves much to be desired. For now, he must proceed cautiously. As school dismissed, Wang Zhe arrived at the designated gathering point outside the school gate, following messages from a group. The shuttle from a pharmaceutical company was already in place. He and Zhao Meiling were the first to arrive. After a few minutes, a total of 8 people, including himself and Zhao Meiling, gathered, and the shuttle departed promptly. Wang Zhe was not surprised. Trial participants inevitably consume something toxic. Besides him, how could the other students make it to work every day? After a day of work, they would likely need several days to recover. However, what is this? Are you eating dirt? Wang Zhe gazed in astonishment at his surroundings, as the top students from Ba Zhong simultaneously produced plastic bags and began nibbling at the contents. Initially perplexed, he wondered how this group had suddenly begun using drugs. However, upon closer inspection, he realized they were not consuming drugs, but rather dirt. Not just any dirt, but soil mixed with small stones. After reaching the golden body realm, mere synthetic food is no longer sufficient. More nutritious sustenance is required, referred to as food supplementation. Zhao Meiling swallowed a mouthful of the stone-laden soil and explained that the earth is rich in trace elements that can replenish the nutrients needed by martial artists. If fortune smiles upon them, they might even consume insects. Eating dirt allows them to save money on supplementary nutrition. Wang Zhe frowned. However, can a martial artist's body truly digest dirt? Zhao Miling did not respond, but instead sent a link via her phone. Wang Zhe clicked on it, revealing a popular technique titled Earth Residue Transformation Technique. A golden body realm martial skill priced at 500 yuan with 27.6 billion purchases made. He opened the skill description. Earth Residue Transformation Technique enhances digestive capability through the specific circulation of vital energy, allowing martial artists to assimilate minerals and nutrients found in the earth and soil. Mastery enables the consumption of reinforced concrete. Note: daily limits on soil intake vary based on individual constitution and realm. Upon reviewing the skill evaluations, he found numerous positive comments, including, "Thanks to the creator of this technique, I save at least 500 yuan on food expenses every month." 5-star rating. This technique is a savior for the impoverished. After breaking through to the unleaked realm, basic nutritional intake costs a fortune. Without this technique, I genuinely couldn't manage. Black soil is nutritionally superior to yellow soil. I recommend everyone consume more black soil. Consuming concrete can be a bit rough on the teeth and may lead to bleeding. It is not advisable for martial artists below the golden body realm, even if their skills are fully mastered. Eating only soil can be somewhat unpalatable. Synthetic food lacks flavor. So mixing the cheapest synthetic food with dirt enhances taste without being too earthy. Among the over 1 million evaluations, more than 95 were favorable. The few negative reviews merely complain about consuming too much dirt, leading to bleeding during bowel movements. There were no complaints regarding the technique's efficacy. Eating dirt? Moreover, it can replace supplementary nutrition. Wang Zhe stroked his chin in contemplation, feeling quite tempted. A martial skill priced at 500 yuan that can be utilized up to the unleaked realm presents an excellent cost-benefit ratio. The only drawback is the intake limit. One cannot simply consume dirt ad libitum. He could purchase it next month when he receives his salary. Currently, as he is still in the Ironbone realm, it would be a waste. After a month, he should be on the verge of breaking through to the golden body realm and preparing for the unleaked realm, making it an ideal time to practice this skill. After a moment of thought, Wang Zhe reluctantly opened his phone. Wang Zhe, thank you for the information. Transfer 99 yuan. Zhao Miling, you're so stingy. Wang Zhe, yet you still want me to pay you back. Transfer received. By the way, I have a few more questions. While they were en route, Wang Zhe inquired Zhao Miling about the pharmaceutical company and the trial participants. Unfortunately, apart from Zhao Miling, he was not well acquainted with the other students from the Brahmin class on the bus. She was the only one willing to converse with him. Approximately 40 minutes later, the vehicle halted before a massive factory. The factory sprawled over an enormous area, stretching at least 2 kilometers wide in both directions. Apart from his own vehicle, dozens of dilapidated buses were parked at the entrance. Unlike the unusually spacious area on his side, the buses were nearly crammed with people. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that most of the passengers disembarking from the buses were rather downcast, middle-aged individuals. As soon as they stepped off, they promptly donned gas masks. Wang Zhe followed the crowd off the bus and looked up to see a large metallic sign emblazoned with the name of the factory, radiating a dazzling golden light. In Chapter 15 of Fei Ziren Lianti Yao Yi, he pondered what his classmates were observing and realized it was time to enter. Just as he was surveying his surroundings, a tall, slender man in a tailored suit, wearing glasses without lenses, approached Wang Zhe and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. "You look rather unfamiliar. Are you new here? Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Bai, and I am Bai Liyuan, the manager of Fei Ziren Lianti Yao Yi. Feel free to ask me any questions." Saying this, he produced a business card and handed it to Wang Zhe. "What are those people on the bus? Why are they wearing gas masks? Is there toxic gas in the factory?" Wang Zhe inquired with curiosity as he tucked away the card. They are all long-time employees of the pharmaceutical factory," the manager explained with a mild chuckle. "We produce auxiliary cultivation potions. How can we possibly manufacture toxic gases? The reason they wear gas masks is due to the presence of pharmaceutical dust in the production area. To avoid inadvertent inhalation, they must wear them while working." "I see," Wang Zhe nodded, developing a favorable impression of the pharmaceutical factory. It appeared the owner was quite conscientious, genuinely concerned about the health of the employees regarding the inhalation of excessive medicinal powder. Such benevolence was a rarity in the 7th star realm. "Your boss seems to possess a kind heart. Wang Zhe remarked. Well, it's acceptable, Bai Luyuan responded, glancing at Wang Zhe with mild surprise, seemingly not fully comprehending his sentiment. Most pharmaceutical factories are similar. After all, if the workers inhale too much powder while on the job, their take-home pay at the end of the month would be considerably reduced. What do you mean by inhaling too much powder would reduce their wages? Are the workers in the production area actually charged for breathing in the medicinal powder floating in the air? Of course, why not? Bai Luyuan replied matter-of-factly. We can't allow these workers to inhale without compensation, can we? 666. How absurd, Wang Zhe thought to himself, chiding his naive expectations of the capitalists in the seventh-star realm. Wait, so does that mean we, the testers, have to pay for medicinal costs as well? Oh, you needn't worry about that. Bai Luyuan waved his hand dismissively. You were invited to test the medicine. We wouldn't charge you. That's a relief, Wang Zhe exhaled. We sell all the testers' medicines at cost price. Wang Zhe was taken aback. So, does that mean you don't make a profit? He wanted to ask more, but Bai Luyuan had already pushed him inside, striding directly onward. Reluctantly, Wang Zhe had no choice but to follow, hoping that the medicine prices would be affordable enough for him to earn a little more. Several hours later, the group emerged from the pharmaceutical factory, each person displaying an ecstatic demeanor, their skin flushed and burning. Clearly, the effects of the medicine had yet to wear off. Wang Zhe, however, appeared quite normal, though his spirits remained elevated. His exuberance stemmed not from the lingering effects of the medicine, but rather from the fact that after deducting the cost of the medicine and travel expenses, he had pocketed a full 740. I was wrong about the factory owner. Wang Zhe mused. Teacher Lei truly did not deceive me. The daily wage for testers ranges from 300 to 800. Astonishingly, that 800 figure is indeed a reality. Although it requires taking 3 times the dosage, which is somewhat perilous, they genuinely provide it. Not to mention, during these few hours, I was able to cultivate with the help of the medicine, increasing my physical strength and blood vitality by 0.03 and 0.01 respectively. It's as if I'm earning money while cultivating. If only the factory allowed us to test more than one type of medicine a day, I would consider living here. The seven-star realm still has good bosses, Wang Zhe reflected. Beside him, Zhao Meiling, her face flushed, looked at Wang Zhe with puzzled curiosity. But we took the same medicine, and you consumed 3 times the dosage. How is it that you returned to normal in less than half an hour? I have a unique constitution, Wang Zhe shrugged. Zhao Meiling appeared confused, but chose not to press further. Instead, she pulled out a black plastic bag and resumed her consumption of earth. On a high platform, Bai Luyuan stood stroking his chin, with a researcher in a white coat standing behind him. Are you certain you administered a 6-fold dosage to him, and not a 3-fold? Yes, manager, the researcher nodded. According to the informant, this student named Wang Zhe exhibits exceptionally high resistance and sensitivity to the medicine. To clarify, I specifically doubled the dosage of his medicine. And what were the results? What did the tests reveal? The results are astonishing. The researcher exclaimed with excitement. Our newly developed fitness spirit is intended to stimulate the physical body, enhancing both physical strength and blood vitality simultaneously. However, once the medicine enters the body, it cannot be perfectly controlled, inevitably causing a portion to flow into the brain. The potency of fitness spirit is exceedingly powerful. Even a slight amount reaching the brain can be overly stimulating for a martial artist. Consequently, practitioners using fitness spirit are likely to experience some mental side effects. Symptoms such as mental exhilaration, boiling blood, and flushed skin are external manifestations. Based on our observations, these side effects can persist for at least 48 hours. Yet this student, Wang Zhe, remarkably returned to normal in merely half an hour. Furthermore, we detected that the residual medicine in his body dissipated swiftly within half an hour after ingestion. His body seems to function as a combination of a catalyst and an inhibitor. Once the medicine enters, beneficial components immediately begin to take effect, while ineffective and negative elements are forcefully suppressed and expelled from the body. I surmise he is likely the legendary drug Saint Body. Perhaps we could sign him on as our pharmaceutical factory spokesperson. The drug Saint Body? Bai Luyuan raised an eyebrow. The so-called drug Saint Body is a type of martial arts body. As the Human Alliance's technology advances and various cultivation medicines become increasingly comprehensive, aside from martial arts bodies with exceptional innate talents, Those with extraordinary resistance and sensitivity to medicine have garnered growing attention. With the proliferation of such powerful individuals, society has begun to acknowledge and commend them as drug saints, as a mark of respect. It's still premature to call him a saintly body, but we could devise a means to entice him into signing a contract that isn't a permanent employment agreement. Manager, he is not yet 20 years old. According to the Minor Martial Artist Protection Law, any coercive clauses would be invalid, the researcher pointed out. Bai Lu Yuan was taken aback. Even in the 7-star realm, there exist such protection laws? Although it seemed absurd, it was indeed true. Moreover, unlike labor laws, which were often disregarded, protection laws were enforced rigorously. How frustrating it is not to be able to take advantage of Wang Zhe. Bai Lu Yuan felt as though ants were crawling under his skin, making him uncomfortable. Suddenly, he turned to ask, by the way, did you submit the application for the excess dosage in accordance with the protocol? The researcher paused. I initiated the application this afternoon, but it has not yet been completed. Not completed? That constitutes a violation of procedure. The cost of the additional 3 doses will be deducted from your salary, and your performance bonus for this month is nullified. With that, Bai Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he hastily turned and departed. In Chapter 16, the medicine contest one night passed. After finishing his part-time job, Wang Zhe did not continue his cultivation. Although it is said that a warrior in the Taigujing realm requires merely 4 hours of sleep per day, this is primarily applicable to laborers. For those who are diligently cultivating and aspire to transcend their current realm, ample rest and sufficient sleep are pivotal for the rapid enhancement of physical strength. Consequently, Wang Zhe ensures that he sleeps for at least 6 hours each night before rising. In the days that followed, his life unfolded without much turbulence. Apart from occasionally being summoned by Teacher Lei as a model for medicinal application, there were no other surprises. His routine consisted of a triangular path between school, home, and the pharmacy. Mornings were dedicated to internal and external cultivation, focusing on numerical enhancement. Afternoons were spent attending classes in mathematics and science, followed by further training in martial arts and skills aimed at elevating proficiency levels. Evenings were reserved for the pharmacy, where he would consume medicinal herbs, earn a bit of money, and simultaneously engage in his practice. His numerical panel and skill levels were steadily improving, while Teacher Lei's medicines gradually gained traction among students due to his relentless promotion. Increasingly, students began to embrace the concept of medicinal cultivation. Soon, a month had passed. The panel data was as follows. Name, Wang Zhe. Realm, Taigujing. Physical strength, 511. Vitality concentration, 409. Mental strength, 310. Internal skill, basic breathing technique, level 10. 0. External skill, basic body refinement technique, level 10. 0. Human martial body refinement technique, level 8. 51. Martial arts, basic fist technique, level 8. 90. Basic leg technique, level 8. 12. Mind technique, basic mind technique, level 5. 10. Talent, medicinal user. Your physical constitution is unlike that of ordinary individuals, allowing for a substantial increase in the positive effects of medicines, while simultaneously granting immunity to any adverse effects, albeit with certain side effects that do not impact potential or strength. Over the course of the month, Wang Zhe experienced a remarkable transformation in his values. Physical strength surged from 338 to 511. Vitality concentration rose to 409, and mental strength experienced a slight increase to 310. The human martial body refinement technique was nearing its maximum level. Logically, with his talent and sufficient medicinal support, ascending to the golden body realm within a month should not pose a challenge. Yet, alas, he had exhausted his supply of medicine. Despite his efforts to conserve resources, each dose was meticulously timed until the effects had fully dissipated before administering the next. Each pill was carefully calculated to avoid excess consumption. Yet he still found himself in a financial bind. He had attempted to seek out the so-called black market for pharmaceuticals, but such places seemed unwelcoming to students. After a month of searching, apart from consistently wasting a few dollars on transportation and sacrificing valuable training time, he had garnered no results. He had also contacted the pharmacy manager, but the prices offered were comparable to those of Teacher Lei. Left with no other option, he continued purchasing medicine from Teacher Lei. After repaying his loans, he was left with only 1,000. Staring at the dwindling balance on his phone, nearing 3 digits, Wang Zhe could not help but frown. Earning money proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. By the way, Mei Ling, didn't you mention there was a competition this month? Could you take me along? Wang Zhe asked, attempting to ingratiate himself. At times, he felt quite vexed. Why did others' golden fingers grant them invincibility from the outset or provide immediate cultivation rewards upon signing in? Yet for him, it seemed he was destined only to rely on medicinal aid, and he was a mere pauper at that. He could not even afford to buy medicine. He had contemplated participating in competitions to increase his online loan limits, yet he had no idea where such competitions were being held. Don't bother. Calling me sister is futile. Get lost, Zhao Meiling exclaimed, rolling her eyes as she stirred some muddy food. I told you, the information fee is 1,000. Not a single cent less will do. Although we can only enter minor competitions, they do offer exposure. Not to mention, winning a prize could boost your limit by several hundred, and you have numerous online loan apps. Each increase of a few hundred adds up to nearly 1,000. 1,000 for 10,000. Can't you do the math? She spoke as if repayment were not a concern. Through a month of interaction, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Compared to others and teacher Lei, Zhao Meiling's charges were reasonable, and she did not mind if he haggled. Occasionally, she would even provide additional information free of charge. More importantly, before he stepped into the golden body realm and became a Brahmin, she was the only one willing to converse with him. Suddenly, Zhao Meiling posed a question. By the way, have you felt any physical discomfort lately? For instance, a lack of coordination or a sudden slowdown in your vitality circulation. Physical discomfort? Wang Zhe blinked, recalling a scene from a few nights prior when his vitality had surged uncontrollably from his dantian. He had nearly believed he was losing control of his cultivation. Now that you mention it, it seems there is indeed something. Of course there is, Zhao Meiling replied, shaking her head. Your physical strength has likely surpassed 5. Hasn't it? And your vitality concentration? Probably barely at 4. Physical strength and vitality are two sides of the same coin. The values of both should ideally not differ by more than 10, with 20 serving as a safe warning line. If the disparity exceeds 20, it indicates either a problem with your vitality circulation or that your body is on the verge of collapse, appearing sturdy, yet shattering like glass at a mere tug. Previously, without medicinal aid, your physical strength could gradually rise alongside your vitality concentration. Now, however, with excessive medicinal intake, the singular value has grown too powerful, rendering your physical strength and vitality incompatible. Is that so? Wang Zhe mused, realization dawning upon him. He had wondered why his cultivation had been fraught with issues lately. Indeed, the realm of medicinal application was profound and intricate. What about mental strength? Does this value impact cultivation? For now, you need not concern yourself with mental strength. Once you reach the golden body realm and aim to break through to the no-leak realm, mental strength will become relevant. To ascend to the no-leak realm, your total value must reach 27 points. In other words, physical strength, vitality concentration, and mental strength must all attain 90. Wang Zhe nodded in understanding. His initial plan had been to elevate his physical strength to 599, the pinnacle of the Taigujing realm, before gathering funds to purchase a mid-tier cultivation technique and then focus on enhancing his vitality. Ultimately, he aimed for a breakthrough to the golden body realm. However, it appeared that this plan would need to be temporarily shelved. The urgent need for a mid-tier internal skill had arisen. The dilemma lay in his inability to amass sufficient funds at present. Opting for a cheaper option would be wasteful, while a pricier one was beyond his reach. It seemed he could only resort to filial loans. Wang Zhe opened the chat with his father, sending a dozen app links. Dad, could you help me secure a loan? I will take responsibility for the repayment. Minutes later, his father replied, loan application denied. I told you my credit is already in shambles, didn't I? Really? Wang Zhe felt disheartened. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and finally conceded. I'll give you the money. Ah, finally, you're being obedient. Upon receiving the transfer, Zhao Meiling beamed, her expression brightening considerably. Rest assured, I won't take your money for nothing. Since you haven't participated in any competitions yet, there are numerous opportunities for various competitions, and I guarantee you at least one each month. Are there any competitions for medicinal consumption? Wang Zhe casually inquired. Competitions for medicinal consumption? Zhao Meiling pondered. There actually are. Chapter 17. Yu Yufei's Memory. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Zhao Meiling's guidance, Wang Zhe did not return to the pharmacy after school, but instead took a bus to the city center. Given that the fare to the city center was a steep 18 yuan, this marked Wang Zhe's first visit, compared to the school and the factory where he resided. The familiar skyscrapers of the city center made him feel as though he had returned to a past life. After disembarking from a bus, he raced alongside Zhao Meiling for over half an hour, eventually arriving at a bustling square. The square was remarkably expansive, yet the cacophony of vendors created a lively atmosphere. Countless individuals and teams, armed with phone stands, performed energetically. Families. Today, I shall perform a rather audacious act of cooking myself in a pressure cooker. Let us see how long I can endure the searing heat of 200 degrees. Each small heart raised signifies an increase in temperature. This marks the 445th day of my practice in the formidable Yao Yuan Gong, consuming steel rebar. After shattering 3 of my front teeth, I have finally managed to create a small gap, albeit digestion poses a challenge. The Jiuzhuan Yin Yin Gong is said to prolong life by 30 years. The most crucial aspect lies in the 45th technique, which reminds me, dear grandparents, for those who have not purchased the rights to this technique, you may swiftly click the shopping cart below. There are individuals seated in a colossal, transparent, and enclosed pot, raising their phones high. Some have bloodied mouths and broken front teeth, yet they continue to gnaw on steel rebar. Others teach martial arts while fervently promoting their techniques. Among these promoters, some possess exceptional eloquence, their voices seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment. Wang Zhe, merely passing by, could not help but linger to listen, almost tempted to make a purchase on his phone. Thankfully, Zhao Meiling intervened just in time. Do not buy. Do not be deceived by these hosts who boast full mastery of their techniques. In reality, they have only perfected this one. More importantly, those who become hosts are predominantly liberal arts students. They practice skills akin to Gu Yin Gong, which can irrationally inflate your desire to purchase. You must resist. Liberal arts students? Wang just suddenly became alert. Among students, there exists a hierarchy of disdain. Athletic students look down upon ordinary students. Ordinary students disdain cultural students. And among cultural students, science students hold contempt for their liberal arts counterparts. In modern society, liberal arts students are considered the lowest tier of the social hierarchy, akin to pariahs. If a science student genuinely acquires true skills, they may still be treated on par with ordinary martial artists. However, liberal arts students are often consumed by an obsession with reading, rendering them weak. Post-graduation, they're left with only jobs that demand eloquence and writing skills, such as live streaming, sales, and writing. They remain trapped in a cycle of mediocrity. Wang Zhe was nearly deceived by these insidious liberal arts students. Upon realizing their true identities, he swiftly distanced himself, fearful of being tainted by their weak essence. As they ventured deeper into the live streaming area, they soon arrived at the central square. The layout of the square resembled a circular platter, divided into 9 distinct areas. The outer 8 areas were primarily designated for live streaming and food stalls, while the most conspicuous center was reserved for corporate culture promotion, which was their objective for the day. This is it. Zhao Meiling pointed at the sign on the stage. Wang Zhe looked up to see a massive banner hanging in the air, celebrating the grand opening of Aojide Pharmaceuticals' second branch. The opening of a branch? What does this have to do with the competition? He inquired, puzzled. You clearly do not understand. Look over here. What does the program list say about the third item? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe turned and discovered a program list towering over 3 meters high, showcasing a myriad of employee performances and activities, including a grand competition for the title of Great Medicine King. It is customary for pharmaceutical companies to host offline events when opening a new branch or facility, to showcase the efficacy and minimal side effects of their products. They typically do not merely produce promotional videos, but also hold medicine eating contests. However, rest assured, the medications used in such contests are generally diluted in potency, so even excessive consumption poses little risk to one's health. Hence, keeping abreast of pharmaceutical company announcements is prudent, as they often disclose such events on their official websites in advance. Wang Zhe nodded, enlightenment dawning upon him. I see now, but surely, there's an entry fee for such contests, right? He had become quite familiar with the practices in this peculiar 7-star realm. Even promotional events were rarely offered without cost. The entry fee is 1,000, but I've already registered you online in advance. Our positions are 19 and 18. Zhao Meiling revealed. Wang Zhe was momentarily taken aback, tears welling in his eyes. Zhao, you rascal, was that 1,000 meant for my entry fee? Of course. I treat you well, don't I? Come on, call me Mom and let me hear it, Zhao Meiling teased. Mom. The unthinking exclamation caught her off guard, choking her with a sudden rush of anticipated sarcasm. Seriously, have some dignity. What's wrong with that? My dad wouldn't mind. He might even commend my filial piety. Wang Zhe replied, unfazed. Is this about your dad's approval? This is. Zhao Meiling intended to retort, but the thought of Wang Zhe's usual demeanor deflated her resolve. Regardless, make sure to eat well and recoup your expenses. Do not worry, although my innate talent may be lacking, you know my prowess in consuming medicine. As they spoke, Wang Zhe's peripheral vision caught a familiar figure passing by. He turned to look back and was astonished to find Yu Yufei, a fellow classmate and the fourth person in the entire school to ascend to the golden body realm, also present for the competition. Upon noticing them, Yu Yufei halted his steps, his expression inscrutable as his gaze flicked over the duo, lingering momentarily on Wang Zhe before swiftly moving on. Zhao Meiling, what brings you here? And why are you with this? He is Wang Zhe, Zhao Meiling interjected. Oh right, Wang Zhe, how is it that you are associating with someone who can barely graduate? Here to participate in the competition, just like you, aren't you? Zhao Meiling replied candidly. Yu Yufei's expression turned sour. No, that is not what I meant. I was inquiring whether you have abandoned your aspirations of attending a college. Have you truly lowered yourself to train alongside Wang Zhe? Lower myself? I do not consider working hard alongside him as a decline. His rate of improvement is astonishing. Zhao Meiling explained. Wang Zhe was the fastest improving martial artist she had encountered after practicing medicine, and there was none other like him. Although his consumption of medicine was somewhat excessive, the magnitude of his progress was indeed remarkable. However, upon hearing this, Yu Yufei merely frowned and shook his head. Rapid improvement, no matter how fast, if one cannot exceed a score of 20 points in their senior year, they will never step foot in a college. With only a year until the college entrance examination, he is still likely at the Iron Bone realm, isn't he? What is his total score? He turned to Wang Zhe. What was your name again? Wang Zhe. Ah yes, let me see. Wang Zhe. Your total score is merely 115. You call this rapid improvement? Yu Yufei glared at his phone, which displayed the recent transcript, his anger intensifying. Only 11 points? No wonder I could barely remember your name. For a martial artist, their score is everything. I can only recall the names of those whose scores are at least 80% of mine. Someone like Wang Zhe, who barely reaches half of my score, does not even register as human in my eyes. He is merely a background NPC, one devoid of facial features, lacking any indicators, and whose interaction buttons do not even exist. They both attended the same school, and within 2 months, Yu Yufei had also broken through to the golden body realm, earning commendations as an outstanding student. Yet, he had consistently been overshadowed by Zhao Meiling. His goal had always been to surpass her, but he never anticipated that she would lower herself to associate with an NPC. It was as if a loving father, witnessing his beautiful daughter, whom he had painstakingly nurtured with countless accolades since childhood, being deceived by a rogue, felt an overwhelming rage. It was akin to the suffocating frustration of yearning for a cherished moonlight, only to have it snatched away by a bespectacled intellectual. The fury within him was nearly spilling over. What is your current score? Zhao Meiling suddenly inquired. 2,155. Yu Yufei declared proudly, lifting his head high. And mine? Zhao Meiling continued. 2483. He glanced at the report card, pride momentarily giving way to a tinge of shame as his head lowered. Is there anything else you wish to say? I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment, he remarked, having not noticed the disparity at first. However, once the gap was highlighted, a staggering difference of over 3 points, it manifested like an invisible pressure, leaving Yu Yufei gasping for breath. In that moment, Zhao Meiling radiated an extraordinary brilliance in his eyes, transforming into the legendary figure of numerical prowess, a sports prodigy. He found himself devoid of the courage to resist. Let's go. Yes. Yu Yufei hastily exited, only daring to breathe freely once he was several dozen meters away from Zhao Meiling. As he touched his back, he discovered that he was drenched in sweat. Second in the entire school. How terrifying. Neither of them paid much heed to this minor incident. Yu Yufei, like them, was a martial artist relying on pharmaceuticals for training. However, not everyone possessed the almost infinite drug tolerance like Wang Jia. And with limited drug tolerance, side effects were inevitable. A personality shift towards paranoia, incoherent speech, or nonsensical rambling became commonplace. As 1's realm advanced, the use of drugs in training became increasingly prevalent. The number of eccentric martial artists would only continue to rise. Soon, the opening ceremony of AOG, the pharmaceutical, commenced. Following the inaugural speeches, the third event was the Grand Medicine King competition. The two ascended the stage and took their seats. The host began to explain the rules. Welcome to the opening ceremony of AOG, the pharmaceutical. The next event is the Grand Medicine King competition, proudly sponsored by AOG, the pharmaceutical. The top 3 competitors will receive cash prizes of 10,000, 5,000, and so forth. Wang Jia could hardly believe his ears and turned to Zhao Miling beside him. There are cash prizes for the competition. Zhao Miling nodded. The top 3 do receive prizes, but I wouldn't recommend setting that as your goal. With that, she gestured toward the front row of competitors. Look at the backs of the first row contestants. Wang Jia turned and felt his scalp prickle. The backs of the top 3 contestants were riddled with acne and blemishes, nearly triggering his trypophobia. Some contestants even had milky fluid spraying out due to muscle contractions when they sat down. How disgusting. Wang Jia shuddered, feeling goosebumps rise. These individuals appeared normal from the front, yet their backs told a different tale. Were they? They were professionals, endorsers for pharmaceutical companies, living on drugs. Endorsers? Drug users? This was the first time he had encountered these terms. Zhao Miling nodded, offering clarification. Compared to us, who are merely seeking to recoup our investments and gain a bit of visibility for increased loan limits, they are the true competitors. Look at their muscles. To maintain their physique, they have been using drugs for years. Their muscles are lean and hard, with countless injection sites like a honeycomb. Their veins bulge, resembling thick earthworms, and even a slight movement creates a visual impact far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. While a mere whiff of their tenfold banned substances would send a regular person into a frenzy, they dare to inject it directly into their veins. They administer 8 injections daily, with their stomachs constantly working to digest food. Additionally, they have undergone gastric expansion surgery. Each individual consumes over 200,000 calories daily, a true human waste machine, excreting in kilograms. Various medications synergize to create a cumulative effect, with doses exceeding 1 liter injected directly into their arteries each day. For them, taking drugs is as routine as eating, and injecting is as casual as drinking water. It is difficult to ascertain whether more blood or drugs flow through their veins. Competing against these drug-dependent individuals, we stand no chance whatsoever. Is it truly that terrifying? Treating drugs like meals? Injecting them as casually as drinking water? Are all the competitors of this caliber? If such was the case, Wang Jia indeed fell short. It was not merely a matter of drug tolerance, but of stomach capacity. That may not be the case. Zhao Miling mused, resting her chin on her hand. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about drug users, but the conditions I described are likely just the average standard. However, those who can participate in such minor competitions with us may not be as professional. They may not have reached the levels I just mentioned. Even so, it is likely that they are still beyond our capabilities. How long have we been consuming? And how long have they been at it? Not to mention, their realms are mostly at the pinnacle of the golden body stage, or even higher. Their scores are incomprehensibly superior to ours. Our drug tolerance and physical strength are not even on the same level. We should aim for the top 10. If we make it into the top 10, we can increase our limits. That may not be guaranteed, Wang Jia pondered. Since they were not professionals, he might stand a chance to win, not aiming for first place, but merely to secure a spot in the top 3. Not only would there be a prize, but the increase in limits would undoubtedly be far greater than simply placing in the top 10. Perhaps with this opportunity, he could save enough to purchase light luxury internal cultivation techniques. Just then, the host finally concluded the lengthy rules to prevent contestants from exploiting loopholes. A series of syringes and various pills were brought forth by the pharmaceutical staff. The scoring system was as follows. Red, white, and blue pills corresponded to 1, 2, and 3 points respectively. The 3 types of injections had the same scoring potential, but the injection site determined the points awarded. Subcutaneous injections earned 10 points. Intravenous injections garnered 20. And arterial injections scored 30. The competition would last 1 hour. And now, the host turned to survey the audience. The competition begins. Chapter 19, The Drug with Cement. Beep, bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. At the sound of the whistle, all contestants sprang into action almost simultaneously. The metal trays filled with medications clattered loudly. The top 3 professional drug users consumed the pills as if they were mere nutrients, shoveling them into their mouths with gusto. They grasped the medications in their left hands and needles in their right, attacking with dual force. Even though the first-row contestants were relatively restrained at this moment, most of their syringes targeted intravenous injections. Yet, within mere seconds of the competition's commencement, their scores skyrocketed into the triple digits on the screen. In contrast, Wang Zhe and his companions approached their drug consumption with more caution. He began with the pills. However, as soon as the tricolored pills touched his tongue, he sensed something was amiss. The taste was utterly bizarre. Cement? Was there cement mixed in these pills? Zhao Meiling, however, remained composed. Rest assured, the pharmaceutical company hasn't sunk to that level. The Haven tea included cement, its wall plaster. Even if you've never practiced Hua Yuan Gong, the worst you'll face is indigestion, constipation, heavy metal poisoning, or a slight increase in stone risks. Nothing serious. Realizing it was merely wall plaster, Wang Zhe felt relieved and wasted no further time in starting to consume the pills. The red, white, and blue pills corresponded to enhancements in blood vitality, physical strength, and mental acuity. Despite the significant addition of wall plaster, the efficacy was still commendable, albeit less pure than that of Teacher Lei's goods. Thanks to Wang Zhe's innate talent, the effects of the medication, which typically would take time to manifest, began to dissolve in his stomach and took immediate effect. The values of physical strength, blood vitality, and mental strength displayed on the panel began to increase at a slow yet steady pace. Zhao Meiling was indeed correct. The efficacy of the medication had significantly diminished. Even with continuous consumption, the effect of the drugs was not particularly potent. While the efficacy of the pills had been confirmed, what about the medication in the syringe? The potency of the drugs was acceptable, yet the foreign sensation caused by the wall dust in his stomach left him somewhat uncomfortable. Furthermore, the satiety induced by these pills was excessively pronounced. It was preferable to rely primarily on injections, with the pills taken sparingly. After consuming several pills, Wang Zhe withdrew 3 syringes of varying sizes from another tray and proceeded to inject them into the arteries in his neck. As the frigid liquid entered his bloodstream, he shivered. The effects of the drugs manifested instantaneously. He turned his head, noting that the small syringe contained a substance to enhance mental strength. The medium syringe held a formula to boost blood vitality, and the large syringe was for physical strength. The potency of all 3 was not particularly strong, roughly half that of the medications provided by Teacher Lei. Understanding this, Zhao Meiling nodded, picking up the large syringe and injecting it into her abdomen. She was currently lacking in physical strength, and thus intended to seize this opportunity to increase her physical capabilities. However, unlike Wang Zhe, she injected 1 syringe before resuming her pill consumption without further injections. Wang Zhe, on the other hand, purposefully began extracting the medium-sized syringes, continuously injecting them into himself, preparing to elevate his blood vitality score during the competition. While he did not aim to surpass his physical strength score, he at least intended to reduce the gap to within 20 to avoid complications when breaking through to the golden body stage in the coming days. Behind him, Yu Yufei shook his head at Wang Zhe's actions. Even as a professional athlete, one would typically start with 2 intravenous injections for a warm-up. Who would begin with arterial injections? There are nuances to medication consumption. Initially, he had thought that this individual might possess some unique method, only to discover that he was unaware of the correct order for administering medication. If the human body were likened to a glass bottle, then the medications would represent stones and fine sand. Administering the drugs is akin to filling the glass bottle with stones and fine sand. The fine sand can fill any available gaps, so as long as the body can withstand it, there is no need for excessive caution. However, the sequence of introducing the large, medium, and small stones is indeed critical. Where to inject first? Which substances should be administered last? These are all skills to be mastered. Directly injecting into the artery is an act only a complete novice would undertake. When discussing medication administration, Yu Yufei's expression brightened considerably. He methodically injected himself in the thigh, abdomen, and arms, all while running his cultivation techniques and continuously consuming pills. Relishing the comforting flow of the drugs within his body, he felt a sense of reassurance. However, he wondered why Zhao Meiling had not advised him on the order of injections. Did this imply that their relationship was not as close as he had imagined? It seemed that Zhao Meiling was indeed exploiting him. This realization struck him. It was no surprise that she ranked second in the entire school, a superlative powerhouse with a score nearing 25. A half-step athlete. He could hardly fathom how she had overcome her psychological barriers to associate with lower-scoring martial artists. Such mental fortitude was truly exemplary and a model from which he could learn. Yet, he pondered what Zhao Meiling saw in him. Was it merely for the referral bonuses from those loan applications? That made sense. Since Teacher Lei had begun promoting drug-enhanced training, the loan applications could not be overlooked. If he could successfully promote the loan applications, the referral bonuses would amount to a significant sum. Having pieced together this chain of thought, Yu Yufei felt considerably more at ease, contemplating how he might promote his own loan invitation code to his classmates. If someone with a score of 2,483 could overcome psychological barriers to engage with lower-scoring martial artists, then it was high time for him, with a score of 2,155, to put in some effort. Perhaps he should start by trying to remember this individual's name. With that, he immersed himself in consuming more pills. Approximately half an hour later, Yu Yufei ceased his intake of medication. At that moment, his body had reached its limit in accommodating both the drugs and the wall dust. He lifted his gaze to the scoreboard displayed on the plaza screen. As expected, competitors 1, 2, and 3 firmly occupied the top 3 positions. Within the 10 minutes since the competition began, their scores had already soared towards 4 digits. Even a tray for the pills had been replaced once. Looking further down the scoreboard, he noted that the scores of other competitors barely surpassed 100, with a significant portion of them having fallen silent. With a score of 166, he was currently in 6th place, which was quite commendable. He felt a swell of pride. For amateur participants like himself, being able to consume for half an hour was quite impressive. Securing a spot within the top 10 seemed assured, and with some effort, he might even reach the top 5. His total quota could potentially increase by 20,000. Curious about Zhao Meiling's current standing, he glanced upwards. Competitor 18, Zhao Meiling, was in 5th place just above him. However, he soon discovered an unexpected twist. Beyond competitors 1, 2, and 3, another participant's score was also approaching 4 digits. Competitor 19 had 885 points. He was taken aback. Wasn't he competitor 19, that individual? Chapter 20. Challenge of the professional drug user. Could he be attempting to challenge a professional drug user? This was inconceivable. Yu Yufei was taken aback. It must be noted that engaging in drug-enhanced training requires not only innate drug resistance, but also a substantial score. The same vial of medication might be toxic to a martial artist with a score of 10, while it could simply be a snack for one with a score of 100. In the realm of drug administration, it is conceivable for a lower-scoring martial artist to triumph over a higher-scoring one, but it is unlikely for a lower-scoring participant to defeat a higher-scoring one. Was his drug resistance and tolerance truly so remarkable? What was this individual called again? Yu Yufei's mind raced, and he finally managed to conjure a vague image of Wang Zhe in his mind. However, despite his efforts under the influence of the drugs, he could only faintly perceive a pair of eyes on that face, while the rest of the features remained a blur. Unfortunately, his score was simply too low. He experienced a physiological aversion to recalling his appearance. Even with high drug tolerance, he could only push himself to this extent. Shaking his head, Yu Yufei ceased to force himself and began to circulate his cultivation technique to digest the effects of the drugs. Who is this competitor 19? How could he stand toe-to-toe with our invited professional drug user? He looked somewhat familiar. On the stage, a familiar figure among the main judges turned to look at Wang Zhe. It was Bai Luyuan, with whom he had previously crossed paths. This young man, Bai Luyuan thought with a hint of surprise, opened his tablet and switched the employee diligence monitoring from manual to automatic while retrieving the trial participants' data. At a glance, the familiar face and profile filled his vision. Wang Zhe, it was him. Bai Luyuan's heart raced. Because Wang Zhe was not contractually bound and his realm was not particularly high, Bai Luyuan had not paid much attention to him since that day. However, he had not expected to encounter him again here. Yet, he was merely a student at the iron bone stage. How could he already rival a professional drug user? Could he truly be a rare prodigy of drug consumption? Even if he were not a true prodigy, he might at least be at the level of a pseudo-prodigy. Had he known, he should have signed him at a low price back then. After all, at his age, he was likely ignorant of the law and might have been easily deceived. He could have waited until he turned 20 to sign a legally binding contract. Bai Lu Yuan felt a pang of regret, forgetting to inquire about the penalties for signing a predatory contract with a minor. It was as if the labor laws, while detailed and meticulously outlined, were still fraught with complexities. However, when violations occur without significant punishment, or when penalties are minimal, does that not implicitly suggest that one is permitted to act in such a manner? Having resided in the Kixingji for many years, he has grown accustomed to testing the limits of legality. Deceiving others into signing oppressive contracts has long since become routine. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to glance at the guests he had invited, who displayed little reaction. Fortunately, his information had not spread widely. At present, it seemed only I was privy to it. Perhaps I shall meet him after the competition. If I can manage to impress him, it could significantly reduce my future endorsement costs. At the competition venue, Wang Zhi's complexion was a deep crimson, bordering on violet. His head resembled a kettle on the verge of boiling, continuously emitting white steam. A closer inspection would reveal that his skin was trembling imperceptibly. This was a manifestation of the excessive medicinal power stored within him, as his vital energy and muscles reached their utmost limits. The surging medicinal force rampaged within his body. Long dormant meridians had been expanded to their maximum, as if caught in a life-and-death predicament. His dantian was swollen, filled to the brim with blood energy. At this moment, even clenching his fists made him feel as though the veins in his hands might burst. The side effects of the medication had yet to manifest, but the excessive intake was beginning to overwhelm his body. Despite the discomfort, Wang Zhi felt an unusual delight. The registration fee of 1,000 yuan had yielded nearly 10,000's worth of medicinal efficacy. Glancing at the score display above, he noted that his score had exceeded 1,000, yet he remained in fourth place, trailing the third place by over 200 points. For now, this would have to suffice. With half an hour remaining before the competition concluded, once he had digested the energy, he would still have time to consume more. With his thoughts settled, Wang Zhi set down the syringe in his hand and rose to assume the starting stance of the martial arts body-refining technique. As he synchronized his internal and external energies with his mental focus, the medicinal power within him rapidly began to unfurl. Wang Zhi ceased administering medication, causing his score to plateau. The three individuals in the front row gradually halted their movements as well. The sounds of their labored breaths filled the air, and as their bodies relaxed slightly, the density of the pustules on their backs increased, with pus oozing forth. The pungent odor of the medicine instantly enveloped the entire venue. However, the competitors paid no mind, casually wiping away the pus and tossing it towards the audience below. Yet the spectators did not recoil in disgust. Rather, they clamored to seize the precious substance. Ultimately, those fortunate enough to obtain the pus cradled it in their hands, intoxicated by its scent. Truly the hallmark of professional drug users. Merely inhaling the aroma of the bodily fluid seemed to enhance the efficiency of their blood energy circulation. The medicinal power within Wang Zhi gradually began to dissipate, and his movements became increasingly fluid, although he lacked a substance to stimulate his intellect. A month of rigorous training had accustomed him to simultaneously cultivating three types of energy. In less than 20 minutes, his physical strength reached 511, 518, blood energy concentration 409, 445, and mental strength 310, 314. The substances he had ingested were meticulously selected, resulting in the blood energy's growth rate far surpassing that of physical and mental strength. After a single training session, his blood energy concentration surged from 409 to 445, a remarkable increase of 36. This was several times the growth of the other two metrics combined. The higher the values, the lesser the degree of enhancement that could be achieved with the same cost of medication, Wang Zhi mused. Previously, a sum exceeding 10,000 yuan would yield at least a cumulative increase of over 1 point across all three metrics. Yet now he barely reached an increase of 0.5. Looking up at the screen, he noted that only 8 minutes remained until the conclusion of the competition. He pressed on. After a brief respite, Wang Zhe once more seized 3 syringes, resolutely injecting them into his carotid artery. In response, Yu Yufei, who was stretching his neck behind him, was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the medicinal effects within him had only been partially consumed, and his body had just begun to calm from its initial tumult. He could scarcely contemplate injecting into an artery. Even swallowing the pill-like substances felt precarious. Is this the second round? He wondered, glancing around. Other competitors, including Zhao Meiling, were in a similar state, desperately cramming medications into their mouths, striving to regain as much as possible. This was the typical state of most martial artists consuming drugs. Since the competition also served a promotional purpose, the owners of the drug companies generally did not scrutinize too closely. Thus, after the first round, competitors would attempt to digest a small amount of medicinal energy, seizing the opportunity during the competition to consume as much as possible. As for injections, that was absurd. If they dared not even consume excessive pills, further injections would certainly lead to a catastrophic explosion of their bodies. Yet, this Wang fellow dared them? As he was musing, Yu Yufei suddenly froze, followed by expressions of astonishment and fear. This individual had, through sheer effort, shattered the barriers of numerical values, compelling him to remember his surname involuntarily. Chapter 21. Is he actually naturally refining his body? Damn, that guy's begun again. Upon hearing the sound of syringes clinking behind him, the 3 professional drug users, who had been leisurely consuming their substances, glanced at the screen and furrowed their brows. It was the second round, and even they did not dare to continue ingesting drugs. Yet he had the audacity to inject inferior substances directly into his artery. Is he courting death? The second contestant exclaimed, "What on earth is this guy's background?" The organizers did not inform us of a 4th professional competitor, did they? Could it be that the drug company intends to default on our endorsement fees? No. If that were the case, wouldn't they send 3 representatives rather than just 1? Could it be mere misfortune to encounter a special demographic? The path of martial arts is not merely about combat. It is also a matter of interpersonal relationships. As professionals in drug consumption and broadcasting, the 3 had regular interactions. Daily, they amassed a stable fan base by broadcasting large doses of drug consumption. Many fans, unable to afford drugs themselves, enjoyed watching them while practicing. Given their substantial following, they would not casually participate in competitions. This event was organized by the drug company, which had explicitly stated that aside from the 3 of them, there were no other professional competitors. They had not anticipated the sudden emergence of an unexpected challenger. If they were to be defeated by an amateur, their fan base would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline. We must think of a solution, the second contestant urged anxiously, as his score barely surpassed 500, placing him in 3rd. The gap between him and Wang Zhe was minimal. Though gritting his teeth, he could still continue injecting. However, the side effects of these inferior substances would inevitably intensify with each additional injection. While they possessed a strong resistance to drugs, that did not mean they were entirely immune to side effects. They merely delayed their manifestation. What could be done? It was solely reliant on oneself. The 2 shook their heads, moving their bodies outward to increase the distance between them and Wang Zhe. Both of them had scores exceeding 2,000. Why should they be anxious? They merely feigned concern for emotional value. Did they truly wish to assist him? The second contestant, realizing the unreliability of his companions, contemplated the approaching 4th place on the screen and absently touched the injection marks on his neck. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he reached for a tray filled with syringes, hoping only that the side effects would not erupt on stage. With a shiver, Wang Zhe felt the frigid medicinal liquid coursing through him, further bolstering his blood energy. Injecting the substance was exhilarating. The visible rise in his metrics, combined with the gradual enhancement of his own abilities, created a sensation more pleasurable than indulging in a savory chicken roll. Although the potency of the medicine was somewhat lacking, the sheer volume was more than sufficient. Even if I cannot secure a place among the top 3 in this competition, I am determined to at least recoup my investment of 20,000 yuan. As I spoke, another injection pierced my neck. The turbulent waves of blood, which had finally calmed, surged once more, becoming somewhat chaotic. With only a few minutes remaining, Wang Zhe had no intention of wasting time on metabolizing the drug. He continued to inject as rapidly as he could. One injection followed another, unceasingly. Just as his left hand gently pushed the liquid into his body, His right hand immediately delivered another injection into the same spot. Each arterial injection was worth 30 points. The scores on the screen fluctuated continuously. 1500, 1620, 1740. Was he not afraid of side effects? What kind of cultivation technique was he practicing? What realm of martial artist was he? How could he dare to inject himself like this? Contestant number two's eyes widened in disbelief. Even he would only dare to adopt such a reckless method when injecting water-based drugs. Damn it, I should not have taken this commercial order today. And it was a live broadcast. There was no way to escape. He wanted to slow down, hoping to digest the drug's effects while continuing to inject, thus delaying the onset of side effects. However, the opponent's score was rising too quickly, and he could not afford to hesitate for even a moment. Bang! When the scores of the two contestants were separated by merely 100 points, he could no longer remain seated. He picked up 3 syringes and aimed at the dedicated injection point on his carotid artery. Puffed, puffed, puffed. As the drug entered his body, he felt his dantian roiling violently. Fortunately, his score had widened by a small margin. Before he could catch his breath, swish. Wang Zhe quickly caught up again. Damn it. If ED, how could I, a professional drug injector, be outdone by you? Contestant number 2 steeled himself, moving both hands in unison, mimicking Wang Zhe's actions as he repeatedly jabbed his neck with needles. Time flowed slowly, and the scores on the screen continued to fluctuate. Simultaneously, the names of the 3rd and 4th place contestants began to interchange. The two chased each other, their scores increasingly nearing the threshold of 2,000 points. Ultimately, another needle pierced the artery, and Wang Zhe's entire body was overwhelmed with excruciating pain. This was a sign that the drug's effect had reached their limit. No more injections could be made. However, a rough estimate indicated that I had at least recouped 15,000 yuan in this competition. He regretfully set down the syringe and gazed at the screen. Unfortunately, his realm was too low, and his physical body and blood energy capacity were insufficient. This body had reached the limit of accommodating the drug's potency. On stage, Bai Luyuan expressed both regret and admiration as he spoke. In his eyes, Wang Zhe was akin to a rising supernova in the realm of drug injection and martial arts. With him as a backing, the drugs produced by his own pharmaceutical factory would never lack a market. Below the stage, 3rd place contestant number 02, 2,180 points. 4th place contestant number 19, 2,155 points. Alas, so close. Zhao Meiling, beside him, covered her mouth, her cheeks stuffed, offering consolation. She had long ceased her drug intake, and was now focused on the competition between the two. Behind them, Yu Yufei had been completely stunned. He painfully clutched his neck, with a half-used syringe still on the table. Comparatively, he could not even manage a single injection in the second round against Wang Zhe and the professional contestants. Wang Zhe nodded. Achieving 4th place was commendable. He was not surprised by his defeat. After all, he was merely a Tiegu realm martial artist. With a low realm and lacking specialized techniques for drug injection, his stomach and capacity for drug efficacy could not compare to those of professional contestants. Yet, just as he was preparing to accept his fate, bang, in the distance, contestant number 2's back erupted with a pus-filled blister once again. He collapsed face first onto the table, still holding a syringe. A strange odor, rich with a hint of decay, instantly permeated the area. An indescribable stench spread throughout the venue. What astonished everyone even more was that beneath the blister lay a layer of intact skin. Aside from one large blister and several small pimples, he was almost unscathed. Wang Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Were those blisters fake? He could not comprehend why the other contestant would adorn his back with such grotesque decorations. But soon, he realized, without the blisters, only a few small pimples. This meant he was a natural body-refining martial artist. A natural body-refining martial artist who had reached the realm of no leaks. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in fury as if betrayed. Damn it, the blisters on his back are fake. He is a natural body-refining martial artist. He is not a drug injector at all. His martial arts talent requires no drug injections. The drugs he took were so scant that he could not even grow blisters. The crowd was incensed. No, I am not a natural body-refining martial artist. I am a drug injector. Contestant number 2 sensed that things were going awry and, mustering what little energy he had left, weakly protested. Contestants number 1 and 3 sprang to their feet like they had been electrocuted distancing themselves from contestant number 2. We are not familiar with him. Indeed, we merely encountered him during a drug-injecting gathering, not realizing he was a natural body-refining martial artist. The two swiftly severed ties, pulling out their phones to unfollow each other's social media accounts. All three were martial artists who had gained fame through drug injection. Once they were labeled natural body-refining martial artists, their careers would be irreparably tarnished. At that moment, a figure descended from the high platform. It was Bai Lu Yuan, the manager of the pharmaceutical factory. His voice resonated through the venue, amplified by the resonance of his blood, energy, and vocal cords. I understand your anger, everyone. We firmly oppose those scoundrels who rely on their innate talent to masquerade as drug injectors while practicing natural body refinement or semi-natural body refinement. I hereby announce that our pharmaceutical factory will terminate all cooperation with Master Yang. Furthermore, we are revoking his qualification to compete in this event. Master Yang is the name of the professional drug injector. He lay helpless and despondent on the ground. No. I truly became proficient through drug injection. I did not rely solely on my own cultivation. Please believe me, once he lost the support of the pharmaceutical factory, he would have no hope of breaking through the barrier of the no-leak realm. He might even struggle to maintain the daily consumption required for the no-leak realm. However, the lamentations of the defeated went unheard. Bai Lu Yuan turned to Wang Zhe, a smile gracing his face. Since the third-place contestant has lost his qualification, it naturally falls to the fourth-place contestant to receive the prize. Gome, Wing Tse, step up to the podium to receive your award. Chapter 22. Intent Contract. After receiving the award on stage, Bai Lu Yuan approached Wang Zhe once more. Wang Zhe voiced his curiosity. Manager Bai, are you not the manager of another pharmaceutical factory? Wang Zhe inquired as he stepped forward. It is not a natural body-refining pharmaceutical industry, but rather a pharmaceutical factory. Bai Lu Yuan displayed considerable patience this time. The Aojide pharmaceutical factory is merely a subsidiary of the non-natural body-refining pharmaceutical industry. He gazed at Wang Zhe with calm eyes, as if seeing not a contestant, but a walking ATM. During the competition, the commotion caused by Wang Zhe's drug injections had truly astonished him. While others were unaware of Wang Zhe's background, how could he possibly be in the dark? A high school senior who had never specifically practiced techniques related to drug injection or martial arts, yet could hold his own against professional injectors. Do not be deceived by the fact that the professional injectors secured ultimate victory. Wang Zhe was only in the Tiegu realm. If he were to elevate his realm, even slightly, and cultivate some specialized martial techniques to expand his drug capacity, the outcome would be far from certain. By the way, please do not leave after the competition. I have an opportunity to present to you. Opportunity? Wang Zhe pondered for a moment, glancing at the lengthy program list. When you are ready, but what about the time I wasted? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu Yuan nearly stumbled and fell. I am offering you an opportunity. It is a gift, not for sale. I understand, one thing at a time. He looked at Wang Zhe with a hint of annoyance. He was accustomed to taking advantage of others, and no one had ever dared to take advantage of him. However, the other party's talent was indeed remarkable. Very well. He gritted his teeth and replied, An hour yields 100. If it falls short of an hour, it shall be counted as none. Having uttered these words, he turned and bellowed, Hurry, expedite the next program. Everyone must quicken their pace. No breaks during intermission. After leaving the stage, Wang Zhe exchanged greetings with Zhao Meiling and discreetly transferred 1,000 kuai as a token of gratitude. The third-place prize amounted to 3,000, and with the medicinal benefits acquired, Wang Zhe calculated his earnings to be around 20,000 for this venture. While Zhao Meiling might forego her share, he could not afford to neglect his obligation. Bidding farewell to Zhao Meiling, Wang Zhe seized the opportunity to meditate beneath the audience seating. The immense potency of the medicine surged within him, causing his meridians to feel as if they might burst from discomfort. As he practiced his foundational breathing technique, the rich medicinal essence coursed through his veins, harmonizing with his blood flow. Within mere minutes, the pain dissipated significantly. However, after a slight improvement, he ceased his cultivation. After 5 to 6 hours, a lengthy list of performances was finally concluded. It was now well past midnight, and most of the audience had departed, leaving only Wang Zhe in his seat. Bai Lu Yuan descended from the stage, accompanied by his assistant. At this moment, Wang Zhe appeared to be asleep. Maintaining a meditative posture with his eyes closed, a faint sound of snoring barely perceptible As he observed Wang Zhe, Bai Lu Yuan was reminded of his own student days, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. Reflecting on the potential benefits Wang Zhe might bring him in the future, his previously indifferent expression began to soften. He was always exceptionally lenient towards those with considerable potential for exploitation. After a brief pause, he called out to rouse Wang Zhe. Yet, Wang Zhe was in such a deep slumber that it took several minutes of calling before he responded. Eventually, he stirred, reluctantly opening his eyes after some time. Glancing at Bai Lu Yuan, he then picked up his phone to illuminate the screen, revealing an expression of surprise. Is it Manager Bai? Just a moment. Let me check the time. Ah, unfortunate timing. It's been exactly 6 hours and 1 minute since you requested my wait, which amounts to 600 kwai according to our agreed terms. Would you prefer cash or transfer? Suddenly, the charm had faded. However, it seemed that without payment, the conversation would not progress. Bai Lu Yuan paused momentarily, then turned to his assistant. Transfer the amount to him and ensure it goes through the official account. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed on Wang Zhe's phone. Upon checking, a radiant smile graced his face. Thank you, boss. By the way, Manager Bai, you mentioned providing me with an opportunity earlier. What does that entail? It is a chance for a long-term collaboration with a renowned enterprise in the Qiyu Xingjia. As he spoke, a contract was presented to Wang Zhe. To call it a single document would be somewhat misleading. Rather, it resembled a thick stack of contracts, densely printed on standard A4 paper, roughly the thickness of a palm when stacked upright. The first 3 pages detailed specific terms of compensation, while the subsequent pages contained supplementary clauses. Perusal was optional, as the assistant explained. Wang Zhe casually flipped through a few pages. A long-term contract as a spokesperson for the pharmaceutical company? The term is 100 years. He was taken aback, pondering how this differed from a servitude contract. While the duration was extensive, the salary was impressive. 30,000 each month. Bai Lu Yuan smiled as he elaborated. 30,000 is indeed considered a high income, even for adults, let alone for a student who has yet to experience the world. Wang Zhe shook his head. Yet, as a test subject, I already earn 24,000 monthly. The risks to health are significant, and the income as a spokesperson is far more accessible. Moreover, being a test subject is a part-time role that lacks stability. It could vanish at any moment. Bai Lu Yuan replied with a smile, yet Wang Zhe remained silent, understanding the underlying message. This was a veiled threat. The 30,000 was merely a base salary. Should he generate substantial revenue, figures of 50 or even 100,000 were not out of the question. This was an enticing prospect. Furthermore, there was no immediate requirement for him to begin formal employment. A formal contract could be negotiated post-graduation. Presently, it was merely a letter of intent. You need only sign the contract. Once signed today, our company will dedicate itself to nurturing you starting tomorrow. We will provide resources for your advancement to the Jin Shun Jing, or even the Wu Lu Jing. This approach, a blend of enticing promises, coercive tactics, and alluring prospects, might have ensnared an ordinary student. However, Wang Zhe, familiar with the capitalistic tendencies of the Qiyu Xingjia, felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance. Could they truly be so benevolent? While he did not fully grasp the specifics of the spokesperson role, he was acutely aware of the non-natural body enhancement pharmaceutical industry's practices, a company that even hesitated to provide its workers with a modest amount of medicinal powder. May I have some time to consider? Wang Zhe feigned hesitation. Certainly, Bai Lu Yuan responded with patience, handing Wang Zhe's business card. This is my card, which contains my personal contact information. Feel free to reach out with any thoughts or queries during this period. I am available 24 hours a day. Chapter 23. Loan approval. After bidding farewell to Manager Bai, Wang Zhe boarded a 24-hour bus back home. On the journey, he utilized the time to review the materials on various online loan applications. He recalled that after the pharmaceutical branch event concluded, all videos would be uploaded online. He updated his information on the loan applications, inputting the official website link of the pharmaceutical company. Soon, notifications flooded in. Congratulations. Your information has been successfully verified, and your credit limit has increased. Congratulations. Your information. Congratulations. A series of notifications from over a dozen apps chimed in succession. Wang Zhe opened each app to find that the increases varied, with some rising by over 5,000 and others by 700 or 800. Upon closer examination, his total credit limit had astonishingly surged by over 48,000. A long-lost smile graced Wang Zhe's face. This sum was sufficient for him to indulge in medicinal enhancements for more than a month. If managed prudently, it could stretch to 2 or 3 months. Zhao Meiling had only managed a single increase of 10,000 for a fourth-place finish, while he had risen just one rank to achieve nearly 50,000 in credit. Was this due to his victory over a professional test subject? He exhaled, relieved. With this newfound capital, even if manager by rescinded his status as a test subject, he could still sustain himself for a while. Should he successfully advance to the Jin Shunjing, he would not only have more part-time opportunities, but would also see a significant increase in his credit limit. The pressure on him had notably lessened. The only regret was that such medicinal competitions were infrequent. Wang Zhe felt a pang of disappointment. These competitions typically occurred during the establishment of pharmaceutical company branches or large events, often limited to once every 6 months. Zhao Meiling and her peers largely relied on martial arts competitions among middle school students, genuine combat events, and bare-knuckle fights for their credit increases. However, his current capabilities were too limited. His martial skills and realm were not high enough. Although those competitions did not restrict participants by realm, entering with his Tai Gu Jing strength would render it akin to wasting registration fees. It would be wiser to wait until he reached the Jin Xinjing and had mastered 1 or 2 advanced martial techniques before considering participation. Now, having pondered thoroughly, Wang Zhe decisively withdrew the funds from the loan app and proceeded to open a shopping application. Congratulations! You have successfully purchased the Technique Dadi Kanjia Hua Yuan Gong. Congratulations! You have successfully purchased the Technique Ling Shi Huan Guang Ju. Dadi Kanjia Hua Yuan Gong was a martial technique previously belonging to Zhao Meiling. The ability to enhance a warrior's digestive capacity through the specific manipulation of their vital energy enables them to assimilate the minerals and nutrients found in earth and soil. Upon reaching mastery, one could even consume reinforced concrete. This technique is essential for impoverished warriors, allowing them to supplement trace elements through the ingestion of soil, thereby reducing their reliance on food supplements. Priced affordably at merely 1,500, previously he could not afford it, but now that his loan limit has increased, he certainly cannot let this opportunity slip by. As for the Lingxi Huangguangju, Wang Zhe had selected this light luxury technique over half a month ago. Upon opening the electronic PDF, the technique materialized before him. The Lingxi Huangguangju significantly accelerates the refinement speed of a warrior's vital energy, and the refined energy enhances their movement speed to a certain extent. A subtle smile graced Wang Zhe's lips, recognizing it as a specialized internal skill for delivery personnel. Attaining mastery in this technique would allow one to move swiftly and gracefully, navigating through towering buildings as if gliding on air, effortlessly traversing congested streets. In fact, some cities mandate that practitioners of this technique register with authorities, restricting their movement to non-motorized lanes during working hours, forbidding them from stepping onto pedestrian pathways. Equipped with this technique, once his metrics are met, he could even take on part-time delivery work or errand running, thus diversifying his sources of income. This light luxury technique not only boasts an accelerated training speed compared to basic techniques, but also possesses unique capabilities, providing Wang Zhe with yet another avenue for financial gain. The cost-benefit ratio is simply exceptional. Glancing at his balance, he noted over 16,000 remaining. He decided to contact teacher Lei to purchase some medicine, as he had exhausted his previous supply. Unable to locate the black market, he had no choice but to continue purchasing high-priced legitimate medicine. As he opened his satellite communication, preparing to transfer funds to teacher Lei, he was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. The unfamiliar number had been flagged by 454 individuals as a telemarketer. Wang Zhe frowned, unsurprised. The leakage of personal information in the 7-star realm was alarmingly severe, particularly for someone like him, who had utilized multiple online loan applications. It was akin to running around cyberspace in the nude. Skillfully, he hung up and blocked the number. Yet, not 5 seconds later, another call from an unfamiliar number came in. He continued to disconnect the calls. After dismissing 5 or 6 consecutive calls, Wang Zhe finally succumbed and answered. Hello. A rugged male voice greeted him. Is this Wang Zhe? Good day. We are the representatives of the band, Du Yao Factory. We recently acquired your information from the Suabian Dye platform and were impressed by your performance at the medicinal competition. Would you be interested in earning some extra income based on your abilities? Ban Zhu Yao Fat Dao. Extra income? Wang Zhi remained silent, quickly checking his phone for any related information, but found nothing. Could this be a black market pharmaceutical factory? A surge of excitement coursed through him. After searching for over a month without any leads, this black market factory had unexpectedly reached out to him. In the entire registration database of the 7th star realm, there is no trace of the Ban Du Yao factory. Where is your company based? Our company operates through direct, offline sales, utilizing a market stall model for on-site production and sales. Therefore, we do not have any official registration information. Indeed, this was fortuitous timing. With his loan limit recently increasing and some spare funds available for purchasing medicine, the black market factory had appeared just in time. Participating in the competition had its advantages. He regretted not accepting Miling Jia's offer sooner, feeling he had wasted so much time. Realizing the identity of the caller, Wang Zhi's tone softened considerably. I see now. It's the Ban Du Yao factory. That name sounds quite familiar, and I have a favorable impression of your company. What can I assist you with? Well, we have noticed your rapid medication absorption and strong resistance. We would like to invite you to shoot a few videos for us and conduct some offline tours. With flexible compensation. Filming videos? Offline tour? Isn't that the role of a spokesperson? Yet, he recalled that one could not be a spokesperson before graduating high school. Even large corporations like Fei Ziren Lian Tiao Yi were only willing to sign preliminary contracts with him. Wang Zhi hesitated momentarily. I haven't graduated high school. The caller seemed to have anticipated his response, chuckling lightly. Rest assured, we are aware of your situation. But you should also understand that we are not a legitimate pharmaceutical factory. Legitimate factories hesitate to sign contracts due to fear of repercussions. We, however, do not share such concerns. Chapter 24. The invitation from the black market factory indeed. Wang just slapped his thigh in realization. Legitimate pharmaceutical factories fear penalties, while black market factories operate on the edge, unafraid of the consequences. So what do you propose? How does this sound? We do not sign contracts, but pay per engagement, ranging from 1,500 to 5,000, depending on your performance, with the frequency of engagements varying monthly. We will provide specific details in advance. The pay sounded quite appealing. Wang Zhi felt increasingly satisfied. I accept. When should I report? The boss will organize a meeting in 3 days, with a tentative salary of 2,800. The voice on the other end explained. However, since this is your first time, it will be a trial period. Besides you, there will be a few others, and only those who remain will receive compensation. That is fine, I accept. Wang Zhi replied confidently. A meeting? That would merely test who possesses the greatest resistance to medication. Moreover, with 3 days to prepare, he could utilize this time to enhance his metrics, increasing his chances of breaking through to the golden body realm. As long as his opponents were not excessively formidable, passing the black market factory's trial would be a mere formality. Due to confidentiality, I will inform you of the address and details 1 to 3 hours prior to the meeting. You may start preparing around 6. Then I shall see you in a few days. Wait, Wang Zhi quickly interjected. I have one more question. Where do you typically sell your medicines? I would like to check it out first. There was a brief silence on the other end. At the end of Filong Street in Suishur City, turn right and travel 15 kilometers. There is a primary drug market there. Just mention our company's name. With that, the line went dead before Wang Zhi could inquire further. Yet, his previously melancholic mood shifted dramatically. Before this call, even knowing that Bai Liu Yuan's contract might contain pitfalls, he had hesitated to decline, fearing he might lose even the opportunity to work. But now, he felt no such trepidation. Indeed, money instills courage in men. With funds available, he felt empowered to refuse. Taking the bus back to the suburbs, Wang Zhi did not head straight home, but first visited the school. Teacher Lei remained available around the clock to assist students, allowing him the opportunity to purchase medicine whenever needed. He spent 10,000 on medicine from Teacher Lei and then spent 15 yuan on 2 packets of synthetic food from a roadside vendor before finally returning home. Upon entering, he found his father sleeping on the bed. Wang Zhi placed his hand on his abdomen, feeling the surging medicinal energy bubbling within, nearly overwhelming him. It was time to begin his training. Without hesitation, he injected a revitalizing needle directly into his forehead. A refreshing sensation flooded his mind, clearing his vision significantly. Opening his phone, the previously obscure Lingxi Huangguang Ju suddenly became comprehensible. The flow of energy within him, once erratic, now transitioned to a smooth and natural rhythm. All right, let's get started. He settled down, and the speed of his internal energy surged dramatically. The essence of qi and blood concentration has reached a remarkable level, proving to be a luxurious internal practice. Even though the level is quite low, the rate of enhancement is unparalleled by the basic breathing techniques. As Wang Zhe felt the fluctuations of qi and blood within his body, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. The substantial medicinal power accumulated during the competition, combined with the catalysis of the luxurious internal practice, allowed him to experience a cultivation speed that transcended his innate talents. If before taking the medicine, his qi and blood increase was akin to a sluggish larva, and the rate of consuming qi and blood-related medicines was merely a leisurely stroll, then now, under the influence of the awakening needles and luxurious techniques, bolstered by the potency of the medicines, his progress resembled a roaring high-powered motorcycle racing down the road. However, with such rapid advancement, the energy consumption soared correspondingly. Within 5 minutes of entering this state, Wang Zhe had to open a plastic bag and consume synthetic food. Without sufficient energy supply, he would not only struggle to enhance his attributes, but might also end up depleting his physical vitality. As time passed, the vast amount of medicinal power accumulated during the competition proved overwhelming. Wang Zhe practiced diligently for nearly 2 hours, administering all 3 awakening needles, only finishing once his father woke up for work. Now, he checked his interface. The Lingxi Huangguang Ju had ascended from level 0 to level 6 and 49. The blood qi concentration surged from 445, a staggering increase of 117, reaching 562. Simultaneously, his physical strength enhanced by 0.2, rising from 518 to 539. The only value that remained unchanged was his mental strength. Feeling the condition of his body, Wang Zhe noted that the negative effects caused by the disparity between his physical and blood qi values had entirely vanished. His muscles and blood qi now moved with seamless coordination, free from the previous sluggishness. Zhao Meiling's words rang true. The gap between blood qi and physical values must not be too vast. I must pay attention to this aspect in my future cultivation. Additionally, my values are nearing the limit of the iron bone realm. With appropriate use of medicine, breaking through to the golden body realm within 3 days should pose no challenge. The only caution is to manage my dosage carefully. In 3 days, Wang Zhe could venture to the fabled black medicine factory. For someone like him, who could disregard the side effects of medications, the medicines there are not only cheaper, but also as effective as those from reputable pharmacies. Upon reaching the golden body realm, even without cultivating the techniques, he could still elevate his values to the maximum of 899. However, to advance into the no-leak realm, mental strength must also increase correspondingly. Additionally, nourishment is required to strengthen his constitution. A simultaneous breakthrough in all 3 major aspects to 899 is essential to overcome this bottleneck. Purchasing medicine at the black medicine factory requires funds. The luxurious techniques demand money, and the necessary nourishment for breaking through to the no-leak realm also incurs costs. Wang Zhe glanced at his phone's balance, which still showed over 6,000. It certainly depletes quickly. He shook his head, reflecting on how he had anticipated a significant expenditure after receiving tens of thousands, only to find it nearly exhausted by the end of the day. No wonder Zhao Meiling and others are so adept at various loan apps and money-making methods. Without finding ways to earn, enduring such expenses is truly unsustainable. Confirming that all medicinal power within him had been entirely consumed without waste, Wang Zhe charged his phone and returned to bed. It was time to sleep. Chapter 25. Indulgent Dining. Zombie meat. For 2 consecutive months, Wang Zhe had been purchasing medicine in bulk from Teacher Lei. His position in the first row had become unassailable, and he had moved 2 places towards the center, now merely a step away from Zhao Meiling, who seemed to have left a deeper impression on him than before. Standing to the right of Zhao Meiling, Yu Yufei furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just yesterday, he could barely recall Wang Zhe's surname, but today, he could vaguely discern that the other's name seemed to consist of 2 characters. Had the other experienced a significant enhancement in his values? Otherwise, it was illogical for his subconscious to release this portion of memory. For individuals whose values were considerably lower than his, Yu Yufei's subconscious would typically seal such memories to avoid wasting mental energy. Observing closely, he noticed that Wang Zhe's aura appeared far more stable than the previous night. There was no longer any sign of qi leaking during his natural breathing rhythm. Compared to his prior state, he seemed like a different person. This individual had undergone a considerable transformation, likely increasing his blood qi concentration by several increments. Had he fully absorbed the medicines taken during yesterday's competition? Yu Yufei was taken aback. He had practiced all night, but still had several pounds of wall dust unprocessed in his stomach, and less than a third of the medicinal power had been expended. He estimated that he would need at least another all-nighter to fully digest the medicinal potency. Yet, Wang Zhe had accomplished it in just one night. Did that imply that his absorption capacity was over 3 times greater than his own? This person exhibited not only strong resistance to medication, but also an astonishing absorption ability. Could he truly be the legendary medicine saint body? Or did he possess some special means or items to enhance drug absorption? Recalling that Zhao Meiling had already integrated with this NPC a month ago, his suspicions solidified. Zhao Meiling had noticed this anomaly in him so early on. One could indeed say that her intuition was remarkably keen, considering her values exceeded 24. After some thought, Yu Yufei decided to restrain his instincts and attempt to engage with the other. Before long, the midday cultural class commenced, and students moved to the cafeteria for their meals or to take breaks. Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling made their way together to the cafeteria, not far from breaking through to the Golden Body realm. He intended to begin exploring the realm of nourishment. On the second floor of the cafeteria, they no longer offered synthetic foods, but rather pre-prepared dishes made from naturally sourced plants and animals. These pre-prepared dishes serve as our primary source of nourishment, Zhao Meiling explained. In contrast to the synthetic foods, which are predominantly composed of carbohydrates, the pre-prepared dishes are rich in proteins, fats, and fibers. If consumed over time, these nutrients can significantly enhance our physical strength and the quality of our blood qi. Moreover, importantly, consuming more pre-prepared dishes can stabilize our mental strength. Warriors who rely solely on synthetic foods are prone to mental instability and without a stable mental state. Elevating strength becomes an unattainable goal for breaking through to the no-leak realm. So, it turns out that nourishing oneself requires the consumption of expensive pre-prepared dishes. Wang Zhe nodded, surveying the offerings from a distance, only to find that the 3 windows selling dishes appeared quite similar. What distinguishes the pre-prepared dishes from these 3 windows? The variety seems almost identical, does it not? The prices and ages vary. Zhao Meiling handed him a food tray. Age? Pre-prepared dishes have an age? Wang Zhe took the tray, puzzled. Zhao Meiling nodded and led him to the first window. Look, the food at this first window is the most expensive. It is also the freshest. Most of the dishes are made from zombie meat that is at least 3 years old, but not exceeding 10 years. Thus, a serving of 2 meats and 1 vegetable costs a staggering 150 yuan. The second window offers pre-prepared dishes made from zombie meat aged between 10 and 30 years, priced at 100 yuan for 2 meats and 1 vegetable. The third window's ingredients are primarily over 30 years old, occasionally featuring century-old zombie meat on special sale. Naturally, it is the cheapest, with 2 meats and 1 vegetable costing only 30 yuan. So cheap. Wang Zhe was astonished. Even if the meal costs 30, he can barely afford it, even if it is just 1 meal a day. However, Zhao Meiling seemed to have guessed his thoughts and grasped his restless hand. Unless you are truly destitute, I would not recommend purchasing the pre-prepared dishes from the third window. It is important to understand that the older the zombie meat, the less stabilizing effect it has on your psyche. Consuming 50-year-old zombie meat is akin to indulging in synthetic food infused with meat flavoring. In fact, the cost-performance ratio is inferior to that of the first and second windows. Moreover, the explanation is rather convoluted. You will understand after trying it once. After pondering, Zhao Meiling refrained from further elaboration, leading Wang Zhe to the window and placing 2 food trays in his hands, instructing him to procure a set meal from both the first and second windows. Upon returning to the table with the food, he eagerly took a bite from the first window. Without hesitation, he skewered a piece of bone-in pork chop and placed it in his mouth. After merely a few chews, his expression abruptly changed. The rich flavor of meat instantly enveloped him. An indescribable taste flooded his palate. A sensation he had not experienced in over a decade nearly overwhelmed his senses. Just 1 bite, mental intensity 03. Delicious. Wang Zhe's eyes sparkled. The aroma of meat was so intense. The texture was entirely different from that of synthetic meat. He even felt as if his training speed had accelerated. Indeed, one must consume meat. He chewed with fervor, crunching the bones as he swallowed them down. Turning to Zhao Meiling, he appeared somewhat perplexed. No, it seemed not to be an illusion. It truly had accelerated. Was there medicine in this meat? Hearing this, Zhao Meiling smiled slightly. Indeed, what you just consumed was steak. The breeding company administers growth-promoting agents to these cattle from a young age to enhance meat yield, alongside tranquilizers to stabilize their mental state. For instance, this pork. As she spoke, she naturally took the tray from in front of Wang Zhe and picked up a large pork rib, shaking it slightly. Look, this pork rib's bone is clearly 5 times larger than that of an ordinary wild boar. This indicates that this pig was injected with an excessive amount of hormonal and digestive-promoting drugs from youth. The fat on this rib is minimal while the meat is abundant, signifying it has been injected with a significant amount of lean meat agents. These farmed animals have been steeped in medicine for years, and the effects have long since permeated their very bones. As long as the freezing period does not exceed 30 years, the medicinal properties will not diminish significantly. Therefore, what we consume is not just meat, but also medicine. With that, she effortlessly bit into the pork rib, crushing it with ease before swallowing it. Wang Zhe opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Chapter 26 Control Group. Wang Zhe took another piece of pork rib, still savoring the rich meat flavor. The texture was coarser and much drier. However, for Wang Zhe, it remained a rare delicacy. The dish from the second window was slightly inferior in taste, but the medicinal effects were comparable. Indeed, Zhao Meiling replied, wiping her mouth as she calmly consumed her food, seemingly relishing a rare delicacy. The medicinal properties of zombie meat can generally be preserved for 20 to 30 years. Thus, while the flavor of the pre-prepared dishes from the second window is somewhat lacking compared to the first, the medicinal effect remains unchanged. The third window may offer cheaper options, but the zombie meat there typically exceeds 30 years, and if one wishes to consume meat that retains medicinal properties, it becomes a matter of luck. As for the flavor, it is not worth mentioning. It drops by several tiers. Wang Zhe pondered this. So, in terms of cost-performance ratio, the second window is the highest. By the way, do we sell zombie meat of less than 3 years in our cafeteria? I would like to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meiling shook her head meaningfully. Frozen meat aged less than 3 years is not considered zombie meat. It is called cold fresh meat, a luxury item affordable only by the middle class. A single serving could cost several hundred. Freshly slaughtered and sold meat is an even more standard luxury, costing at least 1,000 per meal. Aside from the wealthy elite, hardly anyone dares to make it a daily expense. Of course, the taste of fresh meat is unparalleled. I know you're curious and want to try it. However, I do not recommend spending money on something fresh. Wang Zhe was somewhat puzzled. Is it too expensive, lacking cost performance? And you do not want me to spend my money on this? Not at all, Zhao Meiling denied. I fear you may develop a meat addiction. A meat addiction? Wang Zhe was taken aback. Was there such a notion? Zhao Meiling, however, wore a pained expression. Eating, drinking, visiting brothels, and gambling. Why are they all placed on the same level? Consuming meat naturally stabilizes the spirit, but it also creates a dependency for warriors. 3 years ago, there was a senior student at our school who experienced a sudden change in his family's circumstances after entering. Consequently, his martial potential skyrocketed. Moreover, his drug tolerance was quite high. By his first year, he was already one of the only 2 athletes in the school. He had a chance to enter a vocational school, but when he broke through to the golden body realm in his second year, he became exposed to dietary supplementation. He thought himself resolute, believing that indulging in fresh meat would be harmless. What happened? He consumed meat dishes costing 1,000 each for 3 years. He devoured his family's resources and left them in ruins. Ultimately, I heard he became addicted to beast meat, and his dantian was destroyed. Wang Zhe was stunned. How could that be? How could eating meat destroy one's dantian? Zhao Meiling shook her head. That incident was due to his momentary lapse in judgment. He stole from the affluent district when he could not afford meat. Did he really think he could steal from the wealthy? What happened afterward? He first had to write a confession, and then there was the beating that lasted most of the night, leading to the destruction of his dantian. And after that, who knows? Perhaps he died after being expelled from school. Zhao Meiling ceased her narration, continuing to slowly eat from her tray. Is this true? Can eating meat lead to addiction? However, Wang Zhe did not dwell on it. This was not something he needed to consider right now. What he needed to contemplate were the various matters following his advancement to the golden body realm. By the way, Sister Zhao, how often should one supplement food after reaching the golden body realm? Is there a significance to eating in the morning versus the afternoon? Also, can I wait until I am about to advance to the Wulo realm to begin supplementation? Say, after my value reaches 26? Wangzhe inquired as he continued to eat. The threshold for breaking through to the Wulo realm is a total value exceeding 27 and an average value exceeding 90. Wangzhe's thought was, if breaking through to Wulo requires dietary supplementation, what is the minimum standard? If others supplement for a year, can I manage to eat only for a month right before breaking through? If a month is insufficient, what about a month and a day? There was no choice. Dietary supplementation was simply too costly. One meal costs 100, and over a year, that amounts to several tens of thousands. He was truly impoverished at this moment. Zhao Meiling shot him a glance. Stop thinking about it. If it could be reduced, I would have quit long ago. As long as you wish to break through to the Wulo realm, you cannot cease. The efficacy of dietary supplementation is to replenish various essential and non-essential elements for warriors. Once halted, the progress of one's realm slows down at best, and at worst, numerical regression occurs, leading to the loss of blood vitality. In more severe cases, regression in one's realm is a possibility. However, there is no need to be overly anxious. Dietary supplementation is generally once a day. If you learn the residue transformation technique, it can be extended to once every 2 days, and once perfected, it can be 3 days. As long as you do not develop a meat addiction, eating more soil will keep expenses relatively manageable. By the way, Zhao Meiling paused, placing her tray down with a lingering sense of satisfaction. At this point, both of their trays had been completely cleared, their surfaces gleaming as though they could serve as mirrors, so pristine that no one would suspect if they were returned to their original positions. You asked these questions because you are about to advance to the golden body realm? Indeed, Wangzhe nodded. I knew I was not mistaken about you. Zhao Meiling smiled. Do you have any thoughts about pursuing a college diploma? For now, my primary goal is to resolve family conflicts. As for college, I can only say I have a slight inclination. Wangzhe answered honestly. There is no denying that gaining admission to college is exceedingly challenging. Even with their relentless efforts, they can barely manage to cross the threshold of Wu Lu Jing, which is merely the entrance exam's minimum requirement. Furthermore, the winners of past selection competitions are invariably masters of various elite martial arts, possessing both internal and external skills. Without several million, one cannot even afford to purchase the necessary techniques. In a scenario where everyone possesses similar attributes, if you utilize a subpar technique while others employ top-tier methods, how can you compete? On the entire 4,715th habitable planet, with billions of inhabitants, the number of college students is less than 1 in 10,000. The difficulty is thus evident. Of course, if one were to successfully gain admission to college and graduate smoothly, a significant leap in social status could be achieved, ascending to become a person of prominence in the city center. Are you familiar with the concept of Danzhao? Zhao Meiling inquired. Danzhao? Wangzhe responded, somewhat puzzled. College Danzhao does not require participation in the unified examination. However, those warriors qualified for Danzhao are all extraordinarily gifted individuals. They possess exceptional innate talents in specific areas, and a very few come from affluent families already perched atop the pinnacle of wealth and power. Yet, such instances are rare. I've heard that several large capital groups once conspired for 3 years to successfully eliminate a candidate who had qualified for Danzhao. But this is not particularly relevant to us, is it? From every perspective, both he and Zhao Meiling seemed far removed from the realm of extraordinary talent. Moreover, their extensive credit reports, which could fill dozens of pages, were entirely disconnected from any powerful connections. Of course, it is relevant. Zhao Meiling mysteriously pulled Wangzhe closer. Are you aware that there is a major now called the drug tester major in college? Drug tester? Wangzhe was taken aback and quickly pulled out his phone. Soon, the result appeared. Zhao Meiling had not deceived him. This major indeed exists. Students in this field primarily study various specialized techniques to continually enhance their drug resistance and sensitivity, supplemented by professional knowledge and practice. The outstanding among them can even consume a pill and immediately articulate its components and effects. Some can even assist in improving the efficacy of the drugs, making them akin to human laboratory testing machines. Although there is some danger in occasionally ingesting various ambiguous, effect unknown, and toxic substances, it is undoubtedly a good pathway for those from impoverished backgrounds to enter college. And do you know? Zhao Miling softly spoke. Compared to other majors, in the eyes of drug tester instructors, even if our grades are slightly lower, the advantage of qualifying for Danzhao remains significant, because they tend to recruit warriors who have grown up in similar environments. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe was somewhat astonished. They prefer to recruit warriors from similar backgrounds? Why? It's simple. Zhao Miling pointed to herself, then to Wang Zhe. This way, we can serve as a control group for each other. Chapter 27. Arriving at the black drug market. The variable control method? Wang Zhe was utterly astonished. Precisely. Zhao Miling nodded. You and I both attended the same municipal high school, belong to the lower class, and possess exceptionally high drug resistance. Our experiences in growth, cultivation, and education, and perhaps even the types of drugs we use, likely share over a 90 similarity. There are many warriors with high drug resistance, but those who share similar backgrounds and experiences are exceedingly rare. You and I are essentially the variables they dream of. I see. It is no wonder Zhao Miling is so attentive to me. Wang just suddenly realized. So, your drug resistance is quite high too? I began taking drugs in my first year of high school, and now I'm in my fourth year. Do you see any acne on me? Zhao Miling proudly stated. If I weren't financially constrained, I would have already reached Wu Lu Jing. Upon this reminder, Wang just suddenly noticed that Zhao Miling not only had fair skin, but also did not overly conceal her attire, aside from private areas. Unlike those professional drug testers who are riddled with pus-filled sores and acne, nor like Yu Fei, who appears mentally disturbed. Are you a drug saint? Wang Zhe inquired. Perhaps. Zhao Miling replied vaguely, with a light laugh, seemingly unwilling to delve further into the topic. Seeing this, Wang Zhe ceased to pursue the matter. By the way, Sister Zhao, since that's the case, is there anything else I should be cautious about regarding Danzhao? Well, Zhao Miling pondered for a moment. The first point is certainly the realm and attribute values. Even for Danzhao examinations, Wu Lu Jing is the baseline. The minimum attribute for Wu Lu Jing is 27. But if you can surpass the limit and reach a peak of 30 points, your results will undoubtedly be better. Secondly, martial technique. A professional drug tester cannot solely rely on consumption. Various techniques to enhance drug resistance, sensitivity, and bodily perception must also be practiced. Otherwise, if you consume a pound of drugs and can only feel your blood surging without perceiving anything else, what distinguishes you from a drug barrel? Without solid abilities, even with high drug resistance and sensitivity, gaining admission to college would be difficult. Wang Zhe nodded. Based on Zhao Miling's insights, he indeed has a chance to try. His short-term goal is to find his mother and resolve family conflicts. His long-term goal is to gain admission to college. The two objectives are not contradictory. Both necessitate enhancing his strength. Thus, it follows that his most pressing tasks are twofold. First, to break through to Wu Lu Jing. Second, to learn specialized martial techniques to improve his bodily sensitivity. Upon reflection, it ultimately boils down to the need for money. That afternoon, after school, Wang just skillfully opened the drug satellite group, preparing to accept tasks. However, you have been banned from speaking for 29 days and 14 hours. Banned. Being banned means he cannot accept tasks. Moreover, considering the timing, it was last night, shortly after he refused to sign the intention contract. No, I didn't even say I disagreed. Can I take a few days to think? Why such a harsh approach? Wang just sighed. The non-natural body refining pharmaceutical company likely does not know about the black drug factory as circumstances. The reason for his ban is probably to force him to comply quickly. Initially, he had hoped to exploit the situation a bit longer, but now it seems unfeasible. Wang Zhe paused and changed direction. Since he cannot go to the non-natural body refining pharmaceutical company, he must head directly to the black drug market. After a frenzied run of more than 2 hours, he finally arrived at the location provided by the mysterious individual, following the navigation. Feilong Street is already on the outskirts of Suishir City. After turning right for 15 kilometers, the scenery appeared relatively normal at first, with a few houses visible. However, upon entering a mountain range, the anomaly became pronounced. The entire area is surrounded by 3 large mountains. The cracked land at the center and the twisted, yellowing plants litter the ground. Wang Zhe casually plucked a plant along with some yellow soil, chewed it, and could even taste a hint of medicinal flavor. Huayuan Proficiency Level 1. The medicinal flavor has permeated the soil. This must be the place. The market is located right in the heart of the mountains. As Wang Zhe approached, two security guards raised their hands to stop him. Which company are you from? What is its name? Half-poison pharmaceutical, Wang Zhe replied. Upon hearing this, the two glanced at their tablet, then scanned Wang Zhe several times with the device. After confirming there were no anomalies, they turned and opened a path, allowing him entry. You're on the invitation list. Go on in. As he stepped into the market, the cacophony of shouting voices immediately filled his ears. The ground is a chaotic tapestry, with various makeshift pharmacies, street vendors, and stall owners crowding the entire area, aside from the designated sidewalks. As Wang Zhe, a newcomer, stepped inside, he was immediately approached by two vendors squatting at the entrance. Hey there, is this your first time at the Heiyao market? What kind of medicine are you looking for? I have the super cheap blood pill, which is 80% cheaper than the basic version, with no change in efficacy. Cheaper by 80%. Wang Zhe gasped. Although he had anticipated that the black market drugs would be inexpensive, he was astonished by the extent of the discount. Seeing Wang Zhe's intrigue, the vendor next to him quickly interjected, "Don't listen to him. Sure, the efficacy of his super cheap blood pill remains unchanged, but the side effects are at least 3 times worse. Look at mine. My Duzu and Duani pill has only half the efficacy, but the side effects are just double that of the basic version, and the price is only half." At this moment, the first vendor grew anxious. "How dare you charge half for half the efficacy? You're embarrassing us black pharmacists. We have the invincible double boost Qi blood and body strengthening pill. Its efficacy is 3 times that of the basic pill, yet it only costs 80% of the basic price. Buy more for discounts. 1 dose lasts 5 days. The second vendor immediately countered, 5 days? That's because the toxins won't leave your body and you'll pass out. Double boost pills are something even professional users hesitate to take too much of. Selling this to our friend here is utterly unethical. My pills may not have high efficacy, but they have low toxicity. The cost-effectiveness is far superior to his poisonous concoctions." As the two continued to bicker, Wang Zhe interjected, pointing at the first vendor's stall. "Sir, could you introduce me to your medicines?" Upon hearing this, the first vendor's face lit up. "Of course, handsome. Don't underestimate my stall. I have plenty of basic medicines. What are you looking for?" "I need something to enhance cognitive abilities," Wang Zhe replied after a moment's thought. He realized he needed to expedite his cultivation of Huayuan Gong and the 2 luxury-level techniques to their maximum potential. The maxim holds true. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. You're in the right place. My cognitive enhancement medicines have the highest efficacy in the market. The vendor enthusiastically gestured to a row of 5 injectables and 3 pills in the lower right corner. Wang Zhe quickly grasped the general situation of the Heiyao market through his conversation with the vendor. The main difference between the black market and formal pharmaceutical factories lies in the lack of restrictions on the side effects and toxicity of the drugs here. In a legitimate pharmaceutical setting, the side effects for ordinary martial artists might include minor issues like acne or brain fog, but significant threats to life are uncommon, especially with large doses over time. To protect their reputation and prevent any incidents that could lead to fatalities, these companies often add detoxifying agents to their mixtures. However, the small vendors in the Heiyao market operate under a different principle. They prioritize sheer efficacy and cost-effectiveness, disregarding toxicity entirely. The drugs produced here often have dangerously high levels of toxicity. 3 to 5 times the norm is merely an appetizer, while tenfold toxicity is barely acceptable. Instances of hundreds of times the toxicity are not rare, and some auxiliary drugs from the black market could easily be sold as poison elsewhere. While martial artists may experience a surge in power shortly after consumption, the aftermath can be dire: skin lesions, toxic sores, or, in severe cases, ruptured meridians and unconsciousness. The consequences can range from serious injuries to death. The Heiyao market used to sell drugs without any testing, but after numerous fatalities among customers, market officials were compelled to invest heavily in a large drug toxicity testing machine. They mandated that all drugs sold within the market undergo testing, with clear labeling of both efficacy and toxicity to stabilize the customer base. Wang Zhe also inquired about the Bandu drug factory. The vendor revealed that it is one of the most renowned pharmaceutical factories in the local black market. Their drugs not only have clearly defined components and efficacy, but also follow a very formal production process. The toxicity levels are only half that of the market standard for the same efficacy, hence the name Bandu, making it a very reliable source. Which one do you want? The expensive one or the cheaper one? The vendor's voice snapped Wang Zhe from his reverie. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to a potion on the stall and asked, "Sir, I'm a student. Could you sell me the expensive one at the price of the cheaper one?" The vendor's expression darkened. "Do you even hear yourself? Are you joking?" Wang Zhe chuckled. "If you're unwilling, I'll just look elsewhere." He understood the principle of comparing prices. He would simply take the vendor's word for it and spend all his money. Bidding farewell to the vendor, Wang Zhe wandered deeper into the market, asking for prices along the way. True to its reputation, the Heiyao market presented a myriad of stalls, each showcasing various drugs with limited visual appeal but astonishingly diverse efficacy and toxicity ratios. For instance, the pill he held was from the same stall and of the same type, yet its efficacy and toxicity varied by several multiples. While other pills offered double efficacy with quadruple toxicity, this particular one boasted triple efficacy with tenfold toxicity. It was no wonder these drugs could not be sold in legitimate markets. Shaking his head, Wang Zhe prepared to set the pill down and explore other options. Just then, the vendor suddenly grew frantic. He grasped Wang Zhe's hand, exclaiming, "Hey brother, if you want this Baolong Chengshua pill, I can let it go for 100. 100? Wang Zhe paused. This was a pill with 3 times the efficacy of the basic Qi blood pill for just 100? The cost of the base materials alone must not even cover that. Noticing Wang Zhe's silence, the vendor assumed he was dissatisfied and quickly added, 80. I can't go lower. You have to let me recover some of my costs. Wang Zhe thought for a moment and extended 5 fingers. 50? Oh, fine, 50 it is. If I hadn't been unable to sell it for a week, I wouldn't want to part with it. The vendor waved his hand in resignation. However, Wang Zhe shook his head. I meant 5. The vendor fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter and snatching the pill back from Wang Zhe. Get lost. Wang Zhe didn't take offense and turned to leave. Yet, after walking 50 meters, he slowed his pace slightly. After 100 meters, he was practically moving in slow motion. It was only after 200 meters that he sheepishly turned back. Sir, how about this? Let's be friends, and I'll give you a double. How about 10? The vendor ignored him. 20? Wang Zhe tentatively inquired. With no other options, he realized that 3 times the efficacy was simply too tempting. Even if he bought it for 100, it would still be a great deal for him. 30? 40? 40. No more than that. If not, I'm really leaving. As he spoke, Wang Zhe leaned forward, seemingly ready to walk away. With a long sigh, the vendor tossed the Baolong Chengshua pill to him. Take it, take it. It's rare to see someone so persistent. Thank you, sir. Wang Zhe, upon hearing this, remained unfazed, cheerfully accepting the pill and promptly scanning the code to settle the payment. Alas, as a student, finances were indeed limited. A student? Well, that is understandable, the proprietor nodded. Perhaps reminiscing about his own high school days, his irritation dissipating significantly as he began to tidy up his stall. By the way, boss, since you are aware of my status as a student and I've just made a purchase, won't you offer me something complimentary? The proprietor abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing a piercing stare on Wang Zhe, causing his heart to skip a beat. Just joking, just joking. If not, then so be it, he said, turning briskly to leave, yet simultaneously identifying a lucrative opportunity, a method uniquely suited to himself, allowing him to procure high-value medications at a minimal cost. The vendors in the black market were mere private workshops, producing medicines of inconsistent quality, with significant fluctuations in both efficacy and toxicity. Consequently, inferior products were inevitable. For legitimate pharmaceutical companies, such substandard goods could easily be disposed of internally. However, for small private workshops, the only recourse was to sell these inferior products on the market to recoup costs. Given this, why not directly purchase the inferior medications? It is crucial to note that other martial artists shunned these substandard products due to their excessive toxicity. Considering the subsequent detoxification expenses, their cost-effectiveness was significantly reduced. However, for him, toxicity was of no concern, as long as the efficacy was sufficient, even if it were akin to consuming dirt. Well, perhaps not dirt, but certainly he could manage. All right, it's decided, Wang Zhe suddenly exclaimed, startling those around him. A few murmurs of insanity reached his ears, but he paid them no heed, turning to the nearby vendor with a smile as he approached. Chapter 30. Blame the parents for not striving the night swiftly passed. The alarm jolted Wang, Zhe from his training. After an entire night of cultivation, his status panel had transformed into name, Wang Zhe realm, iron bone realm. Physical strength, 591. Blood qi concentration, 589. Mental strength, 462. Internal skills, basic breathing technique, level 10. 0. Lingxi Huangguang skill, level 10. 0. External skills, basic body refinement technique, level 10. 0. Human martial body refinement technique, level 10. 0. Martial arts, basic fist technique, basic leg technique, earthly residue transformation technique, level 8. 82. Mental method, basic mental method, level 8. 42. With the assistance of such high-quality medications, merely one night had seen Wang Zhe's physical and blood qi values approach the critical threshold of 599. His mental strength, despite its lower value, had still increased by nearly 2 points, even while practicing only the foundational techniques. The progress made overnight was undeniably substantial. Not only had his skills seen remarkable enhancement, but his values were also inching ever closer to the final bottleneck of the iron bone realm. With a little extra effort in class, breaking through to the golden body realm today would pose no problem. However, he reached for the plastic bag beside him. What was once filled to the brim now contained but a handful of pills. Conversely, the bag holding syringes was still over half full. After counting, he found he had 12 syringes remaining. The consumption was indeed considerable, he pondered. His innate talent was undeniably formidable, even when dealing with inferior products manufactured by private entities. Laden with an unknown array of dubious chemicals, they seemed to have no adverse effects on his body. The only downside was the financial drain. Damn it, why am I not a rich second generation? He lamented, cursing his parents for their lack of ambition. After a brief moment of venting, Wang Zhe rose to wash up. It was time for class. He pulled out the remaining pills and selected a few syringes. One syringe for cognitive enhancement to elevate his transformation technique to level 10 would suffice. He would take one each of the blood qi and physical strength syringes as well. The efficacy of the syringes surpassed that of the pills significantly. Though it was just a single syringe, it would certainly suffice for him to break through to the golden body realm. Just as he prepared to leave, Wang Zhe paused, turning back to grab an additional syringe. He decided to bring one for Zhao Meiling as well. This black market is unlikely to escape her notice. She probably seeks it out just as I did, but has yet to find the opportunity to engage. He mused. Once I share this information, she surely ought to address me as foster father, right? Although, given her pride, she might struggle to utter it. Never mind, brother will suffice. Foster father, Zhao Meiling exclaimed, clutching the syringe, trembling with excitement. Is this for real? A quadruple efficacy blood qi syringe for merely 100? Given the different modes of administration, syringes are generally considered to offer far more potent effects than pills. And this quadruple efficacy refers to the effect of a standard blood qi syringe. A typical blood qi syringe costs several hundred. Yet this quadruple efficacy is merely 100. This is astonishing. Zhao Meiling's reaction surprised Wang Zhe. She often appeared aloof, but in this moment, a stark contrast emerged. He hadn't anticipated her to so readily utter the term foster father. Aside from the quadruple efficacy, there's also 13 times the toxicity, Wang Zhe clarified. Toxicity? That is merely a trial bestowed upon me by the god of medicine. Without hesitation, Zhao Meiling transferred the funds, retrieved her syringe, drew in the liquid, and swiftly injected it into her abdomen. Within seconds, the effects manifested. The intense potency, mingling with severe toxicity, caused her complexion to fluctuate between purple and red. Unable to suppress a moan, she gasped, her voice trembling and slightly shrill. Witnessing this, Wang Zhe immediately grew anxious. Hey, are you all right? You won't succumb to the toxicity, will you? Didn't you claim to be a divine body of medicine? Why are you reacting worse than an ordinary person? Zhao Meiling struggled to raise her right hand in reassurance. No, I'm fine. I just need to digest it. In under a minute, her condition improved dramatically. Her complexion returned to normal, her body warm, and the blood qi surged within her, with wisps of white smoke rising above her head. This was a phenomenon indicating the onset of the medication's effects. What a fascinating constitution. Is it catalyzing the toxicity in advance? No wonder she feels confident in joining me for the college entrance exam. Seeing this, Wang Zhe relaxed, waiting patiently. An hour later, Zhao Meiling opened her eyes. brimming with astonishment. Although it's rife with impurities, the efficacy is undeniably genuine. My values have significantly increased. How did you discover the black market? She had once sought out black market avenues due to the exorbitant prices of medications, but regrettably, she had found no leads. After I placed in the top 3 in the last Grand Medicine King competition, individuals from the black market reached out to me. However, it seems entry into the black market requires an invitation, as guards are stationed at the entrance, preventing entry without one. Contacted after placing in the top 3, and an invitation is required for entry. Zhao Miling was taken aback. It turned out she had been misdirected all along. She nodded, her lips pursed in a bashful gesture. Could you possibly help me secure an invite as well? Of course, I'll pay. Is 3,000 enough? Money? What money? What kind of relationship do we share? No need for payment. I'll simply inquire on your behalf. Wang Zhe waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Zhao Miling abruptly halted her attempt to transfer funds. Grasping Wang Zhe's arm tightly. Are you for real? Let me hear you call me foster father. Foster father, she exclaimed. By the way, that nutritional supplement yesterday truly left me unable to eat or drink. I promised to arrange something for you, Zhao Miling declared, thumping her chest with a resounding bang. At the first window at noon today, you can eat as much as you want. Not far away, amidst the bushes, Yu Yufei's expression morphed into shock. What did I just hear? He had just arrived, intending to discuss cultivation insights with Zhao Miling, only to stumble upon such explosive news. Foster father? Zhao Miling, a person of such pride, surprisingly consents to call him adoptive father? Could it be that Wang Tongxue is actually a hidden master who has cultivated the art of rejuvenation? Yu Yufei's mind was profoundly shaken, filled with envy. Indeed, it is no wonder that this individual has made such rapid advancements recently. His true identity was astonishingly this. Previously, he must have been merely concealing his talents. Thus, it follows that Zhao Miling is, in fact, his acknowledged adoptive daughter, which explains her prior willingness to make contact and her intentional approach. No wonder they could transcend numerical barriers and bond so effortlessly. It turns out I was blind, failing to perceive the iceberg lurking beneath the surface. Upon grasping this pivotal point, Yu Yufei felt as if something within his mind was on the verge of breaking free from its confines. After a brief moment of distraction, his gaze suddenly became clearer. Memories of Wang Zhe finally surged forth from the depths of his subconscious. I remember now. I recall everything. His name is Wang Zhe. The one who brought him into the school was a female martial artist of the Wulu realm. Wait a moment. Since my memories of him have been unlocked, does that mean Yu Yufei gasped in realization? Am I on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Body realm? Chapter 31. Loans must be repaid? That afternoon, Wang Zhe, before numerous students and teacher Lei, directly broke through to the Golden Body realm. In an instant, exclamations filled the air. Shocked voices arose in succession. Teacher Lei acted decisively, adjusting his position in physical education class from the left side of the front row to the center, placing him alongside Zhao Miling. On par with Yu Yufei, many classmates were astonished. They never expected Wang Zhe's status in class to transition from that of an inconspicuous passerby to semi-transparent, and now to a position just below 2 individuals, above 37 others. His classmates were left in a state of disbelief. Only Yu Yufei remained unfazed. When other classmates from the Brahmin class inquired, he merely smiled faintly. A group of short-sighted individuals. The world I perceive is utterly different from the one you see. However, with his ascension to the Golden Body realm, trouble is likely on the horizon. Why has the limit only increased by a little over 10,000? Upon elevating his realm, Wang Zhe's first course of action was to promptly submit documentation to raise his loan limit. However, after calculating several times across numerous apps, he found they had collectively only granted him an increase of a little over 10,000. You are too old, and your breakthrough came too late, leading to the perception of low martial potential, hence the limited loan amount, Zhao Miling explained. Do not worry. Once your metrics improve, your limits will gradually increase. Wang Zhe nodded, occasionally pinching a bit of soil to eat. After breaking through to the Golden Body realm, although his bodily strength did not expel toxins as depicted in tales, nor did it undergo any dramatic transformations akin to biological evolution, the consumption of energy surged significantly. The energy within him was dissipating at an astonishing rate. Every action, even breathing, felt as though energy was escaping through his nostrils. Thankfully, his transformation technique had reached level 8. The increased consumption could easily be compensated by consuming more earth, allowing him to save on dietary supplements. Right? Since both of us have reached the golden body realm, it is time to prioritize the cultivation of martial skills. Our martial techniques should ideally be consistent to facilitate experiments by the specialized instructors. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi was taken aback. You haven't practiced martial techniques before? No. Zhao Meiling shook her head. Cultivating martial skills requires funds. I have no surplus money to invest in such training. The practice of martial skills is limitless. Yet my finances are constrained. Investing limited funds into boundless martial cultivation is akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit. Moreover, cultivating martial skills is not as straightforward as merely stacking numbers. Besides, the competitions I participate in are for the financially challenged. Basic martial skills suffice. And as long as numerical values are elevated, martial techniques are mere trivialities. Wang Zhi nodded, but I have yet to select a mental cultivation method. I can copy one for you, can't I? Who will know if you don't mention it? It's just like getting on the bus and buying a ticket afterward. True enough. Mental cultivation methods do not exhibit obvious characteristics like internal and external techniques, making them less prone to exposure once utilized. As long as the person providing you with the method is trustworthy, this approach is entirely feasible. Since we intend to take this specialized examination for the medicinal practitioner, there should be restrictions on the selection of martial techniques, right? Do you have any? Zhao Meiling, confident, opened her phone. I've already thought about the martial techniques. Come, join me on the Pin Xiao Xiao app to help me get a discount. Pin Xiao Xiao? I haven't downloaded it. You haven't? Zhao Meiling became excited. No waities. New users receive even greater discounts. Payment successful. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased Biological Calculation Technique. The electronic training license has been sent to your email. The loan he had just extracted vanished in an instant. Biological Calculation Technique was Zhao Meiling's martial skill, a luxury-level martial technique priced at 18,000, with a promotional new user price of 14,000. The principle of the technique revolves around the concept of a biological calculator, viewing the human body as a CPU that dissipates energy continuously. Practitioners construct a biological computation matrix at the dantian by controlling their blood energy and physical form. Through specific operations of the technique, it disrupts the body's original order, deconstructing perceived external information into a flow of flesh and blood data. This greatly enhances the operational efficiency of the martial artist's brain, improving their thinking ability, capacity to endure, reaction speed, blood energy mobilization speed, power of techniques, and bodily sensitivity. It allows for comprehensive monitoring and adjustment of one's physical state. According to the introduction of the technique, once mastered, the body becomes several times more sensitive to any changes, such as ingesting poison, allowing for earlier detection of abnormalities and eliminating danger at its inception. It also enables the martial artist to more acutely identify the effects and targeted areas of medications. This is a supportive martial technique that enhances nearly all capabilities and metrics of the practitioner in a comprehensive yet subtle manner. However, one caveat remains. Until a certain level of proficiency is achieved, this technique is ineffective. Additionally, due to its high difficulty level and its classification as a supportive martial skill, its price is significantly lower than other luxury techniques. I've also sent you the mental cultivation method. Remember to delete the file after reading. Received. Wang Zhi opened his phone to find the luxury-level mental method star and moon refinement technique. Not only is the speed of mental strength cultivation several times faster than that of basic methods, but under the illumination of starlight and moonlight, the cultivation speed can reach even greater heights. It is particularly suited for wandering or homeless martial artists. It is said that the founder, after finally breaking through to the Wulu realm, arrived in the city center only to find he could not afford rent, and after 5 years of living under a bridge, he comprehended this technique. According to the method's description, while cultivating, vocally criticizing developers, real estate speculators, subletters, and the 7-star Realm Property Bureau can accelerate the enhancement of mental metrics. Wang Zhi glanced at the panel. With this, he has achieved a complete luxury upgrade from techniques to martial skills. Yet, even if we opt for the specialized medicinal practitioner examination, wouldn't it be challenging to pass without any offensive martial skills? Wang Zhe expressed his concerns. The college seeks well-rounded talents. In addition to requirements for metrics, there are also foundational assessments in combat. Although the medicinal practitioner exam does not necessitate combat proficiency, one must at least score above the passing line. In simpler terms, combat ability must rank in the top percentile among martial artists of the same age. Zhao Miling shrugged helplessly. I lack the funds. Furthermore, offensive martial skills differ from supportive ones. They are usually priced according to their effectiveness. Luxury-level offensive martial skills cannot stand their ground in the college examination. In order for both of us to make a purchase, we must accumulate at least 100,000. It would be a waste of money to buy anything less than high-end, top-tier martial skills. That is indeed true. If only someone could gift me a special-grade martial skill. Wang Zhe jested with a smile. Beyond high-end and top-tier martial skills, there exists a special-grade martial skill, which is the pinnacle of what an ordinary martial artist can access and comprehend. However, the price is equally staggering, starting at 1 million. Furthermore, the difficulty of learning is exceedingly high. Those who do not specialize in combat skills need not even consider it. Zhao Miling shot him a glance. If someone were to gift you such a skill, I fear you might use it for entirely inappropriate purposes. By the way, I am out of money. How much do you have left? Over 4,000, Wang Zhe replied. Just enough for me to venture into the black market once more. Zhao Miling assumed a posture, already beginning her practice of the biological calculation technique. Into the black market? Aren't your loan repayment dates approaching? Do you have any other sources of income to repay? Wang Zhe was taken aback, suddenly smacking his forehead. All right, I almost forgot. Loans must be repaid. Chapter 32. Small success of the biological calculation technique. Due to a severe shortage of available balance, Wang Zhe entered frugality mode once again in the following days, splitting a single dose of medicine in half for use. Thankfully, the effects of the injections in the black market were quite satisfactory. Thus, while the progress of his martial arts was neither rapid nor exceedingly slow, he managed to cultivate the transformation technique to its maximum level. The Star Moon refinement technique advanced from level 0 to its current level of 7. However, the progress of the biological calculation technique greatly exceeded his expectations. After 2 consecutive days, he remained at level 2, 46. Aware of the difficulty of this technique, he was nonetheless unprepared for such a challenging experience. Wang Zhe sensed the changes in his dantian and felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially thought that constructing a biological computational matrix in the dantian was merely a figurative expression, yet it turned out to be a literal description. At this moment, his meridians were forcibly displaced and relocated to the dantian, weaving together like fabric to form an intricate network. However, as it had yet to take shape, the flow of qi and blood traversed the grid, causing Wang Zhe only pain and more pain. It seemed that he needed to reach level 3 to attain even a small success. He opened his bag and found only 1 last vial of injection remaining. Fortunately, it was a cognitive enhancement agent. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already evening, with only about an hour and a half remaining until the agreed time. After previously injecting and reaching level 2, 16, he believed this last dose would elevate him to level 3. After reaching level 3, the biological computational matrix should be able to be initially constructed. My drug resistance, drug sensitivity, and stomach capacity should greatly improve. This would enhance my chances of securing the spokesperson position at the pharmacy. However, the problem lies in whether I will have enough time to fully digest the effects of the medicine. Some of it might go to waste. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Zhe ultimately decided to inject the last vial directly into his forehead. Done. Money is earned, not saved. Instantly, the cold liquid seeped into his mind. The once obscure technique and the indistinct meridians became clear and comprehensible as the medicine took effect. Wang Zhe knelt down, mobilizing his qi and blood, beginning to circulate according to a specific pattern. He focused on the proficiency displayed on the panel, and his progress accelerated rapidly. Under the influence of qi and blood, the meridian network gradually took on a rudimentary shape. Simultaneously, the pain in his dantian intensified. Yet, the proficiency progress remained sluggish. Damn, no wonder this technique is so costly. It truly is agonizing. He gritted his teeth, feeling as though his insides were twisted in knots. Beads of sweat poured from his forehead as he continued to circulate for 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles, with a resounding sound from his abdomen. The cramping pain suddenly vanished. The meridian network had finally taken shape. A sudden lightness surged through his brain, and the world before him became significantly clearer. It felt as if a second brain had emerged in his dantian. He could faintly perceive the condition of his body. Abnormalities that he could not sense before were now vividly apparent. For instance, in his abdominal area, there was a mass formed from the excessive dirt he had consumed over the past few days. With heightened clarity and preliminary internal vision, he realized this was a small success. He could feel that with the formation of the dantian network, his control and sensitivity over his body had also slightly improved. A simple example. Ordinarily, a martial artist cannot control the movement of the intestines or heart. Yet now, he could not only induce slight contractions in his intestines to expel the mass, but could also consciously quicken or slow his heart rate. He could even accelerate the expansion of his stomach, enhancing its capacity for medication. Simultaneously, an ordinary martial artist would be utterly unable to sense the gathering of small foreign objects in their intestines. This is the enhancement of sensitivity. So this is it. Even at a mere small success, I can perceive so distinctly. Once I reach large success, I can only imagine that I will be able to comprehend every detail regarding the medications entering my body, including their targeted areas, specific effects, and pathways. I will also be able to manipulate my bodily organs to transport medications to designated areas as needed. The difficulty of cultivation is high, yet the rewards are equally substantial. This martial skill's complexity is staggering. I wonder how Zhao is faring in his training. Just as Wang Zhe was about to continue after sensing his bodily changes, his phone rang at that moment. The screen displayed an unknown caller. Without needing to guess, Wang Zhe knew it was the call from Bandu Pharmaceutical. Hello. Can you reach the end of Feilong Street in Suisher City within an hour? Yes, absolutely. Wang Zhe affirmed repeatedly. However, boss, I have a friend who also wishes to purchase some medicine. Could you provide an additional spot in the market? Another spot? No problem. The other party seemed unfazed. However, it cannot be given casually. What is your friend's name? Where do they study? How old are they? Please provide their basic information so we can prepare a box for them. Zhao Meiling. Her name is Zhao Meiling. She attends the same school as me. Soon, Zhao Meiling's information was processed. Zhao Meiling? Oh, it's her. No problem. Just inform her to mention our company name when she visits the black market next time. All right. Remember not to be late. Someone will be there to meet you. Rest assured, boss. After hanging up the phone with Bandu Pharmaceutical, Wang Zhe quickly relayed the information to Zhao Meiling. After receiving a few heartfelt acknowledgments, he smiled and stepped out of the door. Chapter 33. The Interview. An injection costs 100, and I still have about half a vial of medicine's effect remaining, valued at 50. The transportation fare is approximately 6. I better take a cab. It's the more economical choice. Wang Zhe exited his home, reluctantly spending 6 coins to board a cab, where he continued his cultivation. His Lingxi Huangguang technique was now at maximum level. As a specialized internal technique for delivery personnel, once activated, it would make him swift as the wind. Traveling 800 miles a day is not a problem. Reaching the destination within an hour is a simple task. However, considering he still had residual medicinal effects to digest, Wang Zhe meticulously calculated and ultimately decided to take a cab, allowing him to digest the medicine along the way. Upon arriving at his destination, Wang Zhe turned around and spotted a large sedan chair being carried by a sturdy porter waving at him. As he approached and took a closer look, he realized that although the sedan chair appeared ancient in design, it was entirely crafted from machinery. Its weight must be several tons. This meant that the porter's cultivation level was at least at the Wu-Lu level. Observing the intricate construction of the bottom, the sedan chair's shock absorption and stabilization systems were probably top-notch. Such luxurious arrangements caused Wang Zhe to draw in a sharp breath. In the 7-star realm, martial arts thrive. The performance of mechanical vehicles is limited and cannot compare to the speed of the top martial artists. Thus, the truly affluent seldom travel by car and take no pride in owning multiple vehicles. Instead, they take pride in having elite chauffeurs. When 2 wealthy individuals attend a gathering, if your chauffeur is at the Jinshin realm while another's is at the Wulu realm, the disparity in their status becomes immediately apparent. Some wealthy individuals even go so far as to create entire garage apartments, housing a multitude of chauffeurs within, solely to showcase their financial prowess. The owner of Bandu Pharmacy sent a chauffeur to pick him up, likely with the intent of demonstrating his wealth. Upon witnessing the astonishment in Wang Zhe's eyes, the chauffeur could not help but puff out his chest with pride. Wang Zhe, indeed. Please step inside. Wang Zhe nervously jumped into the sedan, savoring the experience reserved for the affluent. The chauffeur began to run, yet he felt not a hint of jolt. How remarkably smooth. Such powerful stability. Hearing this, the chauffeur outside smiled slightly and encouraged him. I'm the third-rank chauffeur in the boss's garage. This is nothing. Keep practicing, young man. One day, you might find yourself noticed by the wealthy and entering someone else's garage. In just over 10 minutes, Wang Zhe arrived at his destination. Stepping out of the vehicle, he saw the words Bandu Pharmacy engraved in golden letters on a metal plaque. The entire factory was surrounded tightly by iron sheets. The doorman, appearing lethargic, lazily lifted his eyelids. Bandu Pharmacy, Wang Zhe, he announced. Upon confirming his identity, the iron gate creaked open, and a pungent melange of medicinal odors assaulted his senses. The air was thick not only with the scent of medicine, but also with a complex stench mingled with sweat, decay, antibiotics, and the volatile compounds of psychotropic substances. Turn right upon entering, walk straight ahead, and look for the most exquisite building in the center. The manager is waiting for you inside. Do not open other doors. Be cautious of poisoning. Thank you for the reminder. Following the instructions, Wang Zhe proceeded into the building. Upon entering, he found a large dining table dominating the hall. Across from him sat a middle-aged man in a suit. The man, sporting a long beard, wore a composed expression and exuded an imposing aura. Wang Zhe, the middle-aged man, spoke. That's me. Very well. My surname is Wu. You may call me Manager Wu. Understood, Manager Wu. Please take a seat. You are the last one, hence number 7. We shall commence shortly. Manager Wu lazily gestured towards the empty seat. Thank you, Manager. Wang Zhe took a seat, surveying the room. Several individuals with similarly complex expressions were gathered around the long table, which was laden with oddly shaped potions and pills, along with syringes emitting an eerie blue light. Each had skin flushed red and muscles bulging, as if they had been forced into a pressure cooker while sweating profusely. Wang Zhe observed the man to his left, whose left arm was covered in needle marks, so densely packed that not even a mosquito could find a perch. The woman in the middle had hands whose skin had rotted to a metallic hue, presumably from some high side-effect composite injection. There was another individual, though his physique appeared normal, towering absurdly at over 3 meters tall, a veritable giant. Clearly, this group consisted of martial artists accustomed to years of drug use. In contrast, Wang Zhe, who seemed outwardly unscathed, felt some out of place. Once seated, Manager Wu began to explain the rules. We are seeking spokespersons primarily to promote our Bandu Pharmacy's advantages. Low toxicity and strong effects. Hence, the rules are straightforward. Those who can consume all the medicines without experiencing side effects will win. Manager Wu clapped his hands. Let the first round commence. Before everyone, 3 trays were presented containing pills, injections, and a plate of an unknown viscous substance. Let us begin with contestant number 1. Yes. The burly contestant rose abruptly, lifting the tray and downing the pills as one would a beverage, the pills sliding effortlessly down his throat. Observing closely, his esophagus appeared remarkably different from that of an ordinary person, resembling a broad pipe capable of swallowing an entire tray of pills. Without hesitation, he grabbed 3 syringes from a tray, injecting them into his abdomen. Cultivate. Train. Do not merely consume. Manager Wu interjected urgently. How can you demonstrate the advantages of our Bandu Pharmacy without cultivation? Remember, our product's greatest advantage in the black market lies in the ability to consume and cultivate simultaneously. You must showcase the effects as much as possible. Do not forget, you are applying to be spokespersons, promoting our pharmacy on streets. Oh, yes. The burly contestant seemed unprepared for this requirement of simultaneous drug consumption and cultivation. Abruptly interrupted in his rhythm. Setting down the syringes, he quickly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. However, the toxicity of the substances was evidently not low, especially after he had just ingested a whole tray of pills. As he began to cultivate, the effects of the drugs erupted instantaneously. His face flushed crimson, and sores began to fester on his back. In the blink of an eye, he went from seemingly fine to a ghastly shade of purple and blue. Within a minute, he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Manager Wu's expression soured. Drag him out. Staff members approached. extracting a syringe filled with the viscous substance and administering it into his body. As the substance entered, the contestant's condition quickly improved, and he was unceremoniously dragged away like a lifeless dog. "Your turn, contestant number 2, Manager Wu announced expressionlessly. Having witnessed the fate of contestant number 1, contestant number 2 opted for caution rather than speed. He took a few pills, injected 2 into his abdomen, and then promptly sat cross-legged to cultivate. Yet, before he could begin, "Are you raising fish? Injecting one by one? Are you so cautious because you fear the audience won't perceive the drug's toxicity? Drag him out." Contestant number 2 was taken aback. "Wait, manager, I can eat faster. Give me another chance." "Manager." The 2 security guards ignored his struggles and pleas, dragging him out. The remaining contestants felt a weight in their hearts. Consuming highly toxic inferior drugs required not only quantity, but speed, alongside an uninterrupted cultivation process. Was this what it meant to be a spokesperson? It was indeed a task not meant for ordinary individuals. It is important to note that consuming drugs while cultivating is vastly different from merely consuming them. During cultivation, martial artists invigorate their blood flow, accelerating the digestion and circulation of ingested substances. Consequently, as the effects manifest, the side effects inevitably emerge as well. Even professional drug users, when consuming legitimate drugs, typically inject them first, controlling the intake. They wait for the opportune moment before gradually digesting. It is rare for anyone to simultaneously inject and cultivate, let alone with such highly side effect-prone black market drugs. "Let the rest come together. Let us expedite this process," Manager Wu stated impatiently. Trays of medicines were placed before the contestants. They exchanged glances, filled with apprehension, yet none chose to withdraw. After all, even if they did not receive a salary, the opportunity to consume free drugs was not to be dismissed lightly in the 7-star realm. "Begin." Upon Manager Wu's command, they hesitated no longer, eagerly reaching for the trays. Some grimaced in pain after taking their doses, but persevered in their cultivation. Others attempted to be cunning, injecting 5 doses while leaving a significant portion of the syringes filled, try to minimize their intake and ensure the side effects would not erupt. Faces turned purple, yet smiles were forced, pretending all was well. Manager Wu sat in his chair, filled with disappointment. Some looked crooked, while others swelled like eggplants. What would the customers think? Although no contracts would be signed, and it was nominally a part-time position, a spokesperson is still a spokesperson. Imagine a celebrity endorsing food, only to grimace and vomit while consuming it. What would the onlookers think? Even if the food were truly unpalatable, one must not show it. He glanced around, finding nothing satisfactory. Yet upon seeing one individual, he gasped in astonishment. This last participant appeared unaffected, maintaining a normal demeanor. A closer look revealed that the medicine tray before him had scarcely changed. Likely, he had consumed a few pills and received a shot, then ceased further medication. He furrowed his brow. This was a potential candidate he had personally selected. Why had he faltered during the competition? "Wang Zhe, what is happening? Why has he suddenly stopped?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe smiled faintly and glanced at the young man beside him. "What difficulty is there in taking medication while practicing? Let me offer Manager Wu a flourish." Suddenly, he rose, holding the syringe in his right hand and rolling up his sleeve with his left. "Thank you, Manager Wu, for this opportunity. With this injection, I wish you a prosperous future and continual advancement. With this injection, I wish you wealth flowing in and good fortune. With this injection, I wish you a soaring career and blessings at your doorstep. With this injection, I wish you an attentive audience and followers to your endeavors." Wang Zhe administered injection after injection into his arm, his words flowing continuously, his expression unchanging. Simultaneously, the circulation of qi and blood within him accelerated. Digesting the effects of the medicine, white mist began to rise above his head. The other competitors were left bewildered. Is it necessary to exert oneself to such an extent? We can manage to maintain smiles while taking medication, yet you are reciting an ode? Manager Wu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his surprise turned to delight. Taking medication while practicing and speaking simultaneously? Hiring Wang Zhe would indeed save the cost of a commentator. Excellent. Truly, he was the talent I personally selected. Manager Wu joyfully stood, poised to announce the results. "I can do that too," the little giant suddenly shouted, springing to his feet, hands filled with pills and syringes. With this injection, I toast to Manager Wu's continuous ascent. With this handful, I toast to Manager Wu's daily prosperity. Though his words lacked the fluency of Wang Zhe, there was no doubt that he too could manage to take medication while speaking. Manager Wu frowned, about to speak, when suddenly a thought struck him. He feigned surprise and changed his tone. No wonder it's you, Li Siyuan, truly a student of the first high school of Suisher City. Your resistance to medication is indeed formidable. First high school. Wang Zhe felt a sinking sensation. Through his interactions with Zhao Miling over the past few days, he had gleaned some information about prestigious schools. Gaining admission to first high school meant being in an entirely different league compared to someone from 8th high school like himself. If the distinction between the top students and underperformers of 8th high school was akin to that of Brahmins and Dalits, they still belonged to the same nation and race. However, the students of first high school and those of 8th high school were almost like different species. It was said that all students admitted to first high school had undergone medicinal treatment from infancy, with parents applying substances to their nipples and adding appropriate medicines to their formula. They consumed medicinal dishes and drank medicinal soups throughout their childhood. Any student from first high school possessed astonishing resistance and sensitivity to medication. In the eyes of lower-tier students, they could be considered pseudo-drug saints. Alas, how perplexing. Manager Wu mused, who should I choose? Li Siyuan holds a more prestigious identity, basking in the halo of a renowned school. Yet Wang Zhe's performance is superior. In truth, this 2,800 yuan would suffice for either, but I wonder who offers the better value? Wang Zhe's expression darkened. Damn it, I haven't even started the job. And the price is already being negotiated? But to lower his price? That is out of the question. Seeking value, is it? Let's not forget. His goal is to become a professional tester in a higher education institution. Manager Wu, Wang Zhe declared loudly, although the medications you provided for testing lack labels. If I am not mistaken, the syringe contains double the potency and quintuple the toxicity, while the pills have triple the potency and sixfold the toxicity. The primary side effect of the drugs produced by your factory is abdominal cramps, yet they also induce mild dizziness and brain injury. However, due to your deliberate addition of toxicity, the abdominal pain has been exaggerated, preventing users from noticing the abnormality in their brains. Am I correct? Manager Wu's previously relaxed demeanor shifted abruptly. Yet, it was not fear, but rather excitement. Such precise analysis of drug properties, such sharp commentary on their effects. This level of analytical prowess is beyond that of a martial artist of your caliber. You must have learned some special technique. Speak, what special technique have you mastered? It is the biological calculation technique, which I have achieved minor success in. Wang Zhe replied. Indeed. Manager Wu nodded in satisfaction. Though I have not heard of it. It seems to be quite an impressive functional martial art. The biological calculation technique is sufficiently advanced even for specialized admissions to higher education institutions. Securing a position in a black drug factory would be effortless. Excellent. You are the one. Manager Wu decisively proclaimed. He never imagined that Wang Zhe before him could provide such a significant surprise. Offering 2,800 yuan to others would merely secure a spokesperson. However, with Wang Zhe, he gains not only a spokesperson but also a commentator, while simultaneously serving as a professional tester. A single individual serving triple functions. Truly a prodigious talent. This is precisely the multifunctional talent needed in the 7-star realm. Chapter 35. Life's margin for error is too narrow. Damn, what a competitive spirit. Damn the scab. Doing 3 jobs for the same pay. Soon enough, he will exhaust himself. Wait until you can no longer endure the drug effects, and then you'll regret it. The crowd grumbled as they left the room. Wang Zhe followed Manager Wu, heading toward the other end. That evening, after a brief study of the commentary, performance tips, and advertisement phrases, he was taken to the black drug market to begin his first drug administering tour. The Smiley drug administering tour proved to be extraordinarily effective. The foot traffic at Bandu Pharmaceutical significantly increased that day. After the tour concluded, Manager Wu promptly settled the payment, handing him 200 as a bonus, bringing the total to 3,000. They arranged for a fixed weekly tour in the future with additional payments for any other necessary time. Moreover, as a spokesperson, Wang Zhe would receive extra discounts when purchasing medications from Bandu Pharmaceutical. Upon returning home, Wang Zhe gazed at the 3,000 yuan transfer on his phone, feeling a significant reduction in anxiety. Once a week translates to 4 times a month, ensuring a steady income of 12,000 monthly. Furthermore, each time, he could receive ample medication for free. At least this would cover 2 days' worth of medication expenses. Although this job pays slightly less than that of manager by. When considering its value, I wouldn't trade it for 30,000 a month. Indeed, existence is rational. In certain aspects, the black drug factory surpasses legitimate pharmaceutical companies. With this job secured and the address of the black drug market in hand, Wang Zhe no longer needed to worry excessively about medication costs. With this thought, he picked up his phone and opened Zhao Miling's satellite message. Wang Zhe, did you go to the black drug market today? Were you able to buy the medication? After a while, Zhao Miling replied, I went, but the prices are not quite what you mentioned. Those vendors are selling the syringes for 200 each. 200? Good heavens. That's double the price. What a bunch of unscrupulous merchants. Wang Zhe. Then let's not purchase at all. Let them keep the inferior products. Zhao Miling. I was thinking the same. By the way, where have you been today? I didn't see you. Wang Zhe smirked, finally getting to the crux of the matter. He had been waiting for her to ask this question. Wang Zhe. Oh, you're asking about me? Today I was invited to attend a pharmacy event, and unexpectedly, their manager took a liking to me and insisted that I become their spokesperson. Initially, I was reluctant, but the manager was quite persistent, so I had no choice but to reluctantly agree. However, there's a silver lining. If you buy medicine at Bandu Pharmaceutical S booth and mention my name, you'll receive a 10 discount, which will also help me boost my performance metrics. Zhao Miling. You've become a spokesperson for a pharmaceutical company too? Wang Zhe, huh? Wang Zhe was taken aback. Wait, what do you mean by two? Wang Zhe. I don't quite understand. Do you mean Zhao Miling? I was also invited to attend a pharmacy event, and now I'm the spokesperson for Lai Wei Pharmaceutical. Wang Zhe, are you kidding? Zhao Miling. Isn't your role equally significant? Wang Zhe, fair enough. It seems both of us have promising futures ahead. He chose not to dwell on it further. Everyone has their little secrets. Zhao Miling. By the way, now that you've secured the spokesperson title, obtaining medicine resources should no longer be an issue. Have you considered participating in a few competitions to hone your practical skills? It would also build your reputation in preparation for the upcoming entrance exams. Don't forget, in a few days, the first monthly exam for the senior year is approaching, followed by the citywide unified exam after a month, and then the midterm exam. The exams in senior year are different from the previous 3 years. They will be included in your student records. If your grades falter and expose your weaknesses, you may find yourself forever barred from entering a junior college. Junior colleges seek well-rounded, quality candidates. Practical skills and reputation are certainly part of that. However, in the 7-star realm, engaging in fights can lead to severe penalties if caught, resulting in hefty fines. Thus, relying on brawling to develop practical skills is unrealistic. Professional arenas require tickets. Hiring a coach from a martial arts school for guidance is akin to burning money. Consequently, the opportunities for the financially disadvantaged are exceedingly scarce. You can either spar with fellow impoverished individuals or enroll in competitions to gain practical experience. Just as he finally sorted out matters concerning medicine, now he faced the challenge of practical skills. Wang Zhe felt his previously relaxed nerves tighten once more. All he desired was to live like a person. Was that too much to ask? Realm, statistique, technique. Monthly exams, unified exams, practical training. One critical point after another. If any aspect is neglected, all efforts could vanish in an instant. The crucial factor is that improving any single aspect requires a fortune, and these costs are exorbitant. This cursed 7-star realm, where the wealthy start at a high point and enjoy staggering margins for error. Meanwhile, the poor not only begin at a disadvantage, but face almost no margin for error. Wang Zhe sighed deeply. He could only pause to rest briefly, seizing every moment to train. His current realm is the Golden Body realm. His required sleep has been reduced from 6 hours to 4. In fact, 3 hours would suffice. Less sleep means more time to improve oneself. The energy of the Golden Body realm is astonishing. Even trying to convince himself to rest longer is futile. He glanced at the panel. Name, Wang Zhe realm, Golden Body realm. Physical strength, 623. Vitality concentration, 631. Mental strength, 499. As the values increased, the benefits from medicine diminished. The time and substances required to boost each point were multiplying. Indeed, rapid progress stemmed from a low starting point. Wang Zhe sighed, then his gaze sharpened. To become exceptional in the seven-star realm, one must either strive for a better reincarnation or diligently cultivate. Lacking the courage for a fresh start, he had no choice but to train harder. Thoughts can deceive you, but statistics cannot. Go for it, Wang. Show me where your limits lie. With that, Wang just sprang from his bed and stepped outside. Minutes later, he returned carrying at least several dozen kilograms of synthetic food. He then assumed his starting position, simultaneously activating the Renwu body refinement technique, Xingyue spiritual refinement technique, and Lingxi illumination technique. On the panel, the three main values began to rotate slowly like a roulette wheel. He even utilized the undigested cognitive-enhancing substances to split his mind into two. While cultivating his internal techniques, he simultaneously drew off a small portion of vitality to practice the biological calculation technique. Chapter 36. No forcing. 2 days later, on the outskirts. In a humble dwelling of the slums, the alarm clock rang punctually. Wang Zhu awoke from his cultivation. He glanced at the panel. Name, Wang Zhu realm, golden body realm. Physical strength, 653. Vitality concentration, 656. Mental strength, 582. His values had increased by several points. The biological calculation technique had reached level 5. He was increasingly convinced that this martial skill significantly differed from other light luxury martial techniques. While other light luxury techniques are powerful, they primarily enhance cultivation speed or the magnitude of value increases. Comparatively, light luxury techniques and basic techniques are like the difference between a 1,000-gram iron block and a 10-gram iron block. Though larger, heavier, and thicker, the essence remains fundamentally unchanged. Only the biological calculation technique stands apart. Before level 3, it had no effect. However, after level 3, each increase made Wang Zhi feel as if he had been renewed from head to toe. It wasn't just an enhancement of control or perception abilities. The elasticity of muscles, the flexibility and hardness of bone structure, and even the speed of mental processing saw remarkable improvements. His body became increasingly coordinated and balanced. Movements he previously struggled with could now be mastered with minimal practice. It was as though an old object had been rejuvenated, but this time it was his own body. Moreover, the meridian network in his dantian became progressively intricate and mysterious with each level gained. From the initial simple grid-like veins by level 5, he could faintly discern some pattern models. Accompanying these changes was a rapid increase in his overall combat strength. The quality of his vitality and physical coordination had nearly multiplied exponentially. He estimated that under equivalent conditions, he could defeat martial artists with values exceeding his own by approximately 34 points. Wang Zhi searched online for information regarding the biological calculation technique, but discovered that the subsequent levels of this martial skill were only referenced by name, with no purchasing avenues available. This means that the continuation of this martial skill is at least of a special supply grade. How could the sequel of a light luxury martial skill be of a special supply grade? Wang Zhi felt immense frustration. After finally uncovering a significant opportunity, he had hoped to delve deeper, only to find that there was nothing more to discover. It felt as though he had suffered a loss. Never mind. It was time to go to school. At the 8th Senior High School of Suishir City, today marked the first monthly examination for senior year students. Numerous banners and slogans adorned the school building. One side proclaimed that if one endures the side effects of subpar medicine, one must also endure the hardships of life. The opposite side warned to purchase medicine through legitimate channels, lest one suffer grave losses from cheap bargains. In the center, the Phase Iron Body Refinement Pharmaceutical Company wished all senior students smooth sailing, with contact information provided. There were also provocative messages questioning why, if one has the courage to take their own life, they wouldn't choose to engage in reckless drug use. Is the pressure of cultivation too overwhelming? Come for a concentrated dose of dopamine, one injection, no addiction. Without struggle, senior year is meaningless. Without fighting, cultivation relies on love. Slogans adorned the teacher's building, yet they merely encouraged students to take drugs with no semblance of subtlety. This despicable institution, which once at least pretended to mask its intentions, now no longer bothers to feign decency. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zhi's ears perked up, and he turned to find Zhao Meiling vociferously berating someone. He chuckled, acknowledging the harshness of her words, yet recognizing the grim reality they encapsulated. Don't be upset. Today I intend to indulge in some nourishing food. Come, treat me to a meal to lift our spirits. Get lost, she retorted. On the second floor of the cafeteria, they encountered the infamous zombie meat from 3 years ago. Ah, a rare delicacy, he exclaimed. Annie, please serve me a portion. Given the impending examination, both opted for the meat at the first window. A hearty meal would bolster their mental fortitude, which, while seemingly inconsequential in the short term, could lead to dire consequences if neglected. Low mental strength could render a martial artist lethargic, impairing their reflexes and bodily control, especially during practical assessments where such vigor could decisively determine the outcome. As they savored their meal, a tall figure approached from below. They lifted their heads to discover their homeroom teacher, Mr. Lay. Mr. Lay, are you looking for us? They inquired, instinctively clutching their trays closer. Mr. Lay cast a sidelong glance, but chose not to confront them directly, instead smiling amiably. Why did you not come to purchase medicine from me these past few days? By my calculations, you should be running low. With today's monthly exam, how about buying a bit? The two exchanged an awkward smile. Wang Zhe hesitated. Mr. Lay, we still have plenty from our previous purchases, so we won't need any for now. Zhao Meiling quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, sir, we are conserving our supply and truly do not require excess. Mr. Lay waved his hand dismissively. There is no such thing as too much auxiliary medication. This isn't rice or oil. Having a little extra at home is always prudent. He feigned contemplation. Why don't you each purchase 10,000 worth of medicine, and I'll give you an 85 discount. During the exam, I can speak on your behalf to the other teachers for a few extra points. What do you say? The two instantly grasped the implications. Buying medicine equated to receiving higher scores. So, not purchasing would result in lower ones. The martial arts high school examination comprised 4 segments: a numerical assessment, a physical coordination test, a blood vitality quality test, and a practical combat evaluation. Except for the numerical assessment, the evaluators wielded considerable discretion in the physical and blood tests, with the practical assessment granting even greater latitude. Typically, the highest-ranking physical education teacher served as the evaluator, and if they so desired, could easily adjust a student's total score by several points. Sir, we genuinely have no money left, Wang Zhe lamented. Oh, are you so confident in your control over physical power and vitality? Mr. Lay chuckled. This was an outright threat. The atmosphere grew tense. How could this world continue like this? Why relentlessly squeeze these impoverished souls instead of targeting the affluent? A few days prior, they might have capitulated, but now, sorry, Mr. Lay, we truly have no funds, Zhao Meiling asserted, maintaining her composure. Mr. Lay's expression darkened as he turned to Wang Zhe. And you? Are you also out of money? Yes, Wang Zhe replied, nodding naturally. At this, Mr. Lay's demeanor soured further, and he fell silent, staring intently at the two. The oppressive aura of a martial artist in the realm of no leakage suddenly enveloped them. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Other students, sensing the tension, discreetly dispersed. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A full 5 minutes elapsed before he finally retracted his pressure, adopting a more congenial expression. No waities. If you don't wish to buy, I won't force the issue. Just perform well in the upcoming exam. Chapter 37. The monthly examination begins, have you heard? Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling actually didn't purchase Mr. Lay's medicine today, fresh from their nourishing meal, and with mere minutes until the examination commenced. They arrived at the testing venue only to find that the events in the cafeteria had become common knowledge. While surprised by the speed of the gossip, they remained unconcerned. It seems we're to be made examples of, Wang Zhe whispered. But why were we singled out? Surely, we aren't the only ones who refused. Who cares? Let us focus on our training, Zhao Meiling replied. In the distance, Yu Yufei frowned at the duo. How dare they spurn Mr. Lay's sales pitch? Did they not realize Mr. Lay's cunning surpassed even that of a hawk? Or perhaps my earlier suspicions were correct. He recalled Wang Zhe's remarkable progress of late, coupled with his impressive performance in the Grand Medicine King competition, and Zhao Meiling's shifting demeanor. Now, they dared to reject Mr. Lay's requests. All signs indicated that Wang Zhe harbored a secret of profound significance. Could he truly be the reincarnation of Lao Deng? Yu Yufei's conviction strengthened, though a sliver of doubt lingered. If Wang Zhe were indeed Lao Deng reborn, Mr. Lay would have no means to coerce them. He resolved to observe further. Soon, As the physical education teachers from various classes arrived, it signaled the official commencement of the examination. Given the authorities' heightened scrutiny of the fourth-year students, personnel were dispatched for oversight and testing. All students were required to queue, to pay fees, and undergo blood tests. Only permitted to enter the examination hall upon receiving confirmation of having no residual drug effects in their systems. Upon entering the examination hall, the specialized equipment utilized for the monthly tests differed significantly from standard market instruments. Simply put, the school affixed a label indicating the equipment was for examination purposes. With this additional label came a special equipment usage fee. Furthermore, since the school provided the venue, staff, and judges, students were also charged venue fees, personnel fees, and insurance fees. Once the school collected their funds, before they could even settle, the official personnel stepped forward, presenting a litany of oversight fees, processing fees, travel expenses, and other assorted taxes. The two parties exchanged glances as two figures emerged from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, they bore striking resemblances to one another, both bespectacled and clutching stacks of calculators and ledgers, embodying the archetype of elite science students, the only cultural students whose status could rival that of ordinary athletes. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The two science students wasted no time. Calculators and ledgers soared into the air. Their hands moved with astonishing speed, creating a flurry of motion. The cacophony of calculators clattering filled the air as dozens of devices rapidly churned out results, swiftly filling the previously blank pages of a ledger. Minutes later, disbelief painted the face of one science student, who suddenly spat blood and collapsed. The crowd rushed to assist, discovering he was bleeding from all orifices and had fainted. Another science student smiled faintly, adjusting his glasses. Was it too taxing to add a few instances of 42nd degree calculations among the 15 different tax rate computations? Your mental fortitude is pitifully low. He raised the densely filled ledger. According to my calculations, the total tax rate for this examination is 180. If there are no objections, kindly process the transfer. With the defeat of the science student, the school representatives hung their heads in dismay. They had not only failed to extract funds from the students for the examination, but had also incurred a loss of 80. Many cultural students gazed enviously at the science student surrounded by martial artists, their eyes filled with admiration. Cultural students can indeed possess such stature. A true gentleman ought to be thus. The school staff, seething with anger, paid the taxes and turned to the students, bellowing, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and queue. The examination has commenced." On the playground, Chief Etienne, with a total value of 1541, scored 621 points, deemed passable. Next, Wang Zhe. It was his turn. Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Yu Yufei brimmed with anticipation. If Wang Zhe were truly to retake the course, his performance would undoubtedly be exceptional. The improvement in values within a short span must surpass that of an average individual. Soon, Wang Zhe's total value reached 1891, and his final score was 756. Rated as excellent. Next, Zhao Meiling. As expected, the moment her score was revealed, Yu Yufei felt a shock in his heart. A score between 75 and 90 is excellent, while above 90 is top tier. To enter a junior college, the minimum requirement is excellence. In terms of values, Wang Zhe barely scraped through. At the beginning of the semester, his value was barely 10, and just days ago it was only 12. Now it has almost reached 20. In just a few days, his value nearly doubled. Following that, Zhao Meiling, with a total value of 2,654, scored 100. Rated as top tier. What? Yu Yufei was taken aback again. 265. Her progress has been so rapid. In just a few days, she improved from 24 to 26. Although Zhao Meiling's increase was not as significant as Wang Zhe's, it must be noted that she was a formidable individual with an average value exceeding 8. For a martial artist, every increment in value is exceedingly precious. No wonder I questioned Zhao Meiling's willingness to associate with Wang Zhe, who was previously an NPC. Clearly, there were benefits involved. Yet, I wonder what those benefits might be. If I were to join in, would I also be able to share in the gains? Could it be dual cultivation? He furrowed his brow. If it were dual cultivation, I would not be averse to it as long as values could improve. I just wonder if Wang Zhe would be open to dual cultivation with someone of the same sex. I would even be willing to pay. Faced with the astounding progress of the two, Yu Yufei's thoughts remained exceptionally pure. As long as values could be enhanced and entry into a junior college achieved, He cared little whether he played the role of a vessel or a filler. A martial artist should soar through the heavens and earth, not be concerned with such trivial matters. Just as he pondered, Yu Fei, it's your turn. Are you deaf? It's your turn, can't you hear? Teacher Lei's roar jolted him from his contemplation. Looking up, he found a teacher standing before him. He hastily rose, repeatedly apologizing. Teacher Lei frowned deeply. What are you just doing? Even at the golden body stage, you can still be distracted? Let me tell you, you are wasting everyone's time. One person waiting for you is a minute wasted, and 10 people waiting for you is 10 minutes wasted. Look at how many people are behind you. By taking your minute, you have at least delayed the entire class by an hour. Hurry up and test. As Yu Fei was pushed onto the stage, Teacher Lei finally glanced at Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling, his eyes filled with both disdain and confusion. How could they improve so rapidly in just a few days? These two must have some hidden background, right? Chapter 38. I knew it. The value testing concluded. Next came the blood energy and strength tests. Both tests proceeded simultaneously, with the methods being quite straightforward. The blood energy test involved the teacher using a special instrument to extract all the blood energy from the students' bodies. After a few minutes, the instrument would provide results and scores. The higher the quality of blood energy, the higher the score. The strength test required students to strike the force measuring device using only their physical strength, without relying on blood energy. A strength value of 1 point corresponds to 80 G as the passing line, 100 G as the excellent line, and 120 G as the top tier line. For instance, Wang Zhe's physical strength is 653, so his passing line is 520 G. If his force exceeds 650 G, the result will be excellent. If it exceeds 780 G, the result will be top tier. Moreover, since the strength test does not allow the use of blood energy, to prevent cheating, students typically undergo the blood energy test first, extracting all blood energy from their bodies. After the strength test, their blood energy is returned. This process allows teachers some operational latitude. Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling exchanged glances. Knowing Teacher Lei was about to act, the outcome was as they expected. He extracted a bit longer. However, that's fine. A more thorough extraction means a cleaner result. On the playground, Teacher Lei, holding the instrument, spoke with a smile. In front of him, many students' faces turned pale, though they retained some color. Yet, Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling appeared deathly pale. Clutching their stomachs, their expressions were filled with agony. The extraction of blood energy is indeed painful. Simultaneously, it causes a decline in the students' values, according to past practices, to prevent excessive deterioration of students' conditions. Teachers typically do not extract all blood energy, but leave a minimal amount to keep their bodies nourished for better performance. The remaining fraction of blood energy is not scrutinized by the official supervisors. However, if a teacher fully extracts it, it merely adheres to strict regulations. There is no way to find fault. This time, Teacher Lei directly drained Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling of their blood energy completely. Not a drop remained, observing their plight. The surrounding students fell silent in fear. Is it really this ruthless? To drain them completely? TSK, with their blood energy suddenly depleted, they would hardly manage to stand, let alone exert force, right? Teacher Lei seemed determined to deal harshly with both of them. Zhao Meiling is the second best student in the school, and Wang Zhe was the fastest improver recently. Does he just decide to act against them? Precisely because one is the second best and the other the fastest improver. Teacher Lei is even more inclined to be severe. If they could be treated this way, what would happen to others? Those who had bought medicine from Teacher Lei secretly felt fortunate. Those who had tea were filled with fear, resolved to buy some at noon to atone for their misdeeds. Fearing a blemish on their student records could affect their entire lives. Only Yu Fei sneered in contempt. A bunch of superficial fools. Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling, who were once timid, dared to confront Teacher Lei today. How could they not have a backup plan? Not to mention breaking through illusions and guessing hidden identities. At the very least, they should consider deeper reasons, right? He shook his head, feeling surrounded by fools. A lamentable thick wall now separated me from my classmates. Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling were the last two students to have their blood energy drained. As soon as the blood energy test concluded, Teacher Lei swiftly dashed to the storage room, returning with the strength measuring device in no time. Boom! Boom! The two devices were heavily slammed onto the ground. All right, let us not waste time. Let us begin the strength test. Wang Zhe, Zhao Meiling, you two start first. He pointed, giving them no opportunity to rest. Teacher Lei seemed determined to make an example of them. What'll be done? Severing one source of income is akin to taking a life. However, shouldn't he treat his students this way, right? Just because they didn't tea by once? What a small-minded approach. The surrounding students murmured in discontent. To drain his own students' blood energy is one thing, given the regulations. But to be so apprehensive about them resting even for a second and to insist on them being the first to test after having their blood drained is a bit shameless. Even fellow teachers were astonished, gazing at Teacher Lei. Teacher Lei, these two students are from your class, right? The discussions surrounding him were so intense that even the thick-skinned teacher, Lei, could not help but feel his face flush, though he quickly regained his composure. Exams, exams. Maintain silence. Anyone who speaks again will be noted. Teacher Lei bellowed, and the crowd promptly quieted down. His gaze shifted to Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling. You two, it's your turn. At this moment, the onlookers' expressions were filled with sympathy. In contrast, Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling, though their faces were not particularly pleasant, remained remarkably composed. Zhao Meiling turned to Wang Zhe and asked, Xiao Wang, are you all right? Do you need me to lend you some money? Perhaps it would be better to bow to Teacher Lei and buy some medicine. Wang Zhe rolled his eyes. Xiao, I should be the one asking you that. If we fail to get into a college, because of this test, I certainly wouldn't want to return decades later only to find you have 3 or 4 children. Had it been before, he would have indeed needed to bow his head. With his vitality depleted and his condition poor, he could barely exert half of his strength. However, with the mastery of the level 5 biological calculation skill, he now possessed an unprecedented control over his own body. What typically required years of practice for ordinary martial artists could now be accomplished by him with minimal effort. As for Zhao Meiling, he had previously harbored some concerns. But now it seems she had also cultivated her biological calculation skill to at least level 3. She would likely pass the power test without issue, though achieving a top rating might be somewhat challenging. The two approached the equipment, entered their information, and assumed the starting stance of basic boxing techniques. Here it comes. Here it comes. Yu Yufei's eyes sparkled as he watched intently, not daring to blink. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the two figures moved, their punches becoming a blur. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds echoed as the equipment vibrated. The screen of the punch force testing machine began to whirl with numbers. Before long, a mechanical voice emanated from the device. Beep, beep, beep. The punch force test result is 810G, 980G. Based on the calculated results, the evaluation is top-notch. The overlapping mechanical voice echoed the same assessment, leaving the surrounding audience in stunned silence. Teacher Lei, too, was incredulous, momentarily forgetting to register the information. Yu Yufei slapped his thigh excitedly, his eyes gleaming. I knew it. Chapter 39. Another top rating? An evaluation of top-notch means that no matter how reluctant Teacher Lei may be, no matter how he tries to exert his subjective influence to find fault and deduct points, Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling's scores in this test will be no less than 90. Well done, old Lei. Your two students are almost at the threshold for athletic students. Initially, he thought you were petty, but it turns out you have confidence in your students. Their force multiplier indicates that their control over their bodies has already surpassed that of most high school students. Teacher Lei was also taken aback. The current situation exceeded all his expectations. While he could understand Zhao Meiling achieving a top rating, given that she was the second best in the school and had started taking supplements 3 years ago, it was reasonable. Her foundation was solid and well-established. But Wang Zhe? He had relied on natural body refinement from a young age, enduring harsh conditions year-round for over a decade. His foundation should have been as insubstantial as a rootless reed. Utterly lacking. Even if his physique was somewhat special, how could he master such advanced force techniques and maintain such extraordinary control over his body? What are you waiting for? Hurry and show us their blood energy reports. A colleague's reminder snapped Teacher Lei back to reality. Right? If the physical body has been trained to this extent, then the blood energy aspect will likely lag behind. There was little time left. Having focused on physical training, the level of blood energy refinement would naturally not be very high. Moreover, Wang Zhe had been naturally refining his body for 3 years without the stimulation of drugs, so it couldn't be too high. He quickly accessed the tablet to check their information. Wang Zhe, blood energy quality, top-notch. Zhao Meiling, blood energy quality, top-notch. Another top-notch rating. This is solid. His colleagues joyfully patted him on the shoulder. Your bonus for this year is secured. With both physical and blood energy at top-notch levels, and both being Golden Body Realm martial artists, it's no problem to have a class of 2 athletic students. When the bonuses come in, not only should you treat us to some cold, fresh meat and pre-prepared dishes, but at the very least, you should treat us to some high-grade medicine. Teacher Lei chuckled awkwardly, agreeing with his colleagues. The performance of these two truly exceeded his expectations. What on earth had transpired with them? Why had they undergone such a revolutionary change in just a few months? Could it be that they possessed hidden martial potential yet to be discovered? Perhaps it would be wise to go with the flow, but he had already offended them. No, he was their teacher. What did it matter if he offended them? As a teacher, what was wrong with disciplining students? He decided to find someone to observe them and gather information before making a decision. Clearing his throat, he approached the equipment. The next students proceeded with their tests in order of their student numbers, collecting their blood energy reports afterward. There would be a cultural exam at noon, so everyone should eat if they needed to or rest if they wished, as the practical tests were scheduled for the afternoon. At noon, the cafeteria was flooded with students, many of whom wore distressed expressions. Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling each brought a large bowl of synthesized food to the table and began to devour it ravenously. The sensation of depleted blood energy was unbearable. It had only been a few minutes, and he already felt his body beginning to wither. He could hardly imagine how terrible it would be if he permanently lost his blood energy. Wang Zhe lamented as he ate. The blood of a martial artist is like mercury, and their fighting spirit beats like a drum. It greatly enhances a martial artist's athletic ability and physical strength. However, if one loses the support of blood energy, these symptoms would manifest in ordinary individuals as thickened blood and an enlarged heart, transforming into disease. Without blood energy, a martial artist cannot maintain sufficient physical strength. He finally understood why his father harbored such resentment towards his mother. If half of his blood energy were to be drawn away, he too would be unwilling to let the other party go. Just as they were chatting idly, a figure descended from the second floor, carrying 3 steaming plates of indulgent meals to their table. Upon looking up, they found it was their classmate, Yu Yufei. He approached and placed the trays in front of them, then turned to Wang Zhe with a somewhat conflicted expression. Hello, classmate Yu, I am Wang Zhe. Given the context of the situation, Wang Zhe was exceptionally friendly, protecting the tray with his right hand before proactively reminding him. Wang Ge, I certainly remember your name. Yu Yufei chuckled awkwardly. With Wang Zhe's rising status, the memories hidden deep within Yu Yufei's mind were awakened, combined with the possibility of his concealed identity. At this moment, in his eyes, Wang Zhe had evolved from an NPC into an interactive main storyline character. The resolution of his features was even as high as 8. I wanted to ask if you were considering bringing another person along? Bringing another person? Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling exchanged surprised glances. How did Yu Yufei know they planned to team up for college? How did you know? Wang Zhe inquired with a frown. He recalled that he had not disclosed this information to anyone. Upon hearing this, Yu Yufei felt as though his heart had momentarily stopped. He had admitted it. He actually admitted it. So, Zhao Meiling's sudden closeness to this guy must be because she was aware of his identity and status, leading her to take the initiative. Damn it. It was all because his brain had an automatic filter for the weak. Consequently, he missed a golden opportunity. Wang Yi, you two have been together all this time, and your progress is so rapid. Even if I remain oblivious, it is highly probable that others will notice in due time. It appears that the profession of trial drug testers is not as clandestine as one might think. What Zhao Meiling can conceive, others are certainly capable of as well. With the rapid advancement and the frequent companionship of the two, their interactions have been exceedingly high. Yu Yufei, who harbors intentions of attending a junior college, would naturally be attentive to relevant information. It is not surprising that he has made such deductions. Wang Zhe glanced at Zhao Meiling, his gaze inquisitive. Zhao Meiling shrugged. The platter before her had been completely cleared, and she gracefully wiped her mouth with the tablecloth. I am indifferent. The more people there are, the greater the advantage. The benefits of 3 control groups undoubtedly surpass those of 2. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe nodded before continuing. The path we tread is fraught with challenges. It requires not only the cultivation of specific techniques, but also incurs substantial expenses. Moreover, the most critical factor is the high demands placed upon your innate talent and drug resistance, in addition to your inherent aptitude for consuming drugs. Mastery of biological computation techniques is indispensable. Just how difficult is it to practice biological computation techniques? Even with my extraordinary ability to consume drugs, my progress has been lamentably slow. Furthermore, the subsequent acquisition of top-tier, high-grade martial arts techniques is essential, along with the pharmaceuticals required along the way. Without a few million, one simply cannot persevere. Yu Yufei raised an eyebrow. Specific techniques? It is indeed a dual cultivation approach. The notion of dual cultivation does not astonish him. What surprises him is that Zhao Meiling, who appears pure and aloof on the surface, is surprisingly open-minded in private, accepting the concept of triple cultivation so readily. But then again, we are all martial artists. As long as it enhances strength, what is there not to practice? He rubbed the top of his head. Wang Yi. Rest assured, my drug resistance is absolutely top-notch. Just look at how fiercely I consume drugs. My skin remains smooth without any red spots, no matter how aggressively I consume. I have never experienced side effects. Only occasionally, if I overindulge, do I encounter some minor side effects. Hearing his confidence, and considering the generous meal, Wang Zhi no longer refused. Very well, I shall send you the techniques shortly and see how long it takes you to grasp them. Chapter 40. To be safe, after finishing their meal, Wang Zhi and the others departed. Yu Yufei, however, was left pondering with his phone in hand. Mid-range martial arts techniques and biological computation techniques. This was the shopping link Wang Zhi had shared with him. Upon opening the martial arts reviews, he noted the surprisingly low quantity, with only a mere 100 or so entries. 5 stars. The cultivation realm of this martial technique is the golden body realm, yet I, a mere iron bone realm practitioner, mastered it in a day. Follow-up review. 1 star. I've mastered it, but it's nowhere near as powerful as claimed in the manual. What a waste of my time. Easy to learn and surprisingly effective. 5 stars. Must give 5 stars. Follow-up review. 1 star. Poor rating. So difficult. I simply cannot master it. Poor rating. The entry barrier is challenging enough, but the lack of any effect before level 3 is appalling. Halfway through my training, I discovered that my Dantian meridians were all disordered. Crying, is this a high-difficulty martial technique? Is this an assessment of my innate talent? Moreover, judging by the reviews, this technique likely possesses commendable efficacy. On shopping platforms, the ratings of martial arts techniques do not accurately reflect their quality. Given the average moral standards of 7-star realm martial artists, it is commonplace for good techniques to receive poor ratings and poor techniques to receive favorable reviews. However, one noteworthy point is that they typically do not bother with follow-up reviews unless they are prompted by grievances. Yet, if there are numerous follow-up reviews, it indicates that this particular technique or martial art excels in some regard. If the follow-up reviews are predominantly positive while the initial ratings are negative, it further attests to exceptional quality. After all, most martial artists prefer that superior techniques in martial arts remain known only to themselves. It is a bit pricey, but Yu Yufei gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. Opportunities to be guided by a master are rare. One must not skimp on necessary expenditures. Ding! The notification of successful payment and the receipt of the electronic document chimed simultaneously. He scrolled through the screen, perusing the contents and explanations of the martial technique, only to find them perplexing and difficult to comprehend. Each character was familiar, yet when combined, they eluded his understanding. Perhaps it is best to review it slowly after the exams. The effects of cognitive-enhancing substances would certainly be more pronounced. Just as Yu Yufei was about to put away his phone and head to the martial arts practice room, he noticed an NPC standing behind him, staring intently at his phone. Upon closer inspection, his mind raced to recall the identity of the individual. It seemed to be a fellow classmate. What are you looking at? Yu Yufei frowned. Yugo, it appears that you have a close relationship with Wang Zhi and Zhao Meiling. I wanted to ask about Wang Zhi. What are you asking about? Yu Yufei impatiently interrupted. Let me make this clear. Wang Gu and I are in this together. Do you think I would divulge Wang Ji's secret of being a recultivator to you? A recultivator? Teacher Lei scoffed derisively. It seems implausible. He picked up his phone for further verification. Lei Ting Wanjun. Are you certain that Yu Yufei told you this? Jin Chanchun. Absolutely. Teacher Lei. I have recordings and videos to prove it. Take a look. He had no interest in viewing the video sent by the other party. He had been closely observing Wang Zhi's recent performance. The rapid breakthroughs in his cultivation realm, his drug resistance that surpassed ordinary individuals by several multiples, and the recently discovered peak blood, energy, and physical control level, all indicators that suggested his student was exceptional. Yet, he still fell short of being a recultivator. The existence of reincarnated recultivators is not a secret in this flourishing martial arts world. What makes recultivators most feared is not the ease with which they traverse their cultivation path, but the implications that their existence entails. Recultivation techniques are not conventional martial arts or internal-external skills. They require the collaboration of at least tens of thousands of martial artists above the Wu-Lu realm to activate forbidden martial arts. Forbidden martial arts refer to those that are activated a limited number of times and require a vast amount of funds and resources each time. Just the sight of the consumption figures would likely make an ordinary person tremble and weep, wishing they could exchange their lives for such amounts. Such beings might choose to conceal their identities temporarily due to fears of adversaries seeking them out or for other reasons. But it is highly unlikely that a high school teacher like him could provoke such an existence. Naturally, it is also not a matter that he could ever engage with. Even if someone were to discover the individual's identity as a recultivator, they would refrain from causing offense. Who knows what hidden moves they might unleash in retaliation? Beep. The satellite sent another message. Jin Changchun, teacher, regarding my job situation. Lei Ting Wanjun, no problem. I will arrange for you to enter the factory after graduation. Jin Changchun, thank you, teacher. After closing the satellite, although he could be certain that Wang Zhe was not a recultivator, he could certainly use this as an opportunity to his advantage. After some contemplation, he opened his phone and accessed a satellite contact for a pharmaceutical factory liaison. Lei Ting Wanjun, the task cannot be completed. Dialogue screenshot, video, forwarding, grade report. Lei Ting Wanjun, you may review the specific reasons yourselves. After waiting for a while, the pharmaceutical factory agent responded. Pharmaceutical factory agent. Is the source of this information reliable? Lei Ting Wanjun, regardless of the reliability of the source. The task of making Wang Zhe impoverished, preferably to the point of accruing massive debts, is unattainable. Pharmaceutical factory agent. Do not forget, you accepted our deposit. Failing to complete the task will incur a penalty. Teacher Lei smirked. It seems the other party is still quite youthful. Thunder's might. Firstly, this is an act of force majeure. According to the contract, I am entitled to abandon the task in the event of such circumstances. Secondly, I have not completely relinquished my responsibilities. Please investigate promptly. If you can prove that this matter is false, I may continue. However, if it cannot be disproven, I can only apologize. After sending the message, he began recording the screen, scrolling through the satellite application, capturing the entire chat history. He then transferred the recorded video to his computer, making 3 copies and backing them up onto 3 different USB drives. Subsequently, he placed one USB in a drawer, another in a safe, and swallowed the last one. Although confirming Wang Zhe's identity is not impossible, it requires financial resources he is unwilling to expend. Thus, he must rely on the pharmaceutical company. To prevent the company from feigning ignorance, it is essential to gather multiple pieces of evidence. Moreover, should any mysterious powerhouses come knocking, he could easily reveal the pharmaceutical company in a moment of desperation. An afternoon practical assessment looms ahead. If there are no updates, he will proceed with the standard protocol. After all, it is not he who is in a hurry. Chapter 41. Operation Anomaly in the Monitoring Room of the Non-Natural Body Refinement Pharmaceutical Company. Manager Bai sat at the center, his hands deftly dancing over the keyboard. With each click, workers depicted in the surveillance footage received warnings. A secretary remained quietly by his side. After a considerable time, the adjustments were complete. The AI monitoring model had been deployed. He informed the lower management that, from now on, employees would receive only a base salary, with additional wages and overtime calculated based on performance. This way, deducting their wages would not be deemed a violation. Moving forward, any distraction exceeding a minute with a focus level above 5 would result in fines. The monitoring system here is outdated. Have those workers been afforded so many opportunities to slack off? The secretary pondered. The previous manager had considered this, but the asset consortium had deemed AI pricing too exorbitant on this planet. Bai Lu Yuan shook his head in disappointment. Wasn't the idea of the bourgeoisie uniting across the universe supposed to provide us with free access? By the way, what brings you here now? In response, the secretary opened her tablet to display the information sent by Teacher Lei. After a casual glance, Bai Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Nonsense. This so-called reformer, named Lei, clearly does not wish to spend money or bear the risks. Nevertheless, his concerns were not without merit. Observing the time value curve of Wang Zhe, even he sensed something amiss. The rate of growth was astonishing. If it were merely drug-induced, one could argue that it was simply a matter of high drug resistance. Yet, the quality of vitality and the control over his physical form remained unaffected, with no signs of the diminished control often associated with rapid value increases. After some contemplation, Bai Luyuan announced, spend some money to retrieve information on this student Wang Zhe, including details about those he interacts with and a comprehensive history of his lineage. Ensure it is charged to the company account. Understood, manager, the secretary nodded before exiting the monitoring room. A few minutes later, she returned with the tablet in hand. Bai Luyuan took the tablet and opened the first page. Table of contents, Wang Zhe's relationship map, Wang Zhe's online purchase record, Wang Zhe's browser history. Wang Zhe's deleted browser history before long. He discovered that his father's salary was 1,800, his grandfather's was 2,500, and his great-grandfather's was 2,000. Astonished, he mused, how could no generation surpass a salary of 3,000? What kind of legacy is this? A lineage of impoverished ancestors. How did they manage to carry on? Bai Luyuan was taken aback. In a certain sense, this family's history is even more remarkable than that of the wealthiest families. His father worked in a black market factory, while his mother moved to the city center after their divorce, hardly maintaining contact. Meanwhile, he had his name on over 20 loan applications, with a credit report spanning more than 40 pages. He continued to read. However, what was this biological calculation technique? How had he stumbled upon such an obscure practice? Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied with its effects. It mattered little. He could serve as a personal analysis tool for the company in the future. Bai Luyuan chuckled, finding himself not enraged, but increasingly impressed by Wang Zhe. What a talent! It is one thing to be poor oneself, but to come from a family of poverty and have seen so little of the world, yet still manage so many loans, surely a little incentive could persuade him to dedicate himself wholeheartedly. What a chosen one! If he could be signed into the company under a coercive contract, the initial investments and expenses would likely be recouped within a month. Send the analysis results over. Encourage that lay fellow to intensify his efforts. Ding dong. The notification tone from the satellite device sounded. Wang Zhe picked up his phone to find a cashback notification from the shopping platform. Yu Yufei actually made the purchase. The platform refunded me. How much did they refund? 112. Just as he finished speaking, a delicate, pale hand stretched out before him. Shouldn't half of that come to me? No, judging by the values. You're nearly at the limit, and you're still concerned about these few dozen yuan? A few dozen yuan is still money. At least it's half a day's interest. The transfer was completed, and Zhao Miling chuckled. Another small profit. She turned to ask, the practical assessment is this afternoon. There's a good chance teacher Lei will stir up some trouble. Do you feel confident? The practical assessment involves students sparring with one another. However, since it is merely a monthly test, it would be impractical to have each one compete individually, as that would be too time-consuming. Typically, students are assigned a base score based on their realm and then distributed randomly. For instance, Wang Zhe, currently at the Golden Body realm, would start with a score of 60, with an additional 20 points for victory. This means that regardless of the outcome or performance, he would begin with 60 points. Winning would immediately grant him 80 points, ensuring an excellent evaluation. However, the opponent he faced would only be a student from the Golden Body realm. Generally speaking, as long as one does not perform exceedingly poorly, students at the Golden Body realm can easily secure an excellent evaluation during the practical segment. However, they had incurred teacher Lei's displeasure. Zhao Miling was fine, ranked second in the entire school with a score of 26. Yet, Wang Zhe's score did not reach such heights. Several students surpassed him in the school. If Wang Zhe were to be defeated in an instant, it would be quite awkward. Nevertheless, Wang Zhe merely smiled slightly. Little Zhao, you underestimate your foster father's capabilities. Tell me, what level is your biological calculation technique? Level 5. Zhao Miling replied without hesitation. Only level 5? I am already. Wang Zhe paused mid-sentence, eyes widening in disbelief. You're also at level 5. Are you seriously cheating? Zhao Miling was momentarily stunned. What do you mean you're also at level 5? You're at level 5 too. They exchanged glances for a moment, eyes narrowing slightly, and then mischievously pointed at one another. Impressive, little Zhao. You've probably been waiting for me to ask you since this morning. Zhao Miling chuckled. You're not bad either. Little Wang, you've been holding it in for several days. Haven to you? After exchanging compliments, both felt completely at ease, no longer worried about the afternoon's practical assessment. On the school playground, 4 teachers and 4 official inspectors occupied the judges' seats on the high platform. Students stood below, lined up in 4 rows according to their realms, each taking turns drawing lots. The other rows were numerous, but Wang Zhe and his peers numbered only about 20. Soon, both drew their respective numbers. Zhao Miling unfolded her paper. I am number 4. She glanced at the announcement board. My opponent is Wang Lijian from the adjacent class. Ranked 19th in the school with a score of only 16. He just recently broke through to the golden body realm, so I should be fine. And you? Number 8. Wang Zhe unfolded his paper, glanced at the announcement board, and his expression shifted. As I anticipated, Teacher Lei indeed assigned me a formidable opponent. Who is it? Yi Yongfeng. Wang Zhe frowned and remarked. Yi Yongfeng, currently ranked 7th in the school, boasts a total value of 206. The disparity in numerical values between him and Wang Zhe is negligible. However, he is one of the few students in the institution with remarkable potential in martial arts. Once an unremarkable individual, Yi Yongfeng's fortunes changed dramatically when his parents ascended from humble beginnings, amassing considerable wealth. Consequently, his martial arts potential surged. He broke through to the golden body realm 6 months ago. His internal and external cultivation methods, as well as martial skills, are all of a relatively high quality. Glancing at Teacher Lei in the judging panel, he raised an eyebrow. I initially thought that old Lei would assign me a numerical anomaly, but unexpectedly, he has given me a master of techniques instead. Chapter 42. The powerful strike ends the match. In the distance, a towering figure was discreetly observing Wang Zhe with the corner of his eye. It was none other than Yi Yongfeng. Defeating Wang Zhe within 3 minutes will earn you a top-tier evaluation in your student assessment. Should you significantly injure him outside of the Dantian region, I will advocate for you to become a temporary agent for external pharmaceuticals. This was the message Yi Yongfeng received from Teacher Lei half an hour prior. Student assessments are crucial for job prospects post-high school. Becoming a temporary agent for external pharmaceuticals would add a significant feather to his resume. If he succeeds, he would be more confident when applying for factory jobs in the future, having served as a group leader for 6 months. A promotion to line manager within a year is not merely a dream. Initially, he was puzzled about who Wang Zhe was to warrant such generous conditions from the notoriously frugal Teacher Lei. Could he be a hidden expert? However, upon reviewing the information sent by Teacher Lei, he felt reassured. The numerical value was merely around 18, close to 19. His martial arts potential was lamentably low. Both his internal and external cultivation methods were known for their cost-effectiveness. If Yi Yongfeng's cultivation methods are considered high-end, refined techniques of a luxurious quality, then Wang Zhe's methods are at best rough lower-tier techniques of mediocre quality. Not to mention, the martial skills of his opponent are limited to a single luxury-grade technique whose effects remain unclear. The only area where Wang Zhe might surpass me is perhaps in his higher resistance to drugs. However, even if you have high resistance, the efficacy of the drugs I possess far exceeds yours. He confidently fumbled with the pills in his pocket. The 4-fold efficacy of the blood-strengthening pills and body enhancement pills, along with the 3-fold efficacy of the injectables, are likely things this impoverished fellow has never even seen. To ensure absolute certainty, the blood-strengthening and body enhancement pills should not be skimped on. However, the injectables are too expensive. Using them on him would be a waste. So I shall refrain from that for now. In his view, even without medication, it would be a matter of course to overpower Wang Zhe. The conditions proposed by Teacher Lei were tantamount to a gift. With a decisive clench of his fists, a sinister smile spread across his face. Ever since my parents achieved success, my path in martial arts has faced no hindrances. After arduous training for half a year, it is time to emerge and let this group of impoverished students at the 8th high school recognize the gap. Although the title of the top student may be beyond reach, the position of the second should be up for grabs. Wang Zhe is simply out of luck. Let this first battle commence with a resounding victory. In the afternoon, on the playground, as the examination time approached, Wang Zhe and Zhao Miling made their way to their respective arenas. Many held plastic bags filled with an assortment of medications. The practical test, as the name suggests, is a simulation examination based on real combat scenarios. For martial artists, enhancing their strength with medication during actual combat is a perfectly normal occurrence. In fact, martial arts high schools once allowed students to engage in weaponized combat to fully simulate real battles. The schools would coordinate with private hospitals to have medical personnel on standby outside the arenas. Should a student be injured or near death, medical staff would immediately rush in, administering rare and expensive medications that are typically hard to obtain. This not only resolved the issue of the school's singular income source, but also elevated the average numerical values of its students. Hence, practical tests became a staple in examinations. However, due to the excessively high casualty rates in practical tests, regulations were later enforced prohibiting the use of weapons during school examinations, resulting in the loss of this income stream. Consequently, for most students, this will be their first real combat experience throughout their 4 years of high school. After checking the contents of his bag, Wang Zhu ascended the arena. Opposite him stood a colossal figure, well over 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging and towering like a formidable giant. In the entirety of the 8th Advanced High School, Yi Yongfeng was the only one with such a conspicuous physique. 3 minutes later, the match commenced. The contestants took their positions. As the announcement rang out, Yi Yongfeng calmly retrieved 4 pills and swallowed them. In contrast, he saw Wang Zhu frantically administering injections and consuming pills. Upon witnessing this, he chuckled softly. This is the stark contrast between the impoverished and someone like me from the petite bourgeoisie. Due to his lack of strength and inability to afford martial skills, he is compelled to squander his already limited funds on the examination in pursuit of rankings. After striving to achieve a commendable result, he finds himself needing to spend even more in the next examination due to a lack of resources for training. The better his superficial achievements, the poorer his martial arts potential. The gap between us will only continue to widen. Feeling the churn in his stomach, Yi Yongfeng directed his qi and blood to accelerate the absorption of the drug's effects, dispersing it throughout his body. His muscles and bones began to heat up. The flow of qi and blood transitioned from calm to a rising surge. He could sense his physical strength and the density of his blood rapidly escalating. Apologies, Wang Zhu. He grinned wickedly. As per your request, your limbs require a bit of crushing exercise to test their recovery ability. Oh, Wang Zhu was momentarily stunned. And before he could ponder further, the match began. With the announcement, Yi Yongfeng launched himself into action. He stomped his feet rapidly, transitioning from utter stillness to explosive motion in an instant. His speed reached its zenith. Luxury-grade martial skill, instant step. Simultaneously, his right hand formed a fist, his qi and blood surging. His already massive arm swelled even further. Luxury-grade martial skill, giant arm fist. The combination of body movement and attack techniques instilled in him the confidence to instantaneously defeat any opponent with equivalent numerical values. Moreover, this impoverished individual before him had an even lower value. Unable to strike at the dantian? Then let us start by crippling one of his legs. 1 punch to the leg to prevent escape, 2 punches to the mouth to prevent surrender, and then it's all about execution. The 2 figures closed in at breakneck speed, yet narrowly brushed past each other. Yi Yongfeng's anticipated punch swung wide. Wang Zhu twisted his body, narrowly evading the blow. Yi Yongfeng furrowed his brow, coming to an abrupt halt. Oh, quick reflexes, but unfortunately, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed directly into his face. His colossal form was sent flying, scattering a few broken teeth along with a spray of blood through the air. Zolfust, as he found himself nearly hurled off the stage by a single punch. Yi Yongfeng thrust his arms into the arena to steady himself. He could not comprehend why. After narrowly avoiding Wang Zhu's strike, he found himself face to face with him again. Did I underestimate him? Before he could resolve this thought, the whistling wind came rushing back. He looked up and realized Wang Zhu had already closed in again, his right foot raised high, poised in a perfect striking stance. The next moment, boom! Darkness enveloped Yi Yongfeng's vision, followed by a dizzying shift in perspective. The pain briefly vanished, and all he felt was his head flying forward, his body being yanked along. It was as if his neck, connecting his head and body, was about to be torn apart. With a thud, Yi Yongfeng crashed to the ground beneath the arena, spitting out a mouthful of old blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. The practical test on Arena 8 of the Golden Body Group concludes with Wang Zhe emerging victorious. Chapter 43. The Ban on Online Lending, a Wretched Situation. On the judging panel, Teacher Lei wore a grim expression. Although Yi Yongfeng's numerical value was not particularly high, the martial arts techniques he possessed, both in quality and variety, ranked among the finest among students. Based on his conjecture, even with slightly lower values, this individual should have ranked in the top 3 in practical combat abilities. Wang Zhe, even if not defeated instantly, should have lasted only a few minutes. To his astonishment, it was Yi Yongfeng who was eliminated in a heartbeat. It turns out that this surname, Yi, was merely a facade, possessing remarkable martial skills, yet failing to utilize them. What a disgrace. Cursing in his heart, he deleted the message he had intended to send to the other teachers and ceased to pay attention to the situation, since victory was already secured. With a score guaranteed to be above 80, further suppression seemed pointless. He was too lazy to waste any more goodwill. How gluttonous! Had he known, he would have saved some. Descending from the arena, Wang Zhe returned to his position, his meridians throbbing with pain. To ensure absolute certainty, he had injected a potent concoction of medicinal syringes and pills, akin to spending money carelessly, reaching the limits of his medicinal capacity. Based on his estimations, his temporary values at that moment had likely approached the realm of flawless technique. Coupled with the effects of the 5th-level computation technique, he achieved results nearing an instant victory. Fortunately, the duration of exertion had been brief, sparing him from excessive depletion of medicinal energy. He hastily began his cultivation. Moments later, Zhao Miling finally approached him. "Why are you so slow?" Wang Zhe opened his eyes, the throbbing sensation having subsided, yet his internal energy felt slightly lacking. Zhao Miling displayed her transaction record. "He transferred 500 to me, and I practiced with him for a few extra minutes." "Damn, I spend money to take an exam, and you profit from it instead? Those cursed numerical anomalies." Wang Zhe grumbled. "High values are indeed advantageous." Soon, the results of the monthly examination were released. Teacher Lei had refrained from further tampering. Wang Zhe's practical test score was 96, rated as exceptional. In this monthly examination, aside from his numerical assessment being rated as excellent, the remaining 3 categories were all top tier. With a perfect score of 400, he achieved 355. Compared to his results from the previous semester, this monthly examination was nothing short of a transformation. Zhao Miling's total score reached an impressive 380. If not for that exchange student who had consistently ranked first at the first high school, she would be the undisputed top student at this moment. After the results were announced, Zhao Miling had an endorsement event for a black market pharmaceutical company that evening and left immediately. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe headed to the cafeteria. Having performed so well, I must reward myself with a lavish meal. He first purchased 15 kilograms of synthetic food on the first floor and then carried a plate brimming with it to the second floor. A serving of that 3-year-old meat. "Please. Thank you." Beep. "Insufficient balance." "I have no money left. My apologies. Annie, please return the meat." Wang Zhe chuckled as he descended from the second floor, his plate now soaked with meat juices. Delectable. After licking the plate clean and consuming every morsel, he felt the energy within him swell once more. Wang Zhe licked his lips, contentedly continuing his cultivation. The training of a martial artist cannot be separated from a continuous supply of energy. Especially for a practitioner like Wang Zhe, who relied on medicinal enhancement, the faster the training, the greater the energy demand. After all, vitality cannot be generated from thin air. At that moment, Wang Zhe found himself envious of those legendary cultivators in mythological tales. Not only could they abstain from food, but they also merely needed to draw spiritual energy from the environment. Over the course of a decade, they could save a significant amount of money. Before long, he had consumed all 15 kilograms of food, and the medicinal energy within him was nearly fully digested. Physical strength, 653,701 vitality concentration, 656,705, considering it was a practical exercise. Wang Zhe had consumed substances that enhanced physical strength and vitality. Hence, his mental strength remained unchanged at 582. His total value had increased by a full point. However, his medicinal supplies were running low. Wang Zhe glanced at his phone. There was still a decent balance left, sufficient for purchasing more medicine. The prices in the black market for pharmaceuticals were quite reasonable. However, this examination had also made Wang Zhe acutely aware of his deficiencies in martial arts techniques. Logically, given his previous state, He should have been able to defeat Yi Yongfeng with a single strike upon their first encounter. Yet unexpectedly, even in a moment of carelessness and lack of defense, he had still been caught off guard. The opponent's instantaneous burst of speed had even surpassed his own. The enhancements provided by agile martial techniques were indeed significant. Fortunately, he had only cultivated moderately luxurious techniques, which offered a balanced enhancement. However, if even he could master two martial techniques, what about his future opponents in individual assessments? It was not to say that everyone would cultivate top-tier techniques worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, but at the very least, there would likely be many at the high luxury level, valued around 70 to 80,000. Martial techniques are broadly categorized into four types: offensive techniques, agility techniques, defensive techniques, and functional techniques. Internal and external methods, as well as mental techniques, are merely used to augment numerical values. For me, moderate luxury is already sufficient. However, martial techniques are not. I have already learned a functional technique, although the biological computation technique is merely of moderate luxury. I suspect that high luxury quality techniques are not much superior. For offensive techniques, if I wish to qualify for vocational college, I must attain top-tier quality. Otherwise, if I encounter an opponent with top-tier defensive techniques, I may find myself unable to breach their defenses, which would be quite embarrassing. As for agility and defensive techniques, Wang Zhe pondered. It is unrealistic to aim for a complete set of top-tier techniques. I lack the capability. However, with some effort, acquiring two high luxury techniques should not be too problematic. With that thought, Wang Zhe opened his phone and accessed the loan application interface, uploading his school report card along with the official seal. His rankings had significantly surged following this monthly examination, according to Zhao Meiling. The previous limited increases in his values were due to concerns over potential talent fraud. Now, his strength had essentially received recognition from the school and official sources. As long as he submitted the certification materials, the enhancement limits across various loan platforms should see a substantial increase. And indeed, the results were as anticipated. Beep. Your materials have been verified, and the limit has increased from 800 to 12,000. The first online lending app's notification popped up, granting him a direct increase of 4,000 in his limit. How splendid! Wang Zhe's heart swelled with joy. He continued to scroll through the notifications. Beep. Your materials have been verified. Beep. Your limit is now 5,200, 4,600, 3,100. Almost all apps had increased their limits by over 3,000. After a rough calculation across several black market lending platforms, he realized he had gained over 60,000 in limits. There were still 3 apps yet to be submitted. Wang Zhe excitedly proceeded. If he could manage to increase his limits by another 10 to 20,000, he would have ample budget to select a high-luxury martial technique immediately. As he clicked into the next app, preparing to upload verification, a mechanical error notification rang out. Sorry, a pending lawyer's letter has been detected, and your credit limit has been locked. For inquiries, please click to check XXXXX. A lawyer's letter? Wang Zhe was taken aback. What in the world? He hurriedly checked the other apps, only to find the same notification on each. Subsequently, sorry, a pending letter has been detected. Sorry. A pending letter has been detected. Sorry, the online lending apps continue to display notifications in succession. No way. Wang Zhe was utterly bewildered, following the prompts. A formally formatted lawyer's letter appeared. This law firm has been formally commissioned by the Fei Ziren Lian T Pharmaceutical Company, hereinafter referred to as our client, to send you this letter. Fei Ziren Lian T Pharmaceutical Company. Wang Zhe suddenly realized, gritting his teeth. Curse capital, how dare it obstruct my participation in the single admission examination? Chapter 44. Swift action. Hurry, hurry, hurry. While the apps had not yet been entirely restricted, Wang Zhe swiftly opened the remaining applications. His right hand a blur as it moved across the screen with astonishing speed. Ding. You have successfully borrowed 6,000. After deducting fees, 500 has been credited. Ding. You have successfully borrowed 100. The full amount has been credited. Ding. You have successfully borrowed. He shook his head frantically, blinking and gasping. His heart raced, and his focus intensified, even surpassing his concentration during the recent martial arts competition. One by one, he extracted the limits from each app. Moments later, ding. You have successfully borrowed 4,000. After deducting service fees, 100 has been credited. Apologies, your limit has been frozen. Done. Wang Zhe let out a long breath. Thanks to his adept borrowing techniques, he managed to extract over 40,000 before all the apps were completely restricted. Initially, he intended to keep it as a reserve fund to minimize interest, but given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to withdraw it hastily. Now, disaster struck. All online lending apps were banned. The repercussions were not merely the loss of enhanced borrowing limits. It also signified that Wang Zhe would no longer be able to continue cycling funds through repayments, treating the online loan limits as savings. If this restriction remained in place, for the next few months, he would not only be unable to purchase high-end martial arts techniques, but might struggle even to afford medicine. All the money earned in the black market for medicine would have to go towards repayments. How ruthlessly has Fei Xiren Lian T pharmaceutical company struck me? Teacher Lei's earlier confrontations were likely a signal from them, weren't they? Wang Zhe felt a heavy weight in his heart, his expression darkening. He had anticipated some underhanded tactics from Fei Xiren Lian T pharmaceutical, but he never expected such shamelessness. Their first move was to cripple his limbs, and now they were severing his financial lifeline. This was becoming increasingly outrageous. Was it because of that contract akin to a bond of servitude? Did they think they could coerce me into signing it by any means necessary? I refuse to be intimidated. Do you really believe Fei Xiren Lian T pharmaceutical can dominate Shueisha City? Wang Zhe's stubborn nature was ignited, and he resolved to fight back fiercely. Regarding the contract with the pharmaceutical company, if the terms were reasonable, he would not resist too much, as long as it did not hinder his pursuit of higher education. He would not mind putting in a few extra hours. After all, who doesn't exploit others for profit? However, the contract they offered was riddled with flaws that even a student could identify. Clearly, their manager did not view him as a partner, but rather as a mere pawn, expendable and even enslaved. Despite the high salary offered, signing that contract would essentially strip him of his rights. Did they truly see themselves as emperors? This stirred up my anti-imperialist and anti-feudal sentiments. He trembled with anger. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly picked up his phone. Wang Zhe, may I ask what time tomorrow's event starts? I seem to have forgotten. After a while, AAA half-toxin pharmaceutical replied. It begins promptly at 8 in the evening. Just be there by 7:30. Wang Zhe, great. Please convey my gratitude to Manager Wu for the job opportunity. AAA half-toxin pharmaceutical. No problem. He sighed in relief. It seemed that the half-toxin pharmaceutical was not significantly affected by Fei Xiren Lian T pharmaceutical, as long as there were no changes on their end. Although he could not afford medicine, sustaining himself should not be overly problematic. Excluding basic necessities, the income from half-toxin pharmaceutical would allow him to balance his expenses. Yet, he could not live merely to sustain himself. That would render him a mere burden. After much contemplation, Wang Zhe decided to advance some funds. The over 40,000 he had extracted could not simply be used to pay off debts. He needed to invest in his cultivation. At the very least, he must reach the Wu Lu realm. Achieving the Wu Lu realm would grant him a semblance of qualification to seek opportunities in the city center. The prospects for earning money in the city center undoubtedly surpassed those in the current suburban area. Whether searching for part-time work or other employment opportunities, it would be significantly easier. Thus, he would purchase medicine and focus on cultivation. 40,000 in the black market would be sufficient for him to cultivate to the Wu Lu realm, with some funds remaining. Simultaneously, he should not remain idle. He would stroll through the city center daily to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Manager, Wang Zhe has completed the necessary arrangements. All his online lending limits have been suspended. Now, he faces monthly repayments of several thousand. Even if he has savings, within 3 months, he will struggle to continue his martial arts training, let alone maintain a normal standard of living. Very well. Manager nodded with satisfaction. Without funds, he would be unable to purchase medicine. Without medicine, he could not cultivate or practice martial arts. In this era, pursuing martial arts requires financial investment. The potential for martial arts is composed of a minuscule fraction of innate talent. The most significant components hinge upon one's financial reserves and the status of one's parents. No money, natural body, refining, relying solely on innate talent? Is this the martial arts era of tens of thousands of years ago? Once, a Jinshin realm martial artist was a renowned figure in the martial world. The Wu Lu realm was nearly the pinnacle of martial arts. But now, High school students aspire to graduate at the Jinshin realm. A select few exceptional students can even break through to the Wu-Lu realm before graduation. In Chuashi City alone, Jinshin martial artists are everywhere, while Wu-Lu is as common as dirt. This is even more pronounced in the more developed provincial capitals and key urban centers. The cultivation speed of modern students rivals that of legendary geniuses of the past. What drives this? Is it not the plethora of drugs and injections available? In modern cultivation, neglecting medicinal aids is akin to crippling one's meridians and begging for sustenance while holding a golden bowl. 3 months from now will coincide perfectly with his graduation in half a year. Time is not of the essence. The only thing that displeases manager Bai is that to achieve his goals, the company's finances have suffered a considerable loss. 5 figures vanished. Positions that could have been profitable had to be sacrificed to buy goodwill. This is all money, he lamented. Curse poverty. Since you lack wealth, you must obediently endure exploitation by capital. Why struggle? In the end, you will still have to come and work diligently. I have wasted money because of you. When the time comes, I will make you work 25 hours a day. Work until you drop. Chapter 45, Duty Student. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Wang Zhe attended classes as usual, ate, administered medicine, and cultivated. Ding dong, as the bell rang in the afternoon, signaling the end of the last cultural class. Wang Zhe awakened from his cultivation. He rose and exited the classroom, only to find Teacher Lei waiting for him outside, broom and mop in hand. Wang Zhe, from today onwards, the position of duty student belongs to you. Remember to clean the classroom, school corridors, and playground every day after school. Oh, and do not threaten your classmates to assist you. Otherwise, I will record a major demerit against you. With that, he forcefully shoved the broom and mop into Wang Zhe's hands. The surrounding classmates, though surprised, did not linger for long. Zhao Miling frowned and stopped, standing beside Wang Zhe. In the distance, Yu Fei, still eating, paused and stared blankly in this direction. Fine. Wang Zhe pondered for a moment and nodded in acceptance, concealing his emotions. As a martial arts high school, the 8th secondary school had a significant number of needles and medication packaging that required cleaning. However, given the school's nature, it would never spend money to hire cleaners. After all, there was an abundance of free labor available. Thus, the role of duty student was established, requiring students to clean for free. Each class took turns providing an individual responsible for overall school cleaning duties. The duty roster is typically determined through a random selection by the teachers among the students, though it often seems that only the academically inclined students are chosen. Since one individual is responsible for the cleanliness of the entire school, even if the students are martial artists, it would be impossible to complete the task in less than 4 or 5 hours. To prevent students from shirking their responsibilities, refusal to participate is deemed a violation of school regulations, leading to demerits. Accumulating too many demerits could even result in expulsion. Thus, despite his reluctance, Wang Zhe had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, the duty roster rotates, meaning he would only have to serve a maximum of 1 day in a month. At this point, Teacher Lei seemed to perceive Wang Zhe's thoughts and, with a light chuckle, continued, I have spoken with the other class teachers, and from now on, the rotation of duty students will change from daily to monthly. Therefore, this month's duties will all fall upon you. Wang Zhe's expression darkened. An additional 4 to 5 hours of work each day for an entire month? Under such circumstances, not only would he be unable to take on a part-time job, but he would also have little time left for training. Seeing his reaction, Teacher Lei couldn't help but chuckle triumphantly. Wang Zhe, do not blame me. After all, you are the one who does not know the times. The terms provided by Fei Xiren Pharmaceutical are quite generous. You simply need to accept them. Being a resource for the pharmaceutical company is the highest honor. If you refuse, I will cut off your loan, leaving you without funds to purchase medicine, and further encroach upon your spare time with trivial matters, thereby diminishing your training time. This will prevent you from balancing part-time work with debt repayment and will hinder your progress in martial arts. Moreover, when you graduate, I will ensure that your student record contains some rather disparaging remarks, such as demonstrating a rebellious spirit and uniting with classmates multiple times. Once these comments are noted, it will be tantamount to social death, making it nearly impossible for you to find employment. Just as Teacher Lei reveled in his scheming, Zhao Miling suddenly interjected with indignation. Teacher, this seems to go against the rules, doesn't it? How can one student serve as a duty student for an entire month? Teacher Lei frowned. He was taken aback by Zhao Meiling's unexpected boldness, as she usually behaved so well-behaved. How could she suddenly align herself with someone like Wang Zhe? Moreover, she was daring to speak back to him. He opened his mouth to reprimand her when another voice shouted from a distance, "Absolutely. Teacher, you are being unreasonable." Teacher Lei turned to see it was Yu Yufei. At that moment, Yu Yufei cast a furtive glance at Wang Zhe, filled with regret. As the saying goes, it is better to provide warmth during a snowstorm than to add flowers to the brocade. He had finally encountered Wang Zhe, the notorious repeat student, and yet, after hesitating for a mere second, Zhao Meiling had stolen the spotlight. Feeling a competitive spirit arise within him, he declared with righteous indignation, "Teacher Lei, Wang Zhe is my good brother. Targeting him is tantamount to targeting me. Isn't it just a matter of being a duty student? Yu Yufei, can do it alongside him." Zhao Meiling and Wang Zhe were momentarily taken aback. Was this fellow truly so loyal? They had misjudged him before. Teacher Lei's expression froze in disbelief. What was happening? The three students in his class, all at the Jinshin level, had united, while Zhao Meiling's involvement was expected. Why was Yu Yufei joining in? After a brief moment of confusion, a wave of anger surged within him. How dare the students challenge the teacher? They had rebelled against authority. Boom! The overwhelming pressure of the Wulo realm surged forth. The three felt an immediate weight pressing down upon them, yet they stood their ground, refusing to retreat. Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling exchanged glances, resolutely maintaining their composure, their gazes fixed upon Teacher Lei's face. Yu Yufei, initially startled, felt a surge of courage when he remembered Wang Zhe's identity. "Teacher Lei, to put it plainly, while you may be our teacher and can compel us to work, you cannot force us to do so. We may be working, but it does not necessarily mean we're doing it for you." Before they could continue, Teacher Lei slapped his hand against his forehead in disbelief, unable to maintain his authoritative demeanor. He recognized that Yu Yufei, having taken too much medicine, was rambling again. "If you enjoy cleaning so much, then by all means, the three of you can clean to your heart's content." He turned and walked away coldly. If it were just Wang Zhe alone, he could easily continue to provoke him. If the other two had been different students, he would not have cared much. But the fact that three Jinshin-level students stood together was a situation he could not ignore. As the head teacher, no matter how much he disliked Wang Zhe, he had to retreat for the time being. After all, the monetary incentives from the pharmaceutical company, while enticing, were not as precious as his identity as a teacher. However, he would not let it end here. While cleaning duties could be shared, what about extracurricular tutoring and internships? Could they attend classes or train instead? His gaze turned cold. 1 month. At most 1 month. He had already submitted the necessary documents to the school, requesting various extracurricular activities for Wang Zhe. After 1 month, all of Wang Zhe's free time would be consumed by these commitments. Unless he bowed to Teacher Lei, there would be no other choice if he wished to continue his martial arts journey. Chapter 46. 2 facades back in the school office. Manager Bai's voice came through on the phone. "How is Wang Zhe faring?" Teacher Lei paused for a moment. "The plan is proceeding smoothly, though the results are not as promising as anticipated. The time available for encroachment is quite limited. However, rest assured, I have applied for special allowances and tutoring for him in my capacity as head teacher. Additionally, there will be extracurricular activities. Within a fortnight at the earliest, or a month at the latest, I guarantee his free time will be entirely occupied. The school's special allowance is intended for supplementary tutoring. However, this funding is typically not disbursed directly to students, but rather to the teachers. This system is designed to reward outstanding students by addressing their shortcomings through additional tutoring. For instance, if a student lacks practical experience, a teacher may be assigned for practice sessions. If a student's martial arts skills are lacking, specialized training can be arranged. These extracurricular activities serve as a valuable addition to students' resumes for future employment. Yet, in Teacher Lei's hands, they became a means to encroach upon Wang Zhe's free time while lining his own pockets. 1 month, you say? There's no rush. Manager Bai's tone remained calm. Although Wang Zhe has displayed remarkable talent, a month is merely a fleeting moment, insufficient for him to escape my grasp. By the way, Manager Bai, Teacher Lei interjected with concern, Wang Zhe is performing admirably. If the principal discovers this in due time, it may pose difficulties for me. After all, schools are places for talent selection. The emergence of an exceptional student not only benefits the teachers, but also the principal. While the pharmaceutical company's benefits may assuage the teacher's conscience, they may not be enough to satisfy the principals. Sensing the worry in Teacher Lay's voice, Manager Bai chuckled softly. Rest assured, you continue to apply pressure. Meanwhile, I will arrange for someone to make contact with him, easing the conditions slightly, offering more money, and shortening the contract term. I have checked into Wang Zhe's background. His family has been impoverished for generations. Children from such backgrounds often have a narrow worldview and limited experience, and their aspirations are typically modest. They might consider bowing their heads for a mere 10,000 to be the most lucrative opportunity available. Thus, when Wang Zhe suddenly finds success, it is only natural for him to feel as though he has become the protagonist of the world. Although he appears to be brimming with confidence now, seemingly unyielding in spirit, the essence of this individual remains that of a petty person, unchanged at his core. The moment he encounters even a slight setback or experiences a modicum of pressure, the confidence he has just nurtured may collapse in an instant. At that juncture, if a carrot of similar value is dangled before him, accompanied by a few empty promises, he would likely be the first to sign on the dotted line. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lay's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his discomfort. However, Manager Bai simply acquiesced, saying, "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Oh, by the way, after investigation and calculation, it appears that Wang Zhe may have additional sources of income, though we are currently unable to ascertain the specifics. I would appreciate it if you could follow up on this matter after class and clarify the situation." "Understood," Manager Bai came to reply. "Well then, I shall not disturb you further." With that, Manager Bai promptly ended the call. Teacher Lay gazed at the now blank screen of his phone, lost in thought for a considerable time. Eventually, he sighed deeply, regaining his composure. Damn those wealthy individuals. They are merely fortunate in their birthright. They are merely putting on airs. One day, I shall bring you to your knees. After venting his frustration, he heard a series of crisp sounds emanating from within his body. His physique, originally towering over 2.5 meters and as sturdy as an ox, began to morph rapidly, ultimately transforming into a man standing merely at 1.80 meters. This was the application of specialized martial technique known as Suogugong, all Bun Shiking technique. Upon completing the transformation, he retrieved a mask and a pair of glasses from his drawer. With a gentle wipe, the mask adhered seamlessly to his face, and upon donning the glasses, he appeared as a quintessential student with cultural talents. No one would suspect that this individual was a formidable practitioner of the Wu realm and a physical education teacher. After ensuring there were no flaws in his disguise, he rose and made his way outside the school. Wang Zhe and his companions exchanged glances before reluctantly proceeding to the tool shed. Despite knowing that Teacher Lay was intentionally causing trouble, they felt powerless as students to resist. Fortunately, their combined efforts allowed them to work much faster than if they were alone. Moreover, as practitioners of the Golden Body realm, the three of them could complete in less than an hour what would typically take ordinary students 3 to 4 hours. Surprisingly, it was not Wang Zhe, the focal point of the task, who worked the hardest, but rather Yu Yufei. In his eagerness to expedite the process, he even resorted to using performance-enhancing substances while sweeping. Wang Zhe expressed his gratitude. "It seems we misjudged you earlier, Yufei." Yu Yufei scratched his head in an endearing manner. "You flatter me, Wang Ge. It's the least I could do." Zhao Meiling, standing nearby, appeared somewhat astonished, seemingly unprepared for Yu Yufei's level of contribution. After a moment of contemplation, she advised him, "By the way, Yu Yufei, practicing the biological calculation technique would be beneficial for you. It may feel challenging at the moment, but if you can persist, strive to cultivate it to its fullest potential." Yu Yufei's expression remained calm as he nodded. "Oh," Wang Zhe added, "indeed. While this martial technique may seem merely of a light luxury level, I believe its efficacy rivals that of even high-end techniques. Mastering it would greatly benefit you." Yu Yufei's expression shifted with determination. "Since you say so, Wang Ge, I will certainly put in the effort." Zhao Meiling interjected with a hint of suspicion. "What else with you? Do you have two faces now? Are you trying to win favor?" After finishing their tasks and confirming Yu Yufei did not require any black market substances, Wang Zhe and his companions parted ways. On the way, Zhao Meiling expressed her concerns. "Yu Yufei's attitude has changed too quickly. It feels like his ulterior motives. We should be cautious." In response, Wang Zhe waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, Xiao Zhao, you are mistaken. Though he has been particularly kind to you, I believe Yu Fei is fundamentally a decent person. We must adopt a dialectical perspective when assessing individuals. Zhao Meiling, slightly exasperated, pursed her lips but did not pursue the topic further, instead shifting the conversation to matters of cultivation. The two made their way to the black market for medicinal substances, made their purchases, and then returned home. However, upon returning home, Wang Zhe did not immediately dive into cultivation. Instead, he stashed some medicine into his pocket, turned, and stepped outside, boarding a bus to the city center. Out again. The transformed teacher Lei, now in the guise of a bespectacled student, emerged from the shadows. His tablet displayed a live feed of Wang Zhe's home, indicating that he had quietly installed surveillance there. So that's why he hasn't been purchasing from me lately at the black market. It appears he is acquiring a significant quantity each time, confirming the existence of additional income sources. However, why is he not cultivating after his purchases? Could it be related to the yet-to-be-investigated source of income? After pondering this, he decided to follow Wang Zhe. Chapter 47. Seeking part-time work. Fresh pork raised on pure hormones. Only 800 portion. Each bite is packed with injections. Don't miss out as you pass by. Ultimate, invincible, and unparalleled martial arts techniques. Only 300 piece. While they may only match the level of civilian techniques, reaching their full potential rivals that of light luxury techniques. The Flying Sky Gang is hiring. All realms welcome. Job opportunities available. Membership fee is only 500. The cacophony of shouting vendors filled the air, blending with the sounds of bustling traffic. This was the central square of Tsuishur City, a hub for labor markets, live broadcasts, food stalls, and shopping centers. For a martial artist like Wang Zhe, who had yet to graduate high school, formal employment was out of the question. Instead, he sought part-time work in hopes of striking it lucky. As he surveyed the labor area, Wang Zhe noticed numerous workers holding signs to showcase their skills. Although practitioners of the Wu realm were scarce, he still spotted several. Those of the Golden Body realm were particularly abundant, with most possessing specialized skills. Some excelled in speed, employing techniques designed to enhance agility or stamina, while others demonstrated their strength with massive stones for display. A few even showcased their accolades on tablets, featuring various awards from martial arts competitions, evidently indicating their formidable combat abilities. After searching online, Wang Zhe understood that those who regularly frequented the part-time area were often martial artists with a fervent desire for the martial path and decent talent. They believed that with a bit more effort, they could advance in their martial journeys. However, due to financial constraints, they could not pursue full-time martial training and lacking connections. They struggled to find good jobs. They were also unwilling to sacrifice their vitality by working long hours in factories. As a result, the competition in this area had intensified over time. Nowadays, without some extraordinary talent, one might not even secure a part-time job after a full day of searching. Reflecting on this, Wang Zhe felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His current attributes barely surpassed 20, and as a practitioner of the Golden Body realm, his competitiveness here was dismally low. After much contemplation, he realized he had little to offer in terms of martial prowess. He looked down thoughtfully, then resolved to leverage his status as a student for differentiated competition. First, I need a sign. Spending 3 yuan. He purchased a wooden board and a pen from a nearby vendor. High school senior, top 3 scores in the monthly exam, possesses unique learning methods. Advanced from the copper skin realm to golden body in 2 months. Track record verifiable. Tutoring available for students below the golden body realm. After crafting his sign, he inserted it prominently, though he held little hope that it would attract attention. If no one approached, he would have to resort to manual labor, such as delivering packages. While waiting, he took out a vial of potion and syringe. With a swift motion, he injected the potent substance into his body, prompting an immediate reaction. His blood and muscles, akin to hungry young beasts, eagerly absorbed the infusion. The pharmaceutical company, Banduji Yao, undoubtedly stands as a legitimate establishment amidst the murky waters of the black market. The medication, upon entering the body, presents no slick sensation. Although its efficacy pales in comparison to the supercharged variants offered by street vendors, the sensation upon entry is decidedly superior. However, as Wang Zhe is still in the midst of job hunting, he refrains from indulging excessively in the drug's potency, opting for just a single injection before halting. In the distance, teacher Lei observes with keen interest. A part-time tutoring job? Is this his source of additional income? My dear, look at this. His monthly exam results are quite commendable, and his innate talent appears to be substantial. Moreover, he has not neglected his cultivation while seeking employment. Displaying a commendable attitude. Even if he cannot serve as a tutor for our Junshin, being a sparring partner would suffice. Wang Zhe suddenly opens his eyes. Two middle-aged individuals, adorned in luxurious attire, stand before him, evidently a couple from a well-off family. He promptly rises, donning a cheerful smile to introduce himself. Are you in need of tutoring services? My name is Wang Zhe, a senior student from the 8th Martial Arts High School. I possess a unique learning methodology that has propelled me from the bottom ranks to the top 10 in monthly examinations within less than 2 months of the academic year. The validity of my exam results can be verified. The initially enthusiastic couple hesitates upon hearing the name of the school. The 8th school? ISNT, that located in the suburbs? But our Junshin is a student at the 2nd school. Could prolonged exposure to such individuals lead to a genetic mutation or the adoption of impoverished habits? Wang Zhe feels somewhat speechless. Well, here comes the discrimination based on educational background before graduation. And is genetic mutation defined in such a manner? Ladies and gentlemen, you may lack some cultural understanding. Genetic mutation is not applied in this context. Moreover, despite my origins from the 8th school, my achievements and results are undeniably authentic. It is important to note that all high schools in the city adhere to the same examination standards. By employing my methods, I assure you that your child's performance will soar. Upon hearing Wang Zhe's words, the couple is instantly filled with joy. Rather than being offended at the suggestion of their lack of culture, they find it quite endearing. This young man is quite articulate. He can even discern that we hail from a prestigious martial arts lineage. In this world where martial prowess is revered, cultural students are often scorned, transforming the notion of lacking culture into a compliment synonymous with wealth and stature. The affluent woman shakes her head. However, it is unfortunate. The 8th school still leaves much to be desired. I would prefer to have a student from the 5th school or higher to tutor our child. How about this? Let us connect on WeChat, and should we fail to find anyone else, I will reach out to you. Absolutely. Feel free to contact me at any time. Wang Zhe, unfazed, smiles as he adds her on WeChat. After bidding farewell to the couple, he resumes his cultivation on the ground. In the distance, Teacher Lei finally confirms his suspicions. So that is how it is. Through high-conversion promotional content on the labor market, refined character management, and the creation of a vertical IP for his talent, he attracts the attention of the affluent. By accurately capturing the user profiles of parents, he guides them to add him on WeChat for private engagement. If I am not mistaken, his WeChat likely contains a matrix of his educational content. Goodness, this young man is no simpleton. Who taught him this strategy? He furrows his brows, sensing something amiss. I should return to report to Manager Bai. If I delay any longer, the principal might notice and deduct my salary. With that, Teacher Lei turns and departs from the square. As he leaves, Wang Zhe receives several notifications on his phone. The individuals tracking you have departed. You may return now. Wang Zhe picks up his phone. Thank you, Manager Wu. You're welcome. The endorsement event will proceed as planned. I will add an extra 1,000 for you. But regarding Manager Bai's situation, we must discuss it in detail. Chapter 48. The assistance of Manager Wu within the office of the manager at Bandu Zhiyao. Wang Zhe pushes the door open. Manager Wu? Manager Wu sits behind the desk, a mountain of documents before him. Upon hearing the door, he does not lift his head. Please wait. I still have nearly 1,700 documents to review. Take a seat for a moment. Certainly, Manager Wu, take your time. Wang Zhe nods and patiently settles onto the nearby sofa. Manager Wu, whose full name is Wu Yukai, shares equal renown with Manager Bai Lu Yuan and is also a formidable expert in the realm of Hualing. The Hualing realm represents an extraordinary state beyond the Wu Lu realm. Warriors in this realm have transcended the shackles of their mortal forms, stepping into a truly non-human existence. This does not imply that they cease to be human. Rather, they possess the productivity standards recognized by capital. They can draw energy into their bodies, integrating the ambient energies of the world into their very bones and blood, refining extraordinary power within themselves. Their vitality surges like mercury, boiling as if in a furnace. Moreover, should their energy reserves be sufficient, they can achieve regeneration from severed limbs, flesh growing anew from desiccated bones. In contrast to the half-hearted 20-hour work weeks of Wu Lu warriors or the fragile warriors who require frequent rest. Those of this realm can engage in high-intensity labor for 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They can maintain unwavering focus at all times, dedicating themselves entirely to their work. During regular duties, if the company encounters difficulties, they can be summoned as security or enforcers. Even in the event of injury, they do not deplete the company's medical resources or finances. A few tons of synthetic food will suffice for their recovery in solitude. Warriors who attain this realm are automatically considered for the middle-class reserve pool, entitled to apply for business loans, priority in drug distribution, and the right to exchange quotas for their children's education. In this society, martial arts techniques and pharmaceuticals serve as the most stable currency, with the physical body being the most valuable asset for a warrior. The choice to cultivate is subjective, while the ability to ascend is a matter of class. The higher the realm, the more prosperous the society. At least, this holds true in the 7-star realm. Today, when Wang Zhe entered the black market, he did not realize that Teacher Lei was tailing him. It was Manager Wu, the Hualing expert, who alerted him to the situation. After a considerable time, the session concludes. Oh my goodness! Bang! With the final document signed, Manager Wu rises and stretches vigorously. Evidently, even a Hualing expert finds it challenging to cope with such a workload. He opens a drawer and consumes several large bites of synthetic food before finally approaching Wang Zhe. Now, tell me, what is going on with you and Manager Bai? Very well, Manager Wu. Wang Zhe nods and begins to recount his experiences. He narrates from a moment he participated in the medicinal competition, where Manager Bai extended an olive branch, detailing the terms of the contract, and all the way to the collaborative efforts with Teacher Lei and the legal documents that obstructed his loan opportunities, laying everything bare. However, he embellishes the tale slightly. After listening, Manager Wu nods thoughtfully. I have a general understanding now. Manager Bai's tactics resemble a nearly standardized, systematic method of resource harvesting. Initially, he packages a seemingly generous offer as a shortcut, extending a friendly gesture and presenting an olive branch. Then, with a contract as a shackle, he locks down any possibility of retreat with seemingly reasonable conditions. If the resource realizes something is amiss and attempts to flee, he will deploy an overwhelming network of connections, resources, and finances. He mobilizes every available resource, such as appointing a mentor like Teacher Lei to intervene personally, supplemented by legal assistance to block external loans or any other avenues of help. Simultaneously, he vigilantly monitors any potential lifelines that may arise, ready to sever them at a moment's notice. A chain reaction ensues, cutting off all possible escape routes for the target. The entire process remains lawful and compliant, with each step following established protocols. Yet, the ultimate effect renders the act of refusal a luxury. You're not unwilling to sign. Rather, you have no other options available. However, what astonishes him is not Manager Bai's tactics. The wealthy have long since exhausted this strategy. What surprises him is Manager Bai's willingness to expend such considerable resources to compel Wang Zhe. Is he eager to achieve results so soon after taking office? Wu Yukai strokes his chin, chuckling softly. It is essential to understand that, although this method is effective, it also entails considerable expenditure. If we could recruit a talent like Wang Zhe, who is suspected of possessing the miraculous body of medicinal enhancement, and secure his allegiance, the return on investment could undoubtedly exceed 10,000%. However, should Wang Zhe withstand the challenges, the costs could outweigh the benefits, resulting in losses for the company. Even for Manager Bai, such significant losses would necessitate a demotion. After contemplating this, Wu Yukai turned his gaze toward Wang Zhe. Your loan has been frozen, correct? I currently cannot assist you in unfreezing it. However, I can explore alternative means to help you generate some income. What is your current realm? What is your combat capability? Wang Zhe pondered for a moment. I am at the Golden Body realm. As for my combat prowess, it is above average, not particularly formidable. My martial skills are somewhat limited. However, if I am permitted to utilize medicinal enhancements, I believe I could exhibit remarkable strength. Provided the medications are sufficient, I am confident I could unleash several times my usual combat power in a short span. While I cannot claim invincibility among peers, I would at least be unrivaled among those of similar economic standing. Wu Yukai nodded thoughtfully. Continue with your current duties, and, in addition, I will grant you an internal position in the semi-toxic pharmaceutical division. Within a month, as long as you procure from me. All medications will be offered at a 30 discount. If, after a month, you can achieve the unleaked realm, I can introduce you to the underground fighting arena. Although the risks are exceedingly high, the rewards are astonishing. If you can endure and maintain a sufficient skill level, earning hundreds of thousands in a month is not merely a dream. Even if your strength is lacking with a willingness to fight, earning 40 to 50,000 a month is attainable. However, if after a month you cannot breach the unleaked realm, I must regretfully inform you that I cannot assist you further. In the underground world, no one is interested in watching two golden body realm youths battle. A month to reach the unleaked realm, Wang Zhe gazed at the panel, which indicated his current values were just above 19. To achieve the unleaked realm, all three key attributes must exceed 90, meaning his total score needs to surpass 27. He was still a full 8 points away from his goal. The higher the values, the more arduous each subsequent increment becomes. If he were to proceed methodically, maximizing efficiency in his training, achieving this within a month would be quite challenging. Yet, if he prioritized speed over cost-effectiveness, the expenses would pose a significant dilemma, unless he were to invest the entirety of the 40,000 he temporarily borrowed into medicinal enhancements. However, doing so would leave him with no way to retreat. If he saved the 40,000 and continued to work part-time, though he would face difficulties in training, repaying the loan would be manageable. If he spent that 40,000, failing to repay would lead to relentless pressure from his numerous lenders, resulting in at least 20 years of unpaid labor. But I will do it. Wang Zhe gritted his teeth. A month to reach the unleaked realm? I have no issues with that. Excellent. Wu Yukai beamed with satisfaction. Lean in. I will share the plan with you. All right, Manager Wu. Wang Zhe stepped closer, listening intently. However, as the plan unfolded, his expression grew increasingly peculiar, prompting him to question, Manager Wu, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Wu Yukai straightened, feigning indignation. Have you forgotten how he treated you? This is merely an act of proportional retribution. Wang Zhe shook his head. Manager Wu, while I am a student, I am not foolish. According to your plan, the level of danger I face would significantly increase. If I am not mistaken, you intend to leverage this situation to bring Bai Luyuan down, correct? Upon hearing this, Wu Yukai frowned. Are you suggesting that you intend to withdraw? Just give up? No. Wang Zhe continued to shake his head, rubbing his fingers together. What I mean is, I need more financial support. Chapter 49. Contracts and electric steps. Although I'm unaware of the nature of your relationship or why you wish to undermine Bai Luyuan, it ultimately does not concern me. I am willing to cooperate, but regarding matters of life and death, simply offering a job opportunity seems rather inadequate, does it not? After listening to Wang Zhe, Wu Yukai smirked. He had expected a student to be timid, but was pleasantly surprised by his clarity of thought. It seemed he preferred students who, upon entering society, hesitated to advocate for their interests, particularly those who were introverted and concerned about appearances. A few sweet words could suffice, and often, no incentives were needed. A few compliments would do the trick. Subsequently, any future demands would be met with reluctance to refuse for fear of losing face. Very well. How much do you require? 100,000 in non-repayable support and 1 million as an interest-free loan. Wu Yukai was taken aback. That is impossible. Wang Zhe replied solemnly. Manager Wu, I am putting my life on the line to work with you. Wu Yukai sighed, exasperated. What are you afraid of? The 7-star realm is a lawful society. Murder is a crime. And what of the transformation realm? Bai Luyuan would not dare to act against you, even if he had 100 lives to spare. Are you aware of the principle of retreat for the fortunate? Look at your own plight. Your life is worth little, your strength is lacking. And graduation essentially equates to unemployment. He possesses more wealth in a single sleeve of his clothing than you do in a year's worth of expenses. Would he truly be willing to exchange lives with you? Do you think he would not shrink back if you were resolute in a confrontation? As long as this transformation realm warrior refrains from attacking, what is there to fear once you ascend to the unleaked realm? Overall, your safety is quite assured. Wang Zhe offered no response, simply staring at him blankly. After a prolonged silence, Wu Yukai sighed in resignation. All right, I concede, but I can only offer 50,000 in non-repayable support and a maximum of 500,000 in loans. Wang Zhe continued to shake his head. The non-repayable support must be 100,000, not a cent less. As for the loan, I require 800,000. That is my bottom line. If not, then so be it. 2 hours later, having completed a promotional event, Wang Zhe exited the black medicine market, feeling quite satisfied. His negotiation with manager Wu concluded with his baseline reduced by 20,000 as the standard for the contract. To his pleasant surprise, manager Wu proactively advanced the 100,000 in non-repayable support. This could be due to concerns that Wang Zhe might be hindered by financial constraints or perhaps to demonstrate goodwill. Regardless, it was a positive development for Wang Zhe. Within a month, as long as he could break through to the unleaked realm, Wu Yukai would further sponsor him with 600,000 in personal funds, with a 5-year repayment period for the interest-free loan. However, it became apparent that his intention to pursue a college education had been discerned by the other party. Therefore, the contract stipulated that should Wang Zhe gain admission to college, he would be required to sign an exclusive endorsement contract with Fei Xiren Lianti Pharmaceutical under Wu Youcai's name. Indeed, it was with Fei Xiren Lianti Pharmaceutical, not Bandu Pharmaceutica. The reasoning was straightforward. Bandu Pharmaceutical, like AO Jita Pharmaceutical, was merely a subsidiary of Fei Xiren Lianti Pharmaceutical. Wu Yukai and Bai Luyuan were both managers within the same corporation, overseeing several pharmaceutical factories. However, one operated overtly, while the other remained clandestine. One was a local who had cultivated roots in Shueisha City for nearly 30 years, while the other had recently ascended to the leadership. Although both managers held nominally equivalent status, Wu Yukai was significantly inferior to Bai Luyuan in terms of actual standing and compensation. It was no wonder that Wu Yukai exhibited greater enthusiasm upon learning of the conflict between Bai Luyuan and Wang Zhe. It appeared he sought to bring Bai Luyuan down. Indeed, fortune often emerges from adversity. Wang Zhe, brimming with excitement, clutched a bag of medicine. Initially, he had assumed that being targeted by Bai Luyuan, a figure of considerably higher social standing and resources, would lead to a life of hardship, if not outright despair. To his surprise, however, a glimmer of hope emerged. There is a saying that when a prominent figure focuses their attention on you, do not cower. Simply rally your forces, and the system will match you with allies. Upon returning home, Wang Zhe glanced at his mobile balance of 140,000 and smiled. This sum should suffice for him to acquire a commendable high-end martial technique. Yet, he refrained from making an immediate purchase, feigning forgetfulness regarding his food supply, and ventured out again. Uncertain if teacher Lei had installed surveillance while trailing him, he deemed it prudent to make his martial arts acquisition discreetly. After walking 2 streets away from his residence, Wang Zhe opened his phone and entered various keywords: high-end martial techniques, Jin Shun Jing, Wu Lu Jing. With practiced ease, he scrolled past the first 2 rows of promoted martial arts. Soon, a plethora of techniques appeared before him. The alloy body technique, a premier high-end defensive martial art, promised to enhance the body's hardness to that of alloy through the ingestion of metal, day, and night training. Unfortunately, its price tag of 160,000 was beyond his means pass. The fat-burning technique, a cost-effective functional martial art, could incinerate fat and significantly boost all attributes. Mastering this technique would equate to training in 3 categories: attack, defense, and agility, all for a mere 70,000. Alas, it required a prerequisite technique, the fat gain method, to unlock its full potential. Then there was the face-shattering fist, which, through a unique surge of vitality, could directly damage an opponent's internal structure, disfiguring with a single blow and causing concussion with a second. Priced at 80,000, it was reasonably valued, yet, as an offensive technique, it raised concerns about reliability. Wang Zhe continued his search, swiftly sifting through the high-end martial techniques. Some were evidently unsuitable, receiving only a cursory glance before being dismissed. Others had clear pros and cons, leading him to add them to his cart as potential options. A few captured his attention profoundly, but his limited finances forced him to merely bookmark them, hoping to revisit once he had saved enough. After over half an hour of careful selection, a movement-based technique emerged as the standout: the electric vehicle step, priced at 98,000. This high-end technique boasted exceptional value and potential. It was suitable for practitioners at the Jin Shin Jing and Wu Lu Jing levels. Upon mastering this technique, one could convert electricity into kinetic energy, granting explosive acceleration and remarkable speed and reflexes. When perfected, one could accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 0.1 seconds, in terms of both explosive power and endurance. It allowed practitioners to rival high-performance electric vehicles. The sole drawback was that while using this technique, the practitioner would generate electric currents within their body, rendering them susceptible to electric shock. Thus, as one ran, they would simultaneously be electrified and recharged. The faster they ran, the more intense the electric shocks became, and vice versa. Consequently, this technique was often favored by long-distance couriers. When paired with the forklift technique, it enabled the practitioner to transport large cargo over great distances, saving on transit fees. This was the one. Ding. Order placed successfully. The details of the technique and an electronic training permit were promptly sent to Wang's phone upon payment completion. After acquiring the technique, Wang purchased several kilograms of synthetic food at a nearby convenience store and commenced his training right there on the street. With a swift injection of the cold medicinal solution into his neck, his mind instantly sharpened. The incantation, once obscure and difficult to comprehend, suddenly became clear. His internal vitality began to flow in accordance with his intentions, traversing through his muscles and bones, establishing conductive pathways for electricity. Veins, bones, and blood vessels became conduits, with the dantian serving as the energy core. Crack! Suddenly, Wang's body jolted as a surge of electricity erupted from within, coursing through his body along the vitality pathways, leaving an unexpected tingling sensation. He glanced at the interface. Martial technique, electric vehicle step, level 1, 0. Oh, had he directly entered the first cycle? Wang felt a mix of confusion and astonishment. Could it be that he was a genius? No, if he were truly a genius, he would have struggled so much with the foundational techniques before. He knew his own talent well, even with outstanding aptitude. He would have ended up at the 8th high school. Could it be that the electric vehicle step was simply easier to master? That didn't seem plausible either. If it were that simple, how could it be priced at 98,000 given its comprehensive value? The seller would surely emphasize this advantage. Thus, was it that his talent or comprehension had been enhanced? Wang pondered deeply, recalling how arduous his previous training had been. Why, then was this experience so fluid? He contemplated again and resumed his practice. Crack! After completing 2 cycles, another jolt surged through him. Martial technique, electric vehicle step, level 1. 2. His progress had increased by 2%. Wang's eyes lit up as realization dawned upon him. It was the biological calculation technique. This technique had elevated his control over his body to a remarkable degree. Consequently, while practicing martial arts, he merely needed to recognize areas for improvement, allowing him to adjust effortlessly. The extraordinary control and sensitivity of his body, combined with the progress display on the interface, enabled him to advance his training far beyond his previous efforts. He was ecstatic. He had never anticipated that his enhancement and martial techniques would synergize. With the support of the biological calculation technique, he might even be considered a martial arts prodigy. Yet, he could not help but wonder if the biological calculation technique was genuinely just a light luxury martial art. Its efficacy seemed almost excessive. Without wasting much time, Wang resolved to dive back into training. With the awareness of the biological calculation technique, he sensed an increase in his training speed. The same triple efficacy of the medicine seemed to produce even more pronounced changes in his body. Assuming the starting posture of the Ren Wu body refinement technique, his strike speed transitioned from slow to progressively faster. Although the electric vehicle step contained the word step, it actually enhanced the operation speed and explosive power of all his muscles, not merely his legs. Wang simultaneously injected himself, consumed medicine, trained, and endured electric shocks, darting through the streets and alleys like a specter. Occasionally, he would pull out synthetic food and shove it into his mouth, interspersed with sudden exclamations. Many passers-by, witnessing this spectacle, hastily avoided him, believing him to be a madman and not wanting to invite trouble. At this rate, breaking through to Wu Lu Jing within a month seemed entirely feasible. If the medicine proved even more potent, a breakthrough within half a month was entirely possible. Finally, he could surpass Xiao Zhao. Feeling the surging electricity within him, Wang became increasingly exhilarated. Under the influence of positive emotions, the sting of the electric shocks felt less daunting. Imagining his sudden breakthrough to Wu Lu Jing a month later, and the astonished expression on Zhao Meiling's face filled him with vigor. The flow of his vitality felt smoother than ever. In the days that followed, Wang Zhe maintained his usual routine, appearing unremarkable. Teacher Lei occasionally stirred up trouble, and both Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling faced reprimands for skipping classes, dining, and failing to submit assignments, resulting in 2 minor infractions. This predicament forced them to waste over an hour each day completing homework. Nevertheless, aside from this, they faced little additional disturbance. The results of the monthly examination have been released, and both Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling have emerged as outstanding students, ranking among the top 10 in the entire school. In the presence of other students, Teacher Lei slightly relaxed the rules and imposed minor penalties without hesitation. However, in front of these exceptional students, he dared not overstep his bounds. As time passed, the progress made by Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling became increasingly apparent. The more they excelled, the more anxious he became. Fortunately, he was not fighting this battle alone. With the assistance of Fei Xiren Pharmaceutical and the support of manager by Lu Yuan, the school expedited the application process for remedial classes, reducing the usual time frame by nearly half in just 2 weeks. What would typically take a month to be approved was already showing promising signs by the 10th day. On the 21st day, a knock echoed. The school had sent a notification. The figure of the director of education swiftly passed by the window, delivering a document into the office. Teacher Lei, who had been staring blankly at the computer screen, was jolted back to reality. It has arrived. Ripping open the document, a line of vivid text caught his eye, regarding the targeted remedial class subsidies for exceptional martial artists at Shui City 8th High School. A glance further down revealed Wang Zhe's name prominently listed. His name was also among the guiding teachers. Indeed, Teacher Lei felt a surge of excitement, convinced that the days of waiting had been worthwhile. As an esteemed institution, Shui City 8th High School naturally offered subsidies and privileges to its outstanding students, including extracurricular tutoring. To enhance the admission rates, the school provided financial assistance for promising students aiming for higher education, though not in the form of direct monetary support. Instead, they employed teachers to conduct specialized training, alongside daily access to free medication. The school's intentions were commendable, yet it had inadvertently become an accomplice in squandering Wang Zhe's training time. According to regulations, tutoring could extend up to 4 hours, 1 hour for school cleanliness, and an additional 4 hours on my end, with 5 hours of extracurricular activities each day. I wonder how he will find time to train. Teacher Lei's expression twisted, as though he had been granted a measure of revenge. Tutoring, of course, was essential. To avoid any accusations, he would not skimp on the medication. However, his true objective was never to obstruct Wang Zhe's training, but rather to ensure he was unable to earn money through part-time work. With this document, he could legitimately demand that Wang Zhe attend supplementary classes for practice, binding him to the school like a spirit tethered to the earth. Chapter 51. The provocation arrives on the playground. Wang Zhe, having completed the cleaning, was deep in training. At this moment, electricity coursed through his body, and his fists and feet moved with astonishing speed. He appeared to be operating at double speed, completing a routine that typically took over 10 minutes in a mere 7 or 8. The flurry of punches and kicks created a rushing wind, eliciting gasps from the younger students who had volunteered for tutoring. It can be said that the electric step is indeed a high-class martial art. Its inherent functions remarkably enhance training. Although the internal skills and mental techniques could not assist directly, the external training experienced a significant acceleration. Aside from a slight discomfort from the electric sensation, everything else was near perfection. After finishing a set, Wang Zhe exhaled deeply, wiping away the sweat, his heaving chest indicating that he had reached his physical limits. Continuing to push himself further could result in bodily harm, an unwise endeavor. He glanced to the status panel. Name, Wang Zhe Realm, Golden Body Realm. Physical strength, 886. Vitality concentration, 865. Mental strength, 822. Internal skills, basic breathing technique. Lingxi radiance technique. External skills, basic body forging technique, human martial body forging technique. Martial arts, basic fist technique, basic leg technique, earth residue, transformation technique. Biological calculation technique, level 7, 11. Electric step, level 8, 55. Mind techniques, basic mind technique, star moon refinement technique. As a high-class martial art, the electric step maxes out at level 20, and after more than half a month, he had already cultivated it to level 8. In contrast, The mid-range biological calculation technique had only advanced from level 5 to level 7. However, the benefits derived from the calculation technique were not any less significant than those of the electric step. At level 7, the biological calculation technique enhanced Wang's control over his body to a new level, allowing him to reach a state where his nerves responded like electricity, and his will could command his form. He could now even make slight, subtle adjustments to muscle movements. His 3 major data points were approaching the upper limit of 90. In 5 to 6 days at the slowest, and 2 to 3 days at the fastest, he would inevitably break through to the no-leak realm. Wang Zhe wiped his sweat, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. For modern martial artists, the transition from the 3 realms of the body to the no-leak realm typically lacks significant obstacles. All the difficulties have been thoroughly dissected and analyzed by countless martial arts prodigies, who have provided numerous solutions, particularly for someone like Wang Zhe, who trained using medicinal enhancements. His meridians and dantian had been cleansed countless times by the medicinal effects. The bottlenecks of the early to mid stages had all vanished. Only when breaking through to the spirit transformation realm would challenges arise. Wang Yi. In the distance, Yu Yufei and Zhao Miling approached, carrying 2 large bags of food. The 3 gathered together, laughing as they began to eat. By the way, Wang Gu, the biological calculation technique, is too difficult to practice. I'm still only at level 2, feeling like level 3 is an eternity away. Wang Zhe nodded. Yes, with your intellect, it can be quite challenging. But trust me, even if you don't get into a college, this technique will greatly benefit your future job prospects. Since Wang Gu says so, then I'll put in more effort. Speaking of which, Zhao Miling suddenly furrowed her brow and poked Wang Zhe's arm. Isn't your progress speed a bit too fast lately? It feels like your stats are almost catching up to mine. Oh, really? Wang Zhe smirked, choosing not to explain. Though there had been numerous speculations about this over the past few days, being questioned by Xiao Zhao still gave him a sense of satisfaction. He wanted to appear more impressive. Unfortunately, until he broke through to the no-leak realm, he had to tread carefully and not appear too conspicuous. Just as Zhao Miling was about to ask more, Yu Yufei interrupted her. He frowned impatiently and said, Miling, how can you speak to Wang Gu like that? Everyone has their secrets. Wang Gu has his reasons for not sharing. Don't think that just because you're in the no-leak realm, you can look down on Wang Gu. Show some respect. Yes, Zhao Miling had successfully broken through to the no-leak realm about 10 days ago, and she was now preparing for the special college entrance exams, such as the sports student test, and purchasing high-class and top-class martial arts. Zhao Miling rolled her eyes, thinking Yu Yufei was hopeless. What do you know? Yes, definitely not some reincarnation of a great master. Would a reincarnation of a great master end up like this? Over the past few days, Yu Yufei had been quite loose-lipped, which was why both had long understood the reason for his change in attitude. Yu Yufei's eyes widened, ready to retort, but Wang Zhe raised a hand to stop him. Xiao Zhao is right. I am indeed not a reincarnation of a great master. From now on, Xiao Yu, please refrain from calling me a reincarnation of a great master. Upon hearing this, Yu Yufei paused, then displayed a look of enlightenment. Wang Yi, ich understand. From now on, you are just an ordinary, normal person. Indeed, a teachable child. Wang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Beside them, Zhao Miling gritted her teeth in frustration. Every time she saw Yu Yufei cooperating with Wang Zhe's arrogance, she felt an overwhelming urge to punch him in the face. After breaking through to the no-leak realm, she had intended to showcase her strength, but that wretched fellow had disrupted her plans, preventing her from shining in front of others. Calm down, I must remain calm. Suppressing her anger, she took several deep breaths, forcing herself to regain her composure. Indeed, the end of this month marks the deadline for this year's athletic examination, with the minimum requirement being a complete mastery of the Wu Lu Jing. Wang Zhe, I trust you won't miss it? While being an athlete is not a prerequisite for admission to college, the sheer number of participants has rendered the competition exceedingly fierce, creating an environment where many non-essential criteria have become essential. Among these, the status of being an athlete stands out, with identical grades and backgrounds. One being an athlete, and the other merely an ordinary student, it is common knowledge who stands a greater chance of selection. Rest assured, I will make it in time. Wang Zhe replied with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at his phone, his expression turning troubled. There is still a whole week left this month. If I continue my training as before, breaking through the Wu Lu Jing to register should be no issue. Yet the problem lies in my finances. Over the past half month, I have spent an astonishing amount on medication. Furthermore, although the loan platforms have been shut down, my monthly repayments remain unchanged, not to mention the expense of my indulgent meals every 3 days. All these factors combined have left me with severely limited funds. Is everything truly fine? Do you require my assistance? Zhao Meiling inquired meaningfully. I recall your loan limit has been exhausted, right? You can no longer go to the trial pharmaceutical factory. It seems your frequency of medication has noticeably decreased over the past half month. Wang Zhe smiled faintly, feeling helpless inside. He had not anticipated that his situation would be so easily discerned. Indeed, he was out of money. If only he could secure an additional 5 or 6,000, then he would feel completely secure. Perhaps I should borrow a bit. Just as Wang Zhe contemplated this and was about to speak, Yu Fei, having swallowed his food, slammed his fist down on the table. Wang Ge is out of money? What status does Wang Ge hold? Even if he were broke with his abilities, isn't it a trivial matter to earn several thousand? Do you really need to borrow from us? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe's smile faltered momentarily. Although his expression remained unchanged, his mouth involuntarily opened. Of course, money, in today's society, is the least scarce resource. Wang Zhe was taken aback. What am I saying? After spending half a month together, he had become accustomed to maintaining a mysterious smile in front of Yu Fei, uttering seemingly profound statements. He never expected to be caught off guard at this moment. Oh, Zhao Meiling elongated her tone, her voice dripping with sarcasm. So, it seems Wang Ge has his own plans? I guess I was overly concerned. Very well. Let's see how Wang Ge resolves this. Just wait and see, Yu Fei scoffed. Even if Wang Ge is out of money, he must have already devised an escape plan. Just then, Wang Zhe, the three turned in unison to see a familiar tall figure striding toward them. Who else could it be but Teacher Lei? I have good news for you, Teacher Lei said with a malicious grin, waving a document in his hand. Your application for extracurricular tutoring has been successfully approved. Your name is on the list. Chapter 52, Class After Announcing the News. Teacher Lei cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Meiling and Yu Fei before departing. The three exchanged glances, pondering for a moment before recalling. Extracurricular tutoring? Isn't extracurricular tutoring a benefit provided by the school for nurturing exceptional students? What does it have to do with us? The policy for extracurricular tutoring for exceptional students is designed to assist them in striving for excellence, with varying levels of financial support based on the student's merits. The more exceptional, the greater the support. At the very least, the least deserving would receive a subsidy of 5,000 to 6,000 a month. However, the so-called exceptional students are not merely those with extraordinary talent, but rather those connected to the school's higher-ups. The closer the connection, the more exceptional the student. Could it be that Lei has switched allegiances? Wang Zhe pondered. After cleaning the playground, Wang Zhe approached the practice room with a hint of nervousness. He was unaware of what Teacher Lei was truly offering. Thus, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Upon entering, he found Teacher Lei sitting at the center of the training arena. Upon seeing Wang Zhe, he tossed a package toward him. I have applied for the first-tier subsidy for you. The daily expenditure on medication is set at 200. Here are your medications for this month. Please check them. The value is considerable, so do not accuse me of hoarding your resources. Wang Zhe opened the package and rummaged through its contents, which were predominantly injectable medications and pills. Based on market prices, their total value was around 6,500. But why are they all psychotropic substances? Does Teacher Lei know about my low mental strength and specifically selected these for me? That can't be right. He wouldn't be so kind. Moreover, the critical point is that the other party has indeed given him the medications without any withholding. All these medications are for me, Wang Zhe tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, the other party chuckled coldly. I, Lei Dachao, am not so petty as to covet your trivial gains. Lei Dachao is Teacher Lei's real name. He certainly wishes to profit. His reluctance to take advantage stems primarily from a fear of missteps. After all, he can easily recoup the few thousand for manager buy. This round of exceptional students initially did not include you, but I specifically submitted your name, and fortune smiled upon you. The higher-ups approved it. Therefore, from today onward, I am your extracurricular tutor. According to the rules, I have the authority to provide targeted tutoring based on your weaknesses for all remaining time this semester. The first lesson I will teach you today is practical combat. The protective gear is over there. Put on yourself. Lei Dachao closed his eyes. a shimmering green light enveloping him, seemingly a manifestation of some functional martial technique. Glancing at the protective gear nearby, Wang Zhe pondered. They are practicing combat. Yet all the purchased items are psychotropic agents? Is this an intentional setup to undermine me? Nevertheless, it works out perfectly. Wang Zhe remained silent, placing the medications aside, then quietly donned the protective gear and stepped onto the arena. Lei Dachao slightly opened his squinting eyes and lifted his coat, revealing muscles akin to scales. With a smirk that could not be concealed, only the two of them occupied the entire martial arts hall. The arena was situated within the school's martial arts facility, where, at this hour, a few diligent students with relatively low martial potential would typically be practicing. However, to impart a lesson to Wang Zhe and to avoid any potential backlash, Lei Dachao had dismissed all the students in advance. Thus, even if he accidentally injured Wang Zhe, leaving him hospitalized for dozens of days, he would have ample excuses and means to extricate himself. To not use medication and still engage in combat? That would be too wasteful. Although medication can temporarily enhance one's attributes, intense combat would also deplete the effects of the medication, causing significant loss. This was unacceptable for a financially strapped Wang Zhe. Confidence is a virtue, but alas, it has been taken too far. Boom! Lei Dachao gave Wang Zhe no time to prepare. With a stomp, his figure abruptly vanished. High-grade martial technique, crumbling void step. Wang Zhe reacted swiftly, his form seemingly sliding back as if he had predicted Lei Dachao's movement, yet he was still a fraction late. The only option left was to mobilize his blood energy and initiate his basic boxing technique, thrusting his fist forward with all his might. Boom! The fists collided. Wang Zhe could not withstand even a second, his body akin to being struck by a train, crashing against the air cushion at the edge of the arena. Yet in the next moment, he bounced back up like a rubber ball, landing silently. Lei Dachao furrowed his brows. His previous strike, while not using full strength, was sufficient to severely injure an ordinary student. Yet the opponent appeared to have sustained merely an arm injury. More importantly, the speed of the opponent's movements was somewhat unexpected. What is the quality of your movement technique? Additionally, what are your current stats? Wang Zhe rubbed his right arm, which felt somewhat numb, but was otherwise unscathed. Movement technique? Recently, I acquired a high-end quality movement technique. My stats aren't particularly impressive, hovering around 26. A high-end technique? When did this happen? Why have I been oblivious to it until now? Moreover, where did he procure the funds? Such a high-end technique would cost at least 70 to 80,000, and his stats are as high as 26. He did not doubt Wang Zhe was lying. The sensation from a punch revealed that his stats were indeed substantial. Even if it wasn't T26, it must have been over 25. The real question was, why so high? Had he nearly broken through the Wu Lu realm? Based on their previous encounter, the proficiency of his high-end movement technique must also be considerable, although his strength still fell short of Wang Zhe's. It was noteworthy that only 2 months had passed since he was at the Tongpai realm. Such rapid progress and substantial stat enhancement. Mastering a high-end technique in such a short time, coupled with an unknown source of funding, left Lei Dachao momentarily dazed, recalling what Yu Yufei had once told him. Could he truly be the reincarnation of Lao Deng? Surely my luck cannot be this extraordinary. After teaching for over a decade, I've only offended a few hundred students. And among them, could there really be a reincarnation of Lao Deng? No, there must be a misunderstanding. Boom! Lei Dachao suddenly unleashed a surge of momentum. As an elder of the Wu Lu realm, his stats had already reached its pinnacle at 299. After years of work, the loans accumulated during his student days were long repaid, and he had mastered 4 high-end techniques. Given this, let me uncover your true capabilities. With a thunderous shout, Lei Dachao propelled himself forward, disappearing once more, conjuring a whirlwind. The Chong Kong step activated again. Lei Dachao ceased speaking, his palm twisting, unleashing the Zhen He Lai Zhang of high-end techniques. His fingers enveloped in a fierce energy, creating a series of explosive sounds in the air, aimed directly at Wang Zhe's face. Yet, Wang Zhe did not retreat. His eyes shimmered, muscles subtly quivering, each movement appearing pre-calculated. His pace unhurried, but as fluid as a fish, retreating while evading. At this moment, Wang Zhe could not help but marvel. The 7th-level biological calculation technique had enabled him to reach such heights. Without prior practical experience, he had no concept of it. Only after sparring with teacher Lei did he finally grasp the essence. At this moment, he could be described as electrifyingly responsive, his thoughts translating into action with remarkable precision. As long as it was within his sight, he could manage to control his body to respond timely. Lei Dachao's 6 consecutive strikes all missed. Impressive. Lei Dachao's pupils dilated in astonishment, but then he moved again, activating the Chong Kong step, creating 2 illusory figures that split apart, blocking Wang Zhe's left and right spaces. Simultaneously, a faint golden light emanated from him, charging directly towards Wang Zhe's face without hesitation. The 2 moved with the swiftness of lightning, one with superior stats and speed like thunder, the other seemingly on the verge of defeat, yet akin to a lone green leaf in a storm, stubbornly refusing to fall. The more Lei Dachao fought, the more alarmed he became. 10 seconds later, bang, Wang Zhe was knocked back, hurtling through the air, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. A black palm imprint appeared on his chest, and his inexpensive t-shirt was burned through. However, as soon as he was struck down, he gritted his teeth, quickly rising to assume a defensive stance. Yet upon looking up, he found that Lei Dachao had ceased his assault, merely standing on the platform with an appreciative gaze fixed upon him. Very good, Wang Zhe, you have not disappointed me. By the way, the duration for extracurricular tutoring typically lasts around 3 hours. If you have matters to attend to, you may inform the teacher in advance. The teacher remains at the school, so there is no rush. Should you need assistance, feel free to seek me out at any time. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I not mention that this is merely practical training? You do not think the teacher wishes to harm you, do you? You must regard me as exceedingly vile. Chapter 53. A change in attitude, Wang Zhe. Are you implying that I may leave now? Of course. Lei Dachao nodded. He acknowledged having numerous shortcomings, yet his merits were equally evident. His most vital strength was his adaptability. One moment he could be adversarial, and the next, he could yield without hesitation. This was the survival strategy of Lei Dachao. It was also one of the reasons he, lacking talent and connections, could become a high school teacher. However, if there is nothing pressing, I would recommend that you refrain from leaving just yet, as I have recently identified a significant issue. Your combat capabilities are quite lacking. The most pronounced problem lies in your inability to control your instincts. For instance, blinking. It is natural for a person to instinctively close their eyes when faced with danger, but in combat, the fraction of a second spent blinking could determine victory or defeat. If you do not mind, I can provide you with targeted practical training based on this issue. You should know that the teacher's specialized training outside of school costs $1,500 per session. Wang Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. 9 out of 10 things seemed off. Was it due to valuing talent? Impossible. What kind of person was Lei Dachao? His narrow-mindedness surpassed that of a horse's eye. Would he alter his attitude simply because of someone else's talent? No. The only things that could sway his disposition were power and wealth. He was a thoroughly self-serving opportunist, adept at currying favor and shifting allegiances. Could it be the rumors of reincarnation of Lao Deng? No. That rumor about me being Lao Deng's reincarnation was hardly known to many. Besides, who would believe such nonsense, except for that fool Yu Yufei? Would someone as shrewd as Lei Dachao believe it? It seemed highly improbable. Yet his attitude had indeed shifted dramatically. Given Lei Dachao's current status, he need not take such convoluted paths to engage me directly. After some contemplation, Wang Zhe replied affirmatively to the proposal for practical training. Firstly, he indeed recognized his weaknesses in this area and would gladly accept free guidance. Secondly, he wished to discern what Lei Dachao was truly up to. Excellent. Seeing Wang Zhe's agreement, Lei Dachao smiled and nodded, turning to retrieve a beautifully packaged box from his backpack, tossing it over with a hint of reluctance. That previous strike must have hurt you, right? This is a professional cell repair liquid, capable of rapid injury recovery for up to 12 hours, along with a boost to various physical skills. Consider my apology for injuring you earlier. Cell repair liquid. Wang Zhe received the box and glanced at it. The packaging remained intact, with the anti-counterfeiting label unbroken. Could it truly be genuine? He felt a surge of surprise. Unlike the auxiliary medications he currently consumed, the cell repair liquid was a level 2 drug specifically designed for martial artists during practical training and high-intensity workouts. It not only facilitated the swift healing of minor injuries and replenished stamina, but also allowed for simultaneous bodily repair and enhancement. Thus, the price was exorbitant. with market value starting at a minimum of 10,000. This miserly individual actually deemed to provide him with such a gift? It appeared that he had indeed misunderstood something. Wang Zhe, maintaining his composure, opened a repair liquid, injecting it into his artery as he stepped onto the arena. Henceforth, I will move around you. You may evade, but must not change your position, retaliate, or defend. I will employ various techniques and randomly select moments to strike towards your eyes. No sooner had he finished speaking than, crack, Lei Daqiao's right palm lashed towards Wang Zhe's face like a striking serpent. Wang Zhe restrained his limbs, yet his eyes instinctively blinked. Do not close your eyes. When struck, a person's first reaction is to shut their eyes. This instinct is a natural response of the body. But combat demands that you defy such instincts. You must learn to fix your gaze on a shadow of my palm the moment the sensation of pain approaches. Then minimally adjust your angle, allowing courage to replace the fear born of instinct. Again, Lei Daqiao stepped back a few paces before launching another attack. This time, Wang Zhe focused intently on his opponent's hand, but in the next instant, a wisp of thick smoke billowed forth from his sleeve. Despite his utmost effort to keep his eyes open, the smoke invaded his vision, and tears instantly welled up, causing him to blink involuntarily. Bang! Lei Daqiao's strike was not swift, yet Wang Zhe was still accurately struck on the forehead. As a martial artist, practical combat training is nearly essential. If the disparity in capabilities between opponents is too great, the only way to gain an advantage is to make the opponent blink, momentarily losing their line of sight. Many martial artists understand this principle, and since it is nearly impossible to induce a blink through conventional means, various irritants such as tear gas, smoke, and even sand and powder naturally find their way into the arena of battle. If I am not mistaken, you and Zhao Meiling must be aspiring to attend a vocational college, correct? If you merely seek a good job in a factory, practical combat holds no significance for you. However, should you wish to pursue higher education, then you have much yet to learn. Your physical control is quite strong, but beyond overcoming instinct, you must also concentrate on any potential hiding places for concealed weapons on your opponent's person. Continue. With that, Lei Daqiao again distanced himself. Wang Zhe rubbed his forehead, sensing an unusual sensation within his body. After the cellular repair fluid was injected into his arteries, it finally began to take effect. A torrent of warmth surged within him, and his skin faintly flushed. Not only had the injury on his chest been rapidly mended, but the swelling on his forehead was nearly instantaneously healed. He took a deep breath and positioned himself once more at the center of the arena. Lei Daqiao flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds. Do you know why people close their eyes? It is out of fear of pain, fear of death, fear of losing control. Yet a true martial artist must keep their eyes open in the face of the greatest pain, remain calm amidst their deepest fears, and see from where the enemy's next strike will come when they most wish to shut their eyes. He retrieved a piece of coarse burlap from the corner of the arena and wrapped it around his palm, then struck it against a nearby pillar. Crack! The burlap shattered, his palm reddening, yet his expression remained unchanged. However, instinct is not limited to merely blinking. With that, he suddenly flicked his hand, and blood gushed forth from his palm, like cannonballs aimed directly at Wang Zhe's eyes. Simultaneously, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Knee strikes, elbows, palm strikes. Wang Zhe's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Lei Daqiao's figure had already closed in, and with a feigned attack raising his foot, he unexpectedly aimed for Wang Zhe's lower region. Unable to restrain himself, Wang Zhe instinctively raised his hand to block. Then bang! He was again solidly struck on the forehead, flipping backward and flying away. Does it hurt? Lei Daqiao shouted. Yes. Do you want to block? Yes. But you cannot. What you must do is overcome your instincts, predict where I will truly strike, and prepare that muscle to absorb the impact, conserving energy and allowing time for a counterattack. If your lower region is injured, you may still afford to recover with money. But what if your head is shattered? In actual combat, the enemy's feint and strike will not simply involve hands and feet. I understand. Very well. Lei Daqiao smiled and handed Wang Zhe an energy orb. This is for replenishing your energy. Now, the specialized training to conquer your instincts officially begins. Chapter 54. Exemplary Virtue in Teaching. Time passed slowly as their training grew increasingly intense. As the training deepened, Lei Daqiao's attacks expanded beyond merely targeting Wang Zhe's forehead. His entire body was marked with bruises from the strikes. Yet simultaneously, he could distinctly feel his practical combat experience soaring. On the panel, his metrics were continuously rising due to the combined effects of the medication and training. The energy orb in his hand provided a steady flow of vitality. Though Lei Daqiao's character was questionable, one could not deny the merit of his teaching prowess. It is no wonder he could charge 1,500 for a single lesson. Wang Zhe was astonished by Lei Daqiao's instructional skills, unbeknownst to him that his counterpart was equally amazed by his learning ability. Quick, so fast, too fast. This individual's learning pace was almost excessive. Any technique became familiar after just 2 or 3 repetitions, and after a dozen, he could seamlessly integrate them. It was as if he pretended to be inept, first demonstrating a few times, and then feigning mastery. If previously there was only a 20% certainty that Wang Zhe might be the reincarnation of Lao Deng, that confidence had now surged to 50. They battled from dusk until nightfall, from the moon's zenith until dawn's first light. The muffled sound of flesh striking flesh echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Wang Zhe's injuries healed only to be replaced by new ones. Noticing that Wang Zhe's recovery ability began to wane, Lei Daqiao gritted his teeth and produced a second vial of cellular repair fluid, ensuring maximum efficiency in his training pace. Wang Zhe marveled at the cellular repair fluid. Truly a noble Tier 2 medicine. Originally, he had anticipated that it would take 2 or 3 days to reach the target metrics. Yet after just one night, he was nearing his limit. Midway through the bout, he called for a pause. Upon hearing this, Lei Daqiao immediately ceased his assault. What is it? Wang Zhe stepped down from the arena, approached the bag of medicine, and without hesitation began to administer the drugs for training. The energy orb in his hand flickered erratically, indicating that its energy was being rapidly drawn upon. At this sight, Lei Daqiao's gaze sharpened. Such a significant energy intake. Is he about to break through? Is he on the verge of transcending into the Wu Lu realm? But his metrics were only 26. A tempest brewed within him. For martial artists, once their metrics surpass 20, every incremental improvement becomes exceedingly arduous. An ordinary martial artist, even with diligent practice, would be fortunate to increase by a point after days of exhausting effort. And beyond 25, the challenge grows exponentially. Yet this fellow, after 2 injections of cellular repair fluid, within a single night, was about to break through. Wang Zhe's martial potential and family background were self-evident. Being assigned to the 8th high school, one could surmise that his innate talent was not far from the norm. Could it truly be the reincarnation of Lao Deng? Lei Daqiao's heart raced. He had heard tales that some reincarnations do not awaken their memories immediately, but instead remember their past lives at a certain age. He speculated that Wang Zhe might very well be one of those cases. Syringes and vials lay scattered around, and Wang Zhe closed his eyes, introspecting within himself. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented tranquility, as if the blood and energy within him flowed like a gentle stream, natural and unimpeded. After relying on medications for so long, he now gradually perceived the strength within him becoming clearer and more tangible. The medicinal effects that had long been dormant within his meridians began to dissolve slowly, merging with his true energy, gradually transforming into power that truly belonged to him. Suddenly, he felt an unparalleled sense of clarity and openness, as though his meridians and flesh had been entirely unblocked, no longer hindered in the slightest. Slowly opening his eyes, an imposing aura emanated from him with effortless grace. Is this the Wu Lu realm? In the Wu Lu realm, there are no leaks. True energy flows freely. Spirit and intent connect profoundly, and the inner and outer worlds are in harmony. This realm embodies the complete fusion of Wang Zhe's physical form, vitality, and spirit. Simultaneously, it signifies that his physique has been honed to near perfection. His vitality and flesh intertwine as if they are one, with his mental prowess effortlessly infused within. Before the realm of Wu Lu, the physical strength, vitality, and mental fortitude were largely independent, with limited influence on one another. However, at this moment, these 3 aspects had intertwined perfectly, leaving no room for error in his physical form. All that remained was to endure and exert effort, step by step, towards the theoretical peak value of 300. Beside him, Lei Daqiao was utterly astonished. The breakthrough was so smooth, there was not a hint of obstruction. To what extent had the blood flow within this individual's meridians achieved such fluidity? Why were there no signs of side effects from the medicinal power? Wang Zhe felt the unparalleled strength coursing through him and reluctantly absorbed the last remnant of energy from the energy orb before rising. He glanced at the orb, appreciating its convenience. Holding it allowed him to draw energy, enabling a martial artist to devote themselves wholeheartedly to their training. Furthermore, it could be recharged and reused, albeit at a steep price. Even the most basic orb cost tens of thousands, equivalent to a light luxury-grade martial arts manual. Though reluctant, Wang Zhe presented it to the dazed Lei Laoshi. Lei Daqiao looked at the orb, his expression conflicted, before pushing it back. You keep it. Wang Zhe was taken aback by the rejection. Are you sure? Indeed, Lei Laoshi's fleeting expression of reluctance passed, but he nodded resolutely. Consider this a congratulatory gift for your breakthrough into the realm of Wu-Lu. This energy orb is yours. The orb had a charging port on the back, usable with a standard phone charger. You are gifting me an orb worth tens of thousands? At that moment, Wang Zhe couldn't help but feel a slight shift in his perception of Lei Laoshi. Noticing Wang Zhe's silence, Lei Daqiao thought he still harbored some resentment. But what could best express his apology and intention to amend? After much contemplation, he decided, ding dong. The notification sound of a transfer echoed from Wang Zhe's phone, and upon checking, he saw, Lei Laoshi has transferred 58,888 yuan to you. Previously, I forced you to purchase medicine, and we had some misunderstandings. It was my fault. I hope you won't take it to heart. Since I couldn't decide what gift to offer, I thought it best to send cash. Wang Zhe stared at the transfer, tempted to refuse and chastise him with words about integrity and the proper way to acquire wealth. However, the auspiciousness of the amount was too compelling. Just seeing that figure began to dilute his past negative memories of Lei Laoshi. With a resigned sigh, he replied, Laoshi, you are merely fulfilling your duties. There is no need for apologies. Besides, I've nearly forgotten about the past. You're the person I respect most in this school. Upon hearing this, Lei Daqiao finally felt at ease. He glanced at his phone. Speaking of which, it is already 6 in the morning. Soon, the students will return to school. Perfect timing. Since you have broken through to the realm of Wu-Lu, I shall speak with the other teachers and arrange a commendation ceremony for you, allowing all the physical education teachers to praise you in turn. This way, you can impress your classmates and solidify your resolve. What do you think? Wang Zhe was deeply moved. What exemplary teacher you are, Lei Laoshi. As a student, I understand nothing. Everything is at your discretion. Chapter 55. Sending Wang Zhe away. Lei Daqiao turned with a stern expression and pulled out his phone to contact Manager Bai. At 5 in the morning, it was indeed working hours. Hello, Manager Bai. Regarding the matter of Wang Zhe, I can no longer proceed. Yes. No. It's not about the money. Even with more funds, I won't do it. The specific reason? I cannot disclose. I can only tell you that he is now a Wu-Lu realm martial artist. Then there's nothing to be done. If you strip me of my agency status, I can no longer continue. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lei Daqiao hung up decisively. On the other end, Manager Bai was left bewildered. Was he really giving up so easily? Was he willing to abandon his agency status just like that? 2 months to go from Taigu realm to Wu-Lu realm was indeed rapid, but it shouldn't be enough to frighten someone into relinquishing their agency status. One must understand that, with the identity of a teacher at the 8th high school and the privileges of an agent, significant earnings could be made within a month. Individuals like Lei Daqiao, aiming to advance to the Hualing realm, would have to rely heavily on financial resources, given Wang Zhe's current martial arts potential and talent. Without external income, he would have little chance for advancement in his lifetime. Yet, despite this, he still chose to abandon the opportunity without hesitation. Manager Bai frowned, turning to his assistant. Give me the real-time data on that individual named Wang Zhe. The assistant awkwardly explained, Manager, we have frozen all his loans. He is no longer submitting data. His information has remained stagnant. Moreover, although we have only invested 110,000 in actual funds, the various favors and treatments we have provided, according to company calculations, have surpassed 800,000. Now, with his astonishing talent on display, based on the projections from our company's AI model, we should quickly reconcile with him and upgrade his contract from A slave level contract to A beast level contract for the highest estimated returns. Before the assistant could finish, Manager Bai impatiently interrupted. What does AI know? Can it understand human hearts and pressure tests? We are merely one step away from completely conquering Wang Zhe. Reconciling now would only maximize our losses. While it may seem like the best move for the company, what about for me? Those hundreds of thousands in losses would reflect on my performance. I would receive credit for success, but be blamed for failures. Suddenly, manager Bai inquired, by the way, I remember his parents, correct? What are the specifics? Yes. The assistant opened a tablet. Wang's father is named Wang Meng, and his mother is Zhou Lingxi. This couple's marriage was not rooted in affection, but rather arranged through a matchmaking agency's genetic compatibility algorithm. At the time, Wang Meng was merely an ordinary Jin Shen realm worker, but with decent blood quality and good drug tolerance. He had the potential to break through to Wu Lu realm despite his poor background. Wang's mother, on the other hand, had mediocre talent, but was quite perceptive and adept at absorbing external blood energy. Their compatibility was high, offering a chance to produce higher quality offspring. Thus, they received government support in the form of initial marriage loan benefits and first mortgage interest rate reductions, which led to a forced marriage. Unfortunately, when Wang Zhe reached school age, he was assessed as having low to mid-level talent, deemed a subpar offspring. According to loan and consumption information, after a few years of marriage, the couple, initially using each other, began to contest resources due to mounting pressures, stagnant wages, the birth of a child, and increased repayment burdens. They gradually transitioned from mutual use to resource competition. Ultimately, Mother Zhou Lingxi won the divorce and took half of Wang Meng's blood energy, allowing her to break through to Jinshen and secure a position as a Wu Lu realm security guard in a central urban community. Consequently, all ties with her ex-husband and Wang Zhe were severed. Wang Meng, having lost the capital to continue his martial arts journey, fell from his realm, struggled with meager income, and was classified by social algorithms as a negative asset male, permanently barred from further loans, barely scraping by through under-the-table jobs. Manager Bai nodded. A classic case of marriage in the big data era. No affection, only lofty expectations and fantasies for the future. Is it possible to contact his mother? Yes, but it will require funding. In the high-end community of Suishur City, within the security office, a woman sat at the desk, holding a tablet, surrounded by several security colleagues. This woman was Wang Zhe's mother, Zhou Lingxi. At that moment, she was engaged in the weekly loyalty assessment for security personnel. After work, if you unexpectedly encounter an owner entangled with an unemployed martial artist, what should your choice be? A. I've already finished my work. The owner's safety is not my concern. B. The unemployed martial artist merely seeks a bit of money. The owner is not in danger and does not require my attention. C. First, observe the situation and decide whether to intervene based on different circumstances. D. Act immediately. I cannot shirk my responsibilities simply because my work hours have ended. The owner's safety should rest upon my shoulders. I choose D. Beep. Incorrect. The correct answer is E. Security personnel are never off duty. This question aims to assess the security guard's understanding of their profession. If there is a subconscious notion that one can clock out, it signifies a lack of qualification. Test concluded. Your score this time is 965 points. Please strive for further improvement. Alas, another mistake. What a pity. Just a little short. Around me, my colleagues display expressions of regret. Sister Zhou has performed remarkably, achieving a score of 965, while none among us have even surpassed 90 points. It appears Sister Zhou will once again be at the top for this month's performance, likely earning several hundred more. Indeed, Sister Zhou's progress over the years has been the fastest among us. In no time, all three metrics will reach 99, achieving the realm of flawless perfection. And the position of group leader will undoubtedly be hers this year. Zhou Lingxi smiled in response to her colleague's praises when suddenly her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she noticed an unfamiliar number. 17XXXX, an unknown number, certified by 89 individuals as a middle-class individual from the Hualing realm, and by 741 individuals as one of the most detestable people in the entire Chuishur city. A middle-class individual from the Hualing realm? What could such a prominent figure want with me? Although puzzled, Zhou Lingxi bid farewell to her colleagues and stepped aside to answer the call. Hello. Yes, it's me. It turned out to be Manager Bai. A pleasure to hear from you. What can I assist you with? After listening for a while, Zhou Lingxi's brow gradually furrowed, and her tone grew less courteous. My son? Manager Bai, are you mistaken? Even if I have severed ties with him, he is still my flesh and blood. What? Additional money? No, This is not merely a matter of finances. I, Zhou Lingxi, am not the type to abandon everything for monetary gain. Yes. What do you mean by telling me to stop acting? Let me inform you. Though I may be impoverished, I possess integrity. How much do you require? 300,000. Chapter 56. The choice of luxurious martial arts in the school cafeteria. Why not? On what grounds? I broke through to the flawless realm even earlier than him. Why was there no recognition ceremony for me while he had one? The recognition ceremony commenced in the morning, while Zhao Miling's complaints began at noon after learning of the news. She simply cannot accept it. It was not that she could not bear being treated differently. Rather, she could not tolerate Wang Zhe's arrogance in her presence. Curse it, this foolish school, these foolish teachers. Wang Zhe shook his head and spoke earnestly. This is where you went wrong, Xiao Zhao. You must consider the perspectives of the school and the teachers. I believe that Teacher Lei and the school had their reasons for reaching this decision. Furthermore, I warn you, you must not speak ill of Teacher Lei. He is the person I respect most in this school. Upon hearing this, Zhao Miling rolled her eyes. You're foolish as well. Wang Zhe chuckled, unperturbed. By the way, make sure to secure the funding for those luxurious martial arts. Beside them, Yu Yufei appeared deep in thought. After learning of Teacher Lei's improved attitude towards Wang Zhe, Yu Yufei became even more convinced of his suspicions. To think that within just one night, Teacher Lei could discern Wang Gu's extraordinary nature. Clearly, his observational skills are quite sharp. In his view, what could have caused Teacher Lei's abrupt change in attitude, aside from discovering Wang Zhe's reincarnation as Lao Deng? Because of Yu Yufei's words, Teacher Lei believed Wang Zhe to be the reincarnation of Lao Deng. Conversely, Yu Yufei, due to Teacher Lei's actions, further confirmed Wang Zhe's identity as Lao Deng. It was a case of nested verification. At the same time, Yu Yufei felt a tinge of anxiety. Although they were still dining together, he altered his usual demeanor, becoming submissive. I must take action. He tightened his grip on his chopsticks, his palms sweating. He could no longer afford to sit idly. He understood that Zhao Miling, despite appearing straightforward, was likely scheming to win Wang Gu over during their spare time. With practice sessions, meals, and various thoughtful gestures. Some words may seem derogatory, but perhaps they are precisely what he leveraged to capture Wang Gu's peculiarities. Yu Yufei was not envious of Zhao Miling's progress. Well, actually, he was envious. Damn it, where has the confident person gone who could sit beside Wang Gu, joke around, and not fear authority or the pressure of high stats? He glanced up at the two eating across from him. Wang Gu appeared at ease, as if nothing had changed, yet the more natural he seemed, the more uneasy Yu Yufei felt. Zhao Miling was focused on picking food, her expression devoid of any emotion, perhaps deliberately ignoring him. In the past, he had the courage to speak because of his connection to Wang Gu. However, now that the distance between him and Wang Gu had increased, the pressure of the other's stats became starkly evident. He found it challenging to muster the courage to speak in front of the two flawless realm individuals, merely following behind them submissively. Just then, as he wallowed in self-doubt, Wang Zhe suddenly spoke. By the way, Yu Yufei, you haven't broken through to the flawless realm yet, have you? Yu Yufei was taken aback, looking up to find it was indeed Wang Zhe speaking. Zhao Miling chimed in. You're also aiming for the junior college, right? Would you like us to provide you some financial support? This. Yu Yufei felt his eyes welling up. He had not expected that despite such a significant gap in stats, these two individuals would still be willing to interact with him. What a magnanimous spirit. What open and inclusive mindset. No, there's no need. Given my qualifications, it would likely require over 100,000 to break through to the flawless realm. I am already quite happy to train alongside both of you. After breaking through to the flawless realm, Wang Zhe wasted no time rushing to the Bandu pharmaceutical factory. You broke through to the flawless realm in just 20 days. Manager Wu appeared somewhat astonished, quickly pulling out the contract he had prepared in advance for signing. The agreed-upon funding of 600,000 was promptly provided without delay. Thank you, Manager Wu. Wang Zhe, am sincerely grateful. As he looked at his phone displaying a six-figure number for the first time in over a decade, he felt a surge of excitement. With this money, my chances of successfully enrolling in the college through the special admission process are nearly secured. Seeing Wang Zhe's elation, Manager Wu smiled. By the way, you're seeking funds to purchase luxurious martial arts techniques, right? Do you have a specific target in mind? Would you like me to analyze or recommend a few? After all, I consider myself your underground boxing promoter. If you get taken advantage of, it wouldn't be good for me either. Conversely, if you grow stronger and earn more money, I would also benefit. Wang Zhe put away his phone, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. That would be most helpful. The other party was a formidable individual from the Hualing realm, a member of the affluent middle class, and naturally possessed superior knowledge regarding luxurious martial arts compared to an ordinary high school student like himself. Seeking their advice would be a prudent choice. Currently, I am interested in two luxurious martial arts techniques. One is called Ying Shui, and the other is Yinyan Zhao Hua Quan. Ying Shui and Yinyan Zhao Hua Quan? Reasonable. Although the training difficulty of these two is high, their disadvantages are also quite evident, hence their prices are not exorbitant. Manager Wu stroked his chin, pondering. The seller will likely not disclose all the information to you. Let me first outline the pros and cons of these two martial arts techniques. Ying Shui, a luxurious martial art, has a maximum level of 30. It allows the practitioner to imbue their will into their body, hailed as the ultimate essence of idealism. As long as the practitioner firmly believes in their inevitable victory, they can gain unparalleled enhancements in both offense and defense. Levels 1 to 10 indicate a minor achievement. In this phase, one must identify their own strengths that surpass those of their opponent to achieve victory. The more advantages one discovers, the greater the enhancement for the practitioner. However, if the opponent clearly excels in every aspect or possesses an overwhelmingly brilliant quality, it may instill a sense of inferiority in the wielder of martial skills, thereby diminishing their effectiveness. Thus, the foundational principles of winning are often referred to as materialistic winning theory. Levels 11 to 20 represent mastery. At this stage, as long as the practitioner can find a reason in which they surpass their opponent, regardless of its rationality, they can convince themselves and secure victory. This phase of winning theory is termed liberalistic winning theory. From levels 21 to 30, one reaches the pinnacle of winning theory, known as idealistic winning theory. Upon reaching this stage, the practitioner merely needs to believe they have won to indeed secure victory, without the need for explanations or justifications. Capable of achieving significant triumphs at any time and place. Once activated, depending on the degree of the warrior's victory, their offensive and defensive capabilities can surge tenfold or even several tens of times. They can also conjure various lethal illusions from their imagination, instilling immense fear in their adversaries. However, despite the formidable nature of winning theory, it has its drawbacks. If the practitioner lacks self-confidence or is overly rational, they may easily find themselves in a deadlock, leading to a state of obsession. Should their core winning point be shattered, their martial spirit may also be irrevocably broken. It is a martial technique with both distinct advantages and disadvantages. As for the Yinyan Zhao Hua Quan, it is even more straightforward. This martial technique aims to achieve a perfect fusion of the physical body and mental intent, claiming that all things can be manifested. With a single punch, one can conjure material from thin air. A novice may only be able to produce a brick, striking it toward an opponent who believes they have successfully blocked the punch, only to be surprised by another brick coming from behind. As one's cultivation progresses and their conviction strengthens, the integration of spirit and body becomes increasingly tight, enhancing their imagination. And thus, the manifested objects grow in power. It is said that certain powerful individuals, upon perfecting this technique, can unleash a punch that resonates with the heavens, accompanied by an energetic soundtrack, summoning a 100-ton vehicle from the void to crush their opponent to death. The downside is that practitioners must not only learn the martial technique, but also have a thorough understanding of the manifested object. To conjure a 100-ton vehicle, one must comprehend its entire structure from start to finish. In simpler terms, it requires the warrior to acquire extensive cultural knowledge. For those with a strong sense of pride, learning this martial technique may feel quite humiliating, and the difficulty of cultivation is not negligible. After listening to Manager Wu's description, Wang Zhe felt quite torn. The allure of both martial techniques was undeniable, yet their shortcomings filled him with concern. The advantages and disadvantages of these two techniques were starkly apparent. Winning theory offers a comprehensive offense and defense with exceedingly high enhancements, making it equivalent to two top-tier martial techniques in terms of cost efficiency. However, the side effects of winning theory are substantial. Once the martial heart is shattered, one might as well abandon the path of martial arts. Yinyan Zhao Hua Quan is versatile, with high strength and potential, but it entails the humiliation of having to read cultural books. It seemed that Manager Wu perceived Wang Zhe's dilemma as he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The moment you waver upon hearing the drawbacks is precisely when winning theory becomes unsuitable for you. You lack absolute confidence. Your thinking is not sufficiently closed or solidified, and you cannot hypnotize yourself. If you must choose, Yinyan Zhao Hua Quan is undoubtedly the better option. Wang Zhe nodded in agreement. Then, it shall be Yinyan Zhao Hua Quan. A notification chimed, confirming his successful purchase of the top-tier martial technique. The electronic versions of Yinyan Zhao Hua Quan and the cultivation license were promptly sent to his phone. His balance, which had been over 600,000, instantly dwindled to 70,000. Manager Wu cast a quick glance and then retracted his gaze. Though the martial technique was now in hand, your practical combat ability remains somewhat lacking. Do you have opportunities for practical combat? My teacher usually gives me practical lessons. That's far too slow. Manager Wu shook his head as he turned. With such a steady approach in the real world, how long will it take you to train? At least a month or two before you can develop any semblance of skill. Come with me. I will take you to a special place. Wang Zhe followed without hesitation. The two exited the pharmaceutical factory and boarded a human-powered mechanical vehicle, arriving at a villa. Upon entering, the decor was not overly luxurious. But on the right side of the room stood a machine resembling a cryogenic chamber. Manager Wu approached it with a smile, patting the chamber. This virtual gaming chamber, produced by Wanfin Technology, utilizes brainwave transmission to allow the brain to operate at high speeds, extending the perception of time. 7 days in the game equates to just 1 day in the real world. Initially designed to provide players with a 100% immersive experience, martial artists later discovered that this chamber also serves remarkably well for practical training. With this gaming chamber, you could be ready for your debut in just about a week, straight into underground boxing matches. Feel free to choose one and lie down. I'll guide you through the experience. Wang Zhe nodded and lay down. With a whoosh, the chamber door closed, and he felt a brightness before him. His body lightened. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a realm of pristine white. He tentatively jumped and ran, yet sensed no discrepancy. It felt as if he were in the real world. Such realistic sensations. Suddenly, another figure appeared. It was Manager Wu, though in a state reminiscent of a spirit. Floating in midair, this world belonged to the gaming players, where one could manifest many objects, though each manifestation incurs a cost, typically ranging from 1/10 to 1,000th of actual market prices. The bodily attributes are based on real data, but can be altered, albeit at a cost. The only exception is the door of all possibilities, where one merely needs to think of the desired destination and push the door open. Now, let me take you to the practical combat space. However, I am currently in a visitor's capacity and unable to interact, so I will rely on you. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe tentatively pushed forward, and a wooden door materialized in the previously pure white realm. The cacophony of noise spilled out from beyond the door. The two stepped through, entering an exceptionally vast world. Wang Zhe surveyed his surroundings. The practical combat space resembled a city center, devoid of skyscrapers, with ancient-style houses, yet abundant with various high-tech mechanical products. Numerous martial arts schools lined the streets, advertising for students. To Wang Zhe's astonishment, he noticed a sign proclaiming the winner of the city-level fighting championship. How could such esteemed individuals be found here? The runner-up of the provincial combat competition, coaches of the Hua Ling level, and their hourly wages were merely 10. Moreover, they offered continuous classes for 24 hours. The hourly rate for practical lessons was 15. This seemed remarkably inexpensive. Wang Zhe exclaimed in disbelief. It is worth noting that even his school's teacher, who had not won any awards, charged at least 1,000 for practical lessons. Here, warriors with numerous accolades and extensive practical experience were charging at such low rates. Manager Wu chuckled softly. This gaming chamber is a product of Wanfin Technology, but do you know how Wanfin Technology rose to prominence? Wang Zhe paused, pondering. How could a gaming company become successful? By developing games, perhaps? Wrong. Manager Wu shook his head. Games are the domain of those with wealth and leisure, especially such high-virtuality games. The chamber alone costs tens of thousands, not to mention the various expenses within the game. Consider this. Warriors like me, at the Hua Ling level, cannot spare more than a few hours a day for gaming, let alone other martial artists. When Wanfin Technologies gaming pod was first released, it incurred significant losses. However, a senior executive at Wanfin Technology discovered a lucrative opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Wang Zhi inquired, astonished. Is it changing game types? No, Manager Wu replied, shaking his head. Do you know that our planet has a population of approximately 20 billion, with about 3,000 being in a vegetative state? That amounts to over 60 million individuals. These individuals can experience a complete life through the gaming pod. Moreover, many of these vegetative state individuals possess specialized skills, with a significant proportion being competitors in combat and practical competitions. Upon hearing this, Wang just suddenly understood. So, Wanfin Technology has targeted this group of vegetative individuals? Exactly. Manager Wu nodded. The company utilizes brainwave transmission technology to enable communication with the outside world for those in a vegetative state, effectively creating tens of millions of new, low-cost laborers. They have labeled the gaming pods as exclusive for vegetative individuals, significantly raising the price and selling them in the form of loans. Thus, the coaches you see now are predominantly vegetative individuals. Of course, there were previously disabled individuals who chose to become coaches in the simulated world, but at least they could move and were not at risk of starvation. However, for those in a vegetative state, losing their jobs is akin to losing their lives. One group is striving for a better life, while the other is fighting for mere survival. The competitive landscape is not even comparable. These vegetative individuals can even accept payment based on real-time wages, meaning they only earn 1 day's wage for 7 days of work in the simulated world. Consequently, disabled individuals have gradually been pushed out, and now over 95% of jobs in the simulated world are held by those in a vegetative state. Additionally, you need not worry about these coaches hoarding resources, as any attempt to do so would only lead to competition from other vegetative individuals. Can vegetative individuals outcompete each other? Wang Zhi was astounded. Is there no moral baseline in this world? Chapter 58, Training Commences. Wait, why are there still so many coaches from the real world? Wang just suddenly pondered. If practical training in the simulated world is so affordable, why seek real-world coaches? It's quite simple, Manager Wu explained. Training in the simulated world only enhances your brain's reflexes and experiences. While sufficient reflexes and experiences are beneficial, the physical body must still adapt, which can only be achieved in reality. However, those in a vegetative state cannot return to the real world. Thus, the prices for real-world practical classes remain unaffected. I see. Wang Zhi acknowledged. That means I can train my experience and reflexes in the simulated world and then engage in real combat training under Teacher Lei. Exiting the gaming pod, the two returned to reality. How is it? Is the cost-effectiveness of practical training here high? Manager Wu asked, smiling. Indeed, Wang Zhi gave a thumbs up. This gaming pod boasts a realism level of 9,999. Charging you 1,000 for a day's rental is reasonable, right? As he spoke, the payment code was revealed. Are you daring to charge me? You have sealed your fate. Wang Zhi jested. In truth, he was relieved that Manager Wu was charging him. Otherwise, he would worry about ulterior motives. Could you lower it a bit? 1,000 is too much. Or you could spend 500,000 to buy your own. All right then. Ding. The transaction was completed. Thank you for your patronage. Manager Wu beamed. By the way, this gaming pod has another effect. Once VIP status is activated, you can inject cognitive enhancing or strengthening drugs. Due to the pod's properties, the drug's effects can be extended 7-fold, giving it the potency of 7 times its original efficacy. However, activating VIP costs 30,000. For you, I can let it go for 1,500 to recoup my costs. Fine. Wang Zhi gritted his teeth and agreed once more. The ability to use cognitive enhancing drugs would accelerate his accumulation of practical experience, and the 7-fold effect was indeed enticing. Plus, he could practice martial arts within it. It wasn't too bad of a deal. Ding. The transaction was completed. Manager Wu glanced at his phone, chuckled, and continued. Oh right, these drug vials must be specially made. Each vial costs 5,000, and I will charge you 50 for each use as a maintenance fee. That seems fair, doesn't it? Wang Zhi was taken aback. You must be joking. Just because you see I have a bit of money, you can't help but try to drain me dry. Can you? Truly, the nature of capitalists is hard to change. Just tell me, is there anything else besides this? No, that's the last fee. All right, I'll buy it. Wang Zhi resignedly chose to compromise. Upon seeing the transfer, Manager Wu's smile widened. Clearly, Even middle-class individuals would not find it excessive to spend money. After confirming the transaction, he pocketed his phone and tossed the key to Wang Jia. This key is for my villa's front door. You can come over anytime you need it. The drug release port for the gaming pod is in the lower right corner. Just pour it in when you want to use it. You can also set the pop-up time within the pod. The hall is monitored. If you need anything, just shout toward the camera and my chauffeur will assist you. Of course, running errands is 15 for each trip. All right, you can start training. I have to get back to work. As Manager Wu departed, Wang Jia contemplated for a moment, refraining from immediately entering the simulated world. Instead, he discreetly retrieved an energy orb and plugged it in. The energy orb, gifted by teacher, Lei had a capacity of 4,000 degrees, equating to 80,000 kilocalories of energy for martial artists. Electricity is not cheap in this world, and he was unwilling to waste it charging the orb at home. It was perfect to charge it at Manager Wu's place. What are you doing? Stealing electricity? A voice boomed from the surveillance. Wang Jia, unperturbed, displayed a series of numbers on his phone. What do you mean by showing me your phone? A $50 password, red envelope. Do you want or not? After a moment of silence, the person in the surveillance chuckled. Huh, you think $50 is enough to buy me off? Let me tell you, I'm the most loyal chauffeur under Manager Wu. Loyal? How loyal are you? Loyal enough that even if you offer me $300, I couldn't just stand by and watch you steal electricity. Understood. Wang Jia nodded, and after a few manipulations, he displayed another series of numbers. The surveillance then fell silent. He was not surprised by the chauffeur's attitude. Although this was a high martial arts world where strength should be paramount, technology was exceedingly advanced. Various technologies and drugs could elevate an untalented individual to a level unattainable by ordinary people through a lifetime of effort, especially in this seventh-star realm. Everyone was desperately trying to climb higher, accumulating money to purchase drugs. After all, only with money can one buy quality medicines, superior martial skills, effective techniques, and esteemed teachers. Without money, even if you possess incredible talent, without the means to acquire drugs, your training speed would still be unparalleled, barely managing to stand firm before reaching the boundary of the formless realm. But what happens after reaching that realm? How does one break through to the transformation realm? It is worth noting that the knowledge taught in martial arts schools only extends to the formless realm. Information beyond that, including the transformation realm and realms above it, is inaccessible to ordinary martial artists. To access knowledge beyond the formless realm, one must attend vocational school. Only after attending vocational school can one continue learning about the transformation realm and higher realms. Additionally, even after vocational school, that is not the end. There are further pathways for vocational school to bachelor's degrees, from bachelor's to master's, and from master's to doctoral studies. The intricacies of martial arts training are akin to an elaborate sieve, meticulously filtering the talents, backgrounds, insights, and innate qualities of practitioners. A deficiency in any single aspect often renders one incapable of ascending to the next level. As a martial artist's realm of mastery increases, so too does the requisite grade of medicinal substances, with their effects growing exponentially. Only a select few with extraordinary insight can miraculously breach the boundaries of the Hualing realm. The vast majority, even upon reaching the pinnacle of the Wulou realm, find themselves compelled to slowly amass funds, eventually purchasing an official manual titled Breakthrough Insights online. Subsequently, they must continue to save to acquire the necessary medicinal ingredients. In essence, everything hinges on financial resources. Over time, the concept of supremacy and power has been warped into a doctrine of monetary supremacy. Connecting the energy orb, Wang Jia pulled out 3 vials of cognitive-enhancing potions and poured them into the release port. Grasping the energy orb linked to the charging port, he settled into the chamber. Casting a glance at the time, he noted that there remained 13 hours until class commenced, and that his journey to school would take an hour. This meant he could dedicate 12 hours to training. When calculated at a 7-fold time ratio, this equated to 3.5 days, or a substantial 84 hours. This was indeed ample time. Nodding affirmatively, he set the timer, reclined slowly, and activated the gaming chamber. Upon returning to the game, Wang Jia refrained from rushing into the combat space, and instead devoted some time to practicing the Nian Zhao Hua Chuan. He aimed to rapidly elevate his martial technique level, leveraging the accelerated time flow. Regrettably, despite being a top-tier martial technique, Nian Zhao Hua Chuan was not exorbitantly priced. Its challenge lay primarily in the high difficulty of its cultivation. Wang Zhe discovered that even adhering to the prescribed methods, his personal progress was painfully slow. Compared to high-end and mid-range martial techniques, elite techniques often delved into the arcane, relying heavily on individual insight. For Wang Zhe, such techniques that depended on innate understanding were particularly irksome. He preferred methods with clear, systematic steps, even down to the rhythm of breathing. But could this be attributed to his own limitations? Perhaps it was merely the inadequacy of his external aids. Were he to possess an extraordinary innate talent or a fortuitous fate, he would not need to toil away accumulating funds. He could save even the cost of purchasing martial techniques, gaining insights with but a glance at the sun, thereby potentially amassing wealth through the sale of martial techniques, and perhaps even establishing a factory to relish in the exploitation of workers. After attempting to cultivate for an hour, his progress with the Nian Zhao Huachuan had only increased by 22 points. At this rate, if he were to rely solely on self-study, he would barely scrape the surface in a single day. Reluctantly, he decided it was prudent to spend some money on a teacher. Certain expenditures were unavoidable. Within the martial arts space, Wang Zhe did not hasten to attend class, but instead circled the area. He soon discovered the extensive classification of martial arts schools within the space. Various high-end and elite martial techniques were available for instruction, with the exception of the mid-tier technique. Shengwu Yinswan Gong. After thoroughly scouring the space and reviewing the map repeatedly, he could not locate a school that offered instruction in this particular technique. As the level of Shengwu Yinswan Gong increased, Wang Zhe experienced more benefits, yet his cultivation progress stagnated. Having tasted the advantages, he naturally yearned to accelerate his advancement. However, it appeared that he would have to rely on his own efforts. Perhaps the technique was simply too new, having been introduced within the last 3 years. Leaving the search behind, he decided to test the Zhao Huachuan. Without lingering on the matter, he followed the map to a martial arts school. Zhao Vedu Gunal for the Nin Stustin in Ninin Zhao Guan, Zinashnabu Potentik, Din Guan Sudun Sutentik. Ranked first in comprehensive cost-effectiveness among all martial technique spaces. Ranked among the top 22 in teaching ability. All martial artists are welcome to learn. Below was an additional line. This school charges by class hours, offering one-on-one teaching. Each class lasts 1 hour and costs 30. To reward both new and returning customers, we are offering a pre-charge service. The original price for a 100-class package is $3,000, now available for only $2,999. Ranked 22nd in comprehensive evaluations, it seemed he was indeed the 22nd. However, a $1 discount for purchasing 100 classes at once? Truly, this was the highest cost-effective martial arts school. The profit margins were evidently non-negotiable. Understanding this, Wang Zhe stepped inside. At the front desk stood a strikingly attractive female martial artist. Greetings, do you have a Nian Zhao Huachuan instructor available? Indeed, sir. How many classes would you like to purchase? Additionally, a cultivation permit is required for learning martial techniques. Here's my permit. I would like to start with 10 classes as a trial. Should the outcome be favorable, I will return. Very well, sir. Room 118 is currently available. You may enter once payment is completed. Upon entering, Wang Zhe looked up to see a robust martial artist seated in the center, exuding an imposing presence and evidently possessing higher stats than him. He was clearly at least a peak low realm practitioner. The moment he spotted Wang Zhe, a sycophantic smile spread across his face as he approached closely. Sir, I am the instructor for room 45, specializing in Nian Zhao Huachuan at level 21, with an average teaching speed of 78 hours. Shall we begin directly with the lesson, or would you prefer to discuss some theory first? Let us proceed directly with the lesson. I have already memorized the technique. Wang Zhe couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Before this instructor, he was undoubtedly the weaker of the two. In a real combat scenario, the instructor could likely obliterate him with a single punch. Yet here he was, bowing and scraping for a mere $30 an hour. Very well, please demonstrate your technique so that I can tailor the teaching plan to your needs. Nodding, Wang Zhe assumed the stance, concentrating his mental energy into his fist while repeatedly contemplating the overall structure of a brick in his mind. With a resounding thud, he struck out, conjuring a small, semi-transparent red brick that flew forth, crashing to the ground and shattering into fragments before vanishing. In terms of offensive capability, his performance was lacking. The distraction of meditation on the brick's structure resulted in a weaker manifestation of the technique compared to a straightforward punch. However, this was to be expected, as he had not even reached the first level of the technique yet. Observing the result, the instructor nodded. Indeed, sir. I noticed the brick you materialized was red, yet its structure appears somewhat unstable. This outcome typically indicates insufficient familiarity with the object as structure. We will first study the common structures of materialized objects before proceeding to practice. This approach will yield significantly better results in your cultivation. Would you prefer to take a few classes on object structure theory, or would you like to study independently at home? Do not worry about being seen attending theory classes. Our classrooms are entirely isolated from the outside world. As for the materials, we have prepared an electronic version for you, priced at just 100. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow in contemplation. Theory classes? Although he understood that mastering Yinyan Zhao Hua Chuan required him to overcome his embarrassment and learn theoretical knowledge, he found it somewhat unacceptable to reach such a point. I'll purchase the materials. No need for the classes. I can study the textbooks at home. For now, let us proceed with the practical lesson. Very well, sir. Upon hearing this, the instructor ceased further discussion and began to instruct patiently. As a top-tier martial technique, Yinyan Zhao Hua Chuan demands meticulous attention to detail in movement. To ensure the quality of instruction, I will provide close guidance. Additionally, please remove your clothing, leaving only your undergarments, so that I may accurately perceive your muscle movements. Understood. Thank you. Wang Zhe nodded, not surprised by the request. In contrast to remote guidance, the advantage of hands-on instruction lies in the ability to not only guide the student, but also to stabilize their posture, while simultaneously allowing for a precise perception of the muscle movements, thus providing the most accurate and detailed suggestions. This method is considered a common approach to unarmed instruction in this world. He removed his clothing, revealing a physique of well-defined muscles. The other individual also disrobed, showcasing a body of sinewy strength. Please throw a punch. Bang! Wang Zhe unleashed a powerful strike, causing yet another brick to appear from thin air, only to be shattered and vanish. Your back curvature exhibits slight imperfections. Allow me to assist you in correcting it. As he spoke, the instructor approached, and Wang Zhe felt the other's chest suddenly pressing against his back, lifting him slightly. Please throw another punch. Bang! Another brick was sent flying. Yet this time the force was markedly greater. Skill proficiency increased by 5. A single action managed to elevate his proficiency by 5? Truly, he was an experienced teacher. Indeed, one could rely on him entirely. After 10 lessons like this, he would surely grasp the fundamentals. Excellent. Your back power has been adjusted, but your arm strength is still lacking. I will continue to correct you. With that, the instructor pressed his chest firmly against Wang Zhe's back, their hands closely intertwined. Please throw another punch. Skill proficiency increased by 5. Your leg strength also shows some discrepancies. Thus, the two remained intimately connected, sharing the space as they sweated profusely. As time passed, Wang Zhe's martial arts proficiency continued to rise. Chapter 60. Instruction: tighten your glutes. Relax your abdomen. Strike without hesitation. Do you feel the spring-like motion in your abdomen? That's right. The pinnacle of martial arts differs from others in that it demands a perfect synergy of physical vitality and mental acuity. This is a side effect of your body's heightened sensitivity. Continue to punch. Increase your speed. The Yinyan Zhao Hua fist has no cooldown. The faster you strike, the greater the damage you can inflict. The conceptualization of objects in your mind must reach an instinctual level. If you still require a thought process, it indicates that your mastery of martial arts is insufficient. Do not overthink. Attempting to grasp too much at once will lead to confusion. Focus on mastering the structure of a single substance first. No matter how many structures you understand, if your mental agility and strength are lacking, it will all be in vain. Excellent. Your red brick has taken shape. Now we need to train your mental speed. The cultivation of a martial artist is categorized into 3 fundamental sources: vitality, physique, and spirit. The so-called luxurious martial arts focus on one aspect. A martial artist needs to refine one to perfection to begin. If one specializes in physical techniques, it is unrelated to vitality or spirit. If one primarily pursues vitality, physical and spiritual aspects may be disregarded. As for high-end martial arts, they require dual cultivation of 2 elements. It may necessitate resonance between vitality and physique or a correspondence between vitality and spirit, usually requiring a harmonious balance of both. The apex of martial arts demands the unification of all 3, vitality, physique, and spirit must reach unparalleled heights to glimpse the path. Thus, the higher the grade of martial arts, the greater the requirements for the practitioner's comprehension and talent. Even with renowned masters guiding them, entering the realm is exceedingly challenging. However, fortunately, with the advancement of technology, the development of auxiliary training medications has become increasingly sophisticated. Those lacking talent can still experience the cultivation speed of extraordinary geniuses, provided they utilize potent drugs. As time gradually passed, Wang Zhe found himself struggling during the first hour of his initial lesson. His martial arts proficiency had just reached level 1, yet his rate of improvement plummeted from 5 per minute to less than 1. Without hesitation, he called upon the game pod to inject a mental enhancement potion. The effects of the 8-fold potency black potion surged into his body, and within minutes, it began to take effect. His martial arts proficiency improvement rate skyrocketed. The transformation astonished the instructor. Such a change, 3-fold potency? No, at least 5 times or more. Moreover, it appeared that the other had become accustomed to using enhancement drugs without any discomfort. Was this caliber of medication his usual fare? The economic status of a martial artist often reveals much. For instance, a martial artist accustomed to using only a 1-fold potency potion would inevitably exhibit symptoms, such as mental agitation or slight tremors, when suddenly utilizing a 2-fold potency potion. Not to mention the overwhelming effects of such high-potency mental enhancement drugs coursing through one's body. If one were not regularly accustomed to such potent effects, experiencing a brief episode of mental instability would be entirely normal. The instructor's mind jolted. Initially perceiving him as a destitute individual, he now realized he was dealing with a wealthy patron. It was said that affluent individuals occasionally bestow generous gratuities, entirely different from those who scrimp and save at every turn. I must serve this wealthy gentleman diligently. With that thought, the instructor pressed even closer, his guidance growing increasingly earnest. Wang Zhe also sensed something amiss. The other's body temperature was rising, and he began to engage his muscles, assisting in the most minute adjustments. The explanations became ever more meticulous. Before long, 10 hours had passed. Ding, ding, ding. Class time is over. Customers are requested to exit the room within 3 minutes. Failure to do so will incur additional charges. A cold mechanical voice echoed from outside. Boss, shall we extend the session? Not for now. Understood. Feeling the warmth of the body behind him dissipate, Wang Zhe felt a pang of loss. He glanced at the panel. Yinyan Zhao Hua, fist level 3. 54. It had reached level 3. The bricks he summoned were now solid and cohesive, without compromising the strength or destructiveness of his strikes. 10 consecutive hours of repetitive training had enabled him to manifest the red brick without excessive mental effort. With just his will, he could summon it instinctively. He nodded in satisfaction. By the way, what number instructor are you? Number 45, boss, the instructor humbly replied. Excellent. I shall request you again next time. I'm quite pleased with your technique. Exiting the martial arts hall, Wang Zhe returned directly to his personal space, turned, and stepped into the martial arts training space. The 10 hours of cultivation had deepened his understanding of the Yinyan Zhao Hua fist significantly, allowing him to accumulate substantial experience. Henceforth, even without the instructor's guidance, he could increase his proficiency through simple repetition of training, and the pace would not be too slow. Therefore, Wang Zhe decided to first digest the experience he had accumulated before continuing his lessons. The next step would be to engage in practical combat. Considering the limited time, Wang Zhe planned to allocate his time in a 1:1 ratio, dedicating 10 hours to martial arts training followed by 10 hours of combat training. This cyclical approach would allow him to digest the accumulated knowledge from practical training during his martial arts sessions, and vice versa. Not a moment of game pod usage would be wasted, maximizing his financial investment. After 4 or 5 cycles, he would surely elevate the Yinyan Zhao Hua fist to at least level 5. In a few days, once the Yinyan Zhao Hua fist reached level 10, he would then devote additional time to fully max out his electric step. After achieving satisfactory practical experience, he could finally begin to strike. However, this approach might result in relatively minor improvements in his overall stats. Nonetheless, that was inconsequential. The difference between early-stage Wu Lu Jing and peak Wu Lu Jing was merely 3 points, and the disparity in combat strength was not significant. As for advancing to Hua Ling Jing, that would be a consideration for after enrolling in a college. At present, the importance of stat enhancement had diminished slightly. There are priorities in life. Once one is broken through Wu Lu Jing, since it is impossible to leap directly to Hua Ling Jing, incremental improvements in stats become less crucial. After pondering for a moment and confirming that nothing was overlooked, Wang Zhe pushed open the door and entered the martial arts training space. Following the guide, he entered a practical combat hall without hesitation. Chapter 61. Pretending to be a master, there are two methods of training in practical combat classes. One type of training course is for the Hua Ling Jing coaches, priced at 10 per session. However, Hua Ling Jing coaching is conducted in small groups, with each class accommodating 12 students. The students engage in sparring with one another, while the coach, leveraging the formidable mental acuity and cognitive speed of the Hua Ling Jing warriors, continuously identifies and rectifies their shortcomings. The classes for the Wulou Jing warriors at the district-level competition are priced at 30. The advantage lies in the one-on-one training format, which provides a more effective learning experience. Wang Zhe paid for one session to try it out. The outcome was that the effectiveness of the Hua Ling Jing coaching class was approximately half that of the one-on-one training, although the price difference is threefold. From a purely mathematical perspective, it is undeniable that the Hua Ling Jing coaching course offers the best value for money. However, what I currently lack most is time. The sooner I can graduate, the sooner I can enter the black market to fight and earn money. Thus, I shall opt for the more expensive option. Wang Zhe gritted his teeth and paid for 8 one-on-one training sessions. Excellent. You have made the right choice. Seeing Wang Zhe return, the combat coach was overjoyed. Are you interested in purchasing my comprehensive package? If you buy now, I can offer you an extra session for free. No, I prefer to purchase them one at a time, Wang Zhe replied, shaking his head. Buying too many sessions at once might lead to a lack of engagement. Purchasing 100 sessions means the other party might only invest effort in the first few and the last few. It is better to buy them in batches of 10. Once I notice the other party's lack of commitment, I can immediately switch coaches without incurring significant sunk costs. Very well then. Let us continue with the previous practical training. The coach, unfazed, seemed accustomed to this response. By the way, your martial skills are in Nian Zhao Hua Chuan and Dianchabu, correct? Based on your practiced martial skills, I have devised a tailored combat strategy for you. Ding ling ling. The alarm rang, prompting Wang Zhe to rise from the gaming pod and glance at the time. It was exactly 7 in the morning. He then checked his status panel. In Nian Zhao Hua Chuan level 5, 67. This gaming pod is truly remarkable, he marveled. In just one night, with the assistance of 4 cognitive-enhancing potions, he had advanced his luxurious martial skill to this level. Although it is only at level 5, its power is already quite impressive. In reality, even with 4 potions, he would need at least 3 to 5 days of rigorous training and a multitude of high-dose injections to even consider crossing the threshold to level 5. With a single punch, he struck out, bang, bang, bang. 3 semi-transparent, solid red bricks simultaneously soared forth, crashing onto the floor with a resounding thud. Wang Zhe was momentarily taken aback and anxiously glanced at the camera, but fortunately, the other party seemed unconcerned and did not demand any repair fees. The effectiveness in practice is already formidable. However, although my mind fully comprehends the necessary actions, my body still feels somewhat unaccustomed. A brief period of familiarization in the real world should significantly enhance my proficiency. Wang Zhe clenched his fists, exhilarated by the power of the luxurious martial skill. With just a level 5 attainment, his combat capabilities had multiplied several times. It is no exaggeration to say that he could easily defeat several versions of himself from last night. Imagine Wang Zhe engaging in a brawl with another Wulou Jing warrior. As the opponent attempts to counter his punch, 3 bricks would suddenly appear, heading straight for their groin. With 3 successive strikes, under full exertion, he could reduce the opponent's lower body to a pulp. Without prior psychological preparation, a single punch would likely render them completely incapacitated. After completing the test, Wang Zhe exited the training room and activated the Dianchabu, heading directly to school. That afternoon, in the martial arts room, 2 figures darted across the stage, engaged in an intensely fierce battle. Remarkable. After half an hour of practice, Teacher Lei was increasingly astonished. In his recollection, Wang Zhe had been a novice who could not even control a blink yesterday. But today, he possessed commendable combat experience. It was as if he were a different person. What astonished him even more was that, at the beginning, the opponent's movements seemed somewhat awkward. While his eyes could keep up, his body was quite rigid. However, as time passed, the opponent's movements gradually became more fluid. "Watch out! Zhenhe Liezhang," Teacher Lei shouted, channeling his blood energy, launching the high-luxury martial skill Zhenhe Liezhang forcefully towards Wang Zhe's arm. There was no mercy. Wang Zhe had become a presence that could not be subdued even by Teacher Lei at full strength. Consequently, he could not afford to hold back during their sparring. Bang! Wang Zhe countered, his feet leaving the ground as he was sent flying. Teacher Lei stepped forward, forcefully propelling himself with a Bunkong Bu once more. Known for its explosive speed, the Bunkong Bu's pursuit capability was unquestionable. "You have lost, Wang Zhe." However, slap. A semi-transparent red brick suddenly appeared before him. An imposing Zhenhe Liezhang easily shattered the brick, yet simultaneously, its momentum was halted. Teacher Lei was taken aback. Again, two red bricks soared toward him amidst a whistling wind. One aimed at his lower body, the other at his forehead. Both were critical targets. Bang bang. Reluctantly, Teacher Lei swayed, having to forcibly halt his attacks to shatter the bricks. But in the next moment, a fist rapidly enlarged, hurtling toward his face. Bang! Teacher Lei was sent flying, spinning several times in midair, and had to forcibly adjust his posture multiple times to land somewhat gracefully. However, when he lifted his head, a large swelling had already formed on the side of his cheek. Yet at that moment, his attention was entirely focused not on his face, but on the astonishing sight before him. The luxurious martial skill, Yinyan Zhao Hua Chuan. When did you learn that? Besides, wasn't your loan frozen? Where did you get the money? Wang Zhe smiled slightly. Just learned it in the past few days. As for the money, I have my ways. Teacher Lei felt a jolt in his heart. In just a few days? Not to mention the exorbitant price of the luxurious martial skill. The time frame simply does not align. In 2 days, it would be impressive to merely scratch the surface of high luxury martial skills. Yet you have managed to achieve small proficiency in the luxurious martial skill in that time? This guy was fretting over a few thousand in medication costs just a month ago, and now he is already practicing luxurious martial skills? Something is amiss. Absolutely something is amiss. Is it possible that he has reconnected with old friends or subordinates? You must have struck it rich. You can even afford luxurious martial skills now. And your training speed is so rapid. Did you use level 2 or level 3 potions? Wang Zhe smiled slightly and shook his head gently. He knew the other party had certainly misunderstood something, but he did not intend to clarify. Seeing Wang Zhe's inscrutable demeanor, Teacher Lei became even more convinced of his suspicions. The smile on his face shifted from awkwardness to flattery. Since Wang Tongxue is unwilling to disclose, then so be it. Now, let's continue our practical training. I will follow your lead on when to stop. Chapter 62. Heading to the underground fighting competition, time gradually passed. In recent days, Wang Zhe had essentially been on a 2-point line, not even returning home. He was either at Manager Wu's villa or practicing sparring with Teacher Lei at school. His mobile balance was dwindling rapidly. Yet simultaneously, his practical experience and martial skill level were soaring. By the 3rd day, Teacher Lei needed to exert full effort just to keep up with Wang Zhe. On the 5th day, under full exertion from Wang Zhe, Teacher Lei could barely hold out for a minute. By the 7th day, even without using Yinyan Zhao Hua Chuan, Wang Zhe could still hold his own against Teacher Lei, solely relying on the Dianchabu and his own stats. If he employed Yinyan Zhao Hua Chuan, he could even finish the fight within 3 moves. And today, no more fighting. No more. Teacher Lei lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He felt as though Wang Zhe was a monster. In just 10 short days, Wang Zhe had undergone a complete transformation. From initial combat novice, he now rivaled professional fighters. Wang Zhe could even engage in prolonged battles with Teacher Lei without employing any martial skills. With a single maneuver, he toyed with his opponent effortlessly, showcasing an enigmatic and ever-changing combat style. Each day in class, he felt as though he were facing a different martial artist, as if multiple top-tier professionals or even higher-level warriors were providing him with meticulous guidance simultaneously. In the eyes of Lei Dazhao, this transcended mere talent. It was an extraordinary phenomenon. Given your current strength, I can no longer impart any further teachings to you, Wang Zhe remarked with a satisfied smile. So, does this mean I should have no trouble proving my worth as an athlete? Lei Datsao nodded affirmatively. For you, it is merely a formality at this point. If you desire stability, you might prepare a red envelope of 5,000. However, even without bribing the proctor, your prowess should suffice for success. Excellent. That's 5,000 saved. Wang Zhe noted, pulling out his phone to find his balance had dwindled from over 70,000 to roughly 10,000. Money certainly disappears quickly, he lamented. His progress was largely financed by his expenditures. Within 10 days, he had spent 10,000 on game chamber usage, over 30,000 on martial arts training and practical combat courses, and an additional 8,000 on various high-multiplicity cognitive enhancement potions. With a monthly repayment of 20,000 and other indulgences such as dining, he found himself unable to cover the upcoming month's dues. What a pity. Give me just 10 more days, and I could certainly defeat the municipal champion. Alas, time is not on my side, Wang Zhe expressed regretfully. Over the span of 10 days, he had cycled through 4 different combat instructors, progressing from top 3 competitors in district-level tournaments to champions at the municipal level. Under equivalent conditions, his combat capabilities matched those of the municipal champion, though he had yet to secure a consistent victory. His initial intention was to practice for a few more days to ensure stable victories against the municipal champion before entering the underground fighting tournament. However, with his pockets emptied, he feared for the collateral his father had put up. Very well, a bit of risk is necessary, he decided. Let us hope the opponents in the underground tournament are not too formidable. Competition? It's only been 10 days, and you're already stopping? Manager Wu expressed surprise. Based on his estimation, Wang Zhe would need at least a month of rigorous training to garner sufficient strength for the underground tournament. I can already hold my own against the instructors in the combat space. They have assured me that my abilities are adequate for the tournament. Moreover, the primary concern is my lack of funds, Wang Zhe candidly informed him. Manager Wu nodded in understanding. Instructors from the combat space? If I am not mistaken, they are likely among the top 10 from the district-level competitions. If you can exchange blows with such caliber, passing the preliminary test and competing in a few novice matches should be manageable. He nodded in agreement. All right, I will draft a letter for you. Go directly to the city center. I will send you the specific address shortly. Upon your arrival, someone will come to escort you. Wang Zhe acknowledged. Thank you, Manager Wu. No need for thanks. Just perform well in the competition. If you win, I receive a 5 cut as well, Manager Wu replied. Wang Zhe reflected on Manager Wu's words, noting that top-tier underground fighters typically earn tens of thousands daily, while novice fighters could still make a few hundred to a few thousand. However, being referred did not guarantee his acceptance. It merely improved his chances. The foremost requirement for such high-paying professions was a polished exterior. The head coach would interview hundreds of hopeful fighters daily. If one appeared disheveled, they would be dismissed immediately, presumed to be a destitute individual seeking to exploit the underground circuit for experience. Wang Zhe's black t-shirt, which had become dingy, would certainly not suffice. He would likely be rejected outright. In a world where wealth was equated with strength, he resolved to return home to clean up thoroughly. Upon reaching the city center, Wang Zhe visited a clothing store. The store, located in the bustling center, offered him a new perspective. In the 7-star realm, where practicality was paramount, even clothing boasted various utilitarian features. While warmth in winter and coolness in summer were basic attributes, some garments possessed resilience against impacts and cuts from sharp objects. Naturally, these were characteristics of high-end apparel. The cheap, 3-for-9 clothing he had previously purchased offered little more than modest coverage. After much hesitation, and with the salesperson growing impatient, he finally acquiesced and spent 3,000 on a set of clothing. At the very least, this outfit would prevent him from being easily dismissed. A martial artist willing to invest 3,000 in attire would hardly be perceived as a penniless individual attempting to leverage the underground tournament for practical experience. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Manager Wu. Wu Yukai, I have already spoken to Coach Liu. He will come to pick you up shortly. Arrive at the location within half an hour. Do not be late. Upon reaching the destination, a tall, muscular man with a prominent scar across his chest approached him. Wang Zhe, that's me. Wang Zhe replied nervously. Despite the man's droopy eyelids and lethargic demeanor, Wang Zhe sensed that his prowess surpassed his own, indicating that he was at least a formidable practitioner in the transformation realm. The burly man scrutinized Wang Zhe for a moment before adjusting his attire and nodding. All right, you seem reliable enough. My surname is Liu. Just call me Coach Liu. Follow me. I need to assess your capabilities. Understood, Coach Liu. Wang Zhe nodded, following him. To his surprise, they did not head to a dimly lit underground market, but instead entered an opulently decorated, expansive shopping mall, ascending to the 5th floor via an elevator. The ambience shifted as the lighting dimmed and the surroundings transformed. The stereotypical gloom and cacophony of voices began to emerge. Several massive octagonal rings were scattered throughout the floor, with spectators below roaring and cheering. The fighters on the platforms endured severe injuries, with blood streaming into their eyes, yet they stood resolute, engaging in fierce battles. The mingling sense of blood and sweat permeated the air, while spotlights cast a crimson glow, rendering the fighting rings as blood-soaked cages. They continued onward until arriving at a medical room, where they finally paused. The pristine white walls of the room bore no cracks, devoid of windows or unnecessary embellishments, appearing as if sterilized. The only sound was their breathing echoing within the spacious confines. Extend your hand. I need to administer a medical particle injection to assess your bodily parameters. Medical particles? Wang Zhe inquired, puzzled by the term. Coach Liu raised his gaze, frowning. Did Manager Wu not explain? These are life-saving essentials. As Coach Liu elaborated, Wang Zhe gradually comprehended the essence of the medical particles. They were nanoscale microrobots, possessing extraordinary healing properties capable of reviving even those at the brink of death. As long as one drew breath, even with severed limbs or shattered organs, they could be pulled back from the precipice of demise. For practitioners in the transformation realm, these particles could enhance recovery capabilities. Given the lack of safety measures in the underground fighting tournaments, fatalities often led to complications for the event organizers. Therefore, prior to stepping into the ring, each fighter must receive an injection of medical particles to mitigate the high mortality rate. However, the financial implications are quite tangible. Every operation incurs a cost. The more severe the injuries, the more money is expended. The underground boxing matches provide each participant with a medical allowance of 10,000 yuan, within which the medical particles are complimentary. Once this limit is exceeded, the expenses must be borne out of pocket. Fighters have the option to prepay, with the medical particles automatically linked to their account balance. Should their balance reach zero, they are declared defeated in the match. Once injected with medical particles, the fighter's account balance will be displayed above their head as the match commences. Victory in these bouts is not without reward. There is an appearance fee as well as performance bonuses. The performance bonuses are calculated based on the medical expenses incurred by the opponent, with a 10% commission. The harder one fights, the more the opponent spends, thus increasing one's earnings. However, the most crucial point remains. This is, after all, an illicit competition. If one sustains severe injuries and their balance is insufficient, while the medical particles will initially provide emergency care, the cost will still be deducted. If a fighter exhausts their savings in the ring and cannot repay the medical debts, they will be sold off to an underground factory for labor. Of course, fighters can choose to terminate treatment forcibly, but such a decision may result in lifelong disabilities. With a physical strength of 921, blood vitality of 928, and mental fortitude of 941, the overall values are roughly 28 points, which is acceptable. Upon injecting the medical particles, Wang Zhe's bodily information immediately appeared on the computer screen. Coach Liu nodded, his expression inscrutable. Continue to follow me, he instructed. As they exited the medical room, the audience remained fervently enthusiastic, while the matches in the ring grew increasingly brutal. The underground boxing matches are categorized into 5 levels. This arena is designated for level 1 fighters. Should you successfully navigate the preliminary test, you will qualify as a level 1 fighter. The appearance fees for level 1 fighters vary based on their proficiency, ranging from 500 to 2,000 yuan per match. Coach Liu lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply before elucidating. Level 1 fighters generally possess limited strength and appeal, relying solely on bloodshed and violence to captivate the audience. However, few skilled fighters are willing to risk themselves for just a few thousand yuan, resulting in minimal viewership. Subsequently, we introduced a winner-takes-all performance bonus, inclusive of medical coverage, which gradually increased our ratings. Winner-takes-all, Wang Zhe, who was absently touching the injection site on his abdomen, was momentarily taken aback before quickly grasping the implications. Winning not only doubles the performance bonus, but also covers medical expenses. This means that regardless of the severity of injury sustained, one could be treated and still receive a substantial performance bonus. Conversely, losing would entail paying for medical costs while receiving only a meager appearance fee. No wonder the fighters in the ring are so fiercely competitive, Wang Zhu exclaimed. Indeed, it's a winner-takes-all scenario, Coach Liu clarified, shaking his head. However, after the introduction of this rule, many skilled fighters understood the risks and remained reluctant to gamble excessively. Yet, there will always be those driven by greed. Once one party succumbs to avarice, the bloodshed in the match can escalate dramatically. Wang Zhu nodded. Is this how all fighters operate? Certainly not. Coach Liu gestured towards the upper levels. Fighters in levels 1, 2, and 3 are largely interchangeable, considered mere expendables in our eyes. They are easily replaced, so we pay them little attention. However, should you demonstrate your prowess and ascend to level 4, the company will assign you a dedicated team to ensure the quality of the matches and allow level 4 fighters to fight without hesitation. The company will cover all medical expenses incurred during the battles. Typically, to sustain this system, you will be scheduled for only one match per day. Upon reaching level 5, you will not only receive extensive publicity for each match, but also be granted opportunities for tips. Thus, popular level 5 fighters can easily earn tens of thousands in a single day. Now I understand, Wang Zhu nodded. So, how does one elevate their fighter rank? Quite simply, by winning. Coach Liu appeared disinterested in elaborating further, pointing towards the now vacant ring. Now, step up. It's time for your first match. I wish to assess your capabilities, regardless of the outcome. As long as you meet the standards, I will accept you. Wang Zhu hesitated momentarily. So soon? Coach Liu, revealing a disdainful expression, retorted, What's the matter? Are you afraid? Or perhaps you are not mentally prepared? If fear is the issue, I can remove the nanomedical particles, and you may leave. That's not the reason, Wang Zhu stammered, fidgeting for a considerable time. May I change into different clothes before I step into the ring? This outfit is far too expensive. Of course, Coach Liu replied. Wang Zhu's face lit up with joy, swiftly shedding his expensive attire to reveal a faded black t-shirt and distressed jeans. After carefully folding his 3,000 yuan outfit, he turned to Coach Liu. By the way, Coach, who is my first opponent? Are there any rules to follow in the match, such as regarding medications? There are. Coach Liu nodded, glancing at the time. The rules are threefold. First, the use of medications is permitted. Whether administered beforehand or during the match is up to you. However, only medications produced by specified pharmaceutical companies are allowed. Any substances not produced by our sponsors cannot be used. Even if attempted, the nanomedical particles within you will suppress their effects and expel them from your system. If you wish to purchase, there's a small shop over there. Second, fighters are prohibited from bringing weapons, particularly firearms. If martial skills necessitate cold weapons for effectiveness, you may rent from the small shop. The available weapons range from damage to alloy grade. Third, the extent of bodily modifications must be below 15, and the modified areas must not possess lethal capabilities. Beyond that, there are no further restrictions. Wang Zhu understood, realizing it was essentially unrestricted combat. To be prudent, he decided to visit the small shop to procure some medications. I'll check the shop, as my resistance to drugs is quite strong. Certainly, but be advised that the medications in the shop are not inexpensive. And your preliminary opponent is en route, set to arrive in about 10 minutes, so you must hurry. All right, not inexpensive? How costly can the pills be? Since it's my first time participating in an underground boxing match, I should at least buy something as a safeguard like pills to enhance vitality or physical explosiveness. One who consumes medications will have a significant advantage over one who does not. Wang Zhu navigated through the crowd, reaching the small, unattended shop located in a corner of the floor. The shop operated on a self-service model, with all products clearly priced and displayed on the walls. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he barely had time to browse the offerings before glancing at the prices, which sent beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He quickly retreated, returning to Coach Liu's side. What happened? Didn't you intend to buy medications? Coach Liu inquired, puzzled. I believe that if I must rely on drugs just to pass the preliminary test, I won't earn much by staying here, Wang Zhu replied. Oh, that's a commendable mindset. Coach Liu's dull gaze widened slightly, and his attitude towards Wang Zhu improved marginally. Here they come. Coach Liu checked his phone and then looked up. A robust man, missing a leg, entered through the main door. That's him. Go ahead. A disabled person? Wang Zhe was momentarily stunned, but still ascended to the ring. As his opponent approached, he finally gained a clear view of the man. The opponent's left leg was severed below the calf, while the right leg appeared extraordinarily powerful, much thicker than that of an ordinary fighter. The man looked gaunt, with dark skin reminiscent of a seasoned farmer who toils in the fields. As he stepped onto the stage, a pale blue light screen materialized above both fighters. The balance of 10,000 appears to be the medical balance that Coach Liu referred to, Wang Zhe speculated. Hello, my name is Wang Li. Upon taking the stage, the opponent did not rush to attack, but instead approached with a smile to greet him. Wang Zhe was somewhat taken aback. Wang Zhe. By the way, what happened to your leg? Oh, you mean this? This is a disability I sustained while working in the factory. My calf got caught in a machine while I was saving a colleague. Wang Li chuckled, scratching his head. The colleague I saved wanted to repay me, but you know, those who work in factories hardly have any money. So, I never asked him for anything. Later on, due to the loss of my leg, my work efficiency was too low, and I was eventually let go by the factory. Recently, my daughter was born, and I wanted to buy some good infant medicine to help build her resistance. However, infant medicine is quite expensive, so I came to participate in this competition. If possible, I'd also like to get a mechanical prosthetic. I've said so much, but this is all in the past, so you don't need to worry about my disability. Just treat me like a normal person. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe nodded slowly, his eyes reddening, seemingly quite moved. The hearts of parents are truly pitiable. You remind me of my father. My father is similar. You might not know, but my family was broken apart when I was young. My mother left shortly after I was born. After I entered high school, my father, in order to provide me with enough financial resources for my training, voluntarily mortgaged his own organs. Now my money is all spent. To acquire more training resources and to ensure my father's organs aren't taken away, I had no choice but to risk participating in this underground fight, despite knowing how dangerous it is. I've said too much again, but Uncle Wang Li, don't worry about me. Just perform normally without holding back. Ding! The clear sound of a bell rang out as the host took to the competition stage. The match begins. As the words left his mouth, the two who had just been reflecting on the unpredictability of life moved almost simultaneously. Wang Zhe's blood surged rapidly, his hair standing on end as the power of the electric step reached its maximum. His gaze sharpened, and his body tingled, resembling a supercar accelerating to its limits. As he launched a powerful kick towards Wang Li's right leg without hesitation, the host, microphone in hand, began to comment passionately. All right, it's evident that our competitor Wang Zhe is quite ruthless. He is resorting to any means necessary to win, directly targeting Wang Li's intact leg. How swift! Wang Li's expression hardened, his heart churning with turmoil. With only one leg left, his agility was already compromised, and now, faced with Wang Zhe, who had honed his martial skill through rigorous training and real combat, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. With no time to think, he gritted his teeth and roared, forcibly channeling his blood energy for a counterattack. Heavenly cripple kick. Wang Li stomped fiercely on the ground, stones scattering as the remnants of his pant leg flapped wildly from the raging blood energy. With a resounding crash, the two martial artists collided head-on, their blood energy surging like waves, creating a powerful gust of air. Wang Zhe was sent flying, crashing heavily against the arena's railing, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although Wang Li was also shaken back 2 steps, he managed to steady himself. On the surface, it seemed Wang Zhe had suffered a setback, but the overhead display revealed the truth. Wang Li, 10,008, 760. Wang Zhe, 10,009, 620. One had lost a few hundred, while the other had lost over 1,000. The outcome of who was winning was clear. Now it's my turn. Bam Li Shota. His blood and energy surging as he prepared to strike. However, in the next moment, Wang Zhe's figure approached like a specter. How can he be so fast? This is impossible. Wang Li's pupils dilated in disbelief. The technique he had been preparing could only be forcibly altered at the last moment. Bang! Wang Zhe delivered a swift horizontal chop, striking fiercely at Wang Li's right leg. In that instant, it felt as though the air exploded into a fog. This kick was decisive, devoid of mercy. Bang! The horizontal kick struck Wang Li's sturdy right leg with the force of a mountain-splitting stone. He let out a muffled groan, staggering and nearly falling. The balance display flickered once more. Wang Li, 8, 765, 810. Wang just seized the opportunity, leaving no room for respite. The electric step activated once more, and Wang Zhe, like a sprinter at the peak of performance, unleashed a series of explosive movements. His feet crackling with electricity as he darted left and right, weaving through the air like a whirlwind, closing in on Wang Li's side. Bang! He reached the opponent's blind spot and launched a powerful kick at the solitary leg. Before Wang Li could turn around, he quickly shifted his position and continued to strike fiercely in the blind spot. Wang Li's medical balance was rapidly depleting. The host exclaimed, "What a devastating blow. Over 3,000 from a single strike." This demonstrates Wang Zhe's merciless approach. He clearly does not regard his opponent as a disabled person. Coach Liu in the audience observed with keen eyes. This young man not only displayed a high level of martial skill, but also possessed remarkable combat talent. He was completely unaffected by the moral constraints typically imposed by the presence of a physically challenged opponent, relentlessly targeting Wang Li's intact leg. In terms of moral standing, he was already a qualified competitor in the underground fighting arena. In the 7-star realm, especially in the world of underground fighting, who among them does not have a past? Who does not carry some sorrow or hardship? To put it plainly, for those who truly have a choice. Aside from a few exceptionally confident martial artists, most competitors are driven by the harshness of life to enter the ring. If one becomes soft-hearted upon hearing a tragic story and shows mercy, how can they fight with full commitment? Without a compelling match, how can they attract an audience? Without an audience, how can organizers make money? If the organizers do not profit, then the coach would have to suffer the consequences. Wang Zhe, who faced a physically challenged opponent with a tragic backstory, yet continued to fight with full force and without mercy, targeting the opponent's weaknesses, was precisely the type of fighter needed in the underground matches. Low moral standards were just right, and it seemed that he was employing the electric step technique. According to manager Wu's insights, he likely had another top-tier martial skill yet to be revealed, merely utilizing the electric step to combat an opponent of the same rank, who possessed 2 high-end martial skills. To such an extent was indicative of abundant practical experience. He was indeed a promising candidate for underground fighting. Coach Liu nodded slightly, quite satisfied. At this point, the match was nearing its conclusion. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. I don't want the qualification anymore. Wang Li had curled up into a ball on the ground, clutching his right leg and pleading for mercy. In just 3 exchanges, Wang Zhe had already inflicted a fracture on Wang Li's right leg. The subsequent moments saw Wang Li mostly lying on the ground, taking hits. However, in response to the pleas for mercy, Wang Zhe remained unfazed. He firmly remembered that the only way for a martial artist to concede was through the non-lethal beating of their opponent until they could no longer fight. Any other form of concession was merely a display of their own combat prowess. Bang! Another kick landed in Wang Li's groin, causing his medical balance to drop from over 1,000 to 0, incurring an additional 300 in losses. Only then did Wang Zhe finally stop. The victor is Wang Zhe. Oh. The host shouted excitedly from the stage. Regrettably, the spectators surrounding the arena exhibited little response, merely casting a fleeting glance before departing. Wang Zhe was not surprised. After all, they were merely 2 novices newly entered into the realm of boxing, lacking in fame, and the combat itself was overwhelmingly one-sided. It was entirely understandable that the audience would not be captivated. As the host announced the results, the medical particles within Wang Li's body began to take effect, enveloping him in a radiant white light as his injuries rapidly healed. Coach Liu, how did I perform just now? Wang Zhe inquired with a smile as he descended from the stage. Quite well. You've passed, Coach Liu replied, nodding in satisfaction. You must have practiced practical combat beforehand, correct? Yes. Manager Wu lent me his training pod for 10 days. I see. Coach Liu nodded, understanding the implications. The functionality of the training pod was well known, and 10 days of usage was roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 months of rigorous training. Are you still able to fight? How is your condition? Your identification has been registered in the system. You are currently classified as a level 1 fighter, with an appearance fee of 500. I can arrange a ranking match for you next. What do you think? A ranking match? Wang Zhe blinked, grasping an energy orb to replenish his stamina from the recent bout. Indeed, Coach Liu confirmed. A ranking match is essentially a challenge against a higher-level opponent. As a newcomer, you have only 1 chance to challenge, serving as your probationary period. After applying for the ranking match, the system will randomly pair you with a higher-level fighter. as a level 1 fighter. If you successfully challenge a level 2 fighter, you can skip the intermediate stages and directly ascend to level 2. The appearance fee for a level 2 fighter is 1,000. After a successful challenge, you can continue to challenge level 3 fighters, whose appearance fee is 2,000. Theoretically, you could ascend 5 levels in a single day. Of course, this is merely theoretical. Over the decades of the underground boxing scene in Suashur City, there are hardly any who have achieved such a feat. I can see you have a solid foundation. The probability of breaking through to level 2 is quite high, and level 3 is also within the realm of possibility. You must be in need of money, right? After becoming a level 2 fighter, your income will double. So, what do you say? Shall we give it a try? Wang Zhe hesitated momentarily. Must it be today? Can it be postponed for a few days? That is not impossible, but I would recommend starting today, Coach Lu elucidated. As a newcomer in the underground boxing world, your fighting habits and martial skills are entirely unfamiliar to others. Being an experienced coach, I am well acquainted with other fighters and can offer you considerable assistance. This mutual advantage is significant. If you do not have a way to rapidly enhance your strength in the short term, today is indeed the best opportunity to commence your ranking match. That makes sense? Wang Zhe nodded slowly. All right, let us proceed immediately. However, Coach Lu, please wait a moment while I acquire some medicine. Despite the exorbitant prices at the convenience store, Wang Zhe was resolute in discerning what expenditures were warranted. In a competition where victory could double his earnings, it was unnecessary to skimp on a few thousand for medicine. Even if he knew he would be overcharged, he had to muster the courage to make the purchase. Upon hearing this, Coach Lu nodded and picked up his phone. Go ahead, I will report your information now. There are plenty of level 2 fighters available, and matching should only take a few minutes. Once matched, the match will commence in half an hour. Thank you, Coach Lu. Wang Zhe expressed his gratitude. Coach Lu nodded, watching Wang Zhe depart before swiftly retrieving his phone to submit his information and start the matching process. He then opened a roulette-style app and began refreshing it repeatedly. Moments later, the results appeared. Ranking match: Wang Zhe, level 1, 1 win, 0 loss, versus Chi Chui Ro, level 2, 47 wins, 5 losses, current odds, 11, number of bets, 0, match video, link, live stream, HTTP. The data continually fluctuated, with the number of bets starting from 0 and the odds shifting. Coach Lu furrowed his brow. Kikuiru, how unfortunate to be matched with her. Chi Chui Ro was among the strongest level 2 fighters. Had her match count been sufficient, she would likely have already ascended to level 3. Should I bet on Chi Chui Ro instead? No. As a coach, I cannot bet on other fighters to win. Forget it. I must have confidence in my own fighter. So I will place a modest bet. With a swipe of his hands, he selected Wang Zhe for victory and wagered 1,000. Then entered the discussion area and opted for anonymous mode. Anonymous user. I just watched Wang Zhe's match. He struggled against a disabled opponent. If he lasts more than 3 moves against Sister Chi, I will consider myself defeated. Anonymous user. A newcomer with no offensive techniques and no prior match information online. I'm going all in on Sister Chi. Everyone, join me. Anonymous user. The previous 2 make valid points. I also believe Sister Chi has the greater chance of winning. Though the odds are lower, her consistency prevails. After sending the messages, Coach Lu observed the odds, which had risen to 1 to 22. It was evident that the majority favored Chi Chui Ro, causing the odds to escalate. He sighed helplessly, feeling anxious. I hope Wang Zhe can hold his own. 1,000 is not a small amount. Chapter 66. Contempt Wang Zhe. Come quickly. Your opponent has been matched. As Wang Zhe returned, Coach Lu eagerly pulled out a tablet to begin his explanation. You haven't had the best luck. Given your strength, a level 2 fighter should have been a safe match. However, your opponent is Chi Chui Ro. She is one of the rare level 2 fighters with the strength of a level 3 fighter, and even among level 3 fighters, she is of considerable caliber. Her specific information and the martial arts she has mastered are all on this. Noticing Coach Lu's serious demeanor, Wang Zhe did not dare to delay and took the tablet to scrutinize the details. Chi Chui Ro, level 2 fighter, peak of the no-leak realm. A martial artist with a staggering value of 299. She entered the underground boxing scene merely months ago. Initially, she was not regarded highly. On the day of her ranking match, she was hastily thrown into battle, lacking tactical acumen and making sluggish judgments, resulting in a disastrous defeat. She was rated as a level 1 fighter and dismissed as an inexperienced novice. Some even secretly bet that she would exhaust her funds and withdraw within 3 matches. However, no one anticipated that this fighter, starting from the lowest point, would undergo a remarkable transformation within just a few weeks. In a level 1 fighter category, she achieved a record of 30 wins and 5 losses, successfully ascending. Once she reached level 2, many believed her winning streak would be curtailed. But reality delivered a harsh rebuttal. Today, she boasts an impressive 17 consecutive victories, obliterating her opponents with overwhelming dominance. Her fighting style is balanced, characterized by precise control paired with explosive close-quarters assaults, leaving adversaries with no chance to react before their defeat. Her boxing technique exhibits a strong sense of calculation. Yet at critical moments, she can unleash a feral instinct. She has mastered 5 martial arts techniques, 3 of which are of high luxury grade, while the remaining 2 are of light luxury grade. These techniques complement each other, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities, with virtually no weaknesses. What astonishes many fighters even further is that she is continuously growing stronger. Currently, numerous coaches and advanced fighters are keeping a close watch on her, generally believing her strength has already surpassed that of a level 2 fighter, positioning her at least in the upper middle tier of level 3 fighters. In her 12th and 22nd matches, you can observe that her opponents experienced intense battles for 2 rounds, only to be crushed in the 3rd. Therefore, in addition to the 5 martial arts techniques clearly documented, she likely possesses an explosive martial art as a trump card. Moreover, her trump card is at least of high luxury grade, and it could even be of top luxury grade. Coach Liu added gravely, "Manager Wu once mentioned to me that you possess an exquisite martial skill, which I recognize as your trump card. However, you must not let your guard down on account of it. Do you understand?" "I comprehend." Wang Zhe nodded in response. He felt somewhat helpless, not expecting to face such a formidable opponent in a ranking match. As he continued to scroll through the tablet, the opponent's detailed information emerged. Chi Chui Ro's 3 high-end martial skills were distinctly marked, those pertaining to attack, defense, and speed. Additionally, 2 light luxury martial skills were functional in nature. One enhances flexibility, while the other augments muscular explosiveness. In terms of realm, she stood at the pinnacle of the Wulo realm, with her martial skills exhibiting extreme balance across all aspects. Moreover, she possessed a hidden ace up her sleeve, making her a hexagonal warrior. One could only say that my luck was rather unfortunate. Nonetheless, as a newcomer, I possessed an informational advantage, clearly understanding her martial skill types, whereas she remained oblivious to mine. While I might not match her in raw strength, I still had a chance of victory. Wang Zhe pondered silently, simulating combat scenarios in his mind. Coach Liu, noticing his furrowed brow and incessant scrolling through the tablet, offered comforting words. "Do not be anxious. Even if you lose, it is no great matter. Consider an opportunity to experience authentic underground fighting. Your strength undoubtedly equals that of a level 2 fighter. Even if you lose this ranking match, ascending will merely be a matter of time. Think of it as a period of accumulation." "I understand." Wang Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. "However, I wish to give it a try. What if I win?" "Excellent." The spirit of perseverance is indeed a hallmark of a true warrior, Coach Liu commended with a nod. As he spoke, he glanced toward the distance, where a tall and muscular woman, towering over 2 meters, had entered the arena. It was none other than Chi Chui Ro. She had chosen the 3rd ring, but there was no need to rush. You still have 22 minutes to devise a strategy. Kikui Ru seated herself confidently, taking out her phone and glancing at it with visible disdain. Wang Zhe, 1 win and 0 losses? Is this the newcomer who just entered the underground fighting scene today? Alas, yet another day of merely earning appearance fees. Despite being a woman, Chi Chui Ro's muscle mass and physique rivaled that of male fighters, and she was even stronger than the majority of them. Her wingspan was equally impressive, a testament to her martial training. A coach-like figure beside her inquired tentatively while examining the tablet. According to the analysis of the match footage, it appears that the only martial skill she has mastered is the electricar step, and it seems to be of a high level. As for other information, we remain uncertain for the moment. Should we spend money to gather more intelligence from outside? Chi Chui Ro pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Since he dares to fight on his first day, he might genuinely possess some skill. It is prudent to check. Agreed. The coach nodded, his fingers gliding across the tablet, quickly generating an electronic report about Wang Zhe. Chi Chui Ro took the tablet, glanced at it for a moment, then disdainfully tossed it aside. TSK, a senior in high school, just recently broke through to the Willow realm. I expected a competent martial artist, but instead, I find a mere brawler? What a waste of my money. She shook her head in frustration. The electric car step is a high-end martial skill. For him to have trained it to an advanced level, he must have dedicated nearly all his time to it. Coming from a background that barely qualifies as civilian, he is more akin to a pauper. If I am not mistaken, he likely ventured into specialized martial arts due to a lack of funds. Perhaps he has read too many novels and firmly believes that speed is paramount in martial arts, thus betting everything on the electric car step. What unexpected outcome could arise from competing against such a fighter? Hurry and administer the medical particles. After this, I still need to return home to train. Upon hearing this, the coach nodded in agreement, saying little more as he retrieved a syringe to begin the injection. Chapter 67. Fusion Martial Skill, Electromagnetic Cannon. At that moment, Wang Zhe was jolted from his reverie. Has it begun? He took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he gradually ascended to the ring. In stark contrast to previous matches, the arena was now teeming with spectators, a veritable sea of faces. However, it was evident that these onlookers were far from friendly. Boos surged forth like a tidal wave, relentless and unyielding. Get off the stage. You're wasting Sister Chui's time. How can some of your caliber even step foot here? Who arranged this? It's absurd. Sister Chui wouldn't even dirty her hands warming up against someone like you. Do you understand? Wrap this up quickly, lest you lower the quality of the match. Hey, I actually quite like this newcomer. I bet 50,000 on his loss. Although the odds are only 0-1, it's a sure thing. What's the point of betting on 0-1 odds? I wager he lasts a minute. If he can hold out for just a minute, my stake will double. Now, that is truly a gamble. He considers himself a gambler? I bet 10,000 on him to win. If he wins, it's a tenfold return. Now that's impressive. Some in the crowd whistled sharply while others hurled an empty medicine bottle, which clattered onto the edge of the ring. Wang Zhe remained silent, standing firmly in the center of the arena, seemingly impervious to the cacophony surrounding him. He retrieved the syringe, injecting the potion he had just purchased from the convenience store into his body. In mere moments, as his blood surged, the effects of the potion quickly manifested. His skin flushed red, his muscles subtly swelled, and his blood density increased. Wang Zhe sensed that his panel values had likely surpassed the limits of the Willow realm. However, not by a significant margin. The enhancement from the medicinal talent, combined with the 10 days of relentless training in the Enian Zhao Hua fist, constituted my greatest asset. In a prolonged engagement, I may not match her strength. Thus, I must refrain from striking unless I can ensure a swift conclusion to the battle. Wang Zhe's gaze sharpened, his focus intensifying. As this was his first match, he was uncertain of his opponent's true capability, so he endeavored to prepare for the worst. The announcer, filled with enthusiasm, declared, "All right, the 9th match at the 3rd ring officially commences. First to take the stage is Wang Zhe, a level 1 fighter who just joined the underground fighting scene today." It is evident that Wang Zhe is eager to secure a victory. He immediately injected 3 doses of medicine upon entering the ring. I believe this spirit is commendable. Let us give him some encouragement, shall we? Boo! The audience erupted in a chorus of jeers, completely disregarding the announcer's attempt to rally support. Unfazed, the announcer continued with fervor. Now, let us welcome the next contestant. Kikuiru. Boom! Chi Chui Ro leaped onto the stage, towering over Wang Zhe as she gazed down upon him. Her stature, exceeding 2 meters, exuded an imposing presence, and wisps of faint red energy enveloped her, forming a barely perceptible shield. Her balance stood at an impressive 50,000. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, cheers ringing out in waves. Oh, land a punch that knocks him out. Burst his medical card. Sister Chui, don't hold back. I bet on him to last 1 minute. Sister Chui, no mercy. I wager the battle concludes in under 10 seconds. Many spectators were not genuine fans of Chi Chui Ro. Rather, they were gamblers who relished the certainty of a match with a vast disparity in skill, eager to capitalize on the opportunity to build their bankroll. Of course, there were also those who gambled indiscriminately, fixating solely on the odds. Upon witnessing the 10-1 odds, they placed their bets without hesitation. The match began as the announcer pressed a button, and a massive energy shield gradually rose, enveloping the ring. Begin. Boom. Boom. On the stage, Chi-Chui-Ro and Wang Zhe moved almost in unison. Without holding back, they unleashed their full potential the moment they stepped onto the platform. Crackle. Within Wang Zhe, electricity surged like a raging serpent, roaring through his nerves and bones, causing his leg muscles to swell dramatically. In an instant, he activated the fully mastered electric car step. Blue arcs of electricity flickered around him. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, accelerating to its utmost limits and charging forward. Simultaneously, his right arm rose like a cannon, the force of his punch explosive. Red bricks flew forth in rapid succession. Bang! 8 blocks of red bricks, smoldering ominously, materialized out of thin air. Guided by a fist, they flew towards the opponent like a barrage of projectiles, whistling as they soared. The speed at which the items conjured by the Inian Zhaohua fist manifested was contingent upon the velocity of the punch thrown. Consequently, the swifter the punch, the faster the bricks would rush forth. The 8 red bricks represented the maximum quantity that Wang Zhe could conjure. The electric step, combined with the raging medicinal energy coursing within him, heightened the destructive power of these bricks to the utmost limit attainable by Wang Zhe. En extravagant martial technique. The Inian Zhaohua fist. With just a glance, Chi-Chui-Ro discerned Wang Zhe's martial prowess, her heart jolting in surprise. She swiftly altered her stance, blood energy coalescing before her to form a robust shield. An elite defensive martial technique, blood armor. Renowned for its pure defensive capabilities, it was exceedingly difficult to breach. Yet, Wang Zhe did not harbor any illusions of victory from this strike. He aimed merely to compel his opponent to act, to disrupt their line of sight, thereby forcing them to reveal a flaw. Having sparred with his mentor in the practical combat space numerous times, he was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Lacking any defensive martial techniques, he had no option but to engage in this arena battle, particularly in such a constricted environment. In contrast, his opponent possessed a full repertoire of offensive, defensive, and speed techniques, not to mention hidden cards. They were undoubtedly an advantage, virtually invulnerable. Wang Zhe held no naive notions of easily defeating such an adversary. He had already devised an entire strategy of countermeasures. The first move was to draw out the defensive maneuvers and obscure their vision with fragments of the red bricks. Should the opponent choose to evade rather than absorb the blow, he would close the distance and engage in close combat, using the bodily control afforded by his biological computation technique to force them into a melee. Wang Zhe had meticulously calculated every possible scenario. His thoughts were straightforward. Even in defeat, he wished to lose strategically, with flair and logic, thus accumulating invaluable combat experience. The sound of repeated impacts echoed as the bricks shattered, yet they did not completely dissipate, transforming into a red mist that swirled around. Having elevated the level of the Inian Zhaohua fist, he could now control the duration of the manifested items. Excellent. Wang Zhe's eyes glimmered with realization. The mist from the 8 scattered bricks was sufficient to obscure all vision. He clenched his fist, every muscle taut with intensity. His mental energy coalesced rapidly. Fusion martial technique. With a low shout, Wang Zhe's right arm glowed. And a half-meter-long alloy iron block, shimmering with electrical sparks, gradually materialized before his fist, quivering in mid-air. It was inscribed with rugged patterns, its metallic edges radiating an unnatural warmth. Within the center of the iron block, a small sphere akin to a steel ball floated, trembling as it was stimulated by the electrical current, emitting a clicking sound reminiscent of a beast sharpening its teeth. What is this? The audience and the host wore perplexed expressions. The electric step activated. Zzz. Wang Zhe's hair stood on end again from the electrical charge, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from his feet, the current within him surging like thunder, instantly channeled to his fist, infusing the metallic rail. The sphere began to rotate, the current coursing through the rail, forming a magnetic field, using the iron block as a rail and the sphere as a slider. Taste my electromagnetic cannon. Wang Zhe roared, delivering a powerful punch. Crack! The current surged wildly. The magnetic force exploded. The sphere shot forth. It carved a searing trajectory through the air, piercing the shockwave generated by Wang Zhe's punch. This was not merely a flying punch. It was an orbital cannon. Bang! Boom! The blood energy shield shattered upon impact. Chi-Chui-Ro had no time to react. her reserves instantly depleted. Thud! She was sent sprawling several meters back, her body erupting in a mist of blood as she crashed against the energy barrier. A white glow flickered across her surface, indicating the commencement of her internal medical particles work. Her reserves were plummeting from zero into negative numbers, rapidly escalating into a greater deficit. Clearly, she had completely lost her combat capability. The audience fell into a momentary void of silence. Even the host on the platform was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. Is it over? Chapter 68. Am I really strong? As the energy barrier was deactivated, the air remained tinged with the acrid scent of charred substances and metallic ions. The host finally regained his senses. The victor of this match is Wang Zhe. The audience below abruptly awoke, their expressions transforming dramatically. Damn it, my money. Ha ha. Who said gamblers never prosper? A 14-fold return. Did I stake my entire fortune? How could this happen? I merely sought a little pocket change. Where are the children crying every day? Where are the gamblers losing daily? After losing for a month, I recouped my losses in a single day. Ha ha. Damn you. Wang Zhe. The unexpected outcome left many feeling shattered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Wang Zhe remained standing. The residual electricity from the electric step had singed the hems of his pants, yet he did not immediately withdraw, lost in thought. I won. Did I truly win just like that? Is it really this simple? All the hype, and yet I defeated them with just 2 moves? According to Wang Zhe's speculation, given that his opponent was not weak, they should have responded swiftly during the split second he charged his electromagnetic cannon, preparing themselves. Even if they couldn't predict his technique, they should have at least been psychologically prepared to dodge as the projectile was released. And yet, it seemed they didn't even have time to react. Is this what a top-tier level 2 fighter, comparable to a level 3 fighter, looks like? Wang Zhe found himself puzzled. He still had 2 backup moves left unused. Could it be that I'm actually quite strong? At this moment, Wang Zhe resembled a fierce beast newly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, utterly bewildered regarding his place within the food chain. Much like the tiger in the donkey of Qian, which upon encountering a donkey does not immediately attack or devour, but instead cautiously tests the waters. According to Coach Liu, Chi Ro's strength should average that of a level 3 fighter. He initially believed that level 3 fighters would be formidable, but now it appeared they might merely be at an amateur level. Sigh, had I known she was this weak, I wouldn't have used that exorbitantly priced trio of injections. Coach Liu in the audience was equally dumbfounded. His mouth agape, he wore an expression akin to seeing a ghost. Chi Ro, the most scrutinized and highly anticipated fighter in the underground boxing scene this year. Almost all coaches and elite fighters unanimously believed that her ascension to level 4 and even level 5 was merely a matter of time. And now, defeated in 2 moves by a complete novice? More importantly, with his cultivation in the transformation realm, he could clearly sense that Wang Zhe still retained ample energy. Following that peculiar technique, the blood energy within him continued to surge robustly. He was more than capable of continuing the fight. This meant that, while that technique was not exactly a trivial move, it certainly did not classify as a major attack, merely a minor skill. A technique capable of effortlessly defeating a level 3 fighter could hardly be considered a significant move for a newcomer. What sort of monster has he encountered? Coach, Liu coach. It was only after Wang Zhe descended from the platform and called out multiple times that Coach Liu finally snapped back to reality. Huh? Oh, you're down. What is the matter? Coach, please match me with my next opponent quickly. Wang Zhe urged. I need to capitalize on the effects of my medicine before they wear off. I must fight several more matches. Having already injected the trio of exorbitant potions, the effects were still in play. If I let this opportunity slip away, I will be heartbroken. At the very least, I need to win back enough money to feel satisfied. Oh, right. I can't believe I almost forgot. Don't worry. I'll match you right away. Coach Liu swiftly grabbed his phone to arrange Wang Zhe's next opponent. After completing the task, he cautiously inquired. Indeed, Wang Zhe, although it may be inappropriate for me, as a coach, to inquire into your private matters, I must audaciously ask. Your martial arts training encompasses Jinshibu and Inian Zhaohua Quan, correct? Yes. Although uncertain of the other's intent, Wang Zhe nodded in agreement. What level have you achieved in Jinshibu? Level 20. No way. Coach Liu's neck retracted as his head jerked back in astonishment. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired again in a hushed tone. Level 20. You have reached the maximum level in Dianchabu. Huh? Isn't it assumed to be maxed out? Wang Zhe appeared equally surprised. It is merely a high-end martial art. Would anyone participate in a competition without reaching the maximum level? Especially in a contest that involves financial stakes. And what about Enian Zhaohua Quan? This is a top-tier martial art. Level 5? Or perhaps 7, 8, level 12? Wang Zhe answered honestly. Huh. Coach Liu covered his face with his right hand, a look of relief spreading across his features. A true gem, indeed. Very well. I understand now. He nodded, ceasing further conversation, his mind already forming a rough estimate of Wang Zhe's capabilities. Moments later, the match concluded. Your next opponent is the level 3 fighter, Qi Yuan. Here is his information. Take a look. Wang Zhe took the tablet and glanced over it. Record, 65 wins. 18 losses. Martial arts, 3 high-end from mid-range. His statistics were quite similar to those of Qi Chui Rou, with a balanced array of martial arts. Finished looking? Can we commence the match immediately, or must we wait half an hour? You wish to start right away? No problem. I will urge him along. Just be ready to step onto the stage. Following the previous match, Coach Liu's demeanor transformed dramatically, becoming exceedingly accommodating towards Wang Zhe. He promptly took out his phone and began dialing. Wang Zhe nodded and walked directly onto the platform, preparing for his bout. In just a few minutes, 2 men, one tall and one short, emerged from the lounge and approached. The shorter man produced several syringes, injecting himself repeatedly before taking a moment to gather himself. Then stepped onto the stage. The taller man approached Coach Liu directly. Old Liu, what is going on? Did this Wang Zhe offend you? Not only did he voluntarily share information with us, but he also specifically requested for Shao Qi to receive several injections to ensure he enters the ring at peak condition. Quite the opposite. Coach Liu revealed a rare smile. You must have missed the news, didn't you? Qi Chui Rou was defeated by a level 1 fighter. Upon hearing this, the tall man paused, then looked toward the stage with realization. So, it is this Wang Zhe? But from the video, it seems Qi Chui Rou's failure stemmed from underestimating her opponent, right? She didn't take any medicine or adjust her condition before stepping into the ring. Coach Liu shook his head, a look of disdain crossing his face. What can a video reveal? I can assure you, this Wang Zhe is a treasure I've unearthed. The only question remains, what level of treasure is he? Is he worth 1 million or even 10 million? Such exaggeration? The tall man appeared astonished. Trust me, betting on Wang Zhe's victory is a surefire profit. Coach Liu chuckled, already placing a wager of 100,000. The tall man remained skeptical, shaking his head. I've reviewed Wang Zhe's information. Theoretically, his combat talent may indeed be exceptional, but his lack of martial arts variety, particularly the absence of defensive techniques, is a critical flaw. Furthermore, in the last match, there were too many strokes of luck. Qi Yuan, at his peak, could likely defeat Qi Chui Rou in 3 moves. Coach Liu rolled his eyes. Then why don't you place a bet on him winning? I won't. Chapter 69. Confirming the hierarchical position in the food chain on the stage. Both Wang Zhe and Qi Yuan exhibited slightly flushed skin, with white steam gently rising from their heads. This was the external manifestation of the effects of the small shop's medications. After the popular fighter Qi Chui Rou was carried off, the audience surrounding the stage grew rather than diminished. Many hurled various insults at Wang Zhe. The sudden upset not only attracted more attention, but also garnered considerable animosity toward Wang Zhe. Fortunately, he remained largely indifferent, focusing intently on his opponent and contemplating his strategy. In terms of martial arts, compared to Qi Chui Rou's balanced approach, Qi Yuan's combat style leaned more towards agility. According to the information provided by Coach Liu, in terms of overall strength, Qi Yuan was on par with Qi Chui Rou. However, having already taken his medication and learned from the previous match, he would likely exercise greater caution. Nevertheless, he would still not be my match. Ding! The match begins. As the host pressed the button, an energy shield enveloped the entire arena. Bang! Wang Zhe's vision blurred for a moment, and in the next instant his opponent's figure had vanished from sight. To the onlookers, Qi Yuan seemed to have circled behind Wang Zhe in the blink of an eye. High-end speed-type martial art, tension steps, mid-range functional martial art, observation vision. This was Qi Yuan's signature technique. First, using observation vision to obscure the enemy's sight, followed by tension steps to explosively dart into the blind spot of the opponent. Launching a surprise attack. It's over. Observing Wang Zhe, who had yet to react and had not even turned his body, Qi Yuan felt an overwhelming confidence. His right palm slowly raised, vibrating at an exceptionally high frequency. High-end, offensive martial art, resonance palm, a remarkable technique that transmits its force directly into the enemy's bones and internal organs through high-speed vibrations. Coupled with the agility of tension steps, this martial art's lethality far exceeded that of typical high-end techniques. Once struck, regardless of whether the opponent managed to activate defensive techniques in time, the results could range from broken bones to severe internal damage, even leading to ruptured hearts and shattered brains. However, swish, Wang Zhe suddenly moved, merely sidestepping. It perfectly allowed Qi Yulin's strike to narrowly miss him. Slow. Too slow. Wang Zhe's body shimmered with electric light as he calmly watched Qi Yulin, who continued to dash away but could not escape his line of sight. At this moment, Qi Yulin's speed appeared somewhat sluggish to him. In reality, Qi Yulin's speed was not slow at all. Even among level 3 fighters, he was undoubtedly among the fastest. In the realm of level 4 fighters, his speed would be considered average. Wang Zhe instinctively compared the speed of the combat instructors in the martial arts space to that of his current opponent. When Chi Rou had struck earlier, he had thought it was a tentative approach, deliberately slowing down. But now it seemed that the strength of a level 3 fighter might indeed be just this. Wang Zhe realized, adjusting his position within the hierarchy of the underground fighting world. The speed at which his opponent was running at full capacity was only equivalent to that of a level 16 Dianchabu. In fact, he lacked the agility of Dianchabu, moving in a straightforward manner. This meant that I possess at least the strength of a level 4 fighter. Did Manager Qiong not inform me that fighters in the underground world are seasoned veterans with extensive combat experience? Is he deceiving me? Or are the titles of those combat instructors indeed legitimate? Having grown accustomed to a life of hardship, Wang Zhe instinctively underestimated his own abilities. Furthermore, due to the remarkably low cost, he subconsciously believed that the titles of the instructors in the combat space were not entirely genuine. It is not that they are false. It is merely that there is a significant disparity. A champion from a legitimate city-level competition and a champion from a low-tier city competition can both claim the title of city-level competition champion. Yet their strengths can be worlds apart. Thus, he assumed those instructors were champions of lesser competitions. Yet now, it seemed he could not have been more mistaken. Swish! Once again evading the opponent's attack, Wang Zhe had gained a considerable understanding of his own strength, and thus, he decided to no longer hold back. With the electric vehicle's full power in operation, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Qi Yulin's face. This is bad. How can he be so fast? Qi Yulin felt as if Wang Zhe's figure had teleported, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. However, being a level 3 boxer and in a state of complete concentration, his body instinctively reacted, his entire face shimmering with a golden glow, rendering it nearly indestructible. Clang! Wang Zhe's fist struck Qi Yulin's face as if hitting solid metal, the force of the punch propelling Qi Yulin backward. This was a high-end defensive martial art. Jin Pai Gong. It could temporarily and significantly enhance the hardness of the skin within a certain range. Although the area of enhancement was limited, the degree of reinforcement was substantial, even capable of withstanding attacks from a transformation realm martial artist. Yet, it required a certain level of reflexes from the practitioner. Qi Yulin relaxed for a moment, just about to mock. Haha, your reaction speed is commendable. But bang, bang, bang. 3 red bricks swiftly flew out, striking Qi Yulin's unprotected lower body one after the other. In a single blow, the balance on his head plummeted from 10,000 to a negative value. Wang Zhe smirked. A punch to the face, bricks to the lower body. This is the insidious brilliance of the high-end martial art. Yinyan Zhao Hua Quan. Chapter 70. An Unexpected Opponent. By Mingsheng. The victor is Wang Zhe. As Wang Zhe stepped down from the ring, the effects of the drug were nearly dissipated. His physique as a drug-enhanced individual allowed for a significant amplification of the drug's effects. But the downside was that the duration was shorter compared to others. The audience erupted in astonishment. If Chi Rou had been defeated due to carelessness and information asymmetry, what about Qi Yulin? He was fully under the influence of drugs, completely alert on the stage. Most importantly, Wang Zhe appeared even more relaxed. Could it be that Wang Zhe was merely here to catch fish? One spectator sensed something amiss. Another win of 70,000, splendid. This was a gambler who only looked at the odds. Curse it, I've lost my coffin money. Keep going. If you have the guts, challenge again. I want to see a level 4 boxer smash your medical card. This was a better blinded by loss. Well done, kid. Interested in having a sugar daddy? This was Coach Lu, who had just won a hefty sum, grinning from ear to ear, as Wang just stepped off the stage. Before the angry spectators could close in, he boldly approached and threw an arm around his shoulders, swaggering out. As a black boxing coach, although they were at the transformation realm, their base salary could not compare to that of martial artists in legitimate companies at the same level. Fortunately, the company allowed them to earn side income. When one of their fighters had a match, they could place bets on their own fighters, but could only bet on wins. Thus, every time a capable fighter emerged under their wing, each coach would treat them like a treasure. After all, no one would want to go against money. Hey, I was just joking. I don't really want to be your sugar daddy. Let me introduce you. This is my colleague, Coach O. However, he doesn't have many fighters under his wing and mainly manages the inventory of the convenience store. If you ever need to purchase drugs in bulk or rent weapons, you can find him. Seeing Wang's expression turn serious, as if he were genuinely contemplating the idea of a sugar daddy, Coach Lu quickly changed the subject. Coach O is good. Wang politely bowed. Very good, very courteous. If it weren't for this Lu fellow already having taken you in, I would have wanted to snatch you up as my fighter. Coach O was quite tall, with a warm smile, yet his chubby face lent him an air of fierce ruthlessness, making it difficult for others to feel close to him. Let us exchange contact information. If you need specialized items for the arena in the future, just come to me, and I can give you the internal price. Don't go to the convenience store. That's for fighters unwilling to sign with a coach. By the way, I heard Coach Lu mention you made a purchase at the convenience store. I've already had the finance department refund you. Take a look. Wang pulled out his phone and scrolled to the payment details. The refund of over 4,000 had indeed arrived. His eyes suddenly brightened, and when he looked back at Coach O, he felt the man's demeanor was kind and benevolent, resembling a peaceful version of a fierce guardian. It made one yearn for friendship. Thank you, Coach O. We are all family. There's no need for pleasantries. Work hard with your strength and talent. As long as you put in enough effort, the company will not treat you unfairly. All right? You all continue. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Coach O waved with a smile, exchanged contact information, and casually complimented Wang Zhu a couple of times before departing. Well, after 3 consecutive matches, you must be tired, right? Let's settle your earnings. Coach Lu pulled out a tablet, displaying Wang Zhu's record from the previous 3 matches. The appearance fee, medical expenses incurred, and performance were all clearly outlined. However, he wore a puzzled expression. Wait, according to your statement, am I not still in the probation period? Is there a salary during the probation period? When he first went to the black drug market to apply as a spokesperson, he remembered that getting paid during the probation period came with conditions. Coach Lu chuckled bitterly. There's no choice. After all, we aren't a legitimate company. A formal company can certainly withhold wages, and it's fine if employees report them. However, our company isn't quite regular. If reported, it could lead to issues, so we have to compensate. I see. Wang Zhu understood. He suddenly developed quite a fondness for informal companies. I have another question. Isn't the performance calculated at around 10% of the medical expenses paid by the opponent? Why does this tablet show 30? A level 1 boxer accounts for 10, while a level 3 boxer is 30. A level 5 boxer directly brings in 50. Moreover, since you are currently in a ranking match, today's performance earnings are calculated based on your final level. Wang Zhu looked at the data on the tablet. Chi Li's medical expenses were 10,000, with minimal expenditure. Chi Chui Ro's medical expenses were 70,000, deducting the 10,000 free quota, totaling 60,000. Chi Yulin's medical expenses were 12,000, with 10,000 free, meaning 2,000 was spent. 62,000, calculated at 30, would yield only 18,000, which is even higher than the appearance fee. Coach Lu shrugged, nodding. Truly outstanding boxers do not rely on appearance fees. They earn from performance. Wang Zhi's mind raced faster than anyone else's when it came to financial matters. If calculated at 50 for performance, wouldn't that amount to 31,000? And the appearance fee would also rise accordingly? All told, if I could reach level 5, the money in hand could suddenly increase by over 20,000. Curse it, had I known performance could increase, I shouldn't have let Chi Yulin off so easily during our match. A level 5 boxer? Coach Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. Did he genuinely believe it was that easy to advance to a level 5 boxer? You, a mere novice. Reaching level 3 in a single day is already quite impressive. I must warn you, more than half of level 4 boxers possess high-end martial arts techniques. And most high-end martial arts are already at max level. Among level 5 boxers, at least one, if not more, possess top-tier martial arts. In front of them, your advantages would vanish completely. Therefore, my advice to you is to know when to stop and conclude this ranking match. Once you have addressed your shortcomings, then strive to challenge level 4 and 5 boxers. Wang Zhe did not respond, merely gazing at his phone. After adding Coach O as a friend, the latter promptly sent over an internal price list. What would normally cost over 1,000 for a single dose of medicine was now available for just over 100. Although the price was still higher than in the outside world, it was at least within an acceptable range. After pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth to inquire. The realm of a level 4 fighter and a level 5 fighter is indeed confined within the boundaries of the Willow realm, is it not? It is improbable for a practitioner of the Hualing realm to emerge, right? Coach Lu furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by Wang Zhe's inquiry, yet proceeded to elucidate. Rest assured, as you are in the Willow realm, the company will match you exclusively with fighters of the same tier. The disparity of a major realm is akin to a chasm in strength, rendering any bout uninteresting. Thus, the company would not engage in such folly. Once you ascend to the Hualing realm, should you wish to continue boxing, only then will you be matched with fighters of that level. Of course, if you prefer to step back from the ring, you could follow my path and become a coach. The company warmly welcomes fighters above level 4, even if they choose to retire from fighting. Is it the Willow realm? Then there lies a chance. Wang Zhe nodded slowly, as if resolutely making a decision. Not far away, a server emerged from the convenience store, respectfully placing 3 large boxes of potions beside Wang Zhe. These were the potions he had just purchased. Can you skip level 4 and directly match me with a level 5 fighter? Upon seeing this, Coach Lu frowned. Hey, don't act impulsively, I mean it. You might stand a chance against a level 4 fighter, but against a level 5 fighter, you stand no chance whatsoever. Level 5 fighters will show no mercy. They are seasoned veterans of the underground boxing scene. Should you falter in strength, they will not relent until they have thoroughly drained you. It would be far wiser to withdraw now, secure your earnings, and train diligently for a while. Sign me out, coach. Wang Zhe slowly closed his eyes, his breathing becoming elongated. Coach Lu wished to say more, but was interrupted by Wang Zhe's shake of the head. With a resolute gaze, he spoke softly. Coach, do you know? Initially, I was unaware of the caliber of the underground boxing matches. In my eyes, supreme martial skill seemed standard for the fighters. In terms of raw strength, I believed I was merely a bottom-tier fighter. Yet I still came forward. Do you know why? Oh, Coach Lu was taken aback. Why? Quite simply because I possess a trump card. Wang Zhe's demeanor shifted. However, my greatest trump card is not my martial skill level, but rather my potion capacity. You may not believe it, but since I began using potions, I have hardly ever filled my capacity to the brim. What was the last time I reached maximum capacity? It must have been when I was still in the Taigiga realm. During these days, I have diligently trained, my stats soaring, with potions flooding my system. Each day, the potions I consume yield effects no less than 3 times the norm. The potions entering my body each week likely exceed the total volume of my blood. Lately, I have been pondering just how much my potion capacity has expanded. However, I have yet to find the opportunity to test it. Thus, today, I shall measure my capacity with the efficacy of these 120 syringes. Chapter 71, by Ming Cheng. Potions? Is my confidence derived from potions? What sort of absurd confidence is this? In the 7-star realm, who does not excel in potion use? Coach Lu wished to continue dissuading him. But upon seeing Wang Zhe's deliberately revealed balance dwindling to 2 digits, he found himself at a loss for words. He has made up his mind. He sighed. In the 7-star realm, exhausting one's balance at once is tantamount to a declaration of a death match. Continuing to dissuade him would be futile. Very well, I will match you. Thank you, coach. Coach Lu reluctantly took out his phone. After all, this is how we earn a living. The black market matching system operates with remarkable efficiency. In under 3 minutes, the results were in. Coach Lu glanced at the outcome and presented the information to Wang Zhe. Your opponent is the level 5 fighter by Ming Cheng at the pinnacle of the Willow realm. The good news is that Bai Ming Cheng is among the few level 5 fighters who has mastered only one supreme martial skill. However, the bad news is that he possesses a total of 6 fully mastered high-grade martial skills. Moreover, these 6 skills are intricately interconnected, each enhancing the other. In a sense, these 6 high-grade martial skills in his hands are equivalent to 6 half-step supreme martial skills. He has virtually no weaknesses in comprehensive strength, even among level 5 fighters. His prowess is top tier. by Mingxiang. Upon hearing this name, Wang Zhe paused, muttering softly to himself. This is too smooth. Smooth? What do you mean by smooth? Coach Lu inquired. It's nothing. When does the match begin? Within 3 hours. Coach Lu explained. Generally, matches between level 4 and level 5 fighters require prior reservations. However, as you're a newcomer participating in a ranking match, which holds high priority, no reservation is necessary. You can be matched directly. Here is his information. Take a look. Wang Zhe accepted the tablet. Name, by Mingxiang, level 5 fighter. Stats, 299. Realm, Pinnacle of Wulo, martial skills, class 3 transformation, supreme. Crimson Flame steps, high grade. Heartburn formula, high grade. Zhuming artillery, high grade. Red Lotus barrier, high grade. Just as Coach Lu stated, Bai Mingxing possesses a total of 6 high-grade martial skills, all related to flames. Each skill serves a unique function, yet complements the others. Attack, defense, close combat, ranged, agility, all functionalities are encompassed. The Supreme Martial Skill Class 3 Transformation is particularly a burst-type skill that enables a fighter to unleash unprecedented strength in a short span. Suddenly, a resounding bell tolled, startling the audience who had intended to depart. What? It rang again? Is this fellow still fighting? Wasn't he Qiyuan a level 3 fighter just now? Is he aiming to leap directly into the level 4 ranking match? Who is his opponent? The crowd raised their heads towards the electronic screen above the arena. The names of the combatants for this match had already appeared. Bai Mingxiang vs. Wang Zhe Bai Mingxiang. Wait, ISNT he a level 5 fighter? In the office of Fei Xiren, Lianti Pharmaceutical, 2 men sat across from each other at a table. The youthful man was arrogant, while the middle-aged man displayed a subservient demeanor. Supervisor Bai, I would like to request a leave of absence. A leave? The man referred to as Supervisor Bai casually picked up the leave request, then chuckled lightly. Feeling unwell and seeking a leave? Certainly, that's no problem. But 3 days is hardly sufficient. I shall grant you an extended leave. You need not return at all. What do you mean by realizing your error and not requesting leave? Do not misunderstand. At this point, whether you request leave or not is irrelevant. If you are unwell, your work efficiency will be lower than that of healthy employees, which poses a risk to the company. What if you were to die at the company? Ensure you die outside? Huh. You impoverished souls would say anything to scam compensation, wouldn't you? Hurry and get out. Termination compensation? What are you thinking? We are not terminating you. We simply do not currently have suitable work for you, so we are granting you an unpaid long leave. Should you choose to resign due to lack of funds, that is not our concern. Get out. If you do not leave immediately, your salary for this month will be reduced by 100. After expelling the middle-aged man, another figure entered shortly thereafter. The youth frowned, intending to reprimand, but upon seeing the newcomer, quickly altered his demeanor. Uncle Bai, what brings you here? I came to see how your training is progressing. If Wang Zhe were present, he would recognize the newcomer as Bai Lu Yuan, the manager of Fei Xiren Lianti Pharmaceutical. The youth was none other than Bai Mingxiang, Wang Zhe's opponent in the upcoming match. Bai Mingxiang flashed a radiant smile, resembling a bright and sunny young man. Uncle, after this period of part-time work and dismissing nearly 100 desperate workers, my class 3 transformation is on the verge of elevating me from supervisor to manager. Excellent. Bai Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction, gently ruffling his hair. I witnessed the entire process of you dismissing the workers just now. Your methods were quite adept, your rhetoric seasoned, and your behavior rather ruthless. Your moral character has indeed reached the pinnacle of a supervisory level. However, it is unfortunate that you still fall slightly short of the managerial standard. Do you know where the discrepancy lies? Bai Mingxiang shook his head in confusion. It is quite simple, Bai Lu Yuan explained. You failed to extract every ounce from that worker while dismissing him. Think about it carefully. His decision to take leave for a hospital visit indicates what? It signifies that he possesses surplus funds. He has money, and coincidentally, our company sells pharmaceuticals. What a remarkable coincidence. We could easily deceive him into purchasing medication from the company at an internal price, then coax him to continue working, subsequently converting his wages into medicinal products for him. I just checked. He has 15 records of black market loans, though they're all currently suspended. He has only defaulted on 3, while the remaining 12 were merely retracted due to risk assessments. If we lend him some money to pay off his debts, we can calculate the interest at a rate of 9 to 13, thus earning additional profit. If we estimate that he can last for another 6 months, We could easily extract over 100,000 yuan in performance from him. Bai Mingcheng pondered for a moment, realizing the truth. But wait, uncle, what medicine does our company have to treat his illness? Who said the medication we sell is meant for healing? Bai Luyuan retorted, not for healing. Are you suggesting it is something like cheap blood pills for cultivation assistance? Would he even purchase such products? Fool, why not repackage painkillers? Being a pure martial artist, he hardly recognizes many characters. How could he identify the medications? As long as he feels no pain, he will believe he is cured. Without the sensation of pain, his work efficiency will remain unaffected. To be even bolder, we could mix painkillers with concentrated dopamine and sell it to ensure he experiences pleasure before his demise. Upon hearing this, Bai Mingcheng suddenly realized and slapped his thigh. No wonder you are still a beast, uncle. To dare profit from the dead, what a sight to behold. Today, I have truly witnessed the essence of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bai Luyuan waved his hand, dismissing the remark. It's nothing to mention. Compared to the exploitation methods of the company's director and general manager, my strategies are mere trifles. After a pause, he earnestly advised, remember these two phrases. The first, the money of the poor is like water in a sponge. A good squeeze will always yield some. The second, understand that all things in heaven and earth can contribute to my performance. When you can apply these two sayings in your work, transforming into a manager amidst the third transformation of martial arts hierarchy, you will have truly entered the realm. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. Just then, Bai Mingcheng's phone vibrated, and a message appeared on the screen. It was a message from his coach. Hurry to the underground boxing arena. The ranking match is underway, and the opponent is formidable. Upon returning to the shopping mall's ground floor, Bai Mingcheng entered his exclusive lounge. His coach had been waiting for some time. You've arrived? The coach tossed a tablet into his hands. This contains information about your opponent. He just passed the preliminary test today. The details are sparse, but his strength is estimated to barely reach the level of a fifth-tier boxer. All right, coach. Bai Mingcheng nodded and glanced at the tablet. Name, Wang Zhe, ranking match. Value, 278. Realm, no leakage realm. Martial skills, one thought transformation fist, top luxury. Electric step, high luxury. Other martial skills yet to be discovered. At a cursory glance, Bai Mingcheng was instantly perplexed. Just one top-tier offensive martial skill paired with one agile skill can be deemed as possessing fifth-tier strength? Could it be that both skills are maxed out? The coach shook his head. These two skills are merely what can be confirmed at the moment. How many martial skills he truly masters remains unknown for now. Pay close attention to his fight videos. Aside from a move that merges one thought transformation fist and electric step, his overall state is peculiar. The instantaneous acceleration of electric step is astonishing, yet he shows no signs of discomfort throughout, rather handling it with ease. It's as if his state while employing electric step is his natural state, requiring no adaptation to enter it. This indicates that his reaction, body control, and sensory adaptability are exceptionally developed. Thus, I suspect he possesses at least 3 functional martial skills, all of at least high luxury quality. Even if their levels are not maxed out, they likely come close. Bai Mingcheng watched the video on the tablet, gradually nodding in agreement. Furthermore, his movements, techniques, and timing of strikes are exceptionally precise. His actions are not bound by formality, exhibiting a diverse style. It feels as if he has been guided by multiple esteemed masters to achieve such prowess. Could he be the child of a figure from the transformation realm or a high-ranking executive from factory? Never mind, just to be safe, let us prepare a contingency plan. He took out his phone, effortlessly tapping on a contact, sending over the name and message. Soon, a response came through. However, as Bai Mingcheng opened it and read a few lines, his brow furrowed. What is the matter? Is there a significant background? The coach inquired. No, quite the opposite. There isn't any affluent background, and his origins even trace back to the suburbs, living in poverty. However, there's a connection with me, or more accurately, with my uncle. Bai Mingcheng recounted the events involving Wang Zhe and manager Bai Luyuan. I see, the coach nodded. It makes sense. Your family has already been a middle-class lineage for 2 generations, and with one more, you will reach the status of the legendary tri-generational middle class. It's wise to remain cautious. So, are you planning to eliminate this potential threat for your uncle? Yes. Initially, I thought it was merely a coincidence of names, but it turns out to be him. Bai Mingcheng affirmed. His grandfather was the first generation of middle class from the Bai family. barely stepping into the middle class through his position as the supervisor of natural body refinement pharmaceuticals. Using this position, he profited immensely and took his most gifted descendant, Bai Lu Yuan, under his wing, dedicating all his efforts to his training. Bai Lu Yuan did not disappoint, breaking through to the transformation realm several years ago. However, at that time, his grandfather's greed had already drawn the attention of the corporate higher-ups. Bai Lu Yuan decisively reported him, sending his grandfather to a no-pay prison. Consequently, Bai Lu Yuan, leveraging his own realm and contributions, ascended to become the manager of non-natural body refinement pharmaceuticals in Shueisha City. Henceforth, the Bai family has achieved 2 generations of middle-class status. All that remains is for Bai Mingchang to step onto Bai Lu Yuan's shoulders to enter the middle class, allowing the Bai family to become tri-generational middle-class citizens and directly apply for the esteemed tri-generational middle-class certification. The tri-generational middle-class certification is a bloodline recognition certificate introduced by the 7-Star Realms authorities. Possessing this bloodline certificate is sufficient to cleanse the family's lineage of the shameful history associated with the lower class. It grants higher privileges and broader choices for survival. When selecting mid-level management, companies tend to favor tri-generational middle-class individuals. Even the offspring have a better chance of being admitted to schools due to their martial potential. However, Bai Lu Yuan has already invested nearly 1 million yuan in Wangzhe. If this investment does not yield returns, once the directors and general managers of non-natural body refinement pharmaceuticals notice, it is highly likely that Bai Lu Yuan will be dismissed. If my uncle, Bai Lu Yuan, is expelled before I enter the transformation realm, who else can I rely on to ascend? Thus, resolving the issue with Wangzhe is no longer solely Bai Lu Yuan's concern, but rather a matter for the entire Bai family. Shouldn't you inform your uncle first? The coach asked. There is no need. He is merely a poor individual. Although I'm unsure how he acquired such martial skills, he still lacks the strength to match mine. Seizing the opportunity of this underground boxing match, I will obliterate his medical balance, and everything will be resolved. Hearing this, the coach nodded in agreement. Indeed, although he appeared to perform admirably in his previous matches, there remains a significant gap when compared to you. However, for the sake of caution, it would be prudent to bring the injection apparatus along. What if he possesses some hidden trump card? Carry 9 doses, and that should suffice in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Bai Mingchang nodded, donning a mechanical wrist guard and extracting 9 vials of medication from his backpack, methodically pouring them into the wrist guard. This mechanical wrist guard, known as the Combat Injection Module, retails for 40,000 and boasts a maximum capacity of 200 standard doses. It features 8 distinct injection ports and is capable of monitoring the user's physical condition, providing recommendations for optimal dosage. Not only can it preload a certain amount of medication, but it is also portable. During a fight, a mere press of a button allows for instantaneous injection into the body. A single dose for each of his 3 main attributes should suffice. By the way, coach, what is his physical strength rated at? 921? That seems rather low. Bai Mingxing remarked. I wonder if he possesses any defensive martial skills. Furthermore, it appears he deliberately refrains from replenishing his medical balance as a precaution to avoid excessive losses. This poses a challenge regarding the timing and force of my strikes. For advanced fighters, as long as they secure victory, the medical expenses incurred during the battle are covered by the company. Yet, Wangzhe is merely a level 3 fighter, and regardless of victory or defeat, he bears the cost of medical expenses himself. Undoubtedly, and by Mingqing's view, the outcome of the match is already predetermined. The only consideration left for him is how to shatter Wangzhe's medical balance in a single blow, thereby severing his financial lifeline and forcing him to rely on his uncle for support. Chapter 73. Martial arts is about showmanship, and ambushes here he comes. Bai Mingchang has arrived. Is it really him? A newcomer who just participated in a match today, and after a few promotions, he dares to challenge higher ranks. This is madness. This arrogant young man is in for a rude awakening. It's all over for him. I might as well go all in with borrowed money. What if it all goes wrong again? Can a level 5 fighter truly falter? If they can, then I am at a loss. As Bai Mingcheng emerged from the resting area, gasps erupted from the crowd. In the realm of underground fighting, the number of level 5 fighters is fixed, totaling merely 10, each a star in their own right. Bai Mingcheng ignored the surrounding commotion and gracefully ascended the stage, gazing down at Wangzhe. Wangzhe, grasping an energy orb to replenish his vitality, seemed to sense something amiss as he lifted his gaze. The first thing he noticed was the staggering 100,000 medical balance displayed above by Mingqing's head. The second was the combat injection module strapped to his wrist. Damn, what a wealthy individual, Wang Zhe cursed inwardly. Not only does he have a lengthy health bar, but he also possesses such extravagant equipment. If only he could recharge his balance to enhance his own vitality. Alas, his wallet does not permit such indulgence. Turning his attention back, Coach Lu returned, carrying 4 syringe-sized vials and a roll of tape. Here are the large syringes and tape you requested. Thank you, Coach. Accepting the syringes, Wang Zhe approached the already opened vials, drawing the liquid into the syringes. Then he manually bent the needle, attaching the first 3 syringes to his collarbone, side, and thigh. The titanium injection rings embedded themselves securely into his skin, and he used tape to bind them firmly in place. This way, with a gentle push, he could inject an entire vial of medication into his body. Even amidst fierce combat, he could administer his drugs at any moment. While it might appear somewhat unrefined, practicality is paramount. The only concern is to avoid being struck in those areas. The wealthy have their injection modules, while the less fortunate must devise their own methods. Unable to afford an injection module and reluctant to carry so many vials to the ring, he feared depleting his medication capacity and compromising his performance. Thus, this was the only solution. 120 doses of medication, 4 syringes, each containing 30 doses of mixed liquid. After securing the first 3, Wang Zhe chose not to attach the last syringe to himself, but instead injected it directly into his neck. Let us test the waters with 30 doses. The cold liquid surged into his body, causing Wang Zhe to shiver involuntarily. Yet, almost immediately, within a second, he felt a reaction. His skin flushed slightly, veins bulging like serpents, muscles swelling, and his physique expanded noticeably. What was once an unremarkable build now displayed the contours of muscle beneath his clothing. Wang Zhe sensed a significant enhancement in his physicality, vigor, and mental acuity. On the stage, Bai Mingqing stood with arms crossed, still wearing a derisive expression, clearly dismissing Wang Zhe. Exhaling deeply, Wang Zhe moved forward towards the ring. Below, Coach Lu glanced at his phone, conflicted over the odds of 1 to 35, hesitating to place a bet. The announcer on stage was electrified, shouting with enthusiasm. "He is moving. Wang Zhe is on the move." If I'm not mistaken, it seems Wang Zhe just injected himself with the equivalent of 30 doses of enhancement medication. 30 doses! It's been ages since a fighter dared to treat medication as if it were saline. Wang Zhe is truly all in, stepping into the ring with a resolve of either victory or death. This is incredibly exciting. A super dark horse combined with a massive dose of drugs against a long-established level 5 fighter, who will ultimately emerge victorious. Huh! Bai Mingqing, arms crossed, wore a face full of scorn. Does he truly believe that sheer drug resistance equates to strength? Is the dosage sufficient? If not, I would be happy to allow him a moment to inject more on-site. I don't mind waiting. Does he really think he can compete with a level 5 fighter just because he is a level 3 fighter who has taken a few drugs? Wang Zhe lifted his gaze, calm and composed, as if Bai Mingqing were merely a crack in the wall. "You will mind," he uttered, his voice deep like thunder before a storm. The crowd below surged with excitement. Many spectators were thrilled. It's not every day to witness a novice directly challenging a level 5 fighter. Some began to sense something was amiss. Is he truly in a state equivalent to 30 doses? I would have assumed he took 90. His condition seems quite off. It feels as though his attributes have increased by at least 10-fold. No, I sense he might still continue fighting. His drug capacity appears not to have reached its limit. Coach Lu observed Wang Zhe's state and stroked his chin, nodding to himself as if piecing together a realization. On the stage, as both fighters prepared, the announcer raised his right hand. The match begins. The protective shield descended with a crash, enclosing the arena. Bai Mingqing remained motionless, his posture impeccably erect. Left foot slightly forward, palms slightly drawn in. Flames flickered around him. A palpable oppressive heat began to spread. The burning heart technique, an advanced functional martial skill, generates a field that raises the surrounding temperature by releasing vitality. Within this field, the damage dealt by fire-based martial skills is amplified, while simultaneously imposing a degree of mental pressure on the opponent. Let us commence with a trial shot of the Zhu Ming cannon. Bai Mingcheng slowly raised his right hand. Flames igniting beneath his feet, his movement technique, the red flame step, coiling like a spring, ready to unleash. Looking down upon Wang Zhe, a person of humble beginnings, he held a deep-seated contempt. However, just as his right foot stepped forward, Wang Zhe blurred momentarily. Bai Mingcheng's expression shifted. He had failed to perceive how Wang Zhe moved. It was the electric step, fueled by the dual effects of the medication and electrical stimulation. Wang Zhe's form seemed to vanish in a thin air, arcs of electricity coursing along the ground. In the next moment, he appeared 5 steps to Bai Mingcheng's left. How could it be so fast? Bai Mingcheng hastily shifted to defend, instinctively activating the red lotus barrier. Flames surged, transforming into a defensive barrier. Boom! 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 A heavy thud reverberated as the shockwave erupted. The crimson lotus barrier was directly distorted and shattered by a single punch from Wang Zhe. Bai Mingcheng was jolted back 2 steps by the flying metal spike, his toes leaving a scorched mark as he barely stabilized his stance. The balance above his head spun continuously, dropping several hundred points. The audience beneath the arena erupted in gasps, but he could not hear them. His ears were ringing. Did I fail to react? Bai Mingcheng felt disbelief wash over him. No, it was more than just a lack of reaction. The speed of this guy's burst was far beyond that of someone in the Wulu realm. By the time he discerned Wang Zhe's movement, the punch had already struck him. The speed was more than double that of his previous performance in the video. This fellow had been concealing his strength all along. What was this? A 5th-level fighter? Could it be that I stunned him with just 1 punch? Wang Zhe's sarcastic voice came from nearby. It's merely an advantage of information. Bai Mingcheng maintained the crimson lotus barrier, his gaze darkening. He leaned forward, his shoulder giving a slight shake as a dark flame manifested behind him, while his right arm's wrist guard injected the drug into his body. Below the stage, Coach Lu's eyes lit up with excitement. A brilliant ambush. The essence of combat lies in pretense and surprise. Utilizing bravado to provoke the opponent's emotions increases the likelihood of a successful ambush. Once the ambush is successful, one can continue the pretense and amplify the disruption. Wang Zhe's combat talent is quite commendable. Could there really be a chance of victory? Alas, I should have bet more. Chapter 74. The triple transformation of class continues. The air crackled with energy as Wang Zhe approached at a low angle, raising his right arm and swinging it forcefully. With a clap, 8 bricks materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Bai Mingcheng like a barrage of bullets in a fan-shaped formation. Boom, 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 boom. The bricks exploded into fragments, debris scattering as dust rose, instantly obscuring the view ahead. Boom! A piercing scream of the air being torn apart erupted. The familiar move, the familiar shriek, it was that technique. Flames surged in Bai Mingcheng's eyes as he grinned crookedly. I've been waiting for this. The crimson flame step activated. Flames erupted beneath his feet, his shoes melting instantly, and the tremendous force propelled him several meters into the air like a metal-armed Astro Boy. His 10 fingers spread wide, as if cradling an invisible full moon, a restless fireball coalescing in his grasp. At this moment, he finally discerned Wang Zhe's movements. A long, silver metallic object floated beside him, a metal sphere continuously accumulating energy. As expected, he was indeed employing that peculiar fusion martial technique. The steel ball accelerated in a half-length rail, electricity coursing through the track, blue lights surging, magnetic blasts howling within the electric arcs. The electromagnetic railgun poised to unleash its fury. Facing Wang Zhe's technique, Bai Mingcheng did not retreat but advanced. His right hand formed a loose grip, a restless fireball manifesting in midair. An extravagant martial technique, the Zhu Ming cannon. It melds qi and spiritual power. The higher the user's spiritual and physical values, the greater the martial technique's power. Though merely an extravagant level technique, he had 6 martial techniques that complemented each other, each one not weaker than a half-step supreme level. Not to mention, he had already injected the drug into his body. Yet, Wang Zhe's transformation fist could summon nothing more than some structurally simple metal blocks. He was clearly just a novice. Wang Zhe, is this the source of your audacity to challenge 5th-level fighters? Bai Mingcheng bellowed, watch closely. I shall shatter your confidence using your own strongest technique. He raised his arm violently, his knuckles bursting, skin flushed red, blood and spiritual energy converging in his palm. The fireball grew increasingly agitated. With a powerful throw, the fireball shot forth with a piercing scream, swelling in the wind, akin to a blazing sun shattering the air. Aimed directly at Wang's, almost simultaneously, Wang's electromagnetic railgun completed its charge. The steel sphere was released, the electromagnetic field erupting into a ring, blue-white arcs shooting forth like arrows. Zhu Ming cannon versus electromagnetic railgun. The two attacks collided explosively in the center of the arena. Boom! Thunder and fire converged in midair. An explosion erupted. A deafening roar shattered the energy shield, flames rising like a mushroom cloud. The shockwave swept across the arena, and Wang Zhe frowned slightly. He knew that this strike had not inflicted any damage on the opponent. The voltage of the electric step was too low. Though I call it an electromagnetic cannon, its actual power is far inferior to a true electromagnetic cannon. Unless I can find a substitute for the electric step that can provide sufficient voltage, this move can only be used to dominate weaker opponents. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal noise reminiscent of a rocket launch resounded once more. In the next moment, Bai Mingqing's face broke through the smoke, his feet igniting with flames as he accelerated against the shockwave towards Wang Zhe's position. Clearly, he intended to close the distance and finish the match through close combat. With a clap, Wang Zhe did not hesitate, seizing the second syringe at his waist and pushing it forcefully. 60 doses of the drug surged in. Boom! Blood energy erupted instantaneously, pores exploding, every muscle in his body tightening like steel cables. Expanding, Wang Zhe's entire body flushed red, the electric step reconnecting once more. Yet he did not choose to retreat. Instead, in the very moment the drug's effect erupted, he charged toward Bai Mingqing. Boom! Calf against calf. Wang Zhe, with the power freshly injected into his lower body, boldly intercepted with a kick. The collision of their legs exploded with a thunderous sound. Wang Zhe's ankle split open, blood spraying, yet Bai Mingqing was also jolted, staggering. The crimson flame barrier entwined around his leg was forcibly shattered. Both of their balance points dropped drastically. Bai Mingqing struggled to steady himself, his expression changing dramatically. How could the opponent, without the enhancement of defensive martial techniques, match him in damage ratio? How is this possible? He had no time to ponder, as Wang Zhe's figure reappeared. Clap! Wang Zhe's arms crackled with electricity. Tightening his fist from several meters away, blood energy surging. 5 metal cones formed around his fist. Then they shot out. Boom, boom, boom. Damn, his speed has increased. Bai Mingqing shouted in anger, the crimson flame step sliding him away from 2 of them, the third grazing him and exploding, fire erupting. But the 4th and 5th struck him squarely in the abdomen. Bang! The terrifying impact sent him flying, crashing against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. He looked down, realizing that the crimson lotus barrier wrapping around him had also dissipated. A large hole had been torn in his abdomen. Points above his head continued to spin until the first digit changed from 9 to 8, finally slowing to a stop. Bai Mingqing had lost nearly 10,000 points in a single blow. The audience gasped in astonishment. The host exclaimed, "Incredible! Wang Zhe is simply fearless." He actually injected an amount equivalent to 60 syringes in one go. At this moment, his values had likely surpassed the limits of the Wu-Lu realm. If we were to speak solely in terms of values, he could potentially rival a practitioner of the Hua-Ling realm. Moreover, it appeared that his drug capacity had not yet reached its limit. Could he truly inject all 120 syringes into his body? Having struck successfully, Wang Zhe showed no signs of fluctuation. He advanced, the metal cones reappearing. Knowing when to flaunt one's prowess and when to continue the ambush is the most fundamental judgment for a martial artist. And evidently, now is not the time for pretense. Bang, bang, bang. 3 metal cones spiraled outward, targeting the opponent's head. To prevent the fighters from being killed, healing particles would automatically activate repair mode when a lethal injury was incurred. Thus, Wang Zhe's strike could not kill the opponent. However, it was sufficient to leave them utterly devastated. According to the prices of the healing particles, the cost of treatment for a penetrating head injury was 1 million. 1 million. It's a pity. The arena suddenly trembled. A surging wave of heat, imbued with unparalleled might, erupted from Bai Mingqing's form. Clang, clang, clang. 3 metallic cones were sent awry by the gust, colliding against the shield, shattering into fragments that dissolved into the air. In the next moment, the temperature of the entire arena surged dramatically. It was not merely heat. It was an oppressive sensation that rendered breathing nearly impossible. Boom, boom, boom. Flames unfurled. Initially mere ordinary fire, yet in Wang Zhi's eyes, it vividly manifested as indistinct silhouettes of countless figures. These were not mere flames. They were the spectral assembly line workers forged from fire. Each figure, resembling beasts of burden, performed monotonous, mechanical motions within a blaze, bending down, applying adhesive, pouring, packaging, without respite or fatigue, their faces devoid of eyes, only hollow, numbed voids. I have children. Please do not dismiss me. Supervisor, I can work for another 30 years. Supervisor, I will accept half my salary. I can endure medication at work. Countless wails exploded in his ears. The sound pierced his mind like nails, as if the cries of laborers who exchanged flesh and blood for survival resonated within his eardrums. Some audience members clutched their ears in horror, while those of weaker mental fortitude vomited on the spot. The host hastily activated the second layer of the shield, trapping the psychic waves within the arena, thus safeguarding the spectator's safety. Wang Zhi's brow furrowed tight. Truly, this was a formidable martial art, the Class 3 transformation. He had just perused its introduction online. Class 3 transformation, a martial technique tailored for managerial elites. The more employees were exploited, the greater the technique's power. Once the practitioner has drained their subordinates, they can materialize them within their realm of exploitation. Flames transcended mere energy, transforming into a symbol of the relentless assembly line of capital slaughter. Truly, my uncle, despite his losses, seeks to exploit talent. Indeed, the resistance to such exploitation is as legendary as rumored. Bai Mingqing emerged from the flames, the gaping wound in his abdomen already healed. However, combat was not solely a matter of statistics. With a flick of his finger, he beckoned. As he snapped his fingertip, one of the fiery, beastly figures abruptly lifted its head, emitting a chilling cry. Do not dismiss me. It then lunged forward, charging toward Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi gasped in shock. At that moment, he comprehended that he was not merely facing Bai Mingqing. He was confronted by the entire, inexhaustible, sweat-soaked factory conjured by the latter's psychic power. Chapter 75, Victory in Battle. Do not dismiss me. The anguished cries surged toward him. Wang Zhi swung his fist fiercely, sending the metallic cone hurtling forth, obliterating it in an instant. The moment the fiery beast was destroyed, a sharp pain pierced Wang Zhi's brow. This was another effect of the Class 3 transformation. All fiery figures were illusions coalesced from pure despair, panic, and helplessness. When an enemy shatters these illusions, the negative emotions contained within would disperse, launching a psychological assault against the foe. Ouch, that stings. I must not act recklessly. Wang Zhi rubbed his brow, glancing toward the distant Bai Mingqing, planning to subdue the leader first. However, I can endure. I do not need sleep. Supervisor, I need money for treatment. The wails intertwined with flames echoed around him. Dozens of fiery beasts rose from the assembly line, rushing forth. Their speed was astonishing, their forms ethereal, merging seamlessly with the flames, making them exceedingly difficult to evade. Wang Zhi activated his electric steps, bolstered by the power of 60 needles, barely managing to escape. But in the next instant, boom! A zooming firework erupted from the ground, exploding before Wang Zhi. He was blasted backward, spewing blood, crashing onto the shield. The intense heat seared through his skin, seemingly roasting his internal organs. Ugh! Wang Zhi coughed up blood, his health balance plummeting from a relatively healthy 9,000 to below 3,000. Before he could ponder his situation, the fiery beasts within the realm of exploitation had already coalesced anew, and several more zooming fireworks rained down from the sky. Damn it! He cursed helplessly, his right fist swinging fiercely, conjuring a massive red brick, which he grasped with his left hand, propelling himself away. Boom! 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 Wang Zhi narrowly dodged the relentless pursuit, a series of explosions following closely behind. If he were struck again, his medical balance would plummet to zero, and he would likely incur significant debts. Damn it, I will go all out. His gaze sharpened, teeth clenched. He reached back and pressed the last two large syringes strapped to him. Snap! The icy liquid surged into his body. By the fourth and a half needle, a sharp pain coursed through the veins of his entire body. This was an indication that he had reached his limit of medication capacity, approximately 100 needles. Nevertheless, Wang Zhe did not pause, resolutely pushing the final 20 needles into his body. In the next moment, his face turned pale, a chill exploding from his stomach. Akin to icy water splashing into boiling oil, his pores involuntarily closed, and his blood vessels constricted violently. His skin fluctuated, alternating between red and white and black. 120 needles exceeded the maximum capacity his body could endure. The innate talent of a medicinal user allowed him to ignore all side effects. Yet, it could not negate physical harm. Beyond his limit, he felt his breathing grow labored, a consequence of low blood density. His heart raced beyond its limits. Each breath stretched his lungs, tearing like a membrane. 120 needles of enhancement liquid cavorted within him. However, the effects were equally pronounced. Boom! He suddenly stood, his physique expanding several-fold. He towered like a small giant, easily over 3 meters tall. An incandescent arc enveloped his body. Every hair stood on end. With a clenched fist, more than 10 metallic cones materialized in succession. Even the material manifestation limit of the Yin Zhaohua fist experienced a significant enhancement. The host shouted in excitement. My God, 120 needles. Contestant Wang Zhe truly injected all 120 needles of medicinal power into his body. The audience below gasped in astonishment. What does 120 needles signify? The limit for ordinary martial artists hovers around 15 needles. Those with high resistance and capacity can manage about 60. Yet no matter how high the resistance, no matter how vast the capacity, the limit remains 80 needles. This martial artist has injected 120 needles directly into his body, and it appears he has not immediately exploded into oblivion. This young man is indeed a talent worth cultivating. Coach Liu, astonished yet contemplative, began to ponder other matters. Wang Zhe took a step forward. The first fiery beast charged toward him, and in the next second, its upper body was torn asunder by electric currents. Then Wang Zhe moved. His speed reached its zenith, akin to a flash of light, piercing through the fiery beast's defenses. The fiery beast attempted to turn and pursue, only to find they could not keep pace. Electric arcs surged, and metallic cones danced. Wang Zhe barreled through like a colossal wheel, charging straight at Bai Mingqing. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Bai Mingqing's eyelid twitched. This is bad. I should not have fought this way. Had I known my opponent could handle such injections, I should have unleashed my full firepower as soon as I stepped onto the stage, rendering him incapable of retaliation. You have not finished speaking, but Wang Zhe's fist was already hurtling toward him. He could only grit his teeth and roar in fury. Class 3 transformation. Manager mode. Boom! The flames instantly withdrew from the beasts, surging back into Bai Mingqing's body. The arena collapsed a layer. The illusion of the manager's office descended from above, featuring human resources reports, cost reduction and efficiency improvement plans, and company profit spreadsheets swirling in the air. The flames transformed into a PowerPoint presentation. The beasts morphed into mid-level managers clad in expensive attire. As Wang Zhe stood before them, the emblem of a supervisor hung from his chest. This year's growth rate was merely 5%. The elderly individual in your team has been working for 37 years. Have you not yet found a reason to let him go? Surely, you do not intend to support his retirement, do you? If the limit of an employee is 20, then the performance index should be set at 30. The domain once again escalated, plunging Wang Zhe into a mental crucible. Yet, he hesitated no longer. The infusion of 120 syringes had augmented his mental acuity to a level unbefitting a practitioner of Wulajing. The illusion of the domain obstructed him for but a moment before it was pierced. You impoverished fool! Bai Mingqing roared, his arms engulfed in flames transforming into cannon barrels, unleashing a barrage of explosive firecrackers with reckless abandon. After his transformation, his metrics improved, albeit significantly less than Wang Zhe's enhancement. Clenching his fists, Wang Zhe slowly raised his right arm, and 12 metallic cones began to whirl behind him. Inenzo Wuquan. Break! Boom! The terrifying gust of his punch, accompanied by the piercing shriek of the metallic cones, collided with a volley of fireballs. The explosions echoed endlessly. You shall not defeat me. Bai Ming-chung bellowed, his palms uniting, as flames abruptly coalesced into a semi-transparent, cubic firewall. Block this. Bang! The first cone struck. The fire shield trembled. The second. The third. They erupted in succession. The patterns of the fire shield visibly cracked. I am the descendant of 2 generations of the middle class. A bona fide level 5 fighter. I have mastered all 6 supreme martial techniques to their fullest. The most expensive and powerful explosive transformation technique among the high-tier martial arts is within my grasp. Bai Mingchang shouted, channeling his remaining vigor and mental energy into the fire shield. Smash! The 9th cone collided violently, shattering the fire shield. A burst of red light erupted, sending sparks flying. The 10th cone shot in from his left rib, tearing through half of Bai Mingchang's body. The 11th sliced through his left leg. The 12th, crackling with electricity, aimed at Bai Mingchang's forehead. In the next moment, Bai Mingchang's whole body trembled, the flames of his transformation extinguishing and flaking away from his limbs. He resembled a decaying, rotten tree, toppling backward. Crash! He fell heavily onto the arena, creating a profound silence. Both the audience and the host momentarily forgot to make a sound, until the arena's announcement system proclaimed, detecting that the contestant has sustained fatal injuries. The match is forcibly terminated. Emergency treatment in progress. Current medical expenses, 26 million. Gag. Upon hearing the announcement, Wang Zhe could not suppress his nausea. Medical particles, please assist me as well. Otherwise, I feel I may perish too. A staggering 120 syringes and nearly 1.5 liters of liquid had been rapidly administered into his body. To claim he felt well would be a blatant lie. At that moment, the host finally regained his composure. Astonishment and delight etched across his face. The victor of this match is Wang Zhe. Chapter 75, Supreme Defensive Technique. Looking Flèche Technique. He lost. Gazing at his debt exceeding 1 million, Bai Mingchang's eyes glazed over. He had lost, and utterly so. His medical balance was over 1 million in the red. Such a sum he could not bear. He could only seek assistance from his uncle. Down below, Coach Lu shared in the despair, kneeling upon the ground, rolling in frustration. Damn it, why did I not have faith in my fighter? A staggering 21-fold payout. I should have gone all in. Even a mere 10,000 would have yielded 210,000 in profit. A talent like Wang Zhe, ascending to level 5 within a single day, is truly a rare gem. Yet, I squandered such a golden opportunity. He was so enraged he wished he could traverse time and stab his former self. How could I not trust my own fighter? Ah, forget it. Some gains are meant to be lost. Fortune was never my destiny. Shaking his head, he, a seasoned practitioner of the Hualing realm, swiftly recovered from his despondence. He lifted his gaze, observing Wang Zhe descending from the arena, surrounded by a throng of fervent, tearful spectators. However, Wang Zhe appeared unperturbed, raising his phone high and shouting provocations to the affluent, suggesting they take action if they dared. Clearly, he aimed to extort not only Bai Mingchang's medical expenses, but also the audience's wallets. Please step aside. Coach Lu waved his hand, turning towards the resting area. An invisible force surged forth, parting the crowd, and Wang Zhe was reluctantly drawn into the resting room. For a total of 4 matches. A level 5 fighter's appearance fee is 5,000. Your appearance fee plus performance bonuses, after deducting personal income tax, agent commissions, coaching fees, and venue costs. Since you have just ascended to level 5, you have yet to receive any tips. Thus, your additional income is 0. In the end, you will receive a total of 510,000. At this, Wang Zhe sighed in relief. That's more than enough. Surprised by this unexpected sum, he thought to himself that in a formal company, performance bonuses would typically be halved. This 510,000 will be deposited into your account within 24 hours. However, may I be so bold as to inquire about your intentions for this money? Coach Lu asked with a smile. I intend to purchase a supreme-level defensive martial technique. Wang Zhe replied without hesitation. Although he had triumphed over Bai Mingchang, he felt his defensive capabilities were indeed lacking. Even under the influence of the medication, which had significantly bolstered his physical strength, a single cannon blast still inflicted thousands in medical expenses. In contrast, during their confrontation, the majority of his metallic cones had been employed to breach defenses, with only the final few landing hits. Had he not held the advantage of information, the outcome could have been quite different. Coach Lu nodded. Indeed, it is time to cultivate a defensive martial technique. Your victory has brought you fame. Followers and tips will come your way, which is a good thing. However, you will also draw the attention of other level 5 fighters. Your match footage will be scrutinized repeatedly. Do not underestimate by Mingcheng. Were you to face him again now, his chances of victory would be significantly greater. Wang Zhe nodded in agreement. Had Bai Mingqing known he could fully absorb the effects of the 120 syringes, he would have likely activated his transformation immediately, denying any opportunity for Wang Zhe to medicate. Even if he had preemptively administered the medication, Bai Mingqiang would have prioritized evasion, erecting numerous Honglian barriers to ensure he was not instantly defeated, gradually seizing the upper hand through attrition. After all, lacking a defensive martial technique was Wang Zhe's greatest flaw. A few hits, and his medical balance would plummet to zero. His metrics had not yet reached a high enough realm, rendering his margin for error woefully slim. Do you have a specific technique in mind? I do, but all alternatives are of the supreme level. Wang Zhe shook his head, having never anticipated he could earn such a substantial sum. After all, he had previously been troubled by debts in the tens of thousands. Coach Liu, do you have any suitable supreme techniques for me? Of course, Coach Liu replied with a smile. Based on your performance, I can currently recommend 3 supreme-level techniques. The first is Yaozong. You are quite adept at utilizing medicinal enhancements, are you not? This exquisite martial art, Yaozong, not only compensates for your shortcomings, but also enhances your strengths. It is a semi-functional, semi-defensive technique with a relatively low level of difficulty in cultivation. Upon mastering this martial art, one can construct a blood energy organ using one's vital essence and mental power. This organ is regarded as an extension of the martial artist's own body. It can store additional medicinal power in liquid, directly digesting the medicinal energy while simultaneously increasing the martial artist's capacity for medicine. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of the blood energy organ are commendable, enhancing its strength as the martial artist's attributes improve. As the level of Yao Tsang rises, the number of blood energy organs can increase to more than 20. With a maximum capacity of 5 liters of medicinal liquid. This martial art seems to have been chosen by Coach Liu, who has an exceptionally high resistance to and capacity for medicine, making it quite compatible with his nature. Unfortunately, it is priced at 750,000, which is quite exorbitant. Wang Zhe shook his head, noting that it also somewhat conflicted with his innate talents and offered a poor cost-to-benefit ratio. Coach Liu nodded in agreement. After you consume medicine, it is likely that no martial artist within the Wu Lu realm can match your attributes. Therefore, I present to you a second martial art, Exemption Barrier. This is a pure defensive technique of the highest caliber. After cultivating it, the martial artist can create a mental domain around themselves. This domain has 2 states. The first state involves setting a numerical judgment, such as a robust adversary. Any martial artist entering this domain will undergo a judgment. If their physical attributes are found to be lower than those of the cultivator, they will receive an exemption mark. Enemies marked in this way will have any external attack energy drawn away by 30 to 80%, depending on the disparity in attributes and the level of the martial art. The second state allows the cultivator to cover their head and ears while repeatedly chanting, "I cannot hear, I cannot hear, I cannot hear." In this state, the mental domain completely overlaps with the cultivator's physical body. Any attack that contacts the cultivator will have 99% of its energy extracted. However, during this state, the cultivator is also unable to attack or move. The price is relatively modest, originally 600,000, now reduced to 540,000. What do you think? It is a purely defensive martial art that can leverage your strengths and is not overly expensive. It is acceptable, but is there not a third option? I would like to see that as well. Very well. Coach Liu nodded, unperturbed, and continued. The third martial art I present to you is Suo Roju. Through intense pressure and beatings, it enhances the density of one's body and mental resilience. Chapter 76, Phoenix Man Wang Zhe. Suo Roju is an extreme physical cultivation technique centered on receiving blows. The cultivation process involves striking the entire body, layer by layer, to lock in muscle. How does one lock muscles? It is quite simple. Through being struck. Every muscle, every inch of skin, even the most concealed and shameful parts of the body must endure strikes, pressure, tearing, and regeneration. Should any area escape high-intensity stimulation, it could become a fatal weakness in combat. Furthermore, as levels increase, the training methods required will escalate. High-temperature burns, electric shocks, sharp weapon slashes, and heavy pressure punctures, all of which sound like torture, fall within the realm of cultivation. The essence of this training method is not merely physical exercise. It regards the entire body as a piece of metal awaiting forging, reshaping the density of the flesh and the neural reflex system through the continuous endurance of violence. The advantage of this technique is its affordability, requiring only 400,000. Moreover, its defense is remarkably versatile and can, to a certain extent, raise the upper limit of the cultivator's physical strength attributes. A martial artist at the Wu-Lu realm can elevate their physical limit to over 15 points. In terms of defense, it ranks among the mid-tier of pure defensive top-tier martial arts. The drawbacks, however, are quite evident. Firstly, it necessitates a systematic approach to training. With each level increase, one must endure the entire process of tormenting oneself. The methods of self-torture become increasingly brutal as one progresses. Secondly, injuries are inevitable during the training process, leading to significant expenses. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe furrowed his brow. 400,000? This indeed piqued his interest. Such an affordable top-tier martial art is rare. Moreover, once mastered, it offers 360-degree, all-encompassing defense. Yet, the drawbacks made it difficult for him to commit. Coach, when you mention the private parts, what exactly do you mean? Not just the front, but also your anus and rectum. The enemy's martial arts will not make exceptions for what you deem private. Thus, you must ensure that every area becomes impervious. Wang Zhe began to understand why this martial art was so inexpensive. Nonetheless, it is indeed a bargain. It can be said to offer exceptional value. Purchasing other top-tier martial arts would require him to surrender all his recently earned money. However, acquiring this one would save him over 100,000. The question now before Wang Zhe was whether enduring months of hardship for that sum was worthwhile. For him, the answer was unequivocal. I shall buy it. This is the one. Suffering a bit to save over 100,000? What impoverished soul could resist such temptation? Excellent. I will send you the link. Purchasing through it will save you some money. Coach Lu nodded and sent Wang Zhe the purchase link. By the way, before cultivating this art, it is advisable to consider circumcision and appendectomy. Once fully mastered, such procedures become difficult and more costly. I know a reliable private doctor. Would you like me to recommend one? 500 for everything. 500? I think I will pass, Wang Zhe replied, shaking his head. Very well. Coach Lu did not press further. Additionally, there is one last matter. After you complete the ranking competition, you will be able to place bets on the company website. In our company, fighters were previously prohibited from betting, but after repeated violations, a slight allowance was made. However, as an athlete, you face two restrictions. 1. You can only bet on yourself. 2. You can only place bets before being matched with an opponent. This means you can only place bets during the brief window from when matching begins until a match is successfully made, and you can only bet on your own victory. Correct? Wang Zhe understood. The restrictions are considerable. Nonetheless, being able to bet is certainly better than not being able to bet at all. After witnessing the events of the day, he felt confident that his combat talent, while perhaps not top tier, was of first-rate caliber within the realm of black boxing in Chuisha City. Once he hones this new top-tier martial art through sweat and effort, he will return to compete. Not only will he earn appearance fees and performance bonuses, but he will also be able to skillfully siphon funds from the gamblers. Leaving the black boxing arena, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Wang Zhe chose not to return home directly, but instead took a ride to meet Manager Wu. He informed him of the defeat of Bai Mingsheng. Manager Wu was taken aback. Wait, Bai Mingsheng is a level 5 fighter? Are you saying you practiced in the game pod for only 10 days and then, relying solely on your raw strength, completed the side quest of the black boxing world in just 1 day, and also accomplished a main quest? To be precise, it was through the use of medicine that I secured victory, Wang Zhe clarified. It doesn't matter. Manager Wu rose, circling Wang Zhe with a perplexed expression, scrutinizing him for a long while before finally speaking. Very well, I am now aware of the specifics. It is highly likely that Manager Bai will deduce that I was behind this. However, do not worry. I will handle the subsequent matters. You may proceed as planned. Good? Wang Zhe nodded, but did not leave, displaying an awkward expression. Manager Wu looked up and asked, is there something else? Well, to win the competition, I spent all my money on medicine, and the boxing prize has not yet been issued. Could I possibly get some medicine on credit? Medicines that accelerate healing and wound recovery are available. Manager Wu nodded and pressed a button on the table. Soon, an assistant entered. Take him to get some medicine. The cost will be charged to my account as a loan. Consider it a congratulatory gift for you, up to 10,000 yuan. You may choose any medication you desire. Additionally, I will grant you a free day in the gaming pod. Upon hearing this, both the assistant and Wang Zhe were momentarily taken aback. Gift? Such an unfamiliar term. Does anyone in the 7-star realm give gifts to others? The assistant hesitantly spoke up. Manager, what discount do you mean by gift? Discount? It's free. Understood. The assistant nodded, no longer lingering, and led Wang Zhe to the medicine warehouse. After their departure, Manager Wu fell into deep contemplation. He picked up his phone and stared silently at Wang Zhe's avatar in the chat interface for a long time. His decision to partner with Wang Zhe was no doubt based on thorough background research. However, the talent and strength Wang Zhe displayed now were utterly incongruous with his social standing. In the 7-star realm, the wealthy could spend lavishly to pave the way for their descendants. Even while still in infancy, they would hire high-ranking martial artists to utilize mental techniques and control their children's training. They would secure the best teachers, procure the least harmful and most effective drugs, and adopt the highest-level martial techniques suited for their children. By the time they were 1 month old, they would begin laying the foundations for martial arts. Around the age of 1, they could already start refining their blood energy. By the time they entered school at 6, while other children were just beginning to explore martial arts, the children of the wealthy would already be strategizing for their futures. Ordinary children would spend 4 years in high school fretting over how to advance to the golden body realm and graduate smoothly. In contrast, most wealthy children would have already reached the no-leak realm by the first year of high school. Many even knew from birth what major they intended to pursue in college. Thus, even if a child from a wealthy family had mediocre talent, the sheer financial investment could still propel them into college. Conversely, a child from a poor family, regardless of exceptional talent, would lag years behind their wealthy counterparts due to a lack of resources. Of course, the number of impoverished families is staggering. Periodically, a child from such backgrounds might suddenly reveal extraordinary talent. They could leap across social classes, rising from poverty to become middle class or even wealthy. Such children, emerging from the depths of hardship, are often likened to a phoenix reborn from ashes. Hence, they're commonly referred to as phoenix men or phoenix women. Could Wang Zhe truly be the legendary Phoenix Man? Chapter 78. The counterattack of Bai Luyuan in the office of a non-natural body refinement pharmaceutical factory. Bai Mingchang sat in a daze, while Bai Luyuan sat opposite him, disbelief etched on his face. Are you saying that the powerless, low-born Wang Zhe, who was struggling to graduate just months ago and had to take out a loan even for a high-end martial technique, has now mastered a top-tier martial technique and several fully leveled high-end martial techniques? And he has defeated you, who has been immersed in training as a level 5 fighter for a year, mastering a minor top-tier martial technique and 6 fully leveled high-end martial techniques. Bai Mingchang felt utterly ashamed, unable to articulate his thoughts, merely lowering his head in silence. Observing this, Bai Luyuan refrained from pressing further, rising in confusion. This shouldn't be possible. His loan was frozen. Where would he have obtained the funds? By the way, who was the coach that brought him into the underground boxing world? Bai Mingcheng pondered for a moment. It was Coach Liu, an experienced trainer in the underground boxing realm, with over 100 fighters under his command. As he spoke, he took out his phone, intending to show Bai Luyuan the details regarding Coach Liu. However, Bai Luyuan suddenly understood and waved his hand in refusal. No need to look. I have a general idea of what transpired. This situation is a scheme orchestrated by Capital. Huh? Bai Mingcheng was taken aback. A scheme by Capital? Am I even worthy? Which Capital? Manager Wu, and he invested heavily. Manager Wu? Bai Mingcheng frowned. He is the manager in our company responsible for the gray and black markets. Bai Luyuan scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Every region has gray and black markets, industries that the authorities cannot control or choose to ignore. Thus, they become the dumping grounds for many companies' inferior products. For legitimate pharmaceutical companies, it would be such a waste to destroy substandard products that do not meet regulations. Instead, they simply hand them over to him, repackage them, and sell them as black market drugs. Old equipment, outdated production capabilities, and defective reagents are also disposed of there, making use of waste, as there is no accountability for causing harm. Ultimately, though, it's still a gray market, an under-the-table operation that will always rank lower than me, with lesser chances of promotion. While Liu Yuan's tone grew icy. He wants to take my position. Either he must produce results or drag me down. And you are the only hope for the Bai family's next generation, my Achilles heel. He knows that I will undoubtedly rescue you, that I must rescue you. As for Wang Zhe, he sneered. He is merely a pawn he has elevated. The reason Wang Zhe's strength has surged so rapidly, acquiring top-tier martial techniques and gaining an abundance of combat experience in such a short time, is likely due to his assistance from behind the scenes. It is all to catch you and me off guard. 1. 26 million. This is not an installment loan. It requires a one-time, full payment for medical expenses. Even for Bai Lu Yuan, this amount would be a significant burden. Moreover, more importantly, with Manager Wu's backing, Wang Zhe no longer needs to worry about financial issues. The losses Bai Lu Yuan invested in Wang Zhe could have been compensated with his own funds. Now that this incident has occurred, his savings will not only be depleted, but if he fails to bring Wang Zhe back to the company to cover the shortfall with projected returns, he will face accountability and inquiries from the company's higher-ups, perhaps even dismissal or demotion. After all, Manager Wu would undoubtedly report him. So, uncle, what should we do now? What to do? First, let's settle your debt. As for Wang Zhe, a cold glint flashed in Liu Yuan's eyes. I had initially planned to observe a while longer before taking action, but now, since you are unwilling to be obediently exploited, do not blame me. Ding. Transfer Bao received 510,000. Hooray. As soon as Wang Zhe received the boxing bonus, he eagerly opened his phone. He compared the prices on the shopping platform with the links provided by his coach. After confirming that his coach had not deceived him, he proceeded with the purchase. Soon, the training manual and permission for cultivation were sent down. Concurrently, the shopping platform sent a notification. Congratulations! You have obtained the qualification to cultivate the top-tier martial technique, Looking Flesh Technique. As a reward for your purchase, we will gift you an 80 discount coupon for the self-inflicted cutting tool. Self-inflicted cutting tool? Wang Zhe tentatively clicked on it. It wasn't too expensive, but it certainly didn't resemble an aid for cultivation. Rather, it appeared to be some sort of multifunctional torture device. Forget it. I can manifest any tools I need with my Yinyan Zhao Hua fist. So there's no need to waste money on this. Closing the shopping app, he opened the electronic document. Taking advantage of the time before school, Wang Zhe began to study. After tentatively practicing for a while, he found, unsurprisingly, that his progress was still too slow. Reluctantly, he had to take a car to Manager Wu's residence to pay for guidance in the martial arts space. After about an hour or two, with the patient explanations and guidance of his instructor, he began to grasp the principles of the technique. The so-called locking flesh technique required blood energy and mental energy to be fused together using a special method, which would then gradually permeate into the flesh. Once fully absorbed, he could begin self-inflicting strikes. Furthermore, this process needed to be completed within 2 hours. After more than 2 hours, being struck is akin to a futile endeavor. As one's level increases, the integration of vitality, spirit, and physical form becomes increasingly refined. In addition to the amalgamation of spirit, vitality, and body, with each advancement of the Suo Roju technique, one must also engage in rigorous training. Even if a practitioner perfects the integration technique without sufficient training, their martial skill will remain at level 1. This implies that this martial art cannot be learned in the Wuji space, right? Wang Zhe inquired. Not necessarily. A saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. You can certainly spend some time maximizing your integration technique before honing your physical form in reality. Furthermore, a higher integration technique will enhance your efficiency in training your body. The mentor explained with a smile. This makes sense. Wang Zhe nodded in agreement. All right, let us start with 100 class hours. With money in hand, Wang Zhe became more generous, splurging on 100 lessons right away. The mentor's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Excellent. Thank you, boss. You are indeed magnanimous. Wang Zhe nodded, filled with anticipation. Now, even the level 5 boxers cannot contend with him. Soon, he would acquire another prestigious defensive technique. In due time, when he has mastered this martial art on the day of his graduation, who in the realm of underground boxing could possibly stand in his way? What else could there be? Chapter 79. Zhao Meiling's Progress. Slap. 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 The crisp sound of slaps resonated throughout the cafeteria. Zhao Meiling and Yu Yufei, holding plates of synthesized food, looked on in bewilderment at Wang Zhe, who was incessantly slapping himself. "What are you doing? Wanga, what is this?" Wang Zhe paused, exasperated. "Oh, I just acquired a defensive martial art yesterday, and I need to continuously train my physical form. I initially did not wish to practice, but alas, it is a prestigious martial art." Yu Yufei immediately grasped the key point. Prestigious. Wanga, you just bought a prestigious one a few days ago, and now you've acquired another. Wang Zhe quickly waved his hands. "Sure, keep it low-key. For now, only the two of you know about this." Yu Yufei nodded in understanding. "Don't worry, Wanga, I get your meaning." With that, he turned and shouted loudly, "Wanga has learned another prestigious martial art." My goodness, Wang Zhe from Class 4 already masters 2 prestigious techniques. As astonished gazes surrounded him, a smile crept onto Wang Zhe's lips. Spirit Strength 001. Spirit Strength 001. This bout of successful pretense fortified his resolve considerably. How peculiar. Where did you get the money? Zhao Meiling couldn't suppress her curiosity. Underground boxing, how about it? Do you need my assistance to get started? Wang Zhe replied earnestly. With Zhao Meiling's strength, passing an initial test and becoming a level 1 boxer would be absolutely no problem. As close friends in school and future partners for college, it was only right to share ways to earn money. No need, I have my own means of making money. Saying this, Zhao Meiling flicked her fingers, and 5 translucent white spirits floated into existence, resembling her by a significant margin. Wang Zhe's pupils dilated. Prestigious martial art, Ling Xiao Fenshun. The Ling Xiao Fenshun creates physical avatars using one's spiritual power, capable of possessing up to 80% of the original strength. And the number of avatars can reach a maximum of 10 as the level increases. Zhao Meiling effortlessly showcased 5, indicating that her martial art was at least level 15 or higher. Not just that, Zhao Meiling's left hand reached into thin air, producing a red mask. Another prestigious martial art, Yahoo Jiuweibian. Wang Zhe was taken aback and confused. While he toiled and sacrificed everything, signing contracts and utilizing all his savings, even taking out loans to acquire 2 prestigious martial arts, how did Zhao Meiling come by 2? Had she taken a dubious path? Noticing Wang Zhe's astonished expression, Zhao Meiling smirked, her spirit's strength seemingly enhanced. While you flaunt in front of others, I flaunt right before you. Young man, you are still too naive. The art of pretense hinges on height, not frequency. A single shock from a high-ranking individual outweighs countless mundane admiration. How did you acquire the funds? Wang Zhe could not help but inquire. Zhao Meiling feigned profundity, retracting the mask and the avatars. That is not for you to worry about. I have my own methods. Just focus on your progress. I will not fall behind you. Although she said this, Wang Zhe, after taking a few bites of synthesized food, could not resist continuing. I say, Xiao Zhao, while we may be poor, selling our dignity is one thing, but selling our bodies is entirely out of the question. Zhao Meiling shot him a glance. What are you thinking? How could I possibly sell myself? Did you see my stats decline? Selling oneself is quite literal. It means to trade one's own body. In the world of martial artists, material science does not exist. The skin, heart, muscles, fascia, and bones of a martial artist are the finest materials. With merely simple processing, they can far surpass most natural and man-made materials. The skin of advanced martial artists possesses a flexibility akin to the finest rubber while exhibiting the strength of steel plates. Muscle fibers can stretch and rebound like polymer materials while withstanding excessive impacts and strains. Fascia is smooth and resilient, even suitable for use as bowstrings or cables that never fatigue. As for bones, they have transcended the ordinary notion of a calcium structure, becoming a natural alloy that is lighter yet more indestructible than titanium alloys. Even the heart and liver, when refined, can be transformed into energy cores comparable to super batteries or high-efficiency filters, far surpassing any modern technological invention. In such a world, who needs carbon fiber, graphene, or super ceramics? Whatever properties one desires in materials, one can simply peel, refine, and stitch them from a high-level martial artist, essentially crafting them effortlessly. If one has stringent requirements regarding hardness, flexibility, or stretchability, they simply need to train in martial techniques that enhance their physicality. Thus, the bodies of martial artists are immensely valuable. Do not be misled by Wang Zhe's current lack of funds. If he wished, with his unparalleled level, He could visit a legitimate medical company, sell his skin, and instantly acquire millions in material costs. However, one crucial aspect remains: his physical strength, vitality, concentration, and even spirit strength would significantly diminish. A drop in level is also highly likely. This is because legitimate medical companies do not merely seek skin. They want the flesh imbued with a martial artist's vitality and spirit, honed through arduous trials. The extensive extraction of a martial artist's vitality, skin, and spiritual power leading to instability or decline in their level is thus entirely reasonable. Not having sold yourself? That is good, that is good. Wang Zhe nodded, then suddenly turned his head. No, I'm still very curious about your hidden cards. How could you so effortlessly catch up to me? Zhao Meiling shrugged. You reveal your hidden cards first, and I will tell you mine. Well then, Wang Zhe decided to drop the topic. In that case, why don't we compete? I'll test your combat abilities. Just in time, my martial skill requires some punishment. Zhao Meiling pondered for a moment. That could work. I also need to sharpen my control over the avatars. The two nodded, leaving the cafeteria together and proceeding to the martial arts practice room. With teacher Lei's approval, they only needed to ensure they did not leave the school during class times. Attending class was no longer a concern. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall, they entered the combat arena, and the younger students who had been playing instinctively stepped outside, closing the door behind them. As the practice room was overtaken by Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling, soon a series of dull thuds emanated from within. Bang! Clap! The rhythmic and muffled sounds continued to resonate. The soundproofing of the practice room, as always, was inadequate, allowing a fragmented chorus of shouts to be clearly heard from outside. Put in more effort. Keep going. Arg. A group of younger students outside stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances, their faces flushed. So this is how the upperclassmen train? Someone discreetly pressed their ear against the door, eager to catch a clearer glimpse of the commotion. As the class neared its end, Lei Dachao, who was looking for someone, suddenly noticed the crowd gathered here. What are you all doing? Move along. Why are you loitering around the practice room? Get lost. By the way, has anyone seen Wang Zhe? Yes, the senior who was recognized by the entire school. Is he in there? And a girl too. A jolt of realization struck Lei Dachao, and he hurriedly leaned in to listen. A series of peculiar sounds intermittently drifted from within. Upon hearing them, Lei Dachao's expression turned strange. This commotion did not sound like mere training. It seemed rather intensified. Is this what young people are into these days? Chapter 80. Son, mother's coming to kill you, ding ding ding. With the ringing of the class bell, Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling ceased their training. Wang Zhe, bruised and battered, sat down, a needle piercing his abdomen. However, due to his hardened physique, it took several attempts before it successfully penetrated. As the medicinal fluid entered his body, his injuries began to heal rapidly. Zhao Meiling, having exited her nine-tailed demon fox state, was drenched in sweat, sitting at the edge of the ring, panting heavily. I never imagined your strength would be so formidable. I thought I could teach you a lesson. Wang Zhe nodded in agreement. You're not too shabby yourself. You managed to push me to this extent. I felt like I was on the brink of being defeated several times. Zhao Meiling's combat prouesse exceeded Wang Zhe's expectations. The two high-end martial arts techniques she employed were executed with remarkable finesse. Originally a level 1 technique, the locking flesh technique, was elevated to level 4 after an afternoon of intensive practice under her relentless assault, aided by her adept techniques. We can't keep fighting like this. It feels perilous. Wang Zhe expressed with a hint of trepidation. Zhao Meiling nodded in agreement. Wang Zhe's attacks had opened her eyes. The combination of the one-thought transformation fist and the electric vehicle step left her feeling electrified, almost euphoric. Her combat style was versatile, with no fixation on minor details. If I hadn't activated the nine-tailed fox transformation, I might not have been able to hold my ground. Shall we establish a safe word? A safe word. Lei Dachao, eavesdropping outside, was taken aback. They are indeed engaging in that sort of activity. He quickly rose, activating his martial arts skills to flee, fearing discovery. Halfway through, nostalgia washed over him. Their actions reminded him of his own student days, where he too would eavesdrop on others' dual cultivation. Youth was indeed a wonderful time, where one could afford to waste protein without a care. Unlike me, a middle-aged man, who loses several points just by returning home. Upon leaving school, Wang Zhe intended to explain to teacher Lei that he might not require practical combat in the future. To his surprise, the latter merely chuckled and waved him off. Boarding the bus, Wang Zhe pounded his fists against his own body while making his way to Manager Wu's residence. Despite having become a level 5 fighter in the underground boxing world, Wang Zhe understood he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of high school fighters. In terms of the levels of the locking flesh technique and the one-thought transformation fist, as well as his practical experience, he remained significantly lacking. Wang Zhe speculated that to gain admission to a vocational college, he would need to elevate at least 2, if not 3, high-end martial arts techniques to their maximum levels, while also defeating a practical combat instructor with provincial rankings to barely qualify. In the 7-star realm, ascending the ranks allows no room for complacency. Wang Zhe sighed and shook his head. However, there was no other option. What could he do if his parents were ineffectual? If they wouldn't strive? He had to rely on himself. As the bus reached its final stop, Wang Zhe descended, continuing to strike his backside with his fists as he approached the familiar alley. Manager Wu's home was not in the city center, but like Wang Zhe and his peers, in the suburbs. Unlike the impoverished, however, they resided in a suburban villa area, a sort of affluent enclave among the poor. It was merely a matter of traversing the alley before walking an additional 1 or 2 kilometers to reach his destination. Yet, something felt amiss. Wang Zhe halted, feeling a surge of blood energy within him. For some inexplicable reason, as he walked through the alley, an unsettling feeling gripped him. He scanned his surroundings. Old buildings flanked either side, a small shop on the ground floor barred shut, walls covered in black mold, and garments on the second floor flapping wildly in the wind. Occasionally, the sound of an elderly person coughing from above would pierce the silence, only to vanish abruptly, as if striving to suppress their presence. It was too quiet. This alley was supposed to be a residence for the impoverished. How could it be this eerily silent? The usual cacophony of children practicing martial arts and the clamor of adults was the norm. "Come out. I see you," Wang Zhe declared boldly, tilting his head back. The wind blew gently, carrying a chill, yet he continued forward, his peripheral vision instinctively darting from side to side. In the distance, at a dilapidated staircase, shadows flickered. From either side, 2 elderly figures emerged slowly from the shadows, one wielding a spear and the other a large knife. Both appeared gaunt, their white hair stark against their pale complexion, their blood energy desperately radiating outward, yet evidently waning. Clearly, these 2 were advanced in age, nearing the final stages of martial prowess, their vitality beginning to wither. Yet, in terms of blood energy concentration, they were not at all inferior to Wang Zhe, a teenager in his teens. This indicated that these 2 had, at some point, been peak martial artists before their vitality began to deplete. "Wang Zhe," one of them rasped, his voice hoarse and cracking, reminiscent of rotting wood. There was an unmistakable sense of imminent demise about him. Upon seeing these 2 for the first time, Wang Zhe was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Who understands the gravity of the combination of elderly martial artists nearing the end of their lifespan wielding lethal weapons? The 7-star realm possesses stringent laws and regulations. Most martial artists dare not engage in brawls outside designated areas, let alone resort to killing. Thus, even martial artists in the transformation realm seldom strike at the weak, at most relying on their imposing presence to intimidate. Once violence erupts, a simple phone call can summon official forces to the scene within moments, punishing the instigators severely. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about the enthusiasm of the patrols, as their performance is tied to such incidents. These rules afford the weak a right to exist, preventing the strong from exploiting the vulnerable. Yet, such regulations do not bind a certain group, exemplified by the 2 before him. "It's me. Do you have something to discuss?" Wang Zhe scanned his surroundings, feeling his blood energy surge as he activated the locking flesh technique, beginning to strengthen his physique. Simultaneously, he reached for the potion in his pocket, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Should escape prove impossible, he would resort to desperate measures. Although the 2 held a positional advantage, he possessed his own. Legally, he was still a minor. According to the laws of the 7-star realm, while he had turned 18, he was still considered a minor as long as he had not graduated from high school. It was considerably easier for minors to invoke their right to self-defense compared to adults. Once that right was triggered, he could unleash his full might without reservation. "We have a favor to ask. We'd like to treat you to a meal. Please, young man, accompany us." The 2 elderly figures advanced slowly, inching closer. A meal? Who will want to dine with you? What if you force me to pay? Wang Zhe felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, ready to flee at any moment. However, just as he turned to assess his surroundings, another figure emerged from behind him. He abruptly turned back, but upon seeing the third figure, he was momentarily stunned, his expression frozen. The tumult within him subsided, as he seemed entirely unprepared for the appearance of this individual. Is it you? Wang Zhe's expression shifted repeatedly. Indeed, it is me. The third figure emerged from the shadows, gradually revealing her identity. It was none other than his mother, Zhou Lingxi, whom he had not seen for over a decade. She smiled softly, letting a fully charged electric baton slip from her sleeve. Zhou Lingxi gazed at him, and after a moment of silence, a faint smile appeared on her lips. The calm sea does not nurture exceptional sailors. My dear, mother has come to kill you. Chapter 81. Time is on my side. Zhou Lingxi's tone was as gentle as if she were announcing that dinner was ready. Yet her words sent a chill down Wang Zhe's spine. Before he could react, the three of them sprang into action. Bang, bang, bang. The ground beneath them shattered instantly. The three skilled warriors unleashed their full power. One thought creates change fist. Without hesitation, Wang Zhe's energy surged, transforming into voltage as he activated electric vehicle steps to their maximum capacity. Simultaneously, he concentrated his mental energy into his right fist, summoning 3 silver metal cones that glimmered with a deadly light, hurtling towards the trio. Clang, bang, boom. The 2 elderly warriors moved with agility, their weapons crackling with power as they struck the metal cones, deflecting and knocking them off course. They did not pause for a moment, their speed unwavering. Only his mother, wielding the electric baton, attempted to resist, but was instead sent flying by the impact, crashing into the nearby wall. Wang Zhe surveyed his surroundings, swiftly assessing the situation. My mother is the breakthrough point. Without hesitation, he turned and charged towards her. Yet, as he turned, the 2 elderly warriors had already closed in. The first to approach was the spear-wielding warrior. The opponent's red tassel spear moved like a swimming dragon, slow in pace yet ghostly in execution. However, the next moment, a sharp sound rang out. Wang Zhe's pupils dilated. Despite being several meters apart, a blinding beam of light erupted from the spearhead, catching him off guard. Locking flesh technique 1. The spearhead was equipped with a high-powered flashlight. The once dimly lit street instantly illuminated as bright as day. With a twist of the spear, the beam shot forth like an arrow. Taken by surprise, Wang Zhe's retina was flooded with light, and his vision turned blindingly white. A spear with a flashlight. Wang Zhe was filled with uncertainty as he activated the 3rd level of the locking flesh technique, propelling himself forward with a powerful push. He dashed sideways. However, the sound of rushing wind signified that the elderly warrior wielding the large knife had closed in. Fortunately, Wang Zhe's biological calculation skill had reached level 10. His senses were honed to perfection. Just by the sound of the wind, he could visualize the position and trajectory of the large knife in his mind. He twisted his upper body forcefully, delivering a palm strike towards the weapon. Simultaneously, he had already formulated his next move. If he could repel this warrior, he could escape the encirclement. But alas, this is easy. A fierce current surged through him. The moment Wang Zhe made contact with the large knife, his body seized up from the electric shock. Thankfully, his strength was formidable. The opponent was an elderly warrior, his vitality and physical prowess long diminished. With a single palm strike, he still managed to send the knife flying. The high-voltage current did not linger for long. Additionally, due to his constant training with electric vehicle steps, Wang Zhe had developed some immunity to electrical attacks. After a brief moment of paralysis, he swiftly returned to normal. A spear equipped with a flashlight, a knife charged with high voltage. Wang Zhe was inwardly astonished. What a remarkable combat technique. Pop! A vial of cellular repair fluid entered his body, and with the aid of his maxed-out biological calculation skill, Wang Zhe, still partially blind, began to regain his sight. However, the 3 adversaries had already encircled him. Gritting his teeth, Wang Zhe lunged forward, his right fist crashing down like a hammer towards the spear-wielding elder. Bang! 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 9 red bricks soared through the air. The opponent's spear moved in quick succession, shattering them all. Yet, to their surprise, as the bricks exploded, dust filled the air around them. A careful observer would notice that the bright beam from the spear was significantly obscured by the dust. As a certain General Zhang once said, fog obscures lasers. The dust generated by the shattered bricks could naturally mask intense brightness. Look out! Look out! Look out! Seeing this tactic was effective, Wang Zhe unleashed a flurry of red bricks, creating vast clouds of red mist to obscure the blinding light. A competent warrior would not fall for the same combat technique twice. Since he had already discerned the opponent's tactics, Wang Zhe no longer felt fear and boldly charged forward. The alley erupted in chaos, bricks flying and dust swirling. The pace of combat astonishingly rapid. Wang Zhe crushed the ground beneath him, propelling himself forward with a powerful elbow strike aimed at the elderly warrior with the spear. The opponent, however, reacted swiftly, lowering his shoulder and shifting his foot, gliding out of the impact zone like a leaf on water, smoothly positioning the spear to block, sealing Wang Zhe's angle of attack. Almost simultaneously, the elderly warrior with the large knife pivoted, bringing his wide blade down from an extremely acute angle, the force fierce and the angle deceptive. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow, twisting his body at the last moment to narrowly evade the strike, retaliating with a punch to the opponent's forearm, knocking him back 3 steps. Yet he could not pursue. The next moment, the spear struck again, this time not with a thrust, but with a series of jabs, flicks, and sweeps. The footwork syncing seamlessly like an eagle's talon, appearing simple, yet relentlessly targeting vital points. Wang Zhe was forced to retreat, creating distance. In the distance, Zhou Lingxi watched the battle unfold, feeling a bit intimidated. This was beyond her capability. But after all, I am his mother. He can't possibly hurt me, can he? He merely pushed me back earlier. With this thought, she found a surge of courage and charged forward. Wang Zhe sensed something amiss. He retaliated with an elbow, sending his mother, who attempted to ambush him, sprawling with blood gushing from her nose, and a punch sent her flying once more. Without mercy, he confirmed once again that his mother was indeed the weakest among the trio. Zhou Lingxi landed in disbelief. You dare to hit your mother? Didn't T-Shi bring people to kill me? Did she want me to just wait to die? Wang Zhe retorted casually. He could sense that his mother's earlier attack was clearly aimed at incapacitating him. Fortunately, she was rather inept. Her ill intentions were poorly executed. Her involvement disrupted the rhythm of the 2 elderly warriors, allowing Wang Zhe a moment to breathe. At this moment, he no longer regarded the 2 elderly warriors with the same disdain as before. They were evidently inferior to him. In terms of vitality, physical strength, and combat skill quality, they fell far behind. Yet their combination of techniques was exceedingly troublesome. Something felt off. Wang Zhe's expression grew increasingly serious. Many of the techniques employed by his opponents were familiar to him. They were mostly of the light luxury level. As a poor person, he had certainly seen numerous introductions to light luxury combat techniques. The opponent's footwork, spear techniques, knife skills, internal and external skills, and functional combat techniques, when considered individually, were merely light luxury level, with some being the most basic versions from textbooks. Yet the issue lay in the fact that they had learned extensively and mastered their techniques. Their ability to seamlessly switch between tactics and cooperate without leaving any openings did not seem like a one-time acquisition, but rather a product of years of accumulation. Honed through countless battles, their numerical advantage pales in comparison to mine, and their martial arts prowess falls short as well. They have yet to master even the intricate footwork of the electric vehicle step. However, their age is undeniable. These 2 individuals have evidently amalgamated decades of accumulated light luxury martial skills, crafting a complete system through combination. Wang Zhe suddenly recalled the words of his combat instructor. While the impoverished may lack the means to purchase extravagant martial arts, it does not imply a lack of intelligence. Wealthy individuals may spend hundreds of thousands on a single top-tier martial art, whereas the poor struggle to amass even a fraction of that sum. In their quest to save money, they find it challenging to earn more. To generate income, they must first acquire some rudimentary martial skills to utilize. Yet, this does not preclude the impoverished from pursuing combat-oriented professions. They carve out alternative paths, meticulously selecting countless combinations from the vast array of light luxury and civilian-grade martial arts, establishing a foundation of low-quality skills honed through decades of relentless training. Once perfected, such practitioners often exhibit formidable combat prowess and a highly adaptable style. With techniques that are frequently unexpected and imbued with an array of bizarre yet oddly rational trump cards. Their practical abilities can rival those of professional fighters. This method is colloquially referred to within the community as Pin Hao Ji. The two individuals before Wang Zhe clearly exemplify this approach. Pin Hao Ji represents the resilient ingenuity of impoverished martial artists, born from the relentless pressure of reality, leading to adaptation and tenacity. Each of their moves, while not necessarily fierce, proves exceedingly difficult to counter. This complexity arises not from sheer lethality, but from the intricate combinations and rhythm of their techniques. Just as one maneuver is deciphered, the next has already ensnared his vulnerabilities. Attempting to gain the upper hand against one only results in the other skill strategically obstructing his path. Their fluidity and variability render their offense and defense as elusive as a gazelle-esque leap, leaving no trace behind. Naturally, Wang Zhe is aware of how to counter such tactics. However, the critical issue lies in the fact that, prior to triggering his right to self-defense, he finds himself unable to execute many of his techniques. He is utterly constrained. Wang Zhe feels helpless. Without the activation of his right to self-defense, he is left with limited options. He dares not strike with full force. The two older martial artists exhibit a level of cunning that suggests they have engaged in this tactic countless times, each strike narrowly avoiding Wang Zhe's vital areas, incessantly tormenting him and preventing him from triggering his self-defense rights. Yet, it is imminent. Suo Ro Juan, So Ro Juan, So Ro Juan. The continuous enhancement of his proficiency calms the agitation within Wang Zhe. He understands that time is on his side. Chapter 82. I bet my mother will not die. The proficiency gained from wielding a weapon accelerates far more swiftly than from mere brawling. As time slowly passes, Wang Zhe finds himself in a predicament, constrained and hindered. With the aid of their weapons, the two elderly martial artists maintain an unyielding grip on him. Occasionally, his mother rushes in, attempting to launch a surprise attack, but she typically cannot withstand more than 3 strikes before being sent sprawling. After retching blood 3 times, she finally comes to terms with reality and refrains from further complicating matters. Suo Ro Juan, Suo Ro Juan, Suo Ro Juan level up. In an instant, transitioning from level 499 to level 50 feels as if a cold current surges up Wang Zhe's spine and activates a dormant mechanism deep within his body. He can distinctly sense that his skin, muscles, fascia, and even the elasticity of his blood vessels have been suddenly augmented. The dull ache and burning sensation from previous strikes appear to be obscured by an invisible layer of biological armor. Roar! Boom! Wang Zhe lets out a powerful shout, forcefully pushing back the two martial artists. He stands firm amidst the rising dust, the evening light slanting into the alley. Yet his gaze radiates unprecedented calm. In the next moment, they charge again. The red tassel spear darts forth like a venomous serpent, unleashing 3 glimmers of cold light, targeting Wang Zhe's collarbone, ribcage, and shoulder, areas that avoid fatal injury. However, this time, Wang Zhe does not evade. He closes his eyes and remains still, then suddenly thrusts his neck toward the spearhead. The elder is utterly shocked. He never anticipated that his opponent would be so reckless. The thrust of a spear is already in motion, leaving no time for retraction. Splurt! A spray of blood erupts into the air. What are you doing? From a distance, Zolingxi is both astonished and furious. If you kill him, how can I become his guardian? As Wang Zhe's biological mother, Zolingxi can become his guardian through a series of online procedures. According to the regulations of the 7th Star Realm, a guardian can sign contracts on behalf of a minor. Thus, she could directly sign a contract with by Lu Yuan on Wang Zhe's behalf. But what if Wang Zhe dies? Then she would not only receive no compensation, but she might also face charges for abandoning her post, filicide, and murder. Once these accusations surface, no property management company would dare to employ her. After all, no company would hire a martial artist who recklessly abandons their post. Are you insane? The elder wielding the large knife can no longer contain himself. Yet the spear-wielding martial artist is even more astounded. The spear that should have pierced Wang Zhe's throat is abruptly halted at the moment it meets his neck, only penetrating 2 to 3 centimeters into his flesh. Although blood is drawn, it is not fatal. The opponent's defense has suddenly increased significantly. However, the most terrifying aspect is not this. It is the nature of this injury. Within the legal framework of the 7th Star Realm, Any attack resulting in a puncture wound to the carotid artery is deemed to pose a significant threat to life. This allows for the activation of the right to self-defense. Under the principle of reciprocity, the assailant can inflict the same level of injury upon him without consequence. Especially considering his status as a minor, his right to self-defense will escalate to an unlimited level. You are finished. A cold smile plays at the corners of Wang Zhe's mouth. Wait. According to the principle of equal defense, if you kill me, you will be committing a crime. You still have a bright future ahead. There is no need to trade your life for an old man like me at a moment of impulse. The elder's face contorts in terror. As expected of an elderly martial artist, he quickly grasps his predicament and begins to warn and advise. But Wang Zhe remains deaf to his words. Take your concerns to the minor protection law. In the next second, boom! Wang Zhe erupts, no longer evading, no longer testing, no longer holding back. The electric vehicle step and Yin Yen Zao Hua fist fully unfold. He grips the spear with his left hand, charging forward, creating a crater half a meter deep in the ground. His right arm, akin to a cannonball, propels the spear-wielding elder, accompanied by the force of his punch. A razor-sharp metallic cone hurtles toward the elder's face at an unprecedented speed and an extremely close range. Splurt! A punch shatters the skull. The elder with the spear experiences a surge of energy, activating multiple defensive martial skills simultaneously. Yet, regrettably, while he manages to block the punch, he cannot prevent the manifested metallic cone. The headless corpse spins into the air, showering blood. The sudden turn of events leaves the elder wielding the large knife and Zhou Lingxi momentarily stunned. How could Wang Zhe, whom they believed to be dead, suddenly come back to life? Moreover, he has just crushed the skull of the spear-wielding elder. Lao Cao! The elder with the large knife, witnessing this, is instantly consumed by rage, his energy surging to unprecedented heights. He flips his large knife, and a bloodthirsty tiger flickers into view upon it, clearly prepared to resort to desperate measures. Well done, Song Lao. You hold them off. I will report to the boss. Zhou Lingxi turns to flee, but the next moment, bang! A sharp clang resonates as her head suffers a grievous blow, and she is knocked to the ground. Before she can process what has happened, her ankle is seized, her hands and feet swiftly bound, and she is dragged back. When she regains her senses, she finds herself held at knife point, transformed into a human shield. Wang Zhe, I know I cannot defeat you. I also acknowledge that you have triggered your unlimited right to self-defense. But look who I have in my hand. You probably did not see clearly just now, did you? It is your mother. I understand that you did not intend to do so, or perhaps you were holding back against her. Deep down, you still hold her in high regard, right? You are, after all, a devoted child, are you not? The elderly man bellowed, gradually retreating. Your martial prowess is the Yin Yen Zao Hua fist. It is an exceedingly luxurious martial art. I cannot withstand your full force strike. Yet, I am certain I can react in time to let your mother take the hit first. The infamy of matricide is not something to be taken lightly. Let me go. I promise I will no longer trouble you. Wang Zhe's complexion flushed slightly. Your flattery makes me feel embarrassed. Honestly, I have concealed my filial piety so deeply. Yet you discovered it? However, I still cannot let you go. With that, he stepped forward, raising his right fist slowly, conjuring metallic cones that spun rapidly in the air. The elderly man wielding the large knife was in a state of panic. Wait, your mother will die. Your mother will die. Wang Zhe remained unfazed. I bet my mother will not die. Boom! A punch was unleashed, the force reverberating like thunder, as 5 silvery metallic cones shot forth. Chapter 83. Was the relationship supposed to be excellent? The elderly man's pupils constricted suddenly, and he yanked on Zhou Lingxi's clothing, rolling to the right just in time to narrowly evade the impending danger. Boom! 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 The dilapidated house behind them collapsed in an instant, a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The elderly man inhaled sharply. This force indicates that the opponent did not hold back in the slightest. This is not merely a bet on whether his mother will survive. It is clear that he fears she might not. Did he not claim that their mother-son relationship was exceptional, without any conflict for over a decade? Were they not treating each other with utmost respect? This is clearly an encounter between enemies. Before he could ponder further, several more metallic cones hurtled toward them. Without delay, the elderly man summoned a gust of wind beneath his feet, gathering a variety of unique energies in his calves, thighs, and throughout his body. Multiple speed-enhancing martial techniques and power techniques were stacked consecutively. Though his combat prowess did not match Wang Zhe's, he was not lacking in escapability and evasion. The metallic cones struck the ground, creating a series of craters in the old urban area. Yet, he could not land a hit on his opponent. Seeing this, Wang Zhe waved his hand to disperse the metallic cones and conjured forth red bricks, which consumed less energy. With a mere lift of his hand, dozens of small bricks coalesced into being. The Yin Zhao Hua fist consumes mental energy, but has no cooldown time. This means that as long as the user's mental strength can endure, they could unleash a 100-ton assault. Evade? I am curious to see how long you can dodge. Take this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Zhe's fists transformed into machine guns, an uncountable number of red bricks raining down. The destructive power of the bricks is significantly weaker than that of the metallic cones. However, when it comes to attack frequency and coverage area, it has risen by several notches. The elderly man, who had barely managed to escape just moments ago, found himself bombarded by countless red bricks the next second. Naturally, Wang Zhe's mother also suffered substantial blows. Her consciousness, which was on the verge of fading, was abruptly jolted awake by the excruciating pain coursing through her body. Is this what you call an excellent mother-son relationship? The elderly man cursed the information provided by Manager Bai. Yet, he did not dare to truly use Zhou Lingxi as a shield, for she was, after all, Wang Zhe's biological mother and held great significance. The old man felt the blood surging within him, dissipating his speed-enhancing martial techniques as several defensive techniques manifested, shielding Zhou Lingxi behind him. Then, with a thud, he suddenly knelt on the ground, raising his hands high. I surrender. I surrender. I have surrendered. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe did not pause his assault in the slightest, continuing to unleash his strikes. The blood shield before the elderly man was on the verge of collapse. Observing this, the elderly man seemed to recall something. Gritting his teeth, he deactivated the defenses on his lower body and struck down with a fierce punch. Bang! Oh! With a single punch, his previously pale, decaying face flushed with vitality, resembling that of a youthful grandson. He curled up tightly. At this moment, Wang Zhe finally ceased his movements. Beating an opponent into submission until they can no longer fight is the accepted method of conceding among warriors. Other forms of surrender are seen as attempts to showcase one's combat talent. This applies to father and son as well, let alone between strangers. Wang Zhe hovered dozens of charged red bricks above his head, gradually approaching, picking up several thick iron wires from the rubble and tossing them over. Bind yourself. Yes. The elderly man dared not delay, enduring the excruciating pain as he bound his own hands and feet with the wires. After observing for a while, he struck repeatedly around Wang Zhe to ensure the latter had no tricks up his sleeve. Only then did Wang Zhe finally draw near. He activated his phone to record and set it aside. Speak. Who sent you? A person from Fei Xiren Lianti Pharmaceutical, but I am unclear about the specifics. Wang Zhe nodded, not surprised by this response. What was your objective in this operation? The elderly man glanced cautiously at Zhou Lingxi behind him, testing the waters. I would say it was to cooperate with your mother to secure you a particularly well-paying job. Would you believe that? Huh. Wang Zhe did not respond, but a metallic cone had already materialized on his shoulder, spinning slowly. Hey. I was joking. The elderly man hurriedly chuckled and apologized. I find you to be quite serious. If you ask me again, you may very well meet your demise. Wang Zhe's expression turned grim. All right. It was to make your mother your guardian, allowing her to bypass regulation and directly assist you in signing the contract. Reasonable. Wang Zhe nodded, continuing to inquire. What will you gain once this is accomplished? 500,000 in cash and a high-paying job with a monthly salary of 500 that could be inherited. Suddenly, the elderly man bit down on something in his mouth, a thick, corrosive liquid erupting from his lips. Despite the distance between them, Wang Zhe easily sidestepped the unexpected attack. Sizzle. The corrosive liquid flowed along the street, quickly creating a large pit. Looking back at the elderly man, the remnants of the liquid had already burned away a significant portion of his jaw, and the corrosive substance was creeping toward his throat. Realizing that his final gambit had failed, the spark of life in the elderly man's eyes rapidly extinguished. Wang Zhe looked at him, feeling a tinge of regret. So he was a death warrior? However, it mattered little now. He picked up his phone. The recording was complete, and he had the evidence. Wang Zhe first made 2 phone calls. The first call was to Manager Wu. Manager Wu's response was straightforward, increasing his investment in Wang Zhe. How many days has it been since they could not wait to take action? 500,000 and selling off company assets? Excellent. That fellow surnamed Bai is doomed. By the way, your strength has risen so quickly. You can come to my house to use the gaming pod, and I will waive the additional fees. 1,000 a day, and I will cover all other miscellaneous expenses. All right, you can report to the patrol soon. I will begin my actions shortly. Although Manager Wu remained as stingy as ever, adhering to the philosophy that even a mosquito is still meat, Wang Zhe accepted with pleasure. However, for the second call, he did not contact the patrol, but instead called his father. Wang Zhe did not forget the promise he made with his father. Assisting in a beating is nowhere near as satisfying as delivering the blows oneself. Upon learning of the situation, Wang Zhe listened intently as his father recounted the entire process from requesting leave to resigning. To arrive in time, his father had actually resigned from the job that he relied on for survival, a position he had worked hard to secure, which could not be taken off unless he quit. Leave only a resolute and emotionally charged sentence. 15 minutes later, Wang Zhe finally turned to his mother, who had become a stranger, nearly fading from his memory. At that moment, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Zhou Lingxi hesitated for a long while before finally speaking up. Wang Zhe, may I call you that? Mother knows she has erred and owes you much. Yet, I was also left with no choice. She sighed repeatedly, her eyes already reddened. Just think, had I not decisively divorced back then, I might have been trapped in that small house for a lifetime. Had I known you would achieve so much, I would have surely endured. However, you were aware of your test results back then. Low-level cultivation aptitude, low-level comprehension, low-level root quality. I had to consider my own circumstances as well. Wang Zhe nodded in understanding. People must look out for themselves. Otherwise, heaven will strike them down. Zhou Lingxi's eyes lit up. So, does this mean you do not blame me after all? No, why should I? Everyone has the right to pursue a better life. Moreover, in my view, compelling others to forfeit a brighter future for one's own quality of life is, in fact, immoral. Wang Zhe replied with a calm demeanor. I abhor moral coercion, for I believe morality is meant to restrain oneself. No, one understands the living conditions of his family better than he does. Anyone would yearn to escape that wretched place. His mother's thoughts and actions were entirely logical. Zhou Lingxi grew increasingly animated. Exactly. Son, you articulate this brilliantly. Your worldview is commendable. Although the money hasn't arrived yet, I still have 70,000 in my phone, and with some additional loans, I can manage to gather over 100,000. In the past, I failed to fulfill my obligations as a parent, but now I can compensate you all at once. All right? Come, let me transfer this sum to you immediately. However, in response to Zhou Lingxi's offer of compensation, Wang Zhe shook his head. No, I initially relied on my father's loans, which were secured by a second mortgage, to cultivate. Avenging was a promise I made. Zhou Lingxi appeared surprised. Your father? How much can he lend you? 3,000, 4,000 at most, right? That kind of person can barely afford to eat. What can he provide you? I can genuinely offer you over 100,000, 70,000 in cash, plus the advantages of a respectable security job, allowing for a credit card application and online loan app limits. If you need more, I can find a way. Her gaze was urgent, her tone tinged with anxiety and eagerness. This is my sincerity, a real compensation. It brings me joy to see you thriving. But you can't blame me for your father's pitiful emotional state. I had no choice back then. You are right, Wang Zhe nodded, instinctively reaching into his pocket to mimic a scene from a movie, pulling out a cigarette to take a deep drag before countering. Alas, in the 7-star realm, he could not afford the luxury of smoking, thereby eliminating the possibility of him going astray. He indeed received little financial support from his father, to be precise. Aside from the most basic living necessities, he provided almost nothing. Wang just scratched his head and spoke. Yet, during the time when my father had most of his vitality drained and lost his factory job, struggling to sustain himself, he never abandoned me, a mere 6-year-old. You know, children in slums without parental guidance can easily be picked up by certain martial artists to be used as consumables for cultivation. So at times, I genuinely express my respect for my father. Chapter 84. Fine tradition. A few minutes later, Wang Ming rushed in, breathless, and without uttering a word, began to furiously attack Zhou Lingxi upon seeing her. He unleashed a series of basic civilian-level fist techniques with great vigor. Unfortunately, as a mere Tiegu realm practitioner, facing his mother, who was on the brink of the Wu Lu realm pinnacle, he could inflict little damage, even without her using her blood energy or defensive skills. After executing 18 basic techniques, he managed to inflict visible injuries on Zhou Lingxi, but only after exhausting himself did he finally stop to catch his breath. He then patted Wang Zhou on the shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. "Well done, son. We are even now. If you cannot repay the loans in the future, I want to hold it against you. Just give me a heads up." With that, he seemed to shed a burden and turned to leave with a flourish. After his father departed, Wang Zhou made the third call to the police. The enthusiasm of the 7th Star Realm Patrol for small matters was lackluster. However, upon hearing that it involved a major corporation like Fei Xiren Lianti Medicine, their interest peaked considerably. In less than 10 minutes, a patrol team led by a Hualing realm martial artist arrived. After a brief inquiry and securing the scene, they took Zhou Lingxi and Wang Zhou into custody. Due to Wang Zhou being a minor, along with clear evidence and having passed the functional martial technique examination, he was released in less than an hour. Stepping out of the patrol office, Wang Zhou gazed at the imposing structure behind him. He understood that for the foreseeable years, even decades, he would likely never see his mother again. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. He had not anticipated that she could locate him, nor that she would actually come. But there was nothing to be done, Wang Zhou thought silently. To become a strong person, one must inevitably sacrifice something. What? They were apprehended. In the office of Fei Xiren Lianti Medicine, Bai Luyuan sprang up upon receiving the news, utterly astonished. He could hardly believe it. Zhou Lingxi was Wang Zhou's biological mother. He had hired her for 300,000. While her combat ability was lacking, she was certainly capable of disrupting the opponent's mindset, leading to significant emotional fluctuations in Wang Zhou. The two elderly martial artists were amateur competitors who had long participated in various underground matches. He had meticulously selected them, ensuring they passed health checks, yet their remaining lifespan was less than 3 years. They appeared robust, but could easily succumb to fatality at any moment. Furthermore, like him, these two elderly martial artists had their vulnerabilities. One had a grandson who displayed notable martial talent, with excellent root quality and comprehension. Even though his family was impoverished and his martial potential was pathetically low, his grandson, with his inherent talent, still had a chance to rank among the top 5 in the prestigious secondary schools of Chuishi City. To secure his grandson's future and to avoid wasting family resources, he secretly accepted this task, concealing it from his family. The other had a daughter and son-in-law who, due to prolonged work in a black factory, were gravely ill. The medical expenses for both were astronomical for their family. Each would conservatively require over 300,000. Those with vulnerabilities are the easiest to manipulate. The 500,000 was their lifeline. Prior to the operation, they had consumed life-burning drugs. Regardless of whether the operation succeeded or not, they could not survive. Moreover, Bai Mingqing was a level 5 fighter in the underground boxing realm. Not only did he have the upper hand in numbers, but he also had the advantage of ambush, preparing to strike when the opponent was unprepared. And he had 2 fearless assassins at his disposal. How could it possibly fail? This shouldn't be happening. Who was apprehended? Did Bai Mingqing escape? Manager, your nephew Bai Mingqing doesn't seem to be in the vehicle, the voice on the phone stated. Not captured? That's good, that's good. Bai Luyuan sighed in relief. In truth, Bai Mingqing had never appeared at all. Bai Luyuan, what do you mean Bai Mingqing never showed up? He sat up straight. I have taken out loans and faced immense risks to privately misuse company positions and assets for him. Bai Mingqing actually didn't he go? Where is he? Wait. Reflecting on his family's fine traditions, Bai Luyuan suddenly froze. The audacious beast scoundrel would not dare to at that moment. The manager's door was forcefully kicked open. Bai Luyuan, we have received reports against you. You have unlawfully sold company assets, misappropriated company funds, and abused your authority. There are as many as 14 charges against you, and the evidence is irrefutable. Please accompany us. Bai Luyuan surveyed the group of individuals pouring in, and soon he spotted the person he had been searching for, his nephew. Bai Mingqing, it is indeed you, Bai Luyuan exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Bai Mingqing emerged from behind the group, his face a mask of anguish, his voice choked. Uncle Bai, why must you misappropriate the company's assets? For the honor of our Bai family's 3 generations of loyalty, you must go without worry. Chapter 85. So, it was observing the practitioners of the transformation realm flanking him. Bai Luyuan realized that this time he was genuinely in trouble. With a deep sigh, he sank back into his chair. Before I go, may I have a moment alone with my nephew? The enforcement officers exchanged glances and turned to Bai Mingxin. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and stepped into the room, the others retreating and closing the door behind them. Now, the office held only the two of them. They locked eyes in silence for a considerable time before Bai Luyuan broke the stillness. What were you thinking? Why report me now? He slammed his hand on the table. Visibly agitated, he was neither surprised nor angry at being reported by his nephew. This was a tradition within the Bai family. In the 7-star realm, advancing in rank while adhering strictly to the rules was utterly impossible. To achieve a class leap, an ordinary person had to engage in actions that skirted the edges of company regulations or even broke the law. However, such actions inevitably led to being caught or reported. Thus, the Bai family devised a clever strategy. If one wished to ascend, one must disrupt the rules, and if the rules were broken, the chances of being caught were high. So, why not simply arrange for a family member to report oneself? The previous generation would amass wealth, using those funds to nurture the next. Once the previous generation had accrued enough or sensed impending capture, they would pass on the evidence of their embezzlement or illegal activities to the next generation, who would then report them. The next generation would learn from the experience and continue the cycle of accumulation, nurturing the subsequent generation. It was a form of passing the torch, ensuring continuity. And what was the result? With your realm still at the no-leak stage, do you honestly believe reporting me will elevate your position to manager? Why not wait until you reach the transformation realm before acting? Even if you couldn't wait, you should have at least completed the matter at hand before making the report. By acting so hastily, you've sealed your fate with Wang Zhe. Once Wang Zhe's situation is resolved, I could comfortably hold this position for another decade, and by then, your realm issue would also be resolved. The crimes I committed would be even greater, making your report more commendable. That would maximize our benefits. Bai Luyuan scolded in frustration. However, Bai Mingxin shook his head slowly and began to speak. Uncle, I understand what you're saying. I initially thought the same. But alas, plans often fail to keep pace with changes. Bai Luyuan furrowed his brow. What do you mean by changes? Is there a significant figure protecting him? Bai Mingxin nodded. So that was the case. A weight lifted from Bai Luyuan's chest. It seemed his nephew was not merely a fool. Very well, consider it my misfortune. Meanwhile, after leaving the scene, Wang Zhe arrived at Manager Wu's villa. After cultivating throughout the night, he made his way back to school. Yet, until he reached the school gate, he encountered no further attacks. Strange, was that all? He scratched his head in confusion. If it were only those three, capturing me alive would be an issue, let alone defeating me. Even without sending Bai Mingxiong, they should have dispatched a few professional combat practitioners, right? Why send 3 elderly and weak individuals? Was Bai Luyuan truly that foolish, or had Bai Mingxing not told him the truth? Surely, they couldn't be so naive as to think that after making a move, they would dilly-dally once they believed they had captured incriminating evidence. Upon reaching school, he felt utterly safe. Wang Zhe released the 3 large syringes he had been clutching tightly in his pocket. The results of his confrontation with Bai Luyuan would soon be settled before the end of the day. The enthusiasm of the patrol officers for performance was well known throughout the 7-star realm, with witnesses a reason to act and specific targets. If they could not resolve the case within a day's time and produce a case worthy of historical scrutiny, they would be on the verge of dismissal. How could those with such poor capabilities expect to remain in official institutions? Unable to fathom it, Wang Zhe decided to stop thinking about it. They all looked down on him, yet he did not live up to expectations. No one would support his lofty ambitions. After all, he could not rise. The strong never blame their circumstances. Thankfully, he was a weakling. Rather than forcing himself, it was better to let himself off the hook. In the cafeteria, Wang Zhe hummed a tune while indulging in a lavish meal. Since acquiring the energy pearl, he had scarcely consumed any synthesized food in recent days, relying instead on mineral-rich soil to sustain himself. Feeling lethargic and parched, he finally understood the necessity of regularly indulging in extravagant meals. Having something to look forward to truly provided ample motivation. Furthermore, after class today, he could collect compensation from the Patrol Bureau for the non-natural body refining pharmaceuticals. At least several tens of thousands would come in. Perhaps then, he could even experiment with a few doses of level 2 drugs. Just as Wang Zhe was lost in his daydreams, Yu Yufei suddenly approached. Brother Wang, do you know that a significant figure has recently arrived at our school? As I enter the campus today, I noticed someone who seemed to be radiating light. Someone radiating light? Wang Zhe instinctively shielded his meal and shifted aside. Perhaps they have cultivated a functional martial technique that can blind enemies with a brilliant flash. No, it's not martial arts or visual luminescence, Yu Yufei quickly clarified. It's more like, how should I put it? It's a brightness that only I can see. When someone S-tier, martial potential, or the power backing them far exceeds my own, I can see the brilliance emanating from them. Moreover, the greater the disparity, the more dazzling the light. This morning, I saw someone entirely enveloped in golden light. Wang Zhe was speechless. With no information, no skills, just a glance to discern the other's approximate rank, martial potential, and strength. Your ability could easily serve as a top-tier functional martial technique. Furthermore, since you saw this, why not just search for information online? Yu Yufei shook his head. I saw the person, but their brilliance was too blinding. I couldn't make out their face. Brother Wang, how could someone of such stature possibly come to our 8th high school? The more I think about it, it seems directed towards you. Wang Zhe waved his hand dismissively. It has nothing to do with me, all right? Do you really think I am the reincarnation of Lao Deng? He was right. It most likely was related to him. Suddenly, a cool female voice came from behind. The two turned to see Zhao Miling approaching, holding a lavish meal. The one returning to school this time is the son of our 8th high school's principal. He is the long-standing top student of our school, yet he has always attended First High School. Gao Junfei. Chapter 86. The principal's son, Gao Junfei? So is him. Yu Yufei exclaimed in realization. No wonder I couldn't see his face. It turned out to be him. Wang Zhe was also taken aback. Gao Junfei has returned to school? Gao Junfei, the steadfast top student of 8th high school, despite not attending classes there. Regardless of the performance of other students, no matter how remarkable their achievements, they can only vie for second place. The first position is eternally occupied by him. To speak of him is to inevitably mention his father. The principal of the 8th middle school, Gao Yuqiang, among the top 10 middle schools in Suisha City. Although there is a ranking, the position of principal does not imply superiority or inferiority. In other words, Gao Yuqiang's status firmly places him among the elite of Suisha City. Once upon a time, Gao Yuqiang was a diligent practitioner, firmly believing that human effort could triumph over fate. He raced down the path of martial arts, displaying astonishing talent even during his middle school years, while others from middle-class backgrounds were still anxious about how to qualify for a junior college. He was already pondering how to leap directly into university, propelling the Gao family from an inconspicuous municipal middle-class status to that of a prestigious family. Gao Yuqiang thus became a prominent example in numerous news reports, illustrating the upward mobility of children from humble beginnings, often invoked to praise the effectiveness of the 7-star realm systems. However, for reasons unknown, Gao Yuqiang suddenly lost his fervor for striving and, upon returning to Suisha City, began to focus intently on procreation. He proclaimed many audacious statements, such as the notion that if one lacks money or talent, one should simply have more children, asserting that children are the lottery tickets for the poor. If one child does not succeed, try again. One's fate is determined by oneself, not by destiny. What is the fairest weapon for the impoverished? It is not diligence, but reproductive capability. If capital can invest in projects, why should I not invest in genetics? If one does not push their children, they will never know how much potential they possess. Official statistics reveal that Gao Junfei is the 184th child of this family. It is rumored that the Gao family currently has an estimated 500 offspring, and this figure is merely what has been disclosed publicly. Many speculate that the number of illegitimate children could exceed 1,000. The Gao family's approach to raising children resembles the cultivation of a rare species. So how can one discern which child of the Gao family is valued and which possesses talent? It is quite simple. One need only examine their names. Children who lack talent and are not prioritized typically have rather arbitrary names, such as Gao Ibai Urshiwu. The fact that Gao Junfei has a unique name signifies that he is among the most exceptional of those numbered between 100,000 and 200. Although he may not be the most favored child of Gao Yuqiang, he is still considered one of the most talented among the younger generation of the Gao family. Although Gao Junfei is officially registered at the 8th middle school, he has spent his 4 years of high school training at the 1st middle school under the guise of an exchange student. His sudden return raises questions about his intentions. Wang Zhe senses something amiss. The disparities in training resources, medicinal supplies, and teaching capabilities between the first and eighth middle schools are stark, akin to the difference between common-level martial arts and those of the highest luxury. It is said that each classroom of the first middle school is equipped with two faucets. One dispenses injectable medication, while the other dispenses powdered pills. With the college entrance examination looming just half a year away, why would one not seize the opportunity to refine their skills and martial techniques? Are they merely coming to the eighth middle school to relax? Or perhaps they have practiced for too long, their mental fortitude wavering, seeking to stabilize their resolve by flaunting their superiority before the impoverished students of the eighth middle school? Wang Zhe quickly inquires of Zhao Jia about her earlier comment regarding his involvement. Zhao Miling does not respond, but instead taps her plate. Having eaten little meat, she lacks the energy to speak. Without hesitation, Wang Zhe pushes his barely touched indulgent meal toward her, urging her to enjoy it. Oh, how generous! It can't possibly be over 30 years old, can it? Of course not. It's the freshest, 3-year pre-prepared dish from Window 1. All right, then let me share something with you. Zhao Miling smiles as she accepts the food, showing no disdain, and picks up a piece of meat to eat. There are 50 colleges on our planet, distributed across the most prosperous regions of each continent. You know this, right? Certainly, Wang Zhe nods, aware that while one can attend a junior college on their home planet, pursuing a bachelor's degree typically requires traveling to another planet. Indeed, due to the scarcity of junior colleges, the nearest one is a full 2 provinces away from Suashur City. In such places, these second-generation offspring, apart from their wealth, are not much different from ordinary citizens. However, sometimes they must attend to various trivial matters that hinder their training. Thus, having a few trustworthy local subordinates would be ideal. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe and Yu Yufei exchange knowing glances. They comprehend the situation. He has come to the 8th middle school to recruit a few promising individuals for his entourage. Yu Yufei nods, filled with admiration. He is clearly here for you. Wang Yi, I truly envy you. Wang Zhe's lips twitch as he quietly critiques the lack of ambition, turning to Zhao Miling. But why come to the 8th middle school? Shouldn't the first middle school have more students capable of passing the entrance exams? Wouldn't that provide a broader selection? Produce. They would have more opportunities to observe character. Zhao Miling shakes her finger. No. While character, morality, and demeanor are indeed points of observation, they are not the primary focus. The key lies in whether a subordinate is easily managed and controlled. Let me ask you, would you be willing to be his lackey for a monthly salary of 10,000? Of course not. Wang Zhe replies without hesitation. To qualify for a junior college, I spend at least 30,000 a month. How could I possibly agree to that? What about 50,000? Zhao Miling continues. Well, it would depend on the circumstances. Wang Zhe hesitates, struggling to respond. What if it were 100,000 a month? Impossible. 100,000 for a subordinate? That's absurd. Wang Zhe laughs awkwardly, attempting to shift the topic. Yet, Zhao Miling merely gazes at him coldly. Uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Wang Zhe hesitates before quietly asking, is it really possible to earn 100,000 a month? There's a high probability, as long as you perform adequately, Zhao Miling explains. Wang Zhe nods slowly, deep in thought. Are you tempted? Zhao Miling presses. Ahem. Wang Zhe coughs twice, his expression somewhat awkward. Well, regarding that 100,000, if it were really 100,000, that would be another matter. In Chapter 87, the scene shifts to the office of the grade director, where Teacher Lei and the grade director stand to the side. A robust, yet inexplicably fair-skinned youth sits in a chair. This young man is undoubtedly Gao Junfei, the son of the principal of the 8th middle school. Young master, here are the materials you requested. They are all included. Thank you for your assistance, Gao Junfei replies. Once this matter is concluded, I will remember your help, and should the opportunity arise, I will certainly speak highly of you before my father. Here, these are additive-free candies from the Upper Star District. Please give them a try. Both the grade director and Teacher Lei smile broadly, yet they repeatedly wave their hands. No, this is all part of our duty. Yes, just a small effort on our part. Young master, you flatter us. Well then, young master, take your time. We'll take our leave now. Please, walk slowly. Allow me to see you out, Gao Junfei responds, maintaining a respectful demeanor toward the two, devoid of any arrogance typical of the privileged class. As Teacher Lei is escorted out the door, he cannot help but exclaim, truly, a product of a well-cultivated family. This upbringing and quality surpassed those of ordinary second-generation offspring by several levels. With a bang, the door closes and Gao Junfei activates his tablet. A series of documents appearing before him. Wang Zhe, Zhao Meiling, and Yu Yufei's information emerged, revealing details about 8 individuals in total. He briefly scanned through their profiles and casually dismissed half of them. Shortly thereafter, 2 more were disregarded, leaving only the data of Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling. Naturally, the school's records are far more comprehensive than those obtained externally. Wang Zhe's statistics have been meticulously documented from the beginning of his senior year up until 3 days ago, with updates every 5 days. He then retrieved his mobile device, which contained an additional set of records detailing Wang Zhe's earnings from his temporary job at Fei Xiren Lianti Pharmaceutical, potential income from his involvement in the black market, and the prize money he had won in underground fighting competitions. Every minute detail was laid bare before him. In the 7-star realm, without a certain level of strength, realm, or status, confronting those of higher social standing is akin to running naked. Before his senior year, Wang Zhe's rate of progress was disappointingly slow, almost pitiably so. It was only in the first month of his senior year that he began to exhibit extraordinary growth. According to his homeroom teacher, Lei Dachao, there are 2 possible explanations. First, Wang Zhe could be the reincarnation of an ancient master, which can be dismissed outright. Second, he might be the saint body of medicinal impact, a far more plausible theory. However, it is noteworthy that in the initial month, his foundational techniques showed a normal rate of growth, but once he entered the black market, his progress accelerated dramatically. Was the efficacy of the black market drugs simply superior? If we assume his initial rate of progress was 1, upon entering the black market, it surged to 7 or 8. Moreover, this change was not transient. It has remained consistently high thereafter. High-grade techniques? Impossible. Even with loans, they would have exceeded his purchasing capacity at that time. Thus, the only logical conclusion is that his body can withstand high doses of potent, toxic drugs, and he's been using them over an extended period. Gao Junfei nodded slightly, appearing quite satisfied. His total income during this period, after deducting expenses for Inian Zhao Hua Quan and Dianchabu, along with his own loan limits and his father's mortgage, allowed for continued investment in top-tier defensive martial arts techniques. As he absorbed the information, Gao Junfei was able to construct a comprehensive overview of Wang Zhe's financial movements in his mind. It was then that he perceived something amiss. Based on the timeline, there was a conspicuous anomaly in the acceleration of Wang Zhe's mental strength. Remarkably, during this time, his mental fortitude had grown more rapidly than the other 2 aspects. Assuming he did not focus on purchasing mental enhancement drugs, it was highly probable that he had acquired a more advanced mental technique. The light luxury technique was not expensive. Yet based on his income, this discrepancy was troubling. Gao Junfei recalled that Zhao Meiling had provided Wang Zhe with the light luxury mental technique, Xingyue Yin Shinju. In the 7-star realm, practicing techniques without a training license incurs a penalty of 100 times the value. However, because mental techniques do not manifest externally, Wang Zhe had practiced with relative peace of mind. Could this be his weakness? Gao Junfei's eyes brightened as he continued to read. Indeed, he possessed a mental technique without a training license, and judging by his rate of practice, it was likely of light luxury quality. Even at 100 times the penalty, it would amount to a mere few hundred thousand. He noted this down and continued his analysis. Subsequently, the timing of Wang Zhe's martial arts purchases and his subsequent performances astonished him. The speed at which he cultivated his martial skills was astonishingly rapid. Was it due to the gaming chamber at Wei Yu Kai's residence? No. His Dianchabu had also showcased the power of a fully upgraded technique in just a few days. Moreover, it seemed he encountered few obstacles in his martial training. Was a high-grade martial skill truly maxed out so easily? Such comprehension should not be possible. Furrowing his brow, Gao Junfei suddenly produced a syringe and injected it into his forehead, followed by swallowing a pill infused with vitality. Moments later, his head expanded slightly, and the speed at which he scanned the data accelerated dramatically. The data on his tablet refreshed at an astonishing rate, allowing him to simultaneously compare information from both his phone and tablet. As time passed, Gao Junfei's expression grew increasingly serious, his face flushed. Finally, he exhaled a heated breath, and white steam billowed from above his head. It was confirmed. Gao Junfei slowly opened his eyes and smiled broadly. Wang Zhe was simply perfect, Coming from a humble background, with no powerful connections and simple social ties, he attended the 8th high school. His inherent resistance to drugs, combined with high comprehension, made him a remarkable candidate, though his foundational skills were somewhat lacking. However, that could be easily remedied. He rose to fetch a glass of water, downed in one gulp, and then poured a second cup over his head, producing a sizzling sound. Wang's position was assured. As for Zhao Meiling, he would observe further. If she proved competent, he might consider taking her as a subordinate. The primary concern would be assessing her character. Although being a student of the 8th high school made her easier to manage, she was still a female martial artist. If she secretly practiced dual cultivation techniques and attempted to take advantage of him during his training, he would be at a disadvantage. Of course, should she truly excel, dual cultivation would not be out of the question, but he must maintain the lead in such arrangements. It could be seen as a benefit for his subordinates. Chapter 88. The true young master that afternoon. Lei Dachao unprecedentedly requested that the cultural class be replaced by physical education, insisting that all students be present, including those who had maxed out their foundational techniques. Although Wang Zhe was puzzled, the teacher had emphasized the importance of this, and it was a matter of respect, especially since Mr. Lei had become the most respected figure in the school just days prior. At noon, the students gathered. Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling took their places in the front row, observing the two individuals in the center. The two classmates hurriedly lowered their heads and vacated their seats. Yu Yufei followed closely behind and shot a fierce glare at the individual to his right, creating yet another vacancy. Nodding, he positioned himself beside Wang Zhe. Despite their prolonged absence from class, the three of them naturally belonged in the central position due to their strength. The other students did not find this out of place. After all, the powerful must assert dominance over the weak. At that moment, Lei Dachao approached with the attendance roster, accompanied by a tall youth. Yu Yufei's expression changed in surprise. Brother Wang, that's him. The one who glows is the individual beside Mr. Lei. So, that was Gao Junfei. Wang Zhe's demeanor shifted to seriousness, instinctively adjusting his attire, but he quickly realized the implication. Wait, he had not yet recruited me. Would I appear desperate by being so proactive? Excellent. It seemed everyone had arrived. Lei Dachao scanned the room, counting heads before returning to the front of the line. Allow me to introduce our new classmate. His name is Gao Junfei. Upon hearing this name, many students likely recognized it. Indeed, Gao Junfei is the child of our principal, Gao Yuqiang. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into a commotion. The principal's son had come to the 8th high school. Surely, he was not here to merely register at the start of the term, only to transfer to the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd high schools the next day, securing a top spot in honors before abandoning this low-ranking school entirely until he graduated from college. Right? Teacher, how long will he be with us? A student cautiously raised their hand to inquire. Lei Dachao shook his head, his tone serious. He can stay as long as he wishes. Is that your concern? Everyone, quiet down. From this day forward, Gao Junfei shall assume the roles of class leader, academic committee member, physical education representative, and class assistant. Anyone who opposes Gao Junfei shall be opposing me, Lei. Do you understand? Yes. The entire class stood at attention, responding in unison. Lei Dachao nodded in satisfaction, then revealed a sycophantic smile. Young master, do you have any requests? Shall we have the students engage in some practical training, perhaps in pairs, for a bit of amusement? Gao Junfei shook his head. There's no need for that, Teacher Lei. Just treat me like an ordinary student. Is it not class time? May I take my position now? Lei Dachao nodded and gestured towards the front row, indicating Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling. You two shift aside. Let the young master stand in the middle. Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling exchanged glances, then complied. Is he really here to seek us out? Once Gao Junfei's position was established, Lei Dachao returned to his spot and began guiding everyone through fundamental training techniques. For most students at the 8th high school, many had yet to reach the maximum level of basic techniques. After several minutes, Lei Dachao declared, class dismissed. He glanced at the front of the line, hesitated for a moment, then turned away. Wang Zhe, Zhao Meiling, and Yu Yufei turned to leave, intending to forage for some soil in the school garden to supplement their daily trace elements. However, after just a few steps, they noticed Gao Junfei inexplicably following them. Yu Yufei immediately straightened his posture, eager and expectant, awaiting scrutiny. Yet, to his surprise, Gao Junfei walked past him without a glance and approached Wang Zhe and Zhao Miling. "Oh, what brings the top student of the entire school to our midst?" Zhao Miling chuckled, her tone laced with unmasked hostility. Upon hearing this, Yu Yufei and Wang Zhe were momentarily taken aback. Wang Zhe remained relatively unperturbed, while Yu Yufei was on the verge of covering her mouth in panic. However, contrary to their expectations, Gao Junfei merely responded with a light chuckle. "Your hostility is quite evident. Is it because I've claimed the top spot in the school? Apologies, but the title of top student holds little significance for me. Nevertheless, my father is the principal, and even if I were to reject it, the vice principal and other administrators would impose it upon me. But fear not, I shall find the time in the coming days to discuss with them, and the rankings in the next examination will revert to normal." "Oh, you are quite accommodating?" Both Wang Zhe and Yu Yufei were astonished. This was entirely different from the other second-generation students of the 7-star realm. "By the way, what are you all planning to do? May I join you? We're going to eat." Zhao Miling replied coldly. "Oh," Gao Junfei's eyes suddenly lit up. "Speaking of which, I have never dined at 8th High School. I heard that there might be a significant difference between the cafeterias of 1st High School and 8th High School. Would you be able to take me along?" Just as Wang Zhe was about to agree, he heard Gao Junfei add, "I have always been curious about the taste of the pre-packaged meals that the less fortunate prefer." "What?" Wang Zhe's forehead twitched in irritation. "What do you mean by pre-packaged meals favored by the less fortunate? Do you think pre-packaged meals are cheap? Have you ever tasted meals that have been pre-packaged for over 30 years? Do you know the ideal soil-to-meal ratio to avoid compromising flavor? Are you aware of how to differentiate the age of pre-packaged meals to avoid being conned by unscrupulous cafeterias?" The slight fondness Wang Zhe had just developed for Gao Junfei evaporated instantly. Indeed, he was yet another insufferably wealthy individual. "Young master, we actually do not often consume pre-packaged meals. More often, we eat synthetic food," Yu Yufei cautiously explained. "Synthetic food?" Gao Junfei was taken aback, seemingly in disbelief. "Isn't synthetic food meant for animals?" This caused even Yu Yufei's expression to shift. The three of them exchanged awkward glances, their expressions stiffening. As soon as the words left Gao Junfei's mouth, he seemed to realize the awkwardness of the situation, his face turning slightly red as he sheepishly scratched his head. "My apologies, it seems I misspoke. How about this? When we head to the cafeteria, it will be my treat, so you may eat as you please." Additionally, saying this, he took out his phone. "Let us add each other as friends." Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions softened somewhat. They exchanged glances and added him as a friend. Before Wang Zhe could speak, suddenly, ding! Transfer of 5,000 yuan has been completed. I misspoke earlier. Consider this my penalty. Hiss! The three of them gasped in shock. This truly is a young master. Slap! Lock meat technique 1. Wang Zhe reflexively slapped himself. He realized he had been completely mistaken. And quite absurdly so, what of it if the young master held some misconceptions about the food of the less fortunate? Why was he putting on such a disdainful face? "Young master, you are not at fault. We are. We shall take you to experience the food of the less fortunate right away." Chapter 89. Medicinal Fresh Meat? "Annie, please bring 10 portions of pre-packaged meals. Make sure they are pure meat. I'll take 10 as well." "I'll have 5. No, I want 10 as well." I'll just try 1. The four quickly arrived at the second floor of the cafeteria. Wang Zhe and the others had no intention of saving money for Gao Junfei. Their eyes were filled with determination to make him spin to the brink of bankruptcy. Bang! 3 large plates piled high with food were placed on the dining table. Without further ado, the three of them began to eat voraciously. Wang Zhe's limbs transformed into a blur, electric sparks flickering around him as he furiously shoved rice into his mouth with a large spoon, occasionally striking himself with his left hand. "Look meat technique. Look meat technique. Look meat technique." In response to the generous hospitality, he treated the indulgent meal as an energy supplement. The mountain of indulgent food vanished at a visible rate. Meanwhile, Zhao Miling and Yu Yufei were not far behind in their pace. The trio's eating efficiency was astonishing. In less than 3 minutes, the 10 servings of indulgent food were consumed, and even the plates were licked clean. In contrast, Gao Junfei had only eaten a single piece of pre-packaged frozen meat before he ceased further consumption. After this meal, I want to need to eat for at least half a month. Delightful. Wang Zhe licked his lips, glancing to the side as the three prepared to get additional servings. However, this time, Gao Junfei stood up to stop them. Please wait a moment. What? Are you intimidated by us and feeling remorseful about the expense? That makes sense, as the indulgent meals from Window 1 are quite pricey. The three exchanged glances and halted, assuming the other was regretting their decision. However, having enjoyed 10 servings of indulgent food, they were already quite satisfied. Their perception of Gao Junfei had improved significantly. Very well. We are full now, Wang Zhe said, patting his belly with a cheerful smile, taking the initiative to ease the tension. No, you misunderstand. Gao Junfei shook his head. Do you all enjoy fresh meat? Fresh meat? Do you mean cold fresh meat that is less than 3 years old? Are you inviting us to dine? We do enjoy it, but there should be none available in the school cafeteria, Wang Zhe asked curiously. Just follow me. Gao Junfei smiled, offering no further explanation. He approached the serving window and spoke to the cafeteria lady, causing a stir in the kitchen shortly thereafter. Then, under Gao Junfei's guidance, they arrived at the 3rd floor, a place they had not set foot in for 4 years. Unlike the 1st and 2nd floors, the 3rd floor was decorated in a restaurant style. The 4 of them took their seats at the dining table, exchanging perplexed glances, and before they could pose any questions, several chefs approached with plates in hand. Plate after plate of translucent meat chunks were arranged neatly. What is this? Wang Zhe and the others were left bewildered. Medicinal liquid, sliced raw, sashimi. Gao Junfei introduced with a smile. From a moment the fish fry hatch, they are immersed in a high-concentration elixir, reshaping their cellular structure during growth. The fish naturally absorbs the medicinal properties, and the flesh, not subjected to heat cooking, is merely sealed with 3 types of antibacterial agents, preserving its medicinal qualities and biological activity to the greatest extent. After speaking, he personally served Wang Zhe a slice. The translucent, slightly blue-gloss fillet resembled living tissue, quivering faintly as if still breathing. Wang Zhe hesitated briefly, but ultimately opened his mouth to accept it. Upon tasting, the fish meat, infused with the elixir, melted instantly in his mouth. But unlike ordinary sashimi, it was not light and smooth. Instead, it burst forth like a warm injection in his mouth. The strong flavor nearly searing, accompanied by an unusual sweetness. His taste buds awakened as if struck by lightning, his mind buzzing with astonishment. How could such a potent elixir be present in something raw? Was this not the kind of fresh delicacy that even the middle class would hesitate to order? He suddenly realized that this was not ordinary cold storage fish. It was likely of the fresh grade, served immediately after slaughter without undergoing freezing. Zhao Meiling and Yu Yufei looked puzzled. Was it really that extraordinary? Was it genuinely so delicious? Tentatively, Yu Yufei picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. Afterward, it was delicious. Incredibly delicious. Zhao Meiling quickly followed suit, and with just a single slice, her expression revealed sheer ecstasy. Wang Zhe pursed his lips, reluctant to swallow. Zhao Meiling slowly opened her eyes and spoke. This sashimi, is it medicinal fresh meat? Medicinal fresh meat. The mere utterance of these words struck Wang Zhe and Yu Yufei like a thunderbolt. Gao Junfei nodded gently. Indeed, Zhao classmate is well informed. She discerned the truth immediately. It is indeed medicinal fresh meat. Is it really? Not cold storage, not ordinary fresh meat, but the legendary delicacy exclusively reserved for the affluent, for which even the middle class must queue for a taste. Known as Yao Xianro, or medicinal fresh meat, this delicacy is widely spoken of but rarely encountered in reality. Even mid-tier martial artists like Manager Bai and Manager Wu have only ever had the chance to savor a mere scrap at company annual meetings or high-level gatherings, boasting about it for weeks on social media. It is said that the sourcing of medicinal fresh meat begins long before the animal is born, selecting from thousands of pregnant mothers the ones with the strongest resistance to medicine and the finest meat quality, most capable of storing medicinal energy. After birth, the animals immediately enter a phase of medicinal nurturing, receiving daily injections at extreme doses. Specially trained martial artists exert control over their consciousness, using mental power to guide the animals' bodies to lock in the medicinal effects, preventing the expulsion of the medicine. Furthermore, some martial artists employ specific postures to guide them in cultivating their internal energy, compelling the residual medicine within to purify, condense, and redistribute. This entire breeding process is exceedingly lengthy and costly. A single source of medicinal fresh meat requires the supervision of over 100 martial artists for more than a decade to ensure the potency is retained and the medicinal properties do not degrade. It is a luxury beyond the dreams of the impoverished. It is no exaggeration to say that the treatment received by the source of medicinal fresh meat and the medicines administered to it could surpass those of Wang Zhe and his companions. It is said that a single source of medicinal fresh meat can be valued at over $1 million. You actually treated us to such a precious meal. Yu Yufei was profoundly moved. Gao Junfei waved his hand dismissively. It's not that precious. The source of medicinal fresh meat has a high resistance to medicine, and the cellular restoration agents can naturally withstand it, so they're not typically killed outright, but kept in a specific environment, where a portion of the meat can be sliced off when needed. Slicing off a couple of pounds of meat and feeding it with powerful medicine for 10 days can restore it. At this point, he seemed to recall something and quickly called the others. By the way, the medicinal content of medicinal fresh meat is comparable to level 3 medicinal effects. Your values should not have reached the limit yet, so do not waste it. Hurry and cultivate. Chapter 90. Machines cannot compare to martial artists. Level 3 medicine? Why didn't I feel it? The three had only eaten a couple of slices when they didn't feel much. But as an entire plate of fish meat was consumed, the medicinal effects suddenly erupted. They felt as if the blood energy in their dantian was boiling. Every muscle in their bodies began to tremble. Their mental power was stimulated to the point of overflowing. Oh no, Wang Zhe exclaimed. Level 3 medicine is for Hualing realm martial artists, and only the wealthy among them can enjoy such drugs. Yu Yufei was merely at the Jinshan realm. He could not withstand this medicinal power. Upon turning their heads, they discovered that Yu Yufei's body was already exhibiting peculiar swelling. His biceps were rapidly enlarging while other parts of him shrank, resembling a balloon being compressed and deformed. This was an external manifestation of his body being unable to handle the medicinal effects. However, Gao Junfei remained unfazed, standing up to unbutton his shirt. With a rustle, his collar opened, revealing 2 rolls of syringe tubes extending down to the ground. He leisurely retrieved one of the syringes, crushed several types of pills into powder, and mixed them into the syringe before approaching Yu Yufei. With a swift motion, he injected the substance into Yu Yufei's bicep. Within moments, Yu Yufei's condition stabilized. After administering the injection to Yu Yufei, Gao Junfei did not stop there. He turned around and prepared 2 more syringes, administering one each to Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling. As the new medicinal liquid entered their bodies, Wang Zhe felt the explosive energy in his dantian cool rapidly. Oh, much better. Just as Yu Yufei was about to express his gratitude, he was interrupted by Gao Junfei. Do not stop. Hurry and cultivate. What I injected you with is a delayed effect agent. While it does not aid your cultivation, it allows lower-tier martial artists to experience higher-level medicines in advance. Each injection is worth 12,000. Do not waste it. What? A delayed effect agent worth 12,000 per injection. The three dared not delay, assuming their stances. Blood energy surging as they chanted incantations. They began to simultaneously cultivate their external techniques, internal techniques, and mental methods. Medicinal fresh meat is indeed a food comparable to level 3 medicine. Wang Zhe experienced a transformation in his body that he had not felt in a long time, reminiscent of the exhilarating sensation he had during his first injection. After a few minutes, I broke through to the Wulu realm. Yu Yufei exclaimed with joy. He radiated a faint blood energy, the concentration and quality clearly indicating that he had undoubtedly entered the Wulu realm. Not only him, but Wang Zhe also felt a significant change in his values. He glanced at his panel. Physical strength, 962. Blood energy concentration, 966. Mental strength, 977. Each metric had directly increased by 0.4. Wang Zhe was greatly astonished. It must be noted that he was now a Wulu realm martial artist. Each increment of 0.1 is immensely valuable. And yet, just from eating a few slices of sashimi, he had experienced such an increase. If he were to have 2 more meals, wouldn't he reach the limits of the Wulu realm today, elevating all 3 metrics to 999? Looking over at Zhao Meiling, her unconsciously radiating blood energy concentration had also significantly increased, evidently showing great progress. Gao Junfei chuckled. After all, level 3 medicine is the privilege of Hualing realm martial artists. If you have just reached the Wulu realm and are experiencing this for the first time, so the effects are naturally more pronounced. By the way, What do you usually do after finishing a meal? Wang Zhe blinked. Take medicine to cultivate and train martial techniques. Very good. Gao Junfei gave a thumbs up. Immediately cultivating after a meal? You are indeed the most outstanding students of the 8th middle school. Just right, I have some insights regarding cultivation, and I possess a method for training martial techniques that only a select few in the circle know. Do you have time this afternoon? Why not accompany me home for a day of diligent practice? Rest assured, I shall speak with the director at school. The three exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. Having just savored the delectable medicinal delicacies, it was truly impossible to utter a word of refusal. After all, the Xiangji is a society governed by law, so there was no fear of him orchestrating a clandestine banquet. Upon arriving at Gao Junfei's residence, the trio was immediately taken aback. The imposing metallic entrance alone, alongside the extensive walls sprawling nearly 1,000 square meters and a courtyard brimming with vibrant flora, were enough to leave them awestruck. As the butler swung open the grand door, they were further dazzled by a wall of potion cabinets that seemed to sparkle before their eyes. Within the transparent shelves of varying heights, rows upon rows of capsules, syringes, and droppers were densely packed, their vivid colors nearly blinding. Some emitted a ghostly blue glow. Others pulsated with crimson waves, while others exuded fragrances that were utterly refreshing, each appearing to be of a far superior grade than the medications they were accustomed to. Wang Zhe turned to inspect the surroundings and noticed several gaming pods casually positioned to the side. The establishment of Manager Wu only boasted a single gaming pod, yet here stood 5. Amidst the cabinets, he even spotted a few vials marked with a red label indicating restricted sales, bearing inscriptions that read experimental results. For special approval only. Before he could take a closer look, Gao Junfei nonchalantly closed the cabinet door. These are merely untested, with minor side effects. Nothing of great concern, he remarked. Wang Zhe compelled himself to divert his gaze and inquired about the potential adverse effects of such extensive medication. Although he had an external enhancement, he was acutely aware that not everyone was so fortunate. Certainly not, Gao Junfei elucidated. Continual medication can lead to various bodily issues. For instance, the stomach will inevitably suffer first. However, observe this row of gastric mucosa protectants. This array consists of vascular protectants, each model corresponding to varying permeation rates of the medicinal potency, ensuring attentive care from the outer membrane to the inner lining, thereby guaranteeing that one does not suddenly become paralyzed. And here, we have hormone balancing medication. Due to prolonged external stimulation, the endocrine system will eventually become disordered. Many martial artists experience hair loss, acne, and emotional breakdowns post-medication. Essentially, their hormonal systems collapse, necessitating balance. He then shifted his focus to a small refrigerator on the opposite side and opened a compartment. Here lie antidepressants and mood stabilizers. Given the prolonged training and the challenging environment of the Xiangji, it is nearly impossible for one's mental state to remain unaffected. Thus, psychological issues require timely attention. Turning to Wang Zhe, he spoke earnestly. If financial constraints exist, then one must prioritize efficiency in medication and injections. However, when wealth is at hand, stability becomes paramount. It is essential to achieve potent effects while also ensuring the longevity of one's practice. Simultaneously administering medication while repairing bodily damage is the key to advancing further along the martial path. Wang Zhe pondered this insight. For the impoverished, the pursuit of rapid cultivation often comes at the cost of bodily harm and the depletion of martial potential. Once integrated into society, the opportunity for continued training dwindles. In contrast, the affluent prioritize not speed, but rather the assurance of enduring progress. And what about these machines? Wang Zhe inquired, gesturing towards the array of instruments and displays nearby. These devices are designed to monitor bodily data and analyze the user's specific condition. After all, medication cannot be indiscriminately administered. One must first ascertain where damage has occurred and what requires remediation to effectively target the treatment. Gao Junfei explained as he activated the apparatus. If you're interested, feel free to step in and give it a try. I can also assist in concocting some health-enhancing potions. Upon hearing this, Yu Yufei eagerly stepped forward. Meh. Young Master Gao, I shall go first. With the prior experience of the medicinal delicacies, he held no lingering doubts about Gao Junfei and rushed to the forefront. Very well, let's allow you to be the first to try. Although Yu Yufei was not his intended target, Gao Junfei maintained his enthusiastic demeanor. Soon, the results were revealed. User 2, physical strength, 901, blood density, 908, mental strength, 901, physical condition, accumulation of fine particles in the gastrointestinal tract, abnormal contraction of the dantian, toxin intake, underdeveloped heart. Recommendations: administer gastrointestinal cleansing pills, dantian nourishment solution, and heart expansion agents. An analysis report appeared on the tablet, revealing numerous anomalies and 3 treatment suggestions before the gathered individuals. Gao Junfei glanced at it, adeptly opened the cabinet, and prepared several potions, which he promptly injected into Yu Yufei's body. In mere moments, Yu Yufei's physique began to flush, black sweat oozing from his pores. Within a few minutes, as he rose again, he felt remarkably more robust. "I feel as though my physical strength has increased," he exclaimed, brimming with joy. The expulsion of impurities and repair of defects naturally resulted in an enhancement of physical attributes. Gao Junfei nodded and turned to Wang Zhe and Zhao Meiling. "Would you two like to give a try?" Zhao Meiling shook her head. "I think I'll pass." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhe asked, "Young Master Gao, given the remarkable capabilities of these machines to not only detect various metrics, but also generate comprehensive analysis reports, they must be quite expensive, correct?" "Not at all," Gao Junfei replied, shaking his head. "This device is merely a detection instrument. The analysis report is not its function. It merely transmits data to a data team." "Huh?" Wang Zhe and the others were momentarily taken aback. Gao Junfei chuckled as he clarified, "Machines can be costly. An all-in-one device capable of detection, analysis, and problem-solving with near-zero error would likely cost millions, not to mention the subsequent maintenance expenses. This instrument is simply a detector. The analysis process relies not on machines, but on human expertise. The data collected by this machine is sent to a dedicated data team. Typically, these teams consist of individuals who have fallen into the clutches of online loan sharks and were subsequently compelled to learn relevant cultural specialties, often being martial artists who have trained in cognitive enhancement techniques. Once the machine processes the data, it is forwarded to them for analysis. The remuneration for such teams generally ranges from 1,000 to 3,000 per individual each month, with each team comprising 30 to 50 members. However, my arrangement costs only 8,000 monthly since they serve multiple clients. To mitigate the risk of erroneous reports, I have enlisted 3 separate data teams for cross-verification, each available around the clock, totaling 24,000 monthly. Were I to invest in machines capable of analysis, the maintenance costs alone would soar to 40 or 50,000 monthly, not to mention the machine's inability to operate beyond their capacity. Who would trust such devices in the hands of martial artists? If a martial artist sustains an injury on the job, they will find their own remedies. But if a machine malfunctions, I would still have to incur repair costs. Should productivity decline and analytical speed falter, martial artists will seek solutions themselves, while machines would only lead to further expenditures. When serious health issues arise for martial artists, a few thousand will suffice for treatment. Yet for machines, the repair costs could reach hundreds of thousands. Machines simply cannot compare to the reliability of martial artists. Chapter 91. Philosophies of Life. Haha. So that's the reality. Wang Zhe responded with an awkward smile. Yet for reasons unknown, he instinctively imagined himself among those martial artists earning less than 3,000 a month, perpetually on standby for 24 hours. An inexplicable sense of melancholy and powerlessness enveloped him. "Shall you give it a try?" "Of course," Wang Zhe replied, stepping onto the detection apparatus. A beam of red light swept over him, and within moments, another analysis report was generated. User 3, physical strength, 962, blood energy concentration, 966. Mental strength, 977, physical condition, mild anxiety disorder, mild depression, mild paranoia. Recommendation: a moderate level of anxiety may enhance motivation for cultivation. Consider developing towards a moderate anxiety disorder. Wang Zhe scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why are all the issues related to mental health? And what does it mean to suggest I develop into a moderate anxiety disorder? He turned to Gao Junfei, only to find him staring intently at the analysis report, his face a mask of disbelief. "How is this possible? You have no physical health concerns? Isn't this guy constantly injecting himself at the black drug market? He has been recklessly injecting substances with several times, even a dozen times the side effects. and has broken through from Iron Bone realm to no leakage realm within a year. Yet he shows no signs of any physical abnormalities? I knew your resistance to drugs was strong, but I didn't expect it to be to such an extent. A true embodiment of drug enhancement. I've struck gold. Gao Junfei took several deep breaths to steady his nerves. He smiled and patted Wang Zhou on the shoulder. It's good news that there are no physical health concerns. If you wish to amplify your anxiety, I can take you to the game pod for a hypnotic experience later. By the way, you might not be familiar with the game pod yet. I'll introduce it to everyone shortly. Gao Junfei pretended not to know Wang Zhou's background and asked knowingly. No need. Wang Zhou waved his hand. All right then, Zhao classmate. Why don't you come up and get measured too? I will pass. Zhao Miling shook her head in refusal. Upon hearing this, Gao Junfei did not press the matter, as his primary focus was on Wang Zhou. The other two were merely secondary. Now, let me introduce the usage and benefits of the game pod. Several hours later, Yu Yufei exclaimed joyfully as he jumped out of the game pod. Is there truly such a powerful cultivation tool? Although it does not enhance physical attributes or cultivation values. And there are additional fees for finding martial arts instructors or using drugs. The 7-fold time acceleration for practicing martial arts alone makes the game pod worth its 500,000 price tag. Gao Junfei chuckled as he stood up. I'm glad you all like it. If you need it in the future, just come to me. I have 5 game pods at home, and they are available for use. I will inform the butler that you are my friends and can come and go freely. Really? The three of them showed various expressions upon hearing this. Yu Yufei nearly leaped onto Gao Junfei in excitement. Wang Zhou was equally astonished and quite tempted. If what he said is true, he could save $1,000 every day. That is quite a significant expense. Only Zhao Miling seemed to ponder deeply, as if she had thought of something. Gao Junfei checked the time on his phone. There's about an hour left until class ends, and I have a practical lesson later, so I may not be able to accompany you. How about we chat for a while? I am quite curious about the lives of students at 8th High School. If there are any issues, I can inform my father to improve things as much as possible. By the way, I noticed you seem very interested in 1st High School. Why don't you ask me anything you want to know? Tomorrow, you can take me to experience 8th High School in person, which would be delightful. Yu Yufei was deeply moved at once. When has he ever been treated so favorably by such an influential figure? Overwhelmed with gratitude, he felt like offering himself in return. He thumped his chest vigorously. Young Master Gao, let us be brothers in spirit. Speaking of which, young Master Gao, I have always been quite curious about 1st High School. I heard that each class has 2 faucets. One dispenses injections and the other pills. Is that true? How could that possibly be true? While 1st High School has good conditions, it cannot be that absurd. Wang Zhou thought to himself. Of course that is false. Gao Junfei replied with a light chuckle. Indeed, Wang Zhou displayed a knowing expression. Not 2, but 19. Depending on the efficacy, toxicity, price, and function, each faucet is different. Moreover, powder drugs are not liquids. How could they flow from faucet? Good heavens, not 2, but 19. Wang Zhou was momentarily stunned. Is 1st High School truly that outrageous? His curiosity was piqued. Speaking of which, I have also heard a rumor that the air conditioning in 1st High School's training area blows stabilizing agents for the mind, allowing martial artists to maintain a permanently stable mental state? False. Gao Junfei shook his head. The stabilizing agents are not released in the training area, but on the playground. And in addition to stabilizing agents, there are also numerous 1st-level gaseous drugs for enhancing blood energy and physical strength, primarily to accommodate students from less affluent families. Wealthier students actually prefer to train in empty training areas. This measure was initially protested, as many students felt that their daily drug quota was compromised by inferior substances. Good heavens, 1st-level drugs have become inferior? The three of them felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Zhao Miling could not help but ask, what are the admission standards for 1st High School? I heard it is necessary to reach the Golden Body realm and possess at least a middle-class family background before enrollment. It depends on the situation. Gao Junfei pondered for a moment before explaining. It is true that reaching the Golden Body realm allows for admission, but this must be achieved purely through natural cultivation before enrollment, meaning only students with exceptional martial arts talent from impoverished backgrounds qualify. It is also true that middle-class students can enroll, but that is merely the baseline. They must also reach the no-leakage realm before admission. So, to be precise, the requirement is for a student to come from a middle-class background while also possessing top-tier martial arts talent. The last case is like mine. He chuckled, pointing to himself. I have no remarkable talent, but fortunately, I come from a good family and can enter through an exchange student quota. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Yes. Zhao Meiling suddenly raised her hand. I would like to ask, young Master Gao, how does first high school rank in the province, on the continent, or even the planet? Additionally, do other high schools in different areas mirror the conditions of first high school in Suisha City? I have heard that, young Master Gao, you ascended to the no-leakage realm 2 years ago, yet you have not yet reached the spirit transformation realm. Is it due to legal restrictions or some other reason? Young Master Gao, you have already reached the pinnacle of no-leakage realm. The only thing left for you is to enhance your martial skills, right? What about other high school students from wealthier backgrounds? How can they widen the gap? Or does our planet have any systematic methods to raise the upper limits? Furthermore, who is the largest pharmaceutical manufacturer on our planet? What is the highest level of drugs they can produce? Lastly, who is the sovereign of our planet? Why have I never heard anyone mention this? Zhao Meiling's sudden barrage of questions left the three of them in shock. Gao Junfei was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure and began to clarify Zhao Meiling's inquiries with his usual warmth and friendliness. It seems Zhao classmate has a strong curiosity. No worries, I will answer each of your questions. I actually do not know who the planet sovereign is, but I am aware of the pharmaceutical manufacturer. It is. Gao Junfei patiently responded to such inquiries. Half an hour later, Gao Junfei escorted the group out of the room. You all must be tired after spending the day with me, so consider this 10,000 as my token of appreciation. Saying this, he forcibly transferred 10,000 to each person and presented them with several beautifully packaged candies. In Wang Zhe's eyes, Gao Junfei's image had become towering and formidable. On the way, Zhao Meiling asked, "What are your impressions of Gao Junfei?" Yu Yufei's expression turned serious. "Young Master Gao treats me as a national hero, and I shall reciprocate in kind. Furthermore, I perceive a lack of respect from both of you towards young Master Gao, and I sincerely hope for your reformation." Wang Zhe nodded in agreement. At present, it is evident that he is an exceptional and charismatic individual, a respectable, affluent person. Throughout the day, his impression of Gao Junfei significantly transformed. Initially, he assumed Gao was merely another second-generation rich individual who believed he could brazenly bully the less fortunate due to his wealth. Unexpectedly, Gao's character proved to be remarkably admirable. He attended to several classmates he had just met, administering injections and distributing medication, and even indulged them in a gaming session. When confronted by Zhao Meiling's somewhat unreasonable inquiries, he maintained his patience. There was no hostility, only pure kindness. Even knowing that the kindness might be feigned, it only served to amplify one's goodwill. Of course, this had no connection to the 10,000 yuan he later transferred. Even the timing, manner, and demeanor of that transaction were exceptionally charming. Yet, Wang Zhe sensed that Gao Junfei was inherently a good person. How could someone willing to transfer money upon their first meeting possess a flawed character? The more one transfers, the more pure, kind, and great their essence becomes. This is Wang Zhe's philosophy of life. Chapter 92. The uniqueness of the transformation realm. Upon returning to the villa, an elderly man emerged from the shadows, his form flickering like a specter. He was the steward of the villa. "Young master, why did you not seize the opportunity to extend an olive branch?" Should he refuse? I could have acted decisively. Gao Junfei shook his head. Being caught with incriminating evidence could lead to imprisonment. Moreover, the distinction between voluntary and involuntary actions yields vastly different outcomes. After waiting for so many years, there's no need to rush in these final days. A longer line catches a bigger fish. By catering to his preferences, one can achieve more with less effort. Gradually build his anticipation, enticing his greed and desires. When he becomes impatient and eager, then one can present the conditions. "I understand," the elder behind him nodded, his shape blurring as he vanished from sight. Wang Zhe returned to school to sign a leave of absence, then hurried back. Halfway, he glanced down to find 2 new messages. One was from Zhao Meiling. "I will no longer accompany you to Gao Junfei's home. Additionally, if anything unexpected occurs, remember to seek me out." For someone of humble beginnings like Zhao Meiling, whose cultivation progress rivaled his, Wang Zhe was already aware she harbored some secrets. Yet, it now appeared that this secret was even more significant than he had imagined. He pondered, how could she forego such a remarkable opportunity for cultivation offered free of charge by young Master Gao? The other message was from the police department. The case regarding the hired murder related to the unnatural body refinement pharmaceutical had reached a conclusion, requiring his presence within 24 hours to discuss compensation matters. Upon arriving at the police station, Wang Zhe found the situation somewhat unexpected. Manager Wu, by Ming Cheng, manager by his mother, and the head of the unnatural body refinement pharmaceutical were all present. However, Manager Wu's expression was far from pleasant. What troubles you, Manager Wu? If the plan succeeded, why do you appear so discontent? Wang Zhe entered the room. Wu Youcai's expression shifted, and upon seeing Wang Zhe, he sighed in relief. The plan can only be deemed half successful. Bai Lu Yuan has been toppled, yet I am not the whistleblower. Not you. Wang Zhe was taken aback, raising his hands in surprise. I was the first to call you to report. I know. I bear no blame towards you. He gestured in frustration towards Bai Mingsheng. It was this fellow. He reported over half an hour before I did. This meant that before Wang Zhe's call, before he had fallen into an ambush, Bai Lu Yuan had already been reported by his nephew. How ungrateful, considering Bai Lu Yuan had treated him like a son. Bai Mingchang disdainfully crossed his arms. If I don't report, should I grant you the credit? Also, do not point fingers at me. Your current position is not significantly higher than mine. Bai Mingcheng reported by Lu Yuan. Wang Zhe stroked his chin. No wonder he had only encountered 3 frail individuals in the ambush. It turned out Bai Mingcheng had betrayed him beforehand. So, what was the current situation? Bai Lu Yuan had been ousted, leaving a vacancy for a general agent in Suisha City. I am now the manager of the pharmaceutical factory in Suisha City on the surface, yet my contributions are insufficient, so I am merely acting as a proxy. Wu Youcai sighed in resignation, casually pulling out a concentrated dopamine tablet and consuming it, feeling much better afterward. But rest assured, I will not default. The compensation has already been prepared. As he spoke, he manipulated his phone, and soon, Wang Zhe's phone vibrated. Ding! Transfer. Account 246 is transferring 650,000 yuan to you. What? Wait, isn't it 60,000? Wang Zhe was momentarily bewildered. Previously, during contract negotiations, he had insisted on 100,000, yet they were adamant about offering only 60,000. Now, they were voluntarily increasing the amount. How astonishing that the 7-star realm would be so generous. This was, after all, an interest-free loan. Wu Youcai chuckled, patting Wang Zhe on the shoulder. Between friends, why fuss over such trifles? Consider the extra 50,000 as a congratulatory gift for your breakthrough into the Wu Lu realm. I had no